Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1: The Girl Who Loves Demons. A young woman walked unhurriedly down a path in the woods. An irascible smile graced the corners of her lips, making it clear to any observer that she was looking forward to something. Her straight, light green hair was draped casually over her back, and she wore a simple, standard-issue mage's robe. Fíliya had initially considered tying her hair up, but in that moment, she had a sudden realization: a single ponytail would make her look too much like someone she truly despised. Her purpose on this journey was to reach the northern border and support her colleagues there. But if she had her choice, what she truly wanted was to cross the border pass and venture into the more dangerous northern plateau. Unfortunately, the land route to the northern plateau was now sealed. Theoretically, only powerful individuals ranked first-class mage or higher were qualified to pass. Yes, theoretically. If some fool who lacked the strength was still determined to go to the northern plateau, unafraid of death, it wasn't entirely impossible. By water, or simply by flying. But Fíliya had no plans to do so yet. Having accepted the commission to support her colleagues, she would not abandon her responsibilities. Speaking of which, her knowledge of the demon race came only from books and the teachings of her predecessors. In fact, she had never encountered a single one. However, she would meet them soon. She firmly believed the power of love would bring her and the demon race together. She was not too far from the defenders' garrison on the northern border. In her mind, it was about time for scattered members of the demon race to appear and try to intercept her, the reinforcement. After all, she had no intention of concealing her mana. Firstly, because her mana pool wasn't large to begin with, considered on the weaker side even for a second-class mage, so there was no need to suppress it. She just had to walk normally along the road, and that would be enough to attract the demon race to hunt her. And secondly, she disliked the feeling of concealing her mana. In that respect, she was quite similar to the demon race from the books, she thought. After a short while, she finally encountered the object of her heart's desire. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the woods, clearly indicating that something was about to emerge. 3 demons, each a bit taller than her, blocked the path before and behind Fíliya with excited expressions. A little faster than I expected. Fíliya raised an eyebrow slightly and stopped in her tracks. Human mage, answer my questions, and I'll let you suffer a little less. It was a group of 2 men and 1 woman, oh, no, 2 males and 1 female. It was obvious that the female looking down on her condescendingly was the leader of this small squad. It's exactly as the books say. Even though the demon race is capable of concealing their mana to set up ambushes and launch sneak attacks, as soon as they confirm their opponent is also a mage, they always reveal themselves openly before the human. How interesting. Fíliya chuckled softly, as if she hadn't heard the demon's threat at all. Fíliya's behavior astonished the 3 demons surrounding her. In their experience, humans in this situation would only leave behind last words filled with either anger or despair. Faced with such an overwhelming difference in mana, why hadn't this human broken down? She observed clearly that the human mage before her was weak. She must have been driven mad by the sheer disparity in strength. This was the only conclusion the demon could draw from her limited understanding. Human mage, why are you the only one coming to reinforce the front line? After a moment's thought, she voiced her question. Based on experience, human parties usually consisted of 4 to 5 people, divided into a vanguard and a rear guard. But this mage was all alone. Could it be that the humans had decided to abandon this battlefield, and that's why they sent someone of this level to their death? The answer is simple. Fíliya dusted off her robe, then looked up at the demon before her with a renewed smile. Because I'm strong. Much stronger than a standard adventuring party, you see. The scene fell into a strange, eerie silence. After the 3 demons glanced at each other, the other male demon, positioned diagonally in front of Fíliya, spoke up. This human has been scared witless. There's no point talking to her anymore. It's just a pity that humans who've gone mad don't taste very good. The instant the demon's words fell, Fíliya vanished from her spot as if by teleportation and then, abruptly, appeared right in front of that demon. Oh. Is that so? Do humans who've gone mad have a different texture and taste to the demon race? Could you tell me more about that in detail? I'm very curious. Fíliya's large eyes sparkled, devoid of any other emotion save for a fervent academic curiosity. This bizarre behavior gave the 3 demons quite a start. Of course, the demon race itself does not possess the emotion of fear, they simply felt a sense of the absurd at a situation developing so contrary to their expectations. The female leader, in particular, was stunned by Fíliya's speed. What was that? She couldn't understand. Fíliya was clearly capable of casting such high-speed movement magic, yet she showed no intention of escaping, or even, of attacking. If the human mage had launched a surprise attack immediately after that high-speed movement, the other two, aside from herself, would have undoubtedly been in mortal danger. And yet this woman was asking about some nonsense, squandering the perfect opportunity. Why aren't you talking? I'm asking you a question. Please, tell me your name. How many humans have you encountered before? How do you usually kill people? When you eat people, which part do you start with? Do you prefer to eat men or women? Fíliya's barrage of questions left the male demon feeling utterly bewildered. At the same time, it finally understood. It had indeed seen plenty of humans driven mad by fear, but the woman before it was definitely not one of them. Attack. Suddenly, the female demon leader gave the order. A sinister feeling had begun to creep over her body. This woman is clearly weak. But why do I feel she's so dangerous? Though she couldn't understand it, that didn't stop her from making a judgment. This human mage had to be killed. Immediately. The order was timely enough, but the scene the female demon wanted did not unfold. Just as she was about to demand why her subordinates weren't acting, she saw it. Both male demons had collapsed to the ground, their faces twisted in extreme agony. They were neither unconscious nor dead. Then, the two demons began clawing frantically at their own necks, making strange noises from their mouths. It sounded like they were swallowing, yet also like they were vomiting. Within the space of a few breaths, the two demons' eyes rolled back into their heads. Finally, after a series of violent coughs, their struggles gradually ceased. The female demon watched this scene, feeling as though her entire worldview was being shattered. She watched as her two subordinates' bodies gradually turned to ash, only then realizing they were dead. But why? When did this human attack, and what kind of magic could create such a grotesque scene? She could not comprehend it. So it's true that the demon race doesn't leave corpses when they die. They turn to ash just like that. What a shame. I really wanted to study the anatomy of the demon race. But it's fine, there's still one left, after all. To the remaining female demon, the young woman's smile, which by all accounts should have been serene and lovely, now looked like the wicked grin of a fiend. Who in the world are you? The demon couldn't help but ask. Oh. That's right. I haven't introduced myself. Fíliya put on an expression of sudden realization, then stuck out her tongue playfully. Of course, such a gesture only sent a deeper chill down the demon's spine. Second-class mage, Fíliya. I am a demon race enthusiast. This is a new Frieren story that I'm reading. I found it very interesting and I hope you all like it too. I've read the first 60 chapters and Fíliya won me over with her quirky little way, RSRS. Chapter 2, A Study of Demon Race Ecology. Demon Race Enthusiast. The female demon clearly couldn't comprehend the concept. Humans and the demon race were diametrically opposed, locked in a life-or-death struggle. How could something like a demon race enthusiast possibly exist? Don't be scared. I really do love the demon race. A moment ago, it was only because those two were about to attack me on your command that I had to defend myself, you see. So, let's have a nice little chat. As Fíliya spoke, she slowly walked toward the female demon and clasped her by the wrist. Then, she walked a short distance, holding the female demon's hand. During this time, the female demon's mind was racing. She was constantly debating whether or not to attack. Right now, this human had her guard down completely, even holding her wrist directly. She was, for all intents and purposes, full of openings. But, for some reason, she didn't dare to make a move. After witnessing the gruesome fate of her two subordinates, she had lost her courage to fight Fíliya. All she wanted now was a chance to run. Run as far away as possible. If she could just survive this, she would hide deep in the mountains for 100 years. Let's rest here for a bit. Fíliya finally found a tree stump to her liking and, still holding the demon, began to walk towards it. Once they were seated, Fíliya took a blank book from her pack. Ahem. First, tell me your name. It's the foundation of any conversation. Sani. Excellent. Let's continue. You see, I want to write a book titled, An Ecological Record of the Demon Race. I'll need you to cooperate fully, okay? If I cooperate, will you let me go? Sani asked hesitantly. Of course. As long as you don't attack me, I won't kill you. After all, I'm a demon race enthusiast. Fíliya said with a beaming smile. And those words finally gave the female demon named Sani a glimmer of hope. In her experience, she had rarely encountered a human who could lie. Because of this, she subconsciously began to feel contempt for the human mage beside her, whose true power was a mystery. If their roles were reversed, she would never give her prey any opportunity. Humans truly were naive. All she had to do now was play along with this madwoman's friendly game, and she would be granted a new lease on life. Nothing could be more fortunate. But just in case, she still needed to figure out how this human had killed her subordinates. So she looked at Fíliya. I agreed to cooperate. But can you tell me what that magic was? Sani recalled the humans she had killed in the past, doing her best to imitate a tone that carried some warmth. Oh, that. It's simple. I drowned those too. Sani's pupils dilated slightly. She was starting to understand that the longer she spent with this crazy woman, the more questions she would have. It's magic to control the senses. I deceived their brains, making them believe they had been submerged at the bottom of the sea. It is different from illusion magic, you know, but it would be hard to explain the nuances right now. In short, they reacted, struggled, and ultimately drowned on dry land without a single drop of water. I'm very satisfied with the results of this experiment. It proves that you of the demon race and we humans are very similar in structure. Any trick that can kill a human can basically be used on a demon. This is a very important discovery. Oh, I know what you're worried about. Fíliya gave Sani a deep look, her expression playful and cute. As for this magic's weakness, of course it has one. If the target's total mana is more than 5 times mine, no, it's probably around 4 times, it won't work. Those two only had a little more than twice my mana. What a shame. If they had been just a bit stronger, their deaths wouldn't have been so pathetic. Sani was first startled by Fíliya's words, then immediately overjoyed. She hadn't expected this human to be so foolish as to voluntarily reveal her magic's flaw. And her own total mana was clearly more than 4 times greater than this human's, which meant that magic to control the senses wouldn't work on her. So that was it. That's why she didn't kill me. What nonsense about research, about not wanting to kill me. The truth was she couldn't kill me. A human voluntarily exposing their own weakness. It would be a waste not to take advantage of it. Yes, after hearing what Fíliya said, the demon named Sani was immediately filled with killing intent. She had even prepared her opening attack. But, that feeling of being constricted by a python washed over her again. No. She came to a sudden realization, recalling her life experiences as a demon. The humans she had killed and eaten, though very weak, they had learned and mastered a fair number of spells. Unlike the demon race, which prefers to specialize in one or a few types of magic, humans seem to be able to learn many different spells. Which meant, could this madwoman have more than one killing technique? At this thought, she swallowed hard, a wave of fear washing over her. This wasn't fear, for the demon race cannot feel emotions. She was simply under immense pressure, driven by her survival instincts. What's wrong? Your expression suddenly turned so grim. If you have a question, just ask. I'm a demon race enthusiast, you know. I'll tell you anything and everything, I promise. Fíliya paid no mind to Sani's reaction. She was completely unconcerned whether the demon was plotting to assassinate her. Do you know any other magic? Sani stared intently at Fíliya, as if to confirm whether this human would truly tell her everything. I know plenty. That last spell was just a toy, you know. Finally, the female demon Sani completely abandoned the idea of fighting Fíliya. From now on, her priority had to be escape. Alright, first question, how many humans have you eaten? Why was it still about eating people? Why was this human more concerned about it than a demon? Sani was deeply confused, but she didn't dare say more. After a moment's thought, she looked at Fíliya. I don't know. Do you remember how many slices of bread you've eaten? But, in the past, I rarely had the chance to eat humans. It's only recently, since I joined the Demon King's army, that I've been able to eat more of them. Oh. Only recently. Does that mean your kind doesn't actually need to eat humans? Fíliya asked with an excited look on her face. She felt the answer to this question was crucial. Our community goals are in full swing. Direct hit 100 Power Stones unlocks +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Rocket once we hit 55 supporters, I'll drop +5 extra chapters for every story. Party Popper there's a special welcome rate for all newcomers. Ghost want in. Find Walnut-chan on the P platform. You know which one. Winking face. Chapter 3, trying to escape. Yes. In response to Fíliya's follow-up question, Sani calmly nodded. Fíliya then wrote in her notebook. Through friendly exchange with the demon race, the following intelligence was obtained. The demon race does not hunt humans out of a necessity for survival. It is currently hypothesized that they classify humans as both a tonic and a delicacy. Then, for the second question, does the demon race have any preferences when eating humans? For instance, a preference for women or for children? Fíliya continued to ask. No. I can't feel any difference in how humans taste. Oh. But just now, I distinctly heard that male demons say that humans driven mad or witless by fear taste worse. How do you explain that? Fíliya stared at Sani's face with suspicion. I don't know. Perhaps his senses are different from mine. Sani's reply was calm, or perhaps it's more accurate to say that the emotions of the demon race are inherently stable. Fíliya silently nodded at Sani's answer, then continued writing in her notebook. Correction, individual differences among the demon race are greater than anticipated. This is an area worth paying more attention to in the future. Then, she looked at Sani again. Third question, what is your opinion of humans? Food. This time, Sani's answer was swift. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking what impression or evaluation you have of the human race. Weak, short-lived, and foolish. Oh. Regarding the foolishness, please elaborate. Once, I attacked 2 humans. I killed one of them with ease, but the one who died bought the other a chance to escape. The one who fled had already survived, yet for some reason, they suddenly turned back, shouting something about revenge and monster. Naturally, he immediately became my second meal. Therefore, I sincerely believe that this human behavior of willingly walking to their deaths is exceptionally foolish. This time, it was Sani's turn to be confused. Fíliya wasn't asking her another question with that same beaming smile. Instead, she was silently jotting down more words in her notebook. Fíliya's research continued. Although she had made several discoveries that delighted her, it wasn't enough. This demon was decent enough, but she was still a bit too weak. Fíliya couldn't get answers to more profound questions from this one. She sincerely hoped for the chance to have a heart-to-heart talk with a great demon on the level of the 7 Sages of Destruction. And as Fíliya looked at the system interface, where her emotion points had increased by less than 1,000, she felt both annoyed and delighted. Annoyed, naturally, because she had talked with this demon for an entire day only to earn so few points. And delighted because she had actually managed to get points from a demon. This meant she had successfully provoked an emotional fluctuation in one of them. Though the fluctuation was exceptionally faint, it was still the difference between 0 and 1. As expected, there are no absolutes in the world of magic, Fíliya thought. Who said the demon race is absolutely incapable of any emotion? These extra 1,000 points are the best refutation. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, evening had arrived. It's about time to wrap this up. It's getting late. Fíliya glanced up at the sky, then continued. Question 74, Miss Sani, are you afraid of death? In response to this question, Sani just blinked dryly, her expression one of utter confusion. Oh. You can't comprehend the phrase, afraid of death. Sani nodded. Now that's strange. You clearly attempted to flee and save yourself. Isn't that proof that you want to live? And wanting to live should correspond to being afraid of death. Could it be? Fíliya frowned slightly, lost in thought, and finally wrote in her notebook. Hypothesis, the demon race will instinctively attempt any action that favors survival, but they hold no fear of death itself. Before death arrives, they will struggle to survive at all costs, but when death comes, they won't feel much of anything. In this respect, they are indeed like beasts acting on pure instinct. All right, Miss Sani, thank you for your support and cooperation with my research. Fíliya said with a light chuckle. And Sani finally breathed a sigh of relief. Can I finally get away from this madwoman, she thought, subconsciously standing up. Just as she was preparing to use flight magic to leave, Fíliya suddenly called out to her. Oh. Miss Sani, where are you planning to go? Fíliya clasped her hands behind her back, her legs crossed as she lightly stood on her tiptoes like the girl next door. Sani's heart felt as if it had skipped a beat. That feeling of being coiled by a venomous snake surged up from the depths of her soul once more. Didn't you say, that if I cooperated, you would let me go? Sani looked at Fíliya, completely bewildered. Oh, that. Of course I was lying. No matter what, you have to die here today. Fíliya said with a beaming smile. But you promised. Fíliya cut Sani off before she could finish. Oh. Now this is interesting. Miss Sani, when you are eating, do you ever show great mercy and spare your food? Ask your own heart. Does such a kind promise exist in this world, especially for a member of the demon race like yourself, Miss Sani? But you said you were a demon race enthusiast. The female demon named Sani seemed to be trying to make a final struggle. I wasn't lying about that, you know. Look, if you were to grab 100 people in this world and interview them, 101 would express their desire to slaughter every last member of the demon race without a moment's hesitation, right? But I don't see it that way. Complete extermination is a bit too extreme. In my ideal world, it would be quite nice to kill the demon race until only a few dozen are left, then establish a sanctuary to keep them for my amusement. A person like me, can I not be considered a demon race enthusiast? Madwoman. Although she had long since realized the human before her was a lunatic, Fíliya's words were still too piercing for Sani's nerves. And so, she could no longer maintain her usual composure. The female demon named Sani began to charge forward recklessly, activating her flight magic, trying to escape from this madwoman at top speed. Trying to escape. Fíliya seemed to have been prepared for this. She stretched out her right hand and made a grabbing motion in the direction Sani was flying. Sani's body shot straight back as if time were reversing, and she was caught by the throat in Fíliya's grip. Sani was completely unable to comprehend her current situation, so Miss Fíliya kindly explained it to her. Magic to fetch objects from afar is a type of folk magic from 1,000 years ago, you know. Of course, I've made some slight modifications. To Miss Fíliya, the folk magic of this world was truly fascinating. Although most folk magic was created for convenience in daily life and possessed no direct combat ability, the complexity and ingenuity of these seemingly ordinary spells could rival that of large-scale offensive magic. Every time she deconstructed and improved a folk magic spell, it was an immense enjoyment for Fíliya herself. Watching Miss Sani's expression shift from shock and struggle to despair, Miss Fíliya delivered the finishing blow at just the right moment. Now then, let me think. What kind of death should I grant you, Miss Sani? Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit at 100 power stones, everyone gets a bonus chapter. Rocket reaching 55 members means +5 bonus chapters for all series. Party Popper as a welcome gift, your first month has a big price cut. Goes to join the fun, search for Walnut Chan on P. You know where to look. Winking face. Chapter 4, The Taste of the Demon Race. The female demon named Sani awoke to a shocking realization. She was still alive. She was merely tied to a stake, unable to move. Why hadn't she been killed yet? What on earth did that human lunatic plan to do to her? Oh, Miss Sani, you're awake. I made some preparations while you were unconscious. Fíliya's signature wicked smile made Sani's body tense up instinctively, but, as things stood, she still felt no fear. After all, for the demon race, death was instantaneous. Moreover, demons were largely indifferent to pain. Even if this madwoman wanted to torture her, it wouldn't amount to much. Your cooperation has allowed me to understand the demon race better, which is why I have the opportunity to do this. I'm very grateful. Fíliya's tone was gentle and full of warmth. But clearly, Miss Sani felt none of it. What are you going to do? If you're going to kill me, do it quickly. Sani said, growing impatient. No. If I were to simply kill you, it would be far too unfair to all the lives that were lost, wouldn't it? The demon race is quite insensitive to pain, and death is just an instant. You'd feel hardly any suffering at all. That just won't do. If I killed you like that, I'd have no way to console the souls of those who died so horribly. Fortunately, I've come up with a plan. Fíliya continued to smile, then reached out and infused a bit of mana into Sani's body, along with, of course, a certain magic. To show my respect for you, I spent a great deal, you know. I'm usually very reluctant to spend my points, but for you, I used 1 million of them to acquire this magic. Points. What points? It was a word she had never heard. The unease in her heart grew stronger. Under this oppressive sense of the unknown, Miss Sani's heart, the heart of a demon, finally began to tremble. What did you do? You'll know soon enough. Very soon. As she spoke, Fíliya generated a short sword from her mana and then swung it directly at Sani's thigh. Ah! It was a sharp, violent scream. In that instant, the great Miss Sani made history for the demon race. She was surely the first demon to ever feel such excruciating pain. The effect is outstanding. This pain amplification magic. Fíliya was clearly very satisfied with the results. Before this, she had hesitated for nearly an hour before purchasing this magic from the system. Yes, that's right. Miss Fíliya possessed a system. Of course, she only knew that the thing in her head was called the system. When she was a child, she had assumed everyone had a companion in their mind called the system, but after some simple tests, she discovered it was unique to her. As long as she could provoke an emotional change in others, she would receive certain rewards from the system. The rarer and more intense the subject's emotional change, the more points she would receive. And these reward points from the system could be exchanged for many kinds of magic. In short, that was the mechanism. The convenience of the system had allowed her to reach heights unattainable by her peers at such an age. At the same time, it had also, in a way, subtly influenced her personality, turning her into the eccentric that many of her colleagues called her. She had originally wanted to save the points. At first, she tried invading Miss Sani's mind and activating all of her pain receptors, but with little effect. This was likely because the demon race has very few pain receptors to begin with, so activating them all didn't produce a significant effect. In the end, she had to tearfully buy this exceedingly cruel curse magic. You lunatic. After her shrill scream, Sani could only manage a very faint, breathy sound. Lunatic. Hearing that word from a demon's mouth is quite novel. Miss Sani, I've been thinking, you know. Perhaps the reason the demon race is so cruel is that you can't feel pain. The average strength of a demon is far greater than that of a human, which naturally puts you in the position of predator. At the same time, you are completely devoid of humanity, feel no pain, and experience no despair even when you are killed in turn by humans. A race like you, a demon race like this, how must you be reformed to help you evolve? I've been pondering this question ever since I was a magic apprentice. And this is the answer I've come up with. Only by finding a way to make you feel the exact same despair and pain as your prey might your inferior race have a hope of evolving. For my entire life so far, I have thought every single day about how to express my love for you. You don't understand. I have spent all my energy in you thinking about how to help the demon race evolve, you see. Such an act is, without a doubt, love. So, you must stay conscious until you turn to dust, all right? Otherwise, I'll be disappointed. Miss Fíliya chattered on, her face flush with excitement. In stark contrast, Miss Sani's face was deathly pale. What in the world was this lunatic talking about? Sani could no longer think. If the Demon King were still alive, she would offer everything just to be allowed to die immediately. The only thing she could be certain of was that the madwoman before her was the most inhumane human she had ever met. Her spirit utterly broken, Miss Sani began to await her fate. However, the excruciating pain she tensed her body in anticipation of did not come again. It seemed that after chopping off one of her legs, the madwoman had gotten busy with something else. What else could she possibly want to do? Wasn't this enough? Can't she just kill me quickly? The demon named Sani, for the first time, felt fear in the face of this intense unknown. Finally, she could no longer bear it and opened her eyes. And then she saw, just a few meters away, the madwoman had skewered her severed leg on a stick and was roasting it over a fire. She's going to eat me. Realizing this, Sani was nearly crushed by despair. At this moment, she surely regretted not having a way to quickly end her own life. Fíliya noticed Sani's condition. Because her system showed that a deposit of 200,000 emotion points had suddenly arrived. This made Fíliya freeze for a moment, but she quickly burst with immense joy. So the demon race isn't emotionless after all. As long as you're cruel enough, they can contribute emotion points too. She laughed out loud. Then she looked at Sani, a hint of apology in her eyes. Sorry. I'm so very sorry, Miss Sani. I'm not some pervert who eats people, you know. What I'm doing now is just equivalent retaliation. See, it's always you demons eating humans, but humans almost never get the chance to eat demons, right? After all, the moment you die, you turn to ash, so I have to hurry and have a taste while you're still alive. I'm sorry, really. I'm really not the kind of pervert who enjoys torturing others for fun. You should blame the special constitution of the demon race. I don't want to do something like eating a demon alive, either. It's so embarrassing. Towards the end, Fíliya's words even took on a coquettish tone, making it impossible to tell she was in the middle of such a horrifying act. As for Sani, there was nothing left for her to fear. At the end of her life, she suddenly thought of the humans she had killed. Their desperate screams, their vicious curses. You monster, you'll get what's coming to you. What's coming to me? Does it mean this situation right now? In a strange wave of emotion that she was about to understand, yet couldn't quite grasp, the demon girl Sani died. She's dead already. The life force of the demon race is more fragile than I thought. Fíliya shook her head in resignation, watching as the skewer of roasted meat in her hand rapidly disintegrated into dust. She was, of course, curious about what demons tasted like, but eating a humanoid, intelligent creature would still cause significant psychological stress for a normal human. She had only been trying to scare the demon to see if it would generate any additional emotions. What's that? Miss Fíliya isn't a normal person. How could that be? She's so cute. In any case, with a mix of regret and relief, Miss Fíliya began to clean up the aftermath. The community goals are still running. Direct hit 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter for everybody. Rocket if we get to 55 supporters, that's plus 5 new chapters for all stories. Party popper friendly welcome, your first month is much friendlier on the wallet. Goes to become a member, just look up Walnut-chan on the site. You know the place. Winking face. Chapter 5, She Who Loves Courting Death. Sigh. I wonder if a greater demon, or maybe one of the 7 sages of destruction, could come and have a chat with me. A new day began, and the seemingly harmless Miss Fíliya continued on her way to the border garrison. She was puzzled. More than 10 hours had passed since yesterday's incident. She was a walking piece of tender, no, lean meat, so why hadn't more of the demon race come to attack her? It was making her journey incredibly dull. Of course, for all her talk about wanting to meet a greater demon, Miss Fíliya was just posturing. She was extremely confident in her own abilities, to the point of arrogance. But she wasn't so delusional as to think that a second-class mage like herself was a match for a greater demon. What was that saying again? She still needed to mature a bit more. To cross swords with a greater demon, I'd need at least another 10 years of training, wouldn't I? Fíliya thought. She had absolute confidence in her path of magic, she was a once-in-a-generation genius, and what's more, she had the aid of that strange thing called the system. If she had to name a flaw, it would be her exceptionally meager pool of mana. If her ability to analyze, develop, and comprehend magic was SSS rank, then her speed at accumulating mana through training was B rank at best. And the most frustrating part was that the system shop in her mind, while able to exchange for any magic she desired, couldn't directly exchange for mana. Mana, the most fundamental and crucial attribute for a mage, had always been a major headache for her. She couldn't even cheat to get it, and her own training was slow. What was she supposed to do? She had what felt like an innate aversion to meditation. In her eyes, every minute spent meditating was a minute lost on research, a terrible trade-off. Unless, She rummaged through her mind and actually found something interesting. Magic to do two things at once. If I could learn this, couldn't I meditate and research at the same time? Unfortunately, the exchange requirement for this magic was 5 million points. And right now, after spending 1 million last night, Miss Fíliya had less than 2 million points left. This was the total sum she had accumulated in her 17 years of life. Thinking of this, Fíliya couldn't help but shake her head. She always felt that she spent points faster than she earned them. Would she ever be able to afford that grimoire she dreamed of in this lifetime? Sigh. A little more time passed, and still, Miss Fíliya's eagerly awaited demon race attackers failed to appear. The good news, however, was that there was something interesting not far away that seemed like it could alleviate her boredom. She quickened her pace and walked up to the bronze statue. It's a wild Himmel statue. To think I'd find a bronze statue of Himmel in the middle of nowhere like this. She muttered to herself. Fíliya had grown up hearing the legendary tales of Himmel the hero, so she was incredibly curious about this legendary figure. She truly wanted to know what kind of person this immortalized legend really was. In fact, she actually could do it. There were even two ways for her to meet the long-departed hero in person. The first was to learn time-traveling magic. Of course, this was an idea she immediately dismissed. Because time-traveling magic cost a whopping 150 million emotion points. Never mind how she'd earn that many points, even if she could, she would definitely prioritize exchanging them for a different magic. The second method required the assistance of someone who cherished and loved Himmel the most. As an expert in the field of illusions, she had created a very powerful spell that could even manifest a person's thoughts and memories. But where would she find such a person? Fíliya, at least, had no idea. It was easy to find people who worshipped or admired the great hero, there were plenty of them at the Magic Academy, at least. But someone who truly cherished and loved him most. Fíliya had no clue where to start looking. I wonder if that elf named Frieren would work. After all, she traveled with the hero for many years. But I've heard elves are all blockheads, how could they possibly have an emotion like love? Besides, the world is so big, where would I even find this Frieren? Elves are creatures with no sense of time, she could be hiding somewhere for decades at a time. Sigh, I guess that won't work either. After a moment of thought, Fíliya reluctantly gave up on the idea. As for why she was so fixated on the hero, the reason was, of course, she wanted to see if she could trade a few blows with him. Even though the hero class was a far greater counter to mages than even an assassin, she still wanted to try. Even if I'm no match for him at all, the hero wouldn't kill a weak girl like me, would he? Hey, that makes it perfectly safe. In the end, after dusting off the wild Himmel statue, Fíliya continued on her journey. And then, she arrived at her destination. The state of the place, however, was a great disappointment to her. She had expected the border garrison to be impressive, with a proper bunker or something, but all that stood before her were a few tents pitched in the wasteland. The most prominent structure was just a timber-built building that looked like a temporary command post. Well, I should report in first, Fíliya thought. Once I'm assigned my own barracks, I should be able to eat proper human food. She walked to the camp's entrance, presented her identification, and was then led into the encampment by a guard. She soon met the person in charge. He was a very young man, you could even call him a youth. The young man's eyes had a fierce glint. The first things Fíliya noticed were his choppy, silver-gray hair and distinctive earring. His aura was sharp and aggressive, radiating an undisguised intensity. Working with a young person was a good thing as far as Fíliya was concerned. She had no desire to listen to some doddering old man on his last legs ramble in her ear all day. Captain of the Northern Magic Corps, second-class mage, Werble. The man introduced himself first. His tone was surprisingly gentle compared to his sharp demeanor. Fíliya, second class. I was sent by the association to support you. Fíliya stated her name as well. Yes, I was already aware of that. You're the advance party, right? What about the follow-up squad? When will they arrive? Tomorrow? The day after? It's a bit embarrassing to say, but the situation here is quite urgent. It would be best if all reinforcements arrived by tomorrow. Werble's expression was slightly feverish. It seemed he really wanted the reinforcements to arrive immediately. In response, Fíliya pointed a finger at herself. That's it. I'm the only reinforcement. Fíliya's expression was perfectly serious. Werble, on the other hand, looked completely dumbfounded. Huh. He froze for a moment, the corner of his eye twitching. Finally, all his shock coalesced into a single, drawn-out syllable. Who? Want more chapters? Our community goals are active. Direct hit goal, 100 power stones for a bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket milestone, 55 supporters to unlock plus 5 extra chapters on everything. Party popper your welcome bonus, a huge markdown on your first month. Ghost get your perks by finding Walnut John on P. You know the one. Winking face. Chapter 6, I'm just a weakling, I don't have that kind of power. Reinforcements are just one person. What a joke. If she were a seasoned first-class mage, that would be one thing, but this woman is clearly a second-class. A single second-class mage can hardly be considered strong reinforcements. Was I abandoned? No, this isn't the Empire. The Magic Association is relatively humane, they wouldn't do something like this, nor would they send an ordinary second-class mage here to die. After a brief moment of shock, Werble regained his composure and began to scrutinize the woman before him. The first thing to catch his eye was, naturally, her waist-length green hair. TSK. Green. Werble clicked his tongue in annoyance. For certain personal reasons, he was prejudiced against women with green hair. In his view, women with green hair were all lunatics, every last one of them unhinged. Although the woman before him had acted like a well-behaved girl since she entered, Werble had a feeling she was trouble. Those eyes, without a doubt, they were the eyes of a killer. A madwoman, just as I thought. But that's fine. This is a battlefield. As long as she's useful fighting power, I'm happy to accept a lunatic. Right, one academic type dragging us down is enough. I can't handle two. And on closer inspection, is that blood on her? Werble stared at the blood stains on Fíliya's boots, lost in thought. An attack by bandits? No, there are clear traces of mana on this blood. Which means, before reporting to me, this woman either killed another mage, or she killed a member of the demon race. You've already encountered the demon race? Werble probed. Yes, I ran into some on the way here. By the way, don't you think this is a failure on your front's part? You all are supposed to be holding the line, so why are stragglers from the demon race slipping past to ambush me in the rear? Fíliya spread her hands and shrugged with a slightly innocent expression. On that point, it is indeed our mistake. The current situation is dire. Fíliya's curiosity was piqued, and she was about to ask Werble just how dire it was. But just then, the cabin's wooden door was suddenly pushed open, and another figure burst in frantically. I heard the reinforcements arrived. That voice is familiar. Fíliya turned around, and her eyes met the newcomers. I can't remember. The person's face was certainly familiar, but the name was on the tip of her tongue and refused to surface. You're back. Any movement from the demon race? Werble ignored the girl's question, instead asking about what concerned him most. Same as always. For some reason, the demon race has suddenly gone dormant. They show no intention of attacking again. First reported to Werble, then turned her attention to Fíliya. You're Fíliya. Covered her mouth, clearly surprised to see Fíliya here. Fíliya could only stroke her chin, feigning deep thought. She had just heard the girl's name, but the image in her mind remained blurry. Who is this person with short, brown hair and the air of a top student? It's me, We've met, at the Magic Academy. And at the association, too, but you were talking with my grandfather then, so you probably didn't notice me. Grandfather? Fíliya raised an eyebrow slightly. Now she had a clue. After all, she only knew one old man. Oh, you're Lernan's granddaughter. Fíliya finally remembered who she was. No wonder this honor student looked familiar. Oh. If you're acquaintances, that makes things easier. Saves us the introductions. Werble suddenly gestured to seemingly wanting to whisper something to her. So Fíliya watched calmly as the two of them began to speak in hushed tones. Since you know this woman, how strong is she? Werble got straight to the point. I don't know, but she should be much, much stronger than me. Replied after a moment's thought. Are you kidding? Just going by mana, you have 5 times her amount. And weren't you the top student at the Magic Academy? Since you both graduated from there, how could she possibly be stronger than you? Well, she barely ever showed up for exams at the academy. Besides, I overheard at home that my grandfather was furious with her, you know. You know my grandfather, right? An ordinary mage could never make him angry. Tisk, so in the end, we still can't be sure, huh? Werble scratched his hair in frustration. But he also felt more at ease. After all, just as said, her grandfather, Lernan, was the first-class mage certified by the continent. Anyone who could infuriate a man of that caliber couldn't be ordinary. Could you please not ignore me? My feelings will be hurt. Fíliya spoke up with a slightly aggrieved tone, even raising a hand and waving it as if to prove her existence. Ahem. All right, your name is Fíliya, right? In any case, welcome to the team. Werble extended his hand. Fíliya said nothing more and casually shook it. Then. I'll get straight to the point. While it's extremely rude to ask another mage to demonstrate their magic, we're about to become comrades who entrust our lives to each other. To ensure and I can place our lives in your hands. I must confirm your strength. I hope you can understand. Werble's eyes narrowed as he spoke. How could you? You can see my mana at a glance, can't you? I'm just a very weak mage, I don't have any great power. Let me off the hook, handsome. I've been traveling all day. Can we eat first? Fíliya played the part of a fragile woman, her tone even becoming a little timid. Heh. This mad woman. You can't trust a single word a woman with green hair says. Werble curled his lip in disdain, then immediately used his signature magic. Restraining magic. Any target within Werble's line of sight could be instantly suppressed with this spell. Of course, the spell had a small weakness, he had to be able to see the target's entire body. If forced into close-quarters combat, or if the target was too large for him to see in its entirety, the magic could be broken. But at this moment, Fíliya clearly fell into neither of those categories. 2 intersecting rings of light enveloped Fíliya, and she collapsed onto her side, completely immobilized. Let's crush these community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones plus 1 chapter for all. Rocket 55 supporters plus 5 chapters for all stories. Party popper welcome deal, grab the special starting price. Ghost join us. Search Walnut-chan on platform, P. You know it. Winking face. Chapter 7, A Pointless Probe. Ah, amazing, you've caught me. Can we eat now? Pinned to the ground by magic and unable to move, Fíliya still wore her signature mischievous grin, showing not the slightest hint of tension. TCH, hit her with something. Any attack will do. Werble said to looking displeased at Fíliya's cheeky expression. Ah. We can't do that. Isn't Fíliya trapped? A target caught by your restraining magic can't activate their mana. She won't be able to cast defensive magic. Something bad will happen. Glanced at Werble in horror, thinking, didn't you say this was just a test? Why are you making me get serious? Idiot. Can't you see this woman is toying with us? Just do it. I want to see what trick she has to break my magic. Werble commanded again. But, it's still dangerous. Aren't we on the same side? Let's not do such a risky test. Air's expression was still hesitant. Then aim for her leg. It's just a broken leg. We have clerics in the unit, they can restore it completely. Ooh, but that would still hurt a lot, wouldn't it? She's a girl. Werble, you're being too. Okay, I understand. Air was about to criticize this guy who had absolutely no sense of chivalry when she saw the corner of Werble's eye twitch twice. Having worked with Werble for some time, Air knew very well that this was a sign of his anger. Sigh. Unable to refuse Werble, Air sighed and began to conjure an ordinary attack spell. Who made Werble the leader here? I have no choice but to follow his orders. Air thought. Besides, Werble's right. If it's just a broken leg, a cleric's divine arts can easily heal it. Well, here I go, then. Air gave Fíliya an apologetic look, then unleashed an ordinary attack magic. With a boom, the ordinary attack magic exploded against Fíliya, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Air saw it. Fíliya had properly blocked her attack with defensive magic. Huh. She looked at Werble, her face a mask of confusion. Werble hadn't looked away, but the ring of light that had been wrapped around Fíliya was indeed gone. Which meant Fíliya had successfully broken Werble's magic. How did she do it? Warble, what's? Huh. Driven by curiosity, Air was about to ask Warble for an explanation when she saw his body suddenly lean toward her, and he grabbed her wrist. What is he doing? She was a little startled and nervous, and her face flushed slightly. Don't move. Air, help me. I can't see. Warble's voice trembled noticeably as he spoke these words, a sign that he was desperately enduring immense pain. What? Before Air could even process her shock at Warble's words, she saw blood streaming from his eye sockets, as if he were crying tears of blood. That must hurt so much. Air couldn't help but gasp. But as a mage, she wasn't particularly worried about Warble's condition. Because the clerics of this world were truly powerful. Regenerating a severed limb was nothing to them, a legendary cleric could even resurrect the dead from mere bones. In this test, if Fíliya's leg had been broken by her attack, it could have been healed. So naturally, Warble's blindness could be healed as well. What Air was more curious about was how Fíliya had managed to pull off this counterattack. She was very curious. From Warble's gruesome state, one could deduce that Fíliya had broken the restraining magic by destroying his eyeballs. As long as the target wasn't captured by his gaze, the magic would naturally be nullified. What Air couldn't figure out was, Fíliya had clearly been suppressed by the restraining magic. Logically, she shouldn't have been able to cast any magic at all. Yes. How exactly did I launch an attack when I was already caught? The answer, of course, is. As if she had read Air's mind, Fíliya patted the dust off her rear, stood up, and began to explain with a composed look. The answer, of course, is that my attack was already planted on Little Bell beforehand. So even if I was caught, it didn't stop the previous attack from activating, you see. Fíliya said, wagging a finger at Air with a playful and cute smile. Magic to control the senses. The effect is just as it sounds. Sigh. Young people are just too young. To think he didn't even notice he'd already been hit. If it were one of the old-timers, a little trick of this level would never have worked. Ah. Air suddenly felt an urge to retort. Fíliya was clearly from the same class generation as her, while Warble had been fighting the demon race on the battlefield for years. No matter how you looked at it, Warble was the older one. I see. You cast that spell on me the moment we met, didn't you? TCH. Although his face was covered in blood and he was enduring the excruciating pain of his eyeballs bursting, Warble's demeanor was unusually stable. He was completely calm and hadn't lost his composure. That's right, Little Bell. The moment I saw you, I had a feeling you'd pull some boring test like this. So I made a few preparations, just in case. If we could have had a friendly chat, I wouldn't have let the magic activate. After all, I'm not some kind of demon who enjoys torturing people. Fíliya said with a light laugh. TCH. Madwoman. Warble couldn't be bothered to say anything more in response to Fíliya's explanation. And though he had been dealt a miserable blow, he didn't harbor any hatred toward her for it. On the contrary, he was now quite satisfied. The battlefield was a place that needed to be dominated by madwomen like Fíliya. With someone like her as a comrade, he could probably slaughter every last one of those demon race bastards. He no longer had any complaints about the Magic Association sending only a single second-class mage. Air, do me another favor. Help me get to a cleric. As for you, Fíliya, rest here for a bit. We'll eat after my eyes are healed. With that, Warble slowly walked out of the room, supported by Air. Only after the two figures had completely disappeared did Fíliya casually find a place to sit. Once seated, with nothing else to do, Fíliya began to savor the words Warble had left her with before he left. We, he said. Is this a sign that he's accepted me as a comrade? The kind of comrade you can bare your heart and soul to. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've ever teamed up with anyone. I wonder if I'll be any good at it. And also, I can finally eat some normal food. Our community goal challenge is still on. Direct hit with 100 power stones, a free bonus chapter gets released to everyone. Rocket and at 55 supporters, a massive 5-chapter update drops for all stories. Party Popper exclusive welcome rate, we've slashed the price for your first month. Ghost ready to join. Find me, Walnut-chan, on that special creator platform, P. You know the one. Winking face. Chapter 8, Why Not Eat? Miss Fíliya didn't get her wish after all. The delicious dinner she had imagined was non-existent from the start. All she received was black bread hard enough to chip a tooth and some visibly murky water. How awful, just awful. Is this what you people eat? Fíliya rubbed her eyes with an exaggerated motion. TCH. This is the front line. What did you expect, a feast? Warble shot Fíliya an impatient glare. It's because this is the front line that you should be eating better, don't you think? Look, your subordinates are risking their lives to hold back the demon race, yet they can't even have their most basic material needs met. Isn't that a little too pitiful? The moment Fíliya finished speaking, Werble turned to Er with a very strange expression. Er, is she some noble lady? How is she even more trouble than you? What do you mean, more trouble than me? I adapted pretty quickly. I haven't complained once about eating rocks that are impossible to chew every day here, you know. No, isn't the very phrase, eating rocks that are impossible to chew every day, a complaint in itself? And you say you haven't complained. Isn't it the truth? Ah. Why are these two starting to argue? Fíliya tilted her head slightly, then let out a soft cough. Ahem. What I mean is. Her drawn-out tone successfully recaptured their attention. What I mean is, have you really just been eating these black rocks dry? You're mages, for goodness sake. Haven't you thought of a way to deal with this? Fíliya stared at the two of them, a look of confusion on her face. A way? What way? It's common knowledge that supplies are hard to come by out here. Besides, this is a battlefield. It's saturated with chaotic mana. Magical beasts are very sensitive, they fled long ago. We can't even hunt some magical beasts for food. If there are no magical beasts to eat, why not just eat members of the demon race? Fíliya said it instinctively, but she immediately realized her mistake. She saw the two people before her staring at her as if she were a monster. Fíliya, you. Werble wore an expression of utter disbelief. Ahaha. I was just joking, don't be so tense. I mean, the demon race are intelligent, humanoid creatures after all. Eating them would be a bit hard to stomach, haha. Besides, they turn to ash as soon as they die, so you can't eat them anyway. Fíliya quickly scratched the back of her head, her tone slightly theatrical. Fíliya, you wouldn't actually. Seeing Fíliya's behavior, Er suddenly shuddered, then scooted her chair a little closer to Werble. I said I wouldn't. Do I look like an ogre? Look at me, look into my pure, innocent eyes. Stop hiding behind Werble. Honestly. Fíliya sighed and thought to herself, no, I have to salvage my image. So she took a deep breath and began to speak in a more serious tone. I'm saying, have you never thought of using magic to improve your lives? Watch this. As she spoke, Fíliya cast a spell on a piece of black bread on her plate. After a brief flash of light, the black bread transformed into a steaming, fragrant, soft, and slightly crispy, white loaf. See. The magic to turn black bread into white bread, Fíliya placed her hands on her hips, looking at the two of them smugly. But the praise she expected never came. After a brief silence, Werble and Er exchanged a look, then began to lunge at Fíliya like madmen. What are you doing? I'm the leader here. Er, you little brat, you dare try to snatch it from me. Well, I'm a girl. Werble, you have no grace. Are you really going to snatch food right out of a girl's mouth? Sorry, but my fists don't hold back, not even for a woman. I'm having that bread. Watching her two colleagues scuffle over a piece of white bread, Fíliya couldn't help but click her tongue. You poor things. How long has it been since you've eaten anything good? All right, both of you, calm down. There will be bread, and there will be milk. Fíliya said, stepping between them and pulling them apart with her hands. Really, why don't you look at your own seats? Fíliya prompted. The two seemed to regain their senses. They then saw that the black bread and water originally at their places had been transformed into white bread and milk. At last, the two stopped arguing and returned to their seats, their faces blushing. I just don't get it. Have you two really never learned this kind of convenient folk magic? It's super useful, you know. Fíliya leaned back in her chair, propping her chin on her hand as her curious gaze wandered between her two colleagues. Don't need it. Folk magic is time-consuming and difficult to learn, and it doesn't increase my combat power. I only need to learn magic that can slaughter the demon race. Though he was wolfing down his food, Werble still took a moment to reply to Fíliya. That's right. The remnants of the Demon King's army are making a comeback, and the war between humans and the demon race is only going to intensify. The academies now prioritize practical combat magic, so they don't really teach these kinds of spells anymore. The most a young mage might learn these days is simple folk magic like tidying up or carrying items. Er said with a blush, looking a bit embarrassed. I see. Well, I'm going to step out for a bit. After hearing their replies, Fíliya nodded, then stood up and walked toward the door. What are you going to do? Werble asked hastily after swallowing a mouthful of bread. I'm going to improve everyone's meals, of course. We can't have the three of us mages sitting here eating white bread and drinking milk while we let the rest of the troops keep chewing on rocks, can we? Fíliya said with a light laugh, without turning around. Fíliya's response made Wirble's pupils dilate slightly, and then he smiled too. Sorry, Fíliya. I just assumed you were some crazy woman, but I guess you do have a human side after all. Hey, is that supposed to be a compliment? But as for having a human side, I'd say we're all in the same boat. With that, Fíliya pushed open the door and left. After some time, once Fíliya had improved the entire unit's rations with magic, she returned to the temporary command post. Of course, in the process, she also earned quite a few points from grateful hearts. Finally, it was Fíliya's turn to eat. But just then, like a curious child, scooted her chair over next to her. I've been meaning to ask, Fíliya. What did you mean by, we're all in the same boat? Ready to unlock some bonuses. Our community goals are live. Direct hit 100 Power Stones means +1 bonus chapter for every reader. Rocket 55 supporters will unlock +5 bonus chapters across all my works. Party Popper a special welcome for you, join with an introductory price. Ghost find Walnut Chan on the site to get started. You know which one I mean. Winking face. Chapter 9, Who's the Academic Brat? Well, I figured it out the moment I saw that restraining magic. This fierce-looking guy next to us might just be a real softie. As Fíliya spoke, a pleased smile began to spread across her face, because the system notification of her increased points had already proven her guess correct. Although Wirble's expression remained completely unchanged, Fíliya knew he was just putting on a front. His heart was anything but as calm as his face. I don't understand. I'm curious. Blinked her large eyes, clearly wanting Fíliya to elaborate. All right. Wirble, that restraining magic of yours, does it break the moment you blink? That's right. Wirble raised an eyebrow slightly, but ultimately nodded. Wow, so it's true. Isn't that super weak? How lame. Fíliya pinched her nose and put on a disgusted expression. TCH. Sorry to disappoint, but you're right. I was born with eyes that don't dry out easily, and I've trained specifically for this. I can usually go 2 or 3 minutes without blinking. That's enough time for me to make up my mind. Oh no. Wirble found himself explaining out of habit, but he realized his mistake the moment he finished. It seemed he had exposed something he shouldn't have. Sure enough, immediately dragged her chair over from Fíliya's side and moved closer to him. Wirble, what do you mean by, make up my mind? Make up your mind about what? I'm curious. Ugh, so troublesome. Wirble could feel a headache coming on. So, the kind Miss Fíliya helped him explain. To kill, of course. Didn't you expect that, This guy needs time to convince himself to kill someone. How kind is that? Is this really the captain of the Northern Magic Corps, who's been fighting the demon race for years? The boy next door. Don't make me laugh. Wirble clenched his fists. If Fíliya's earlier act of using magic to improve his subordinate's food had slightly changed his opinion of this green-haired girl, now he just wanted to strangle the madwoman with his own hands. Is that really true? I thought you'd be more cold-blooded, Wirble. Also looked at Wirble with a shocked expression. Sigh, but you can't blame our little Wirble. After all, killing is a difficult thing to do. Not everyone can take a human life without any psychological burden. For an academic type like you, it must be hard to understand, right? Fíliya said with a profound look on her face, as if she had seen through the vanities of the world. As expected, Fíliya's tone immediately drew Miss Eyre's dissatisfaction. What do you mean, the academic type, me? Aren't you an academic type too, Fíliya? I even started getting field experience earlier than you. Weren't you just doing research at the association after graduating? I heard all about it from my grandfather. And who's looking down on us academic types anyway? You should know, most of the discoveries that shake the entire world of magic are the results of US academics, and... Just as Miss Eyre was passionately defending her identity as an academic, Fíliya had already quietly crept up beside her. Yes, Eyre is so impressive. There now, be a good girl and sit down. Oh. Miss Eyre, who was about to launch into an eloquent speech, was muddle-headedly pushed back into her seat by Fíliya. Now that we've chatted so much, it's time to get back to business. Fíliya rested her chin on Miss Eyre's head, looking as if she was thoroughly enjoying herself, and turned her gaze to Wirble. Let's talk about the demon race. Fíliya said slowly. No, let's call it a day. You must be tired from your journey, Fíliya. We can talk about the demon race tomorrow. Wirble stood up and walked straight to the door. I'm going to check outside. As for you, sleep with Eyre. Eyre, what do you think? I don't have a problem with it. Eyre's eyes widened in surprise, and she subconsciously looked up at the person above her, only to meet the same pair of eyes looking down at her. So Eyre quickly lowered her head. After all, Fíliya's eyes always held such an aggressive quality. Good, then. Seeing that Air didn't object, Werbel left the room. Watching Werbel's strange reaction, Fíliya increased the pressure of her chin on Air's head slightly. Her expression was somewhat puzzled. That guy is so weird. When I first arrived, he said the situation was urgent, but now he's not in a hurry. What do you think, Air? I don't always know what Werbel is thinking either, but if he says so, it must mean the situation is still within his expectations. So there's no need to worry. All right. Before long, the two were lying in bed together. It couldn't be helped, given the limited conditions at the outpost. And since the ability to fall asleep instantly wasn't something everyone possessed, the two, who were initially a bit awkward, on Air's part, started chatting without realizing it. This is a bit surprising. I always thought you were a difficult person to get along with, Fíliya. Air turned on her side, a smile on her face. Why would you think that? Fíliya stared directly at Air, causing Air to nervously look away again, though thankfully she didn't lose her ability to speak. Back at the Magic Academy, you were always by yourself, right? And you always had such a gloomy look on your face, as if everyone owed you money. I did not. Facing Air's accusation, Miss Fíliya puffed out her cheeks unhappily and retorted righteously. Am I not a beautiful girl with a kind heart? At school, I should have been a cheerful person, always smiling, making people feel as pleasant as a spring breeze. Who on earth is slandering my image? Well, aside from the beautiful girl part, the rest is debatable. I get it now. You're just living in your own world, Fíliya. You've never paid attention to what other people think, have you? Air said with a helpless expression. Whatever, let's put this boring argument aside. By the way, Air, you dream of becoming a powerful mage, right? You little honor student. Don't call me little. I'm the same age as you, aren't I? But, you're right. I do dream of becoming strong. Strong enough to surpass my grandfather. Puffed. Surpass your grandfather? I'd say that's a long shot, you know. Your grandfather was a disciple of the living deity, Lady Ciri. The mages of this world can basically be sorted into two categories, ordinary mages, and Ciri's disciples. Your talent, Air, is just too ordinary. Fíliya stared straight into Miss Air's eyes with a mocking expression. Let's unlock these community goals together. Direct hit unlock a bonus chapter for everyone at 100 power stones. Rocket unlock a 5-chapter drop for all stories when we reach 55 supporters. Party Popper your key to join, unlock a special welcome fee. Ghost use it by finding Walnut John on platform, P. You know where. Winking face. Chapter 10, I'll do anything. Air felt helpless at Fíliya's sharp critique. She certainly knew how exceptional her grandfather was, but Fíliya's act of telling her to her face that her talent was insufficient still made her sulk a little. So, she retorted defiantly. What about you, Fíliya? You, with only a fifth of my mana. Are you really that confident you can become a powerful mage in your own right? Am I not one already? An academic type like you, Air, I could probably take on 3 of you at once. 3 Airs, now that might give me a little trouble. Air clenched her jaw. She just couldn't understand how this person before her could be so confident, and worse, she found herself actually believing her words a little. In the end, all her resentment and defiance melted into a sigh. Then, Air landed a firm punch on the infuriating person beside her. Ho ho, you dare to strike me first, Air. Should I take this as a challenge? Let me be clear, I quite agree with Yubel's point of view. If you want to fight me, I will go all out. After taking the light punch, Fíliya's eyes suddenly widened. She swiftly adopted a threatening posture, her golden pupils transforming from their previously weary state to become intensely aggressive. Please, spare me. Air immediately begged for mercy, even pulling the blanket up a little higher as if trying to give herself a sense of security by covering half her face. What's this? Scared already? How boring. Seeing this, Fíliya instantly lost interest. She had hoped Air would be a bit tougher, so she could properly tease the honor student. The conversation came to a close. Air watched as Fíliya straightened up from her side-lying position, closed her eyes, and after a few minutes, began to breathe steadily. Fíliya. Air tested the waters with a whisper, because she had suddenly made a certain decision. Not asleep. I'm guessing you have a favor to ask. Fíliya opened her eyes and looked over at her again. Who could blame her for knowing when the system kept broadcasting reward points to her? Analyzing it from that perspective, this honor student was definitely hesitating and struggling with something. Can you teach me how to get stronger? Air bit her lip lightly, looking at Fíliya. Puffed. You're hilarious. You have that great master at home to learn from, yet you come asking a second-class mage for the secret to getting stronger. Fíliya let out a hearty laugh, kicking her blanket repeatedly as if she had heard the most incredible joke. Ugh. Every time my grandfather tries to teach me, he's like a riddler. I can't understand him at all. A slight blush crept onto Air's face. It seemed she, too, realized how embarrassing it was to ask a peer for help. Well, of course I can. But what will you give me in return? After a moment of thought, Fíliya said with a light smile. Give you. Air was a bit dazed, unsure what kind of payment Fíliya was referring to. Of course. Did you really think I was the type of goody two-shoes who does good deeds with no expectation of reward, Air? Everything has a price. A price. Air fell silent, because she realized she truly had nothing to give Fíliya. Whether it was money, status, or grimoires, she didn't seem to have anything Fíliya would want. If she pleaded with her grandfather, she might be able to get some good things, but would they truly be worthy of Fíliya's consideration? Then again, she had no idea what Fíliya even liked. In any case, if you can make me stronger, Fíliya. I'll do anything. Air's tone was slightly rushed, her expression carrying an air of desperation, as if she was throwing caution to the wind. Oh. You'll really do anything. Fíliya deliberately put on a wicked, menacing grin. But Air seemed not to notice, simply nodding and repeating her words. Yes. I'll do anything. TSK. Fíliya clicked her tongue in annoyance. This girl is no fun. I thought I'd get to see a more embarrassed expression. The overly normal reaction made Fíliya instantly lose interest in the matter of teasing Air. So, she said. Since you're willing to do anything, then I'll teach you for free. Thank you. Air, who had thanked her out of reflex, suddenly froze as she processed what Fíliya had said. For free. Air blinked in confusion. That's right, you heard me. Sigh, everyone misunderstands me. Didn't I say it from the start? I'm a kind person, beautiful inside and out. Helping a comrade improve their skills is my bounden duty, of course. Fíliya rubbed her temples with a look of exasperation. She wasn't lying to Air. To her, things like price and reward were the most meaningless things of all. The one thing she wanted, from the very beginning, had always been the same. Emotional points. Whether it was torturing others to harvest their despair, or helping others to harvest their happiness, there was no fundamental difference to her. It's just, she had discovered something. In her life experience thus far, the efficiency of gaining points by helping people was far greater than by doing bad things. Doing bad things often only yielded one big payout, followed by endless trouble. Compared to that, doing good deeds was much more profitable. From a utilitarian, calculated perspective, she had arrived at the answer that she should do good deeds. Yes, it was that kind of bad intentions, but good execution development. Is that so? Well, in any case, thank you, Fíliya. Although she had a sliver of doubt in her heart, Air was still very happy and offered Fíliya a smile. So, what exactly should I do? After thanking her, Air immediately followed up with an expectant tone. All right, then I'll point you in a direction, Air. As Fíliya spoke, she put on a deliberately mysterious expression, which, of course, successfully piqued Air's curiosity. Go learn more, folk magic. Fíliya said casually, a sentence that clearly left Air stunned. Air seemed completely unable to understand how learning folk magic could help her get stronger. I knew you'd make that face. Well, if I just throw a conclusion at you, you're bound to be confused. Let me think how to explain it. Fíliya adopted a thoughtful expression, then took a deep breath as if she had figured out what to say. She then looked at Air again. Air, have you ever heard of the Golden Land? Our community goals are currently active. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 additional chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 supporters equals +5 additional chapters for all stories. Party Popper welcome offer for new members, the first month has a special rate. Ghost to participate, find Walnut-chan on the P platform. You know the one. Winking face. Chapter 11, The Commonality of Magic. The Golden Land. Isn't that a fallen city in the northern plateau? I heard my grandfather talk about it. The entire city, along with a vast area of the surrounding land, was completely turned to gold, right? And a powerful demon on the level of the 7 Sages of Destruction is sealed there. Fíliya, why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Humph. Air, your information isn't detailed enough. I'm different. I've read through every single written report at the association about the Golden Land. It's written in there, you know. To resolve the crisis of the Golden Land, that living deity, Lady Ciri, once fought that member of the 7 Sages. But in the end, A group of first-class mages sealed the great demon instead of killing it. Why do you think that is? I don't know. Air blinked, looking a bit dazed. Weren't we just talking about how to help me get stronger? She thought. How did we get so sidetracked? Humph. It's simple. I believe it's because Lady Ciri couldn't reverse the gold transformation. So, to save everyone who had been turned into gold, she had to ensure the demon wasn't killed. Isn't that fascinating? I used to think that old elf, who's lived for who knows how many years, was omniscient and omnipotent. But now, we can be certain of at least one thing: this goddess doesn't seem to be very good at analyzing other people's magic. Air's curiosity was finally piqued by Fíliya's explanation, and she pressed on. Why do you say that? Humph. Because there's no such thing as an unsolvable magic in this world. Therefore, the magic to turn all things to gold must also be reversible. At least, that's what I believe. It's just a shame the road to the northern plateau is blocked now. Otherwise, I'd really love to go see that golden land. Fíliya chuckled lightly, but Air was at a loss for words. She couldn't tell if Fíliya was confident or just conceited. The magic to turn all things to gold, a spell that gave even Lady Ciri a headache and left a group of first-class mages helpless, was solvable in Fíliya's eyes. But what did this have to do with helping her get stronger? Hadn't Fíliya gone completely off topic? A hesitant look crossed Air's face. She clearly wanted to remind Fíliya but felt a bit too shy to do so. Don't worry. The fact that I brought this up means it's useful for you, Air. Fíliya gave Air a reassuring look before continuing. You see, Air, so-called folk magic, spells like magic to turn brown bread into white bread, magic to turn clear water into milk, or magic to turn green apples into red apples, these spells that don't seem very useful, what if I told you that, in essence, they are exactly the same as the magic to turn all things to gold? Eh? Fíliya's explanation sent Miss Air's thoughts into a brief, stunned silence. That's right. The common thread among all these spells is, they change the properties of matter. They all have the exact same effect, yet some are dismissed as unimportant folk magic, while the magic to turn all things to gold is hailed as unsolvable. It's utterly ridiculous. Miss Fíliya laughed with abandon, completely forgetting her composure and elegance in that moment. It's probably because folk magic can only affect a specific type of object, but the magic to turn all things to gold can turn everything, including living humans, the demon race, all life, into gold, right? Air ventured, offering her own explanation. You're not wrong, but that's just a difference in power level and mastery. I believe that if a genius were to study the magic to turn brown bread into white bread for their entire life, once their understanding of that spell reached its absolute peak, they could definitely turn a living person into bread, too. The fundamental principle of changing the properties of matter is identical in both. In the world of magic, there are no absolutes, but there are always commonalities. This is what I want to teach you. When you deconstruct a spell and analyze it thoroughly, you will inevitably gain a deeper understanding of all magic of that type. Let me give you another example. You know the magic to remove all stains, right? For a spell used to clean dust off clothes, don't you find it absolutely terrifying? Air didn't respond immediately, still absorbed in what Fíliya had just said. She had to admit, Fíliya's words had truly opened a new door for her. I don't think I've ever thought about the essence of magic from this perspective before. And yet Fíliya, at the same age as her, had already reached such a level of understanding. So now, she found herself listening to Fíliya's teachings as a student, or perhaps even a disciple. Fíliya, seeing the eager curiosity on Air's face, felt quite satisfied and continued. The first time I learned that spell, I confirmed something. The dust cleaned away by the magic to remove all stains didn't fall to the ground, nor did it float in the air. Instead, it simply vanished, reduced to nothing. So, doesn't that mean the ultimate form of this magic is actually a magic to erase all matter? Of course, in terms of energy levels, erasing a speck of dust versus destroying and erasing all of existence are worlds apart. But I'm certain that, in essence, these two forms of magic are connected. If an immortal mage were to study this problem endlessly, constantly refining their skill, they might truly be able to create a magic to erase all matter. No, if they could reach that level, the spell could even be called world-ending magic. And so, Air. As she said this, Fíliya suddenly reached out and, with a tender expression, gently patted Air's forehead. If you want to explore the profound depths of magic, go learn more folk magic. When you've thoroughly analyzed and understood a single folk spell, your mastery of the magical arts will take a great leap forward. I understand. Once we're done here, I'll go back and start studying them. Air pondered this, then nodded earnestly. Although Fíliya's words had opened up a whole new world for her, the amount of information tonight had been a bit overwhelming. She just felt dizzy now. Yes, her head was throbbing. Good. By the way, there's no need to tell Werble about our conversation today. Just as was about to close her eyes, Fíliya's voice reached her ear. Why? Oh, do you dislike Werble, Fíliya? You've got it all wrong. There's just no need for him to know. I could tell the moment I saw him, he's definitely the type who's had everything taken from him by the demon race. The only thing keeping him going is hatred. He's the type who doesn't care about magic at all and has no desire to explore its profound depths. He sees magic only as a tool for killing and only wants to learn spells that can efficiently slaughter the demon race. Of course, there's nothing wrong with that ideal, but if you tried to discuss the path of magic with him, it would be like playing a harp to a cow, wouldn't it? Oh. I see. I did get that feeling from him, too. As long as you understand. Let's get some sleep. Murmured, slowly closing her eyes. For some reason, however, she shifted her body slightly, moving a little closer to Fíliya. Thank you. Fíliya. Master. Muttered the last word under her breath, but unfortunately for her, Miss Fíliya's hearing was always exceptionally sharp at the strangest times. Her interest was immediately piqued, and she shot up into a sitting position. What did you just call me? I didn't say anything. Seeing this, answered guiltily. Yes, you did. Come on, I didn't hear it clearly. Quick, say it again. Fíliya scrambled up excitedly, threw off the blanket, and straddled Miss Eyre's waist in one swift motion. I told you, I didn't say anything. Don't pin me down. Eyre's face was so red you could almost squeeze water from it, but her resistance was futile. Fíliya easily pinned her flailing hands to the bed on either side of her head. You might not know this about me, but when I want something, I see it through to the end, you know. If you don't want to greet the morning in this position, I suggest you surrender. Fíliya wore her trademark mischievous grin, her golden eyes fixed on with great interest. At first, stubbornly held Fíliya's gaze. Then, her will to resist softened, and finally, biting her lip, she gave a look of surrender. I get it, okay. I'll say it. Fíliya. Master. Are you satisfied now? Wore a look of utter exasperation. Satisfied, very satisfied. Time to sleep. Fíliya nodded cheerfully at this, then, rolled back to her own spot and fell straight to sleep. Now was completely baffled. She had thought there would be a more dangerous development. After all, the look on Fíliya's face had been so suggestive, but it was over just like that. A hollow feeling began to sprout in Eyre's heart. I really don't understand her at all. In the end, all Miss Eyre could do was drift off to sleep, her heart full of exasperation. Get rewarded for helping with our community goals. Direct hit reward for all, +1 bonus chapter at 100 power stones. Rocket tier reward, help us reach 55 members for +5 chapters on all stories. Party popper, and as a welcome, your first month costs significantly less. Ghost join the crew by searching Walnut Chan on P. You know the spot. Winking face. Chapter 12, The Abnormal Demon Race. Something's not right. It seemed to be well past midnight. Fíliya's eyes snapped open, and she immediately rolled out of bed. She walked to the tent's entrance and swept aside the flap with her hand. Pale moonlight flooded in, carrying a touch of cold with it. The scene outside appeared unchanged, but Fíliya trusted her senses. She had definitely detected a stir of mana. Yes, someone had certainly used magic. It was the fluctuation of mana produced at the very moment of casting, a moment that not even the most skilled mage could conceal. But, where? Perhaps because she had been asleep, or maybe because the source was far away, Fíliya couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the fluctuation. But there was no way she could simply turn around and go back to sleep now. So she walked over to the bed and gently shook Eyre's shoulder. Eyre only let out a weary murmur, her brow furrowing slightly, but she showed no signs of waking. So, Fíliya directly activated her mana. Eyre's body floated up from the bed, and then her clothes began to fly towards her. She was using the magic to transport goods and the magic to dress automatically. Finally, after such a commotion, Eyre was jolted awake. Fíliya. What's going on? Seeing that Eyre was awake, Fíliya set her down and looked at her. There's a situation. I felt it, a very distinct mana fluctuation. And, it was definitely not from a simple spell. You did. Hearing Fíliya's explanation, Eyre couldn't help but feel a little ashamed, because she hadn't felt a thing. Of course, if she could, she would have liked to defend herself. Come on, I was sleeping. No normal person could detect such a tiny fluctuation from someone casting magic while they're asleep. Of course there was. In any case, let's go find Werble and regroup. We'll discuss it then. Since Fíliya said so, Era nodded. After their interaction before bed, her trust in Fíliya had grown considerably. It sounded unbelievable, but if Fíliya said so, it must be true. She thought to herself. And so, the two of them stepped out of the tent, and by sheer coincidence, Werble happened to be walking right towards them. No way, you two noticed it as well. Werble wore an expression of disbelief as he observed the two of them. His gaze first fell on Er, with whom he had worked for some time. Though she was awake, her face still carried the weary look of someone just roused from sleep. All right, rule Er out. So, it was this woman who noticed it. You've got to be kidding me. Werble clicked his tongue subconsciously. He knew full well that the only reason he detected that moment was because he hadn't slept at all, remaining in a state of high alert. Days ago, he had already suspected that the demon race's unusual behavior had to mean something. That's why, even after increasing the number of sentries at night and having his 3rd and 4th class mages take turns using flight magic to maintain aerial reconnaissance, he still couldn't sleep soundly. And tonight, his waiting and effort had finally paid off. The demon race couldn't hold back any longer. But, he couldn't be sure what the demon race was planning. After all, neither the ground sentries nor the aerial scouts had reported any sightings of demons. This gave him an unsettling feeling, so he had hurried over to wake his two peers. What he hadn't expected was that Fíliya and Er were already awake before he arrived. Fíliya noticed it and woke me up. Er said, scratching the back of her head in embarrassment. Since you're awake, follow me. Werble didn't say anything more. It's time for a real, strategy meeting. Inside the strategy meeting room. Fíliya, I'll briefly explain the current situation. Werble spoke first, continuing without waiting for any response from Fíliya. The demon race here is a bit different from the ones I've encountered before. You should know this, but demons don't understand strategy. Their wars with humanity have always been won through direct, frontal assaults. But the demons here, they seem to be using strategy. Werble's words made Fíliya raise an eyebrow. This topic piqued her interest. As a demon race enthusiast, any new discovery about them was enough to excite her. Oh. What are they doing? Fíliya asked, intrigued. The demon race seems to be laying siege. They've abandoned the idea of a frontal assault on the camp and are instead slowly encircling it. I don't need to explain their objective, do I? Werble said, clenching his fist. Huh? What objective? I need an explanation. Er stared blankly at Werble. He had never said any of this to her. It's simple, Er. The demon race wants to cut off this camp's food supply. Fíliya said with a light laugh, finding Er's confused expression rather cute. Oh. Is that so? In a situation like this, Er's comments might have seemed a bit vapid, but her interjections helped keep the atmosphere from becoming too tense. That's right. In fact, before you arrived, Fíliya, several supply convoys were intercepted and slaughtered. That's why in my message to the association, I specifically requested at least one elite squad to escort provisions. Werble said, his expression turning grim. It was then that Fíliya finally understood. Oh, no wonder you were so angry when you first saw me. It's because I'm neither a squad nor was I carrying supplies. Yeah, that's about it. By the way, when you accepted the request, did you hear anything at all about supplies? Werble stared at Fíliya with suspicion. Nope. It just said to come here as support and, while I'm at it, kill all the demons. Fíliya's expression was unusually relaxed. As she spoke, she gave a bored shrug. TCH. They really have a lot of confidence in you, don't they? Werble clicked his tongue again, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Since there are no supplies coming, we only have one option left. We have to launch an all-out attack. If we keep dragging this out. Fíliya, you don't happen to know a spell that can create food out of thin air, do you? Werble joked. Of course not. Turning black bread into white bread, and creating bread from nothing are two completely different concepts. Fíliya replied casually, propping her right elbow on Er's shoulder and resting her cheek on her wrist. The sudden gesture made Er sit up ramrod straight. Werble noticed this, wondering how the two had suddenly become so familiar with each other, but it was clearly not the time to worry about such things. He continued with the matter at hand. Our community goals are currently active. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 additional chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 supporters equals +5 additional chapters for all stories. Party Popper welcome offer for new members, the first month has a special rate. Goes to participate, find Walnut Chan on the P platform. You know the one. Winking face. Chapter 13, Strategist of the Demon Race. We have to strike first, but what I'm worried about now is, since the demon race is already acting abnormally, could it mean? Warble's expression grew heavier, so Fíliya cut in. Are you trying to say that the demons on the other side have something like a tactician? Yes, it's the only way to think about it right now. Warble nodded. Ah. No way. Aren't all demons those incredibly arrogant fools who look down on humans from the bottom of their hearts and only know how to attack head-on? The war between humans and demons has gone on for many years, and there's never been any record of them using tactics. Eder seemed to realize the gravity of the situation, her face showing a hint of hesitation. The average strength of the demon race is far greater than that of humans. Under these circumstances, there are only two reasons humans can still fight against them. 1. Humanity's level of organization, or rather their unity, is far superior to that of the demon race. 2. The demon race is a group of brutes who are supremely conceited about their individual strength and impossibly arrogant, which is why they often get taken out by human cunning. But if a tactician were to emerge among the demons, the balance of power between our races would be completely shattered, and humanity would face a catastrophic defeat. A demon with a brain. That's too terrifying. Eder subconsciously put her hands on her head. The atmosphere grew suffocating for a moment. Of course, this suffocation was only visible on the faces of Warble and Miss Eder. Fíliya, on the other hand, looked excited, lost in some pleasant thought. Suddenly, Miss Eder seemed to think of something else. Her expression stiffened, and she asked in a trembling voice. Don't tell me it's a greater demon. Like the kind you read about in books. A greater demon on the level of the 7 sages of destruction has come here. In response to Miss Eder's concern, Fíliya simply exchanged a slow glance with Warble, and then they shook their heads in tacit understanding. Quite the opposite. Fíliya sighed and placed a hand on Miss Eder's little head, then slid her palm down to the nape of her neck, grabbing it. The sudden action made Miss Eder's skin crawl, but Fíliya paid no mind to her reaction and simply continued speaking her thoughts. If there really were some greater demon on the other side, it would have come over and slaughtered us all by itself long ago. Even if they have a tactician, the arrogant nature of the demon race is impossible to change. Because tactics are something the weak created out of necessity to overcome the strong. In other words, in the eyes of that tactician over there, it doesn't believe it can win through a direct confrontation. To put it another way, our opponent isn't strong, at least not in terms of raw power. And as for its intelligence, well, I think it's nothing special either. Hearing this, Warble's eyes lit up, and he quickly pressed for more. Fíliya, why do you say that? Because I'm here now. If the reinforcement, hadn't arrived, that demon's plan to continue the siege and cut off your supplies might have worked. But the outcome is now clear. The squad the demon sent to intercept me was wiped out. This made it realize it can't proceed with its plan, which is why it caused the commotion just now. Warble clearly understood Fíliya's explanation, but Eder still looked like a curious child. So, Miss Fíliya added. Eder, look. From our perspective, I'm the only reinforcement, and no more will be coming. But that demon doesn't know that. So, what do you think it's thinking? Oh. Eder finally understood something. Fíliya nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. From its perspective, the fact that one person could break through its ambush and arrive as reinforcement means it's highly likely more and more humans will be coming to this battlefield. What's more, I wiped out the squad it sent. So it panicked, and now it wants to close the net tonight. That's why I said its intelligence is nothing special. You're all overthinking it. How could a tactician, something the demon race hasn't produced in hundreds or thousands of years, just happen to appear in such an insignificant place? At most, the one on the other side is, just some fellow who somehow managed to grasp a superficial understanding of human tactics. Fíliya's words greatly relieved Eder, who patted her chest and let out a long sigh. Then, there's one last question. Warble took a deep breath. That magical disturbance from earlier. What exactly are those demons doing? They're probably trying to figure out some way to launch a surprise attack. That's the only possibility. Fíliya thought for a moment before giving her answer. But I've already sent out scouts. Whether on the ground or in the air, there should be no opening for the demons to exploit. Warble's brow furrowed. This was the one thing he couldn't figure out. The demons would most likely launch a surprise attack, but how would they do it? From which direction? Fíliya didn't answer the question. Instead, she looked at Eder. Eder tilted her head. She noticed Fíliya was looking at her, but why? Don't tell me, she expects me to think about this. Isn't this the time for you and Warble to step up? I'm not good at thinking about this stuff. But Fíliya is still staring at me, as if expecting me to give her a satisfactory answer. Ugh, the pressure is immense. I guess I'll try to think about it. And so, under Fíliya's expectant gaze, Miss Eder forced herself to think. Not from the ground, not from the sky. Could it be that? Her thought process wasn't long. It was clear that this top student, who often seemed a bit out of it, possessed a very sharp intuition. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately gave her answer excitedly. The demons, will they come from underground? When she finished, she didn't even look at Werble, who was frozen in place. Instead, she stared straight at Fíliya, clearly seeking her approval. Ooh. You're so good, so amazing, so good, so amazing. Fíliya didn't hold back her praise in the slightest, grabbing Air's head with both hands and then ruffling it around as if kneading a ball of yarn. As expected of my disciple. If you just put your mind to it, you can figure it out. Fíliya continued her praise, completely ignoring Air's beet red cheeks. Look, go me. Miss Air struggled hard. She desperately wanted to retort, who's your disciple? That was just me expressing my gratitude before. I, Air, would rather die, drop dead outside than. Ugh, in any case, there was no way she would accept someone her own age as a master. And, praise is one thing, but aren't these words a little too childish? She's really treating me like a kid. Miss Air fumed silently. Just then, Werble snapped out of his daze. Seemingly oblivious to the strange interaction between the other two, he spoke quickly. Fíliya, Air. Save the nonsense for later. Now that we've figured out the enemy's objective, we have to respond quickly. Come with me, we're assembling the troops. Let's unlock these community goals together. Direct hit unlock a bonus chapter for everyone at 100 power stones. Rocket unlock a 5-chapter drop for all stories when we reach 55 supporters. Party popper your key to join, unlock a special welcome fee. Ghost use it by finding Walnut John on platform P. You know where. Winking face. Chapter 14, Surprise Attack. Under Werble's command, his unit assembled with great speed. Of course, though it was called a mage unit, there were actually very few true mages. The mages present, besides Fíliya and the other 2 second-class mages, consisted of only 6 third to 4th class mages. As for the remaining 100 or so men, they were warriors who served as the vanguard and ordinary soldiers. It might have seemed like a meager force, but within human territories, this was actually considered a respectable fighting force. After all, there were only about 2,000 mages in the entire world, at least, that was the number on record with the Continental Magic Association. Of course, it was possible there were many freelance mages who wished to have no dealings with the association and thus went uncounted. According to the Continental Magic Association statistics, excluding the apprentice level 6th to 9th class, there were only about 600 mages of the 5th class or higher. A 5th class mage, only at this level could one be considered even slightly useful in the war between humanity and the demon race. When a 5th class mage encountered an equally weak demon, they would at least not be killed instantly. Of course, if they were forced to fight, the outcome would certainly be death. In other words, in this world, scraping the bottom of the barrel, there were only a little over 600 human mages who could even remotely stand against the demon race. The only saving grace was that the demon race's numbers were also small. In fact, due to the arrogant nature of demons, there were even records of ordinary soldiers with no mana whatsoever managing to kill them. In any case, as Fíliya looked at the troops formed up in ranks before her, she couldn't help but feel it was all a bit of a hassle. If she could just find the demons herself, she would have even considered charging in alone. But that wasn't an option now. After all, the people lined up in front of her were all living, breathing humans. I suppose being a mage sometimes means you have to babysit ordinary people. Fíliya thought with a sense of resignation. That's the situation. We must abandon this camp immediately and move out as quickly as possible. Werble briefly explained the circumstances to his troops, but judging by the expressions on his mages' faces, there were still doubts. But Captain, the idea that demons will attack from underground, that's just a hypothesis, isn't it? What if it's completely baseless? If we abandon the camp only to be ambushed in the open, we'll be in a terrible position. He's right, Captain. That moment of casting you mentioned. I was on lookout duty using flight magic the whole time, and I didn't sense any mana fluctuations at all. Werble listened to his subordinate's objection and simply shot them in a cold glare. Are you an idiot? If you could sense it, you'd be the captain. Now all of you, shut up. Listen well. The demons will absolutely make a move tonight. Every second we delay increases our risk of being attacked. Evacuate now. What about the supplies in the camp? An ordinary soldier asked. There wasn't much left anyway. Just abandon them. Or would you rather be buried with the supplies on your back? Werble looked at the soldier. And so, no one raised any further objections. Under Werble's command, everyone began moving towards the camp gate. As they walked, Fíliya took a few steps forward, sidling up to Werble and teasing him. Quite the commander, aren't you, Werble? What's the word, leadership? Werble just gave Fíliya a silent look, paying no mind to her idle chatter. Then, he took a deep breath and asked Fíliya in a very serious tone. Fíliya, if we're really attacked in the open after leaving the camp, do you have a way to protect these ordinary soldiers? The mages and warriors can more or less fend for themselves, but they can't. Werble's tone was grave, and it was clear he cared deeply for the lives of the men under his command. So Fíliya had to set aside her playful mood for the moment. After scanning the crowd with her eyes, she gave her reply. For a short time, yes. The moment she finished speaking, an expression of relief washed over Werble's face. Because once they were out in the open, neither he, nor nor any of the other mages would be able to look out for the ordinary soldiers. But with Fíliya, things were completely different. He believed that, although this woman wasn't quite right in the head, she was absolutely dependable. He finally dropped his worried expression, calmly thanked Fíliya, and then walked quickly to the front of the formation, next to the elderly priest. It seemed he intended to personally protect the men with healing abilities. Under the pale moonlight, the unit advanced slowly, everyone's shadows stretching out long behind them. For some reason, the moonlight tonight felt exceptionally cold, and the surroundings were exceptionally quiet, so quiet you could hear the rustling of leaves. Air subconsciously moved a little closer to Fíliya. She held out a hand, blew a warm breath into her palm, and while it was still warm, quickly rubbed her cheeks. She was wide awake now and understood the urgency of the situation, so she hadn't stopped sensing for mana for a single moment. If there really were demons lying in ambush, she was confident she could detect them in advance and give a warning. After all, the demon race was always so arrogant. Even in a war for the survival of their species, they never resorted to petty tricks like concealing their mana. At least, that's what she thought as she stepped out of the camp. Then, something beyond her imagination happened. Several straight beams of pure white light, like sharp daggers, shot out from multiple directions at once. Such a silent and unheralded attack was, without a doubt, a surprise attack. What terrified Air even more was that despite being on high alert, she hadn't detected the presence of any demons nearby. She only perceived the faintest fluctuation of mana at the very instant the deathly light was unleashed, and nothing else. This meant one thing. The demon race was actually concealing its mana, and had truly launched a surprise attack. What do I do? The panic thought existed in Air's mind for only an instant before she cast it aside. I am the top student of the Magic Academy. A situation like this was not enough to drive her into a corner. Years of ingrained habit were enough for her to deploy defensive magic with the speed of muscle memory. But, in the next moment, she had another sharp realization. These attacks weren't aimed at her. The direction of these magic attacks was clearly aimed at the formations of warriors and ordinary soldiers. Why? This was a question Air couldn't comprehend. Ready to unlock some bonuses. Our community goals are live. Direct hit 100 Power Stones means +1 bonus chapter for every reader. Rocket 55 supporters will unlock +5 bonus chapters across all my works. Party Popper a special welcome for you, join with an introductory price. Ghost find Walnut Chan on the site to get started. You know which one I mean. Winking face. Chapter 15, The Demon's Purpose. Besides Air, there was one other person present who couldn't comprehend the situation, Werble. Of course, what surprised him wasn't the fact that the demon race had launched a surprise attack. After all, he had prepared for the worst ever since leaving the encampment. Like Air, he couldn't understand why the demon's attack had prioritized the warriors, and even the ordinary soldiers. The instant he realized an attack was coming, he had already activated his defensive magic a step ahead of Air, perfectly covering himself and the old priest beside him. In his mind, if the demon race were to launch a surprise attack, their target would surely be the old men, which was why he had stayed by the priest's side. But now, having reflexively cast his defensive magic, he was powerless to warn his subordinates. He even felt a pang of retrospective fear. If those attacks had been aimed at the third, or even fourth-class mages, how many of them would have been able to react in time? The lethal white rays continued to spread, brushing past the group of mages. In that moment, Werble felt only immense self-reproach. He was the one who had anticipated the possibility of a surprise attack from the demons, and so had moved the mages to the front of the column to prepare for a potential magical assault. But he had completely miscalculated, because the enemy's target was never them to begin with. Fíliya. He thought of Fíliya at once. Just a short while ago, he had spoken with Fíliya, and she had confidently sworn she could protect the soldier formations. But Werble still felt uneasy. A surprise attack launched while the demons concealed their mana, could that girl really react in time and mount a perfect defense? After all, he himself had only just managed to deploy a magical barrier that could protect 2 people, and that was with him being on full alert. As for Air, she was casting purely on muscle memory and could, at best, protect only herself. In a situation like this, in such a critical moment, just what was Fíliya capable of? The moment, less than a second long, felt as if it were stretched out infinitely, and everyone's thoughts became abnormally slow. Finally, with a thunderous explosion, Fíliya's figure, along with several columns of soldiers, was engulfed in the smoke and dust kicked up by the magical bombardment. Fíliya. Air cried out anxiously, trying to check on Fíliya's situation. Although she subconsciously felt Fíliya couldn't possibly be in trouble, after all, even she and Werble had reacted to the attack, she was still worried. Meanwhile, the low-ranking mages took several seconds to grasp the situation, their faces uniformly showing expressions of having just survived a disaster. Werble took 2 deep breaths, then grabbed hold of Air, who was about to rush into the smoke to check on things. Air, calm down. Fíliya's fine. Think about it. That attack was dangerous, but not enough to kill so many people instantly, and besides, there wasn't a single scream, was there? Werble's words immediately put Air at ease, and then, she decisively raised her staff and returned fire in the direction the attack had come from. Ordinary attack magic, and stone missile magic. The 2 attacks represented energy and matter respectively, a combination meant to make them harder for the opponent to block. After all, defensive magic had good resistance against all magical attacks, and from her many past experiences fighting the demon race, Air already knew that some demons could also use defensive magic. That was why she had added stone missile magic, hoping to achieve results with a mass-based attack. Following her opening move, Werble and the remaining mages also responded. Attack spells of various colors exploded like fireworks in the forest ahead. The explosions and flames from the magic successfully burned away a clearing, exposing the hidden figures completely. Standing before them were 4 members of the demon race. But, what felt wrong to both Air and Werble was that the demons before them seemed lifeless. Because from the moment they attacked, to being counterattacked, to having their hiding spot burned down and being forced to reveal themselves, they hadn't said a single word. You have to understand, the demon race looks down on humans more than anything. Normally, these demons would have been spouting trash talk like, humans, do not resist futilely, or, it is your honor to become food for the demon race. How had these damned demon beasts suddenly become so quiet? Werble couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, but it wasn't from nature. The thick smoke and dust from the demon's surprise attack just moments before was blown away by this wind. This was mist-clearing magic. And revealed within the dissipating smoke was, of course, Fíliya's figure. Behind her, the warriors and the contingent of ordinary soldiers were completely unscathed. Seeing this, Werble couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't care how Fíliya did it, all he needed to know was that she had, in fact, done it. All right, it's time to counterattack. My apologies, I'm not very skilled with offensive magic, so please allow me to provide support. May I leave the attack to you, Werble? Understood. Werble nodded, then immediately increased his mana output against the demons. As for Fíliya's claim of not being skilled with offensive magic, he didn't believe a single word of it. He just chalked it up to some nonsense she made up to save face, assuming that after casting some kind of large-scale defensive spell, she didn't have enough mana left to join the attack. Air didn't say much either, quickly engaging one of the demons in battle. And Fíliya, just as she'd said, had no intention of attacking. She was currently observing every detail of the battlefield before them with great care. Werble and Air should have no trouble taking one each. As for the remaining 2, hey now, how are 3 mages struggling against 1 demon? Fíliya shook her head with a hint of resignation. After all, those 3rd and 4th class mages just weren't powerful enough. Lady Mage, shouldn't we go support them? Just as Fíliya was thinking, a weary-looking, middle-aged warrior behind her posed a question. Fíliya turned to look at the middle-aged man and saw his expression was full of indignation, his hands gripping his weapon tightly. A good question, but allow me to answer your question with a question of my own. Fíliya chuckled softly and continued. Why do you think those demons didn't focus their fire on the priest first? Even taking out 1 or 2 mages would have been a huge win for them, but they aimed their first volley at you. Why do you think that is? The middle-aged man's expression went blank, and he scratched the back of his head. I don't know. He said as much. Very honest. Actually, I don't know either. Fíliya shrugged. The middle-aged man was a bit speechless, wondering if he could really rely on this mage, but at least she had definitely protected everyone during the attack just now. But I do know one thing, to those demons, your importance and priority seem to be ranked higher than us mages and the priest. Knowing that is enough. All of you warriors, don't move. Hold your formation, and just make sure none of you die. For now, leave fighting the demons to them. Our community goal challenge is still on. Direct hit with 100 power stones, a free bonus chapter gets released to everyone. Rocket and at 55 supporters, a massive 5-chapter update drops for all stories. Party Popper exclusive welcome rate, we've slashed the price for your first month. Ghost ready to join. Find me, Walnut-chan, on that special creator platform, P. You know the one. Winking face. Chapter 16, A Joyous First Kill. The battle between the mage squad and the demon race gradually reached a stalemate. Fíliya's doubts grew ever stronger. After all, she had never encountered a situation like this in any text or record. She didn't understand. Why weren't these demons before her speaking? It was a known fact that the ancestors of the demon race were originally monsters that mimicked human speech from the shadows, a method they used to lure humans close and prey on them. After countless years of refinement, these monsters eventually evolved into the humanoid beings known as the demon race, and they had always inherited and amplified this power that flowed through their bloodline. They used language to deceive humans and harass them in battle, attempting to break their concentration. Their handsome features had also evolved for the purpose of engendering goodwill in humans, causing them to lower their guard. For the demon race, besides the powerful mana and magic they were born with, language was their second weapon. But now, the demons in her line of sight hadn't uttered a single syllable from beginning to end. Did that make any sense? Oh my. Just as she was lost in thought, the few third and fourth class mages seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. A few stray magical attacks began to slip past their defensive line, heading toward Fíliya. It seems I have no choice but to act. After all, there's still an unknown threat to deal with. We need to end this quickly. Fíliya made up her mind after deflecting the scattered attacks. Yet, she couldn't join the fight directly. She had, after all, promised Werble she would protect the soldiers. After a moment's hesitation, she made her decision. You lot, stop using defensive magic. Just focus on attacking. Leave the defense to me. Fíliya shouted, but she wasn't sure if the low-ranked mages would listen to her. After all, this was a life-or-death situation. Getting others to drop their defenses and trust her completely, that would probably be difficult, she thought with a sense of resignation. And just as she expected, after she spoke, the low-ranked mages showed hesitation, causing even bigger cracks to appear in their already unsteady defense. This was truly the worst-case scenario. Either trust me completely or don't trust me at all, you idiots. Fíliya clicked her tongue in annoyance and quickly raised her right hand, which began to gather mana that gave off a faint, fluorescent glow. Damn it. I can't block this. I shouldn't have hesitated. One of the low-ranked mages thought as he watched the demons attack close in on his face. I'm going to die. A look of despair crossed his face as he cursed himself inwardly for being distracted by the words of that second-class mage. The two beside him had no time to react and could only watch as he was about to be hit head-on by the demon's attack. Just then, a pure white, crystal-clear barrier appeared before the eyes of the low-ranked mage about to be consumed by death, blocking the fatal attack for him. What he found slightly odd, however, was that the barrier lasted for only an instant before suddenly vanishing. If his concentration hadn't been pushed to its absolute limit in that life-or-death moment, he might have even suspected he was hallucinating. My head's still on. I'm not dead. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he subconsciously touched his head and then quickly turned to look at Fíliya. Lady Fíliya, was that you? No time for chatter. Hurry up, we're racing against the clock. Kill that demon, now. Fíliya had no intention of answering him, instead issuing a direct command. The three low-ranked mages exchanged glances and then nodded. After what had just happened, they were convinced. The second-class mage named Fíliya truly had the power to protect them. And so, they no longer hesitated, nor did they waste any more mana on defense. The three figures spread out, beginning to encircle and attack the demon from different angles. The sounds of various attack spells exploding also drew the attention of Werble and Air. What's going on? Werble discovered, to his surprise. His subordinates had managed to break through before he did. The demon surrounded by the three low-ranked mages was already covered in wounds. After all, once the three mages completely abandoned defense, what the demon had to endure was a true, threefold barrage of firepower. Even if its power surpassed the three of them combined, it was pinned down, unable to lift its head. The occasional counterattack it managed was effortlessly blocked by Fíliya. Blocked. Werble noticed this and was startled. That's not right. Logically, after casting such a large-scale defensive spell, Fíliya's mana should be completely drained. At least, that's what he had thought until just now. But when he stole a glance in Fíliya's direction amidst the fighting, he was shocked to find the woman's mana had barely decreased at all. What was going on? Was she concealing her mana, too? No, that's impossible. When concealing mana, the pillar of mana light around a person always has a faint flicker to it, but Fíliya's didn't. This meant that Fíliya had either trained her mana concealment to the pinnacle of mastery, or she wasn't concealing her mana at all. Werble was more inclined to believe the latter. After all, based on his observations of Fíliya. If that woman truly possessed immense mana, she would definitely show it off arrogantly. She was certainly not the type to hide her strengths. In that respect, she was quite similar to the demon race. So then, the question remained, with so little mana, how was she able to continuously cast defensive magic to block attacks for the low-ranked mages while consuming so little of it? Fíliya, she must have some unique secret to conserving mana. I never thought someone would kill a demon before we did. After a moment of thought, Werble spoke to while maintaining his offensive and defensive standoff with his demon opponent. Yes. I noticed that too. How in the world is Fíliya doing it? Replied to Werble as she fired another beam of mana. Who knows, but the situation is clear now. The first demon is down, and now 6 low-ranked mages are ganging up on the remaining one. There's no need for the two of us to keep pressing the attack. We just need to stall these two things for a bit, and soon it'll be a righteous group beatdown. A savage grin spread across Werble's lips. In that moment, Werble felt exceptionally good. For him, killing demons was the greatest joy in the world. As long as he could kill demons, he couldn't care less about fairness. Right now, he didn't need to aim for a solo kill. Therefore, while continuing to skirmish with the demon, he began to study Fíliya's earlier spellcasting more closely. Let's crush these community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones plus 1 chapter for all. Rocket 55 supporters plus 5 chapters for all stories. Party popper welcome deal, grab the special starting price. Ghost join us. Search Walnut Chan on platform, P. You know it. Winking face. Chapter 17, she's actually a demon, isn't she? After a brief moment of thought, Werble noticed a detail. It was that every time Fíliya generated her defensive magic, it only existed for an instant. As if she could perfectly predict precisely how much mana was needed to just barely nullify the incoming attack. Just barely nullify, wait a minute. Werble was startled by the possibility he'd thought of, and for a moment, an opening appeared in his defense against the demon race's attack. Werble. What are you doing? Fortunately, he wasn't fighting alone. The sharp-witted top student rushed over the instant he faltered and protected him. Sorry, I was just startled. Werble placed a hand on his forehead, looking at with an expression of shock. Tilted her head in confusion. She was baffled by Werble's reaction. It was the first time she had ever seen him wear such a helpless expression. I know that girl's secret. Werble re-entered a combat stance and, coordinating with once again suppressed the two members of the demon race. Looked at Werble, her face full of confusion. When do you typically cast defensive magic? Werble lightly clenched his teeth. When I realize I'm about to be attacked, of course. Answered instinctively, a little puzzled as to what Werble was getting at. That's the problem. You, me, or any other human mage, we all realize we're about to take a hit, and before that attack arrives, we cast defensive magic in advance. The problem lies with that in advance. Watch. As he spoke, Werble raised a hand and blocked one of the demon's attacks with defensive magic. Tell me, this defense, from the moment I cast defensive magic until the attack was actually blocked by me, how much time passed in total? About 2 seconds. Answered uncertainly. Exactly. In other words, to block that one attack, I maintained a magic shield for 2 seconds, but in reality, the moment the attack struck the shield was just an instant. During those 2 seconds, more than 90% of the time was actually wasted. Are you saying? After hearing Werble's explanation, also realized just what a terrifying thing Fíliya was doing. That's right. Defensive magic is inherently a very mana-intensive spell. Maintaining a magic shield is a huge drain for a mage, but that girl is different. I've completely figured it out now. That girl never casts defensive magic in advance. She can control her mana with such precision that she only deploys it for a split second when the enemy's attack is practically on her face. Werble's words left speechless. Although she had already placed Fíliya on a high pedestal in her mind, she still hadn't expected Fíliya to be this terrifying. But, is that really something a human can do? Couldn't help but ask. If Fíliya were an elf mage or a member of the demon race who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, she could believe it. But Fíliya was clearly a girl from her own class, around her own age. Seeing Werble's equally serious expression, couldn't help but continue her questions. As for the two demons, it seemed they had long been branded as good as dead in and Werble's minds, so they weren't paying much attention to their presence. You have to understand, with defensive magic, you can't just cast it and be done. Depending on the intensity of the enemy's attack, the mage must continuously output a corresponding amount of mana. By deploying defensive magic for only an instant, how can you be certain you can actually block it? Could it be that no matter what kind of attack the opponent uses, Fíliya can instantly predict how much mana is needed to withstand it? That's impossible, right? It's not something a human can do. Air wore a look of disbelief. I too wish something this bizarre wasn't happening right before our eyes, but the facts have already proven it. That girl really can do it. This is no longer something that can be explained by experience, skill, or proficiency. It's a gift. This kind of meticulous, fine-grained control over mana. For her, the very concept of mana is probably like an extra, innate organ she can manipulate at will. At this point, Werble couldn't help but take a deep breath before bursting out with a huge accusation. That girl isn't human at all, is she? Huh. She's not one of the demon race, is she? She must be using some weird magic to hide her identity. Air looked at Werble, who seemed as if his entire worldview had been shattered, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Fortunately, at that moment, the others had finished their work. Captain. Lady Air, we're here to help. The 6 junior mages had successfully killed 2 demons and were now joining up with Air and Werble. Ahem. Good work. Now let's finish this quickly. Seeing his subordinates approach, Werble let out a light cough and regained his usual composure. Everyone then turned to look at the last 2 members of the demon race, who still showed no reaction. Oh. Not a single word even in this situation. TSK, I really don't get you monsters. Werble said, preparing to cast an ordinary attack magic spell. But just then, from the direction of the distant camp, a violent explosion suddenly erupted. The massive roar instantly echoed throughout the forest, and at the same time, the blast wave from the explosion swept across the battlefield at extreme speed. Countless trees were snapped in half by the oncoming shock wave. After the violent blast passed, only a pile of jagged stumps remained. The several less powerful mages were thrown back by the shockwave and, losing control of their flight magic, plummeted toward the ground. Seeing this, Werble and Air immediately began to save them, but with only 4 hands between them, they managed to catch just 4 of their subordinates. The remaining 2 unlucky ones fell hard to the ground. At this, Werble could only pray the 2 weren't dead. As long as they were alive, there was still hope if they could get them to the priest later. Fíliya's situation was slightly better. Because the moment the huge explosion rang out, she was already surrounded by a crowd of people. On the outside were the warriors, and on the inside were the ordinary soldiers. They formed a human wall, helping Fíliya block the violent impact. Fíliya looked out and saw that many of the soldiers had blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, supporting one another to barely remain standing. Ah, what a beautiful moment. A perfect embodiment of all for one and one for all. A pity, watching this impassioned scene, Miss Fíliya felt not the least bit moved. Seriously, who asked you to protect me? Just follow orders obediently. What if people die because you acted on your own? Don't mess up my no-damage run, honestly. To this, she spread her hands in resignation. Want more chapters? Our community goals are active. Direct hit goal, 100 power stones for a bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket milestone, 55 supporters to unlock +5 extra chapters on everything. Party popper your welcome bonus, a huge markdown on your first month. Ghost get your perks by finding Walnut John on P. You know the one. Winking face. Chapter 18, The Lingering Shadow. The sky was filled with a bright moon and sparse stars, while the ground was a scene of utter devastation. Werble's camp had been utterly annihilated in the violent explosion, leaving behind a massive crater 200 to 300 meters in diameter. At the center of the crater, a petite member of the demon race stood barefoot on the ground. She was about the height of a human child, and on her forehead grew 2 horn-like protrusions, not yet fully keratinized and looking quite tender. Without a doubt, this was a young demon. Her expression was slightly bewildered. She lacked any real sense of success. She scanned the surrounding wreckage but couldn't find what should have been there. No severed limbs, no shattered human bones, not even the smell of blood. My surprise attack must have failed, she thought. But she didn't understand why it had been seen through. Admittedly, while preparing the spell, she had inevitably emitted a fluctuation of mana. But according to the intelligence she had gathered earlier, this camp didn't have any troublesome first-class mages. Moreover, she had deliberately chosen to act late at night. Such a momentary fluctuation, a sleeping human second-class mage shouldn't have been able to detect it. Was there an unexpected variable? Sani was killed without even a chance to escape. That human reinforcement is indeed dangerous. But, she hadn't completely failed yet. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Then, from a bottomless chasm not far behind her, more than a dozen bizarrely shaped monsters crawled out one after another. They were like humanoid shadows, each figure was pure black, without any discernible marks or features. On the part that resembled a human face, no facial features could be seen, it was just a pure shadow. And this mass of black shadows, from the moment they crawled out of the hole, began to twist irregularly, or rather, convulse. The scene was dissonant to the extreme. The young demon then began to command these monsters, advancing toward the direction 2 kilometers away, where chaotic mana was concentrated. How strange. Fíliya shivered subconsciously and rubbed her arms with both hands. She wasn't afraid, she just felt as if something particularly nauseating and repulsive was slowly approaching. Just then, Air and Werble returned to the main group, each carrying the bodies of 3 low-ranked mages. Fíliya. I'm sorry. During the explosion, those 2 demons were also sent flying. We don't know where they're hiding now. We could have finished them. Air's expression was slightly apologetic, like a student who hadn't done well on a test facing their teacher. If you know you didn't do a good job, you'll just have to be quicker next time. After replying to Air, Fíliya glanced casually at the low-ranked mages. 4 with minor injuries, 2 with serious ones. Thankfully, none were dead. She nodded and said with a light chuckle. Our prediction was spot on, wasn't it? If we were still sleeping in the camp, we could all be reporting to the underworld as a group right now. Ugh, Fíliya, can't you say something more auspicious? Air crossed her arms, a hint of complaint on her face. To think that bastard was brewing an attack of this magnitude. Was it trying to blow us all to smithereens at once? Werble ignored Fíliya's quip, his brow furrowed as he stared into the distance. It seemed he too had sensed the approach of new enemies. The old priest, who had been under protection, began his healing work. Naturally, the highest priority for treatment were the unlucky low-ranked mages who had been hit head-on by the shockwave. The moonlight was no longer as cold as it had been at the start, but no one could relax yet. The joy of killing 2 demons was temporarily suppressed. Werble and Air stared grimly in the direction of the camp, and all the conscious warriors stood ready. Finally, the small figure appeared clearly within their field of vision, followed closely by the swarm of eerie shadows. Werble and Air exchanged glances. They could probably tell that the dark shadows were some kind of monster, but at least the 2 of them had never seen them before. Faced with this unknown threat, both instinctively turned their gazes to Fíliya. After all, the green-haired girl had burst out laughing the moment she saw the ghoulish things. Oh my. I think I finally understand why those demons targeted the warriors in their surprise attack. Fíliya placed one hand on her forehead and the other on her hip, letting out a boisterous laugh. Werble, who was already used to Fíliya's strange behavior, was the first to ask. What in the world are those things? Seeing that someone had asked, Fíliya contentedly reined in her laughter, then wagged a finger in front of Werble and Air. All right, Teacher Fíliya is here to give you a remedial lesson today. The ancestors of the demon race were monsters that lured humans with their voices from the dark. You two know that, right? Werble and Air looked at each other, then nodded in unison, indicating they knew. The warriors behind them also pricked up their ears with interest. For a moment, it felt as if the place had truly become a small classroom. Fíliya continued. This is knowledge I learned from an ancient text. Not all of the demon race's ancestors managed to evolve successfully. As she spoke, Fíliya pointed forward with her hand. Those things writhing together, disgusting as a pile of dog shit, are the products of some of the demon race's ancestors failing to evolve. Air frowned slightly at Fíliya's words, wondering why Fíliya always used such crude language. Couldn't she just be a quiet, beautiful girl for once? Wandering Shadows. That's the name the book gave these things. Fíliya explained. But Werble clearly had no interest in what the things were called, he only wanted to know how to fight them, how to kill them. So, Miss Fíliya kindly added. For us mages, those things are quite troublesome. That kind of monster has only one ability, and that is to absorb mana. No matter what kind of attack we use on it, it can absorb it. Of course, these are not powerful monsters, so there's a limit to how much mana they can absorb. For a powerful mage, you just need to let it eat its fill and it will burst. It's just a pity. As Fíliya said this, a regretful expression suddenly appeared on her face. A pity about what? Miss Air played along perfectly, acting as the straight man. It's a pity that the combined mana of the 3 of us, even if we had those other 6, it definitely won't be enough for them to eat. After all, there are more than a dozen of them over there. Miss Fíliya shook her head helplessly. The community goals are still running. Direct hit 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter for everybody. Rocket if we get to 55 supporters, that's plus 5 new chapters for all stories. Party popper friendly welcome, your first month is much friendlier on the wallet. Goes to become a member, just look up Walnut Chan on the P site. You know the place. Winking face. Chapter 19, let's begin our date. TCH, can you stop being so cryptic? You definitely know another way to deal with them. Werble looked at Fíliya's feigned expression of regret and just felt annoyed. My, Werble, you're just so impatient. Alright, I'll be direct. Do you know why this monster is so rare? The main reason is that it's just too weak, it's on the verge of being hunted to extinction by other monsters. While its ability is extremely effective against mages, it has no physical resistance whatsoever, and its only means of attack is to pounce on people and devour them. In other words, for all of you present, it's time to claim some heads. First come, first served. The swift get the spoils, the slow get none. Fíliya looked leisurely at the group of warriors. The warriors looked at each other, thinking, is there really such a good deal? And Werble finally understood. He now knew why Fíliya had burst into maniacal laughter at the beginning. If he could, he would like to laugh a little right now too. I see. So the demon race's plan was, to first use that violent explosive magic from underground to kill as many warriors and soldiers as possible. Even if some slipped through the net, they could find opportunities to assassinate them, and finally, use the wandering shadows to deal with us human mages. Correct. It's just that, from the looks of it, all their calculations have come to nothing. Moreover, I can now be sure of one thing. The demon mastermind is definitely a member of the demon race who was born not long ago. Fíliya stretched lazily, because in her eyes, the conclusion of this incident had already been decided at this very moment. Why do you say that, Fíliya? That demon did look very young, but how can you be certain it was just recently born? As expected, when it came to topics unrelated to combat, only air could engage in conversation with Fíliya. Because it clearly lacks sufficient understanding of humans. 100 years ago, human mages would indeed have been helpless against the wandering shadows. But in the last century, the theories of human mages have been repeatedly updated and have progressed many times. A century ago, human attack magic was still predominantly pure energy-based. The mass-based attack magic that is commonplace now is the product of subsequent iterations and improvements. This is because humans discovered that pure energy-based magic is easily countered and neutralized, and it isn't very effective against defensive magic. So, many mages transitioned and began researching mass-based attacks. The most representative of these is summoning a large rock to directly crush the enemy. Air, your stone spear creation magic, is one type of mass-based attack. And mass-based attacks can obviously inflict damage on the wandering shadows. Speaking of which, there are several first-class mages in the association who are experts in using mass-based attacks. They're commonly known as close combat mages. At this point, the first person Fíliya thought of was that person who uses their hair as a means of attack. If Sense were here, she could kill all these wandering shadows in the span of a few breaths. To still be fantasizing about using wandering shadows to counter human mages in this day and age, only a newly born demon could come up with such an idea. Fíliya gave her final assessment, then waved her hand grandly. What are you all waiting for? Didn't I just say? The swift get the spoils, the slow get none. Under Fíliya's prompting, the warriors were eager to move, but they maintained proper discipline and all looked toward their true superior. All right, do as Fíliya says. Prepare to attack. Werble finally gave the order. The newly born demon watched the dark mass of people rushing toward her, and she knew that this time, she was utterly defeated. The human warriors were all still alive and well, which meant the wandering shadows were meaningless. And her own subordinate demons were almost all killed, now only 2 remained. To think they couldn't defeat those 2 second-class mages after all this time, they couldn't even kill a single low-level mage. The newly born demon looked at the last 2 subordinates kneeling beside her and felt only a sense of emptiness. But facing the imminent threat, she quickly issued a new directive. The plan has failed completely. I'm going to escape. You will cover me and block those human mages. After giving the order, the newly born demon quickly turned to flee. Trying to escape. Even from a great distance, Fíliya was well aware of the newly born demon's intentions. But this time, she didn't use the same move she had used against the demon girl, Sani. If she went all out, even from such a great distance, she was confident she could use magic to fetch objects from afar to drag that little brat right back. But she now had a bellyful of questions she wanted to discuss thoroughly with this newly born demon. Who could blame her for loving the demon race so much? So-called love is not something that can be shared with others. To properly love this demon, she first needed a quiet environment. So she looked toward Air and Werble. I'll leave the small fry to you. I'm going after the newly born demon. Fíliya completely ignored the 2 approaching demons. After tossing out those words, she immediately used high-speed movement magic. And so, Werble and Air each faced off against their previous demon opponents once more. There was no intense chase, no thrilling battle of offense and defense. The moment Fíliya caught up to the newly born demon, the outcome was decided. The newly born demon couldn't understand why the one who caught up to her was the human female who looked the weakest and had the least mana. Right now, she was in a state of having landed face first. Her cheek had an intimate encounter with the ground. While she was flying, Fíliya had caught right up to her and kicked her out of the air and into the dirt. The newly born demon felt fortunate. Her opponent was just a mage, after all. If it had been a powerful human warrior, that one kick would have been enough to half-cripple her. So she tried to escape again. But before she could even activate her mana, she felt something sit on her back and then press a foot onto the back of her head. If you try to run again, you'll die, you know. Miss Fíliya wore an elegant and pure smile, her eyes filled with a loving kindness. She sincerely hoped this demon wouldn't do anything foolish. After all, this was the first time she had caught a young demon, so she had so many things she wanted to discuss with this little one, and thus couldn't help but be a little excited. All right, let's begin our date. Miss Fíliya slowly rose from the newly born demon's back, her face flushed with a slightly fanatical blush. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit at 100 power stones, everyone gets a bonus chapter. Rocket reaching 55 members means +5 bonus chapters for all series. Party Popper as a welcome gift, your first month has a big price cut. Ghost to join the fun, search for Walnut Chan on P. You know where to look. Winking face. Chapter 20, The Possibility of the Demon Race's Continued Evolution. Fíliya helped the newborn demon up, then pulled her down to sit on the ground face to face. She used the sleeve of her own mage robe to wipe the other's cheek, then stared into the demon's eyes with a beaming smile. Whether her own robe would get dirty was clearly not a concern for her. She had already sat down on the ground cross-legged, so who cared if it was clean or not? Besides, her clothes were standard issue, so she didn't feel precious about them. The demon, for her part, watched everything Fíliya did with a blank expression. She was well aware of her situation, given the degree of hostility between the demon race and humans, she had no chance of survival. But looking at the human woman before her, she still felt a sense of curiosity. What was she planning to do? What did she want from her? Doubt spread through her heart, but she didn't dare to be the first to ask. For now, it was best to try and please this human and answer her questions properly. She could look for a chance to escape later. The demon race really is evolving in the direction of handsome men and beautiful women, aren't they? To be this lovely at such a young age. After wiping the dirt from the little demon girl's face, Fíliya couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The little demon girl remained expressionless, but compared to before, she had started to observe Fíliya with her gaze. Hey, did you know? The demon race wasn't always like this, you know. Records from 1,000 years ago state that newly evolved demons had strange and peculiar appearances, even ugly and terrifying. Then, as time went on, by chance, some demons underwent a mutation in their appearance. This mutation caused their hunting success rate to rise dramatically, so all subsequent demons began to evolve in this direction as well. And this mutation, described in human terms, is called beauty. The little demon girl couldn't understand why this human was lecturing her on such knowledge, facts that even the demon race had long forgotten. What was the point of this? Because I'm trying to express my thoughts to you. Although the demon showed no expression whatsoever, Fíliya could still read the confusion in her eyes. She continued speaking. The demon race evolved from the monsters of ancient times. And after that first evolution, the pace of evolution never stopped, ultimately leading to your current form. So I started to wonder, can the demon race go even further? Can they continue to evolve into a new form? You know, what I hate most are things like fate and absolute statements. For example, the demon king will inevitably be defeated by the hero. I despise prophecies filled with that sense of destiny. Although the final result was indeed the hero's party defeating the demon king, I'm still not happy about it. So, for as long as I can remember, I've had a dream. I must completely remodel the demon race. And why? Because everyone says the demon race can never be changed. Since we're on the topic of remodeling the demon race, I'll let you guess. What do you think I'm planning to do? Give me some reaction. If you keep ignoring me, I'll be very hurt, you know. Fíliya's tone, though friendly, seemed to be laced with a strange sense of menace. It made the demon's body tremble slightly, forcing her to speak. I don't know. The demon replied. Oh, so you can talk. That's amazing, truly amazing. Like an older sister praising her younger sibling, Fíliya patted the demon's head with a face full of smiles. Then let me continue explaining. What I envision is, to help the demon race evolve, the first thing that must be done, is to kill them all. Fíliya cupped her chin with one hand, striking a pose of deep contemplation. Oh, no, saying kill them all might be a bit misleading. What I mean is, I must slaughter the demon race to the point of near extinction. After all, your current form is already a very successful, completed model. Without a massive crisis of survival, it's unlikely you can be forced to evolve again. Fíliya's expression was utterly serious, which made the little demon girl instantly lose all hope. She didn't care one bit about Fíliya's ideal. She gleaned only one piece of information from Fíliya's words. Which was, after all that talk, she was still going to kill her. Humans were truly bizarre. Did they enjoy chatting with their prey? And so, this newborn young demon decided to give up. Do what you want, she thought. Torture me, question me, I don't care. I'm not moving. Fíliya was a bit confused. She reflected on what she had just said, wondering what was wrong. Why had the girl in front of her suddenly deflated as if she'd lost her soul? This wouldn't do. She still had so much more she wanted to say to the demon. I see. So you have to give them a little hope to create space for dialogue. Once they fall into despair, they just shut down and give up. Well, what do you know? This demon has a very human side to her after all. Fíliya covered her mouth and chuckled, then looked at the demon again. What's your name? The lack of response was just as Fíliya expected. So she continued the conversation. Since you don't have a name, let me give you one. You've managed to live this long, it would be too pitiful to not even have a name. Fíliya's words made the newborn demon lift her head, but her face was filled with confusion. What's the point? You're going to kill me soon anyway. That's not necessarily true. See, I said my ideal is to kill the demon race until they're endangered, right? Since it's endangered and not extinct, that means some demons will get to live in my ideal world. Aren't you going to try and fight for that chance? I'm going to ask you a lot of questions. If your answers satisfy me, I'll let you go. After she finished speaking, Fíliya paid no mind to the newborn demon's reaction and continued. I've decided. I'll call you Abby. So then, little Abby, how did you learn tactics? The face of the demon, now named by Fíliya, was full of hesitation, but in the end, she opened her mouth. It seemed that as long as she was given a sliver of hope, she was willing to believe. It's my ability. I can acquire the memories of the humans I eat. I learned it from that person's memories. He seemed to be a human military officer. Oh. Acquiring memories, is it? A decent ability, but the activation method is so primitive. Fíliya thought to herself that among humans, some mages specializing in the mental domain could steal memories with a single touch, yet this demon had to eat someone to activate her ability. How weak. Still, there was something in Abby's words worth noting, so Fíliya continued to question her. How did you prey on that human? Regarding this question, Abby thought for about 10 seconds before lifting her head to look at the sky. Back then, not long after I was born, I was discovered by a human army. Around me were many other, dead demons. That human said that since all the adult demons had been killed anyway, they might as well let him raise me. When I learned I wasn't going to die, I was relieved. I realized humans really are that stupid. That human even made me call him father. To make him lower his guard, I did as he asked. Then I lived with him for a year. And after that, I ate him. Our community goals are in full swing. Direct hit 100 Power Stones unlocks +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Rocket once we hit 55 supporters, I'll drop +5 extra chapters for every story. Party Popper there's a special welcome rate for all newcomers. Ghost want in. Find Walnut-chan on the platform. You know which one. Winking face. Chapter 21, it's harvest season again. Is that so? Fíliya nodded slowly, thinking to herself that this was just another insignificant tragedy among those who foolishly tried to get along with the demon race. Still, he'd managed to become an officer. How could there still be a fool who would trust a demon? Fíliya clicked her tongue in annoyance, her gaze on the demon before her growing much colder than before. She just felt disappointed. She could see no potential for evolution in this demon. Then, second question. How did you turn your subordinates into that? That's my second ability. I can control demons whose total mana is less than mine, but it takes a lot of time and consumes a great deal of mana, so I only succeeded with 4 of them in the end. I also tried to persuade them, but they fiercely resisted every time I told them to conceal their mana, so I just completely wiped their minds. I was planning to use this magic on Sonny and the others, but it seems you dealt with her first. Abby's tone was very calm, it seemed she was completely unaware of the nature of her actions. Fíliya's expression grew even more disappointed. Of course, she knew the demon race felt no psychological burden from committing evil acts, nor could they understand what evil or guilt even meant. But she was still disappointed. Disappointed that this young demon was so cold toward her own kind. That Miss Sonny, at least, had shown a bit of anger when Fíliya killed 2 of her subordinates. Moreover, Fíliya realized that since she started talking to this brat, the system hadn't announced any acquisition of emotion points. In other words, the brat before her was a true cold-blooded creature, the most demon-like of demons. And so, Miss Fíliya gave up on the idea of continuing the conversation. After all, her love wasn't infinite, and she had grown weary of this conversation. Although she still had some unanswered questions, this was enough. Her vexation now outweighed her interest. It seems I still have a long way to go to reach my ideal. If possible, she really wanted to meet a demon she could get along with. Now then, third question, Abby. Do you think I'll let you go? Fíliya's expression was still a smile, but Abby still sensed the coldness hidden beneath it. So she answered. It seems not. Apparently, my answers didn't satisfy you. Did I choose the wrong words? What a shame. She said it was a shame, but according to the system's feedback, this demon felt no emotional fluctuation about death either. Her attempt to flee was driven purely by the survival instinct. I'll give you one last chance. Think of your final words, or try to move me again. Fíliya lightly raised her left hand. A moment ago, she had already cast a small spell on the demon before her, though the target had yet to actually experience it. Pain amplification magic. As for this magic's effect, that Miss Sani was the first demon in history to experience it firsthand. The demon Abby fell into thought. If possible, she didn't want to give up her life. At this final, critical moment, she finally remembered something. It was a phrase, a very wonderful incantation. Every time she uttered it, humans couldn't bring themselves to kill her. And so, Miss Abby slowly opened her mouth. Mama. Her response was an extremely thick beam of white light, within which seemed to flicker arcs of black and purple electricity. Ordinary attack magic. In its normal state, it was just a pure white, linear energy blast. But under Miss Fíliya's control, tinged with a bit of displeasure, both its power and mana consumption were doubled. Staring at the long trench carved out by the magic, Fíliya fumed inwardly. Honestly, little sister Abby got off easy. If she was vaporized instantly, there was no way to know if the pain amplification magic even took effect. If she didn't feel any pain before she died, wasn't all my work for nothing? A pouting Miss Fíliya shuffled a few steps and slowly leaned her body against a large boulder. Well, that backfired. To think I mocked Werble before. So I can get angry over something like this. Maybe I'm not as cold-blooded as I thought. With a look of annoyance, Fíliya kicked a small stone at her feet. Just then, she detected the fluctuation of flight magic, and soon, two figures landed before her. Fíliya, the rest have been dealt with. What's this? Werble looked at the 100-meter-long trench blasted by Fíliya and subconsciously assumed she'd had a major battle with that demon. After all, he could tell at a glance that Fíliya had little mana left. It's obvious, isn't it? The demon's been dealt with. Say, can you not just stand there and watch? I'm exhausted. Have some tact, will you? Give me a hand. Fíliya let out a series of plaintive complaints like a machine gun. Oh, you've worked hard. Werble didn't think much of it and instinctively moved to support Fíliya, only to be met with a harsh glare. Huh? The expression on Werble's face froze. No, not you. Let Air do it. As she spoke, Fíliya grinned and made a beckoning gesture like a kitten toward Air. So Air, ignoring Werble's crestfallen expression, quickly went to Fíliya's side and supported her. Everything had settled. The night, which had brought a slight chill, was over. At the edge of the horizon, a ray of sunlight gradually pierced through the clouds. Now, everyone stood before the ruins of the camp, which had been swallowed by a giant crater, their expressions thoughtful. After a brief silence, Miss Fíliya was the first to speak. The job's done. I should be heading back to the association. Air, want to come back with me? Fíliya looked at Air as she spoke. Hey, Fíliya, what do you mean by that? Trying to poach my people, are you? Werble glared at Fíliya warily. Although he often belittled Air, calling her an Academy Honor student who held him back, he was well aware of her strength and didn't want to lose such an asset. Look at you. If Air wanted to leave with me, could you really stop us? Fíliya wore a teasing smile, as if to say, I'm stealing her right in front of you. What are you going to do about it? And so, in that moment, Miss Air had to endure two equally intense gazes. But after a moment's hesitation, she turned to Fíliya with an apologetic expression. Sorry, Fíliya. I can't bring myself to face my grandfather until I become a first-class mage. We often encounter the demon race out here, so I can gain more practical combat experience. But your camp is gone. Why aren't you leaving? Fíliya pointed a finger at the ruins before them. If the camp's gone, we'll just rebuild it. Werble cut in. All right then. Fíliya gave a small shrug. In truth, she already knew Air wouldn't go with her, she had just asked on a whim. Well, about supplies, I'll talk to the higher-ups when I get back, but it'll take 10 days to half a month for them to arrive, and you all. Fíliya was once again cut off by Werble, as if he were getting revenge for her earlier jab. Don't look down on us, you crazy woman. All of us guarding the border know how to survive in the wilderness. A bunch of mages, plus a troop of nearly 100 warriors. If we managed to starve to death out here, we'd be the laughingstock of the entire continent by tomorrow. So, just go. Don't worry about us. Fíliya looked at Wirbel's determined gaze, thought he had a point, and turned to walk straight into the distance. Fíliya. Just then, Wirbel suddenly called out to her again. Fíliya turned around impatiently. What now? Can't you say everything at once? Thank you. Without you, this would have been really dangerous. This time, Wirbel didn't say anything else, simply expressing his gratitude. I was wondering what you were going to say. I don't think I did all that much. You sensed that mana fluctuation late at night too, didn't you? I'm sure you all could have handled this incident without me. Don't sell yourself short. Yeah, I did sense that fluctuation. And without you, maybe we still would have won in the end. But, there wouldn't be this many of us left standing here. At this, Wirbel took a deep breath. Wirbel, captain of the Northern Magic Corps, thanks you for your assistance, Lady Fíliya. As he spoke, Wirbel bowed respectfully to Fíliya. The troop behind him, including Miss Eyre, followed their captain's lead and showed their respect. Watching this scene, Miss Fíliya felt goosebumps rise on her skin. Are you kidding me? I'm going to be sick. This is why I always tell Sense I don't want to go on missions. It's so sappy. Miss Fíliya turned away with a disgusted look and quickened her pace. But once she was truly some distance from the group, a smile appeared on her face after all. She looked at the system's continuous stream of emotion point income notifications and felt only the joy of a bountiful harvest. She had gained nearly 1 million emotion points on this trip, taking another small step toward her long-cherished wish. On the other hand, although she'd said it was sappy and disgusting, she had to admit, this feeling of being thanked was actually not bad at all. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 22, Miss Fíliya is always loved by all. Inside the City of Magic, Osirst. A light green figure moved quickly through the crowd. Upon noticing the young woman, the surrounding crowd reacted with a shared expression of terror. A voice suddenly erupted. Fíliya's back. And so, the once crowded street began to empty at an astonishing rate. Within a few breaths, hardly a soul was left. The stall owners, who had nowhere to run, could only glare at Fíliya with disgust. As if to say, don't you dare ruin my business. Puffed. Everyone's the same as ever, so enthusiastic to see me. Fíliya chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. All right, I won't affect anyone's business. I'll be on my way. Facing the shopkeeper's disgusted glares, Fíliya spread her hands, shook her head in mock resignation, and started walking again. As for why she was so popular in the City of Magic, it was naturally because whenever she developed some new and interesting magic, her neighbors were usually the unlucky ones. Of course, she always cleaned up her mess and compensated them afterward. However, over time, she had become a nuisance to all. After all, who could stand being subjected to bizarre magic on a daily basis? Sigh, maybe I should stop experimenting at home. Fíliya walked on, ignoring the looks people gave her, as if she were the plague itself. To be so admired abroad, only to be despised the moment she returned home, the contrast was a feeling she found rather exhilarating. She paused briefly as she passed by her own home. She saw that the flowers and plants she kept on her windowsill were still alive and well, and her door hadn't been splashed with paint or anything. She was deeply moved. See. Everyone still likes me. They didn't even trash my house while I was away. She thought with a grin. Then, she began walking towards the Continental Magic Association, growing happier as the iconic building loomed larger in her view. Miss Sense, my dear Miss Sense, I'm coming to get you. Inside the Continental Magic Association, her reception was clearly much better. Many of the low-ranking mages at the reception desk greeted her politely when she entered. Fíliya finished reporting the details of her mission at the front desk and then headed upstairs. Her official job at the association was that of a librarian, but she had no intention of returning to her post just yet. If the first thing she did after returning wasn't to pester Sense, the quality of her life would plummet. Soon, she was standing before the office door of Sense, the first-class mage. Clearly, she had no intention of knocking. After taking a deep breath, she slowly pushed the door open. Sunlight filtered through the high arched window, casting the patterns of the stained glass onto the wooden desk. The room was filled with the characteristic scent of paper, mingled with the faint fragrance of marigolds. The first thing she saw was, naturally, the figure she was so eager to meet. Normally, the phrase, hair like a waterfall, is an exaggeration for a girl's beautiful locks, but for Sense, it was an unusually fitting description. After all, the first impression this girl gave was often that of her long, ash-brown hair that reached all the way to her ankles. Fíliya saw Sense looking at her with a slightly weary expression, her right hand resting casually on a thick, gilt-covered book in front of her. Ahem. I'm back. Fíliya cleared her throat. All the countless pranks she had prepared were completely forgotten the moment she met Sense's gaze. Mem, you've worked hard. Sense nodded calmly. Eh? That's it. This was my first time on a long-distance mission, you know. I was fighting for my life against the demon race, and that's all I get. So cold. Fíliya leaned over Sense's desk, propping herself up on her hands with a displeased look. Then what would you like me to do? Sense tilted her head in confusion. Can't you even praise me a little? It feels like you don't care about me at all. Hearing Fíliya's words, Sense thought for a moment, then looked back at her and began to speak in a completely emotionless tone. Wow, Fíliya is so amazing. Is that sufficient? Fine, you pass. Hearing the utterly perfunctory, monotone delivery, Fíliya immediately broke into a smile again. That's enough. Now it was Sense's turn to be confused by Fíliya's reaction. But my dear Miss Sense prepared a gift for me, so I have no choice but to forgive you. Come on, bring it out. Fíliya said with a light laugh, craning her neck to try and see what Sense was hiding within her mass of hair. You. How did you know? Finally, a crack appeared in Sense's perfect poker face. Because your expression is unnatural compared to usual, Sense. Unnatural. Sense was completely baffled. She didn't think her behavior was any different than usual, but this girl had seen right through her. You say that as if you know me so well. Sense pouted, slightly annoyed. Obviously, I do know you well. Now, stop denying it and let me see what you've hidden. And so, Sense could only helplessly use her hair to place the small wooden box she had been hiding onto the desk. With lightning speed, Fíliya snatched the wooden box, an action that naturally earned her an eye roll from Miss Sense. I was going to give it to you anyway. I don't know what you're in such a rush for. Miss Sense thought helplessly. Fíliya opened the wooden box and froze. Inside was a sapphire bracelet, a string of multifaceted, diamond-shaped gems of graduating size, with the largest stone hanging in the center as a charm. The gems were a light blue, their soft luster making it seem as if ocean waves were trapped within the crystals. This looks very expensive. Are all first-class mages this rich? Fíliya held the bracelet in her hand, turning it over for a good while before finally putting it on. Even the size was a perfect fit. She couldn't help but wonder if Sense had secretly measured her wrist while she was sleeping. One could tell from Miss Fíliya's usual appearance that she wasn't fond of wearing jewelry, but since it was a gift from Sense, she could make an exception. By the way, why give me this? Having finally admired the bracelet to her heart's content, Fíliya shifted her gaze back to Sense. I heard it from someone. They said if I gave you something fragile, it might teach you to behave. Sense's tone was as calm as ever, but her slightly darting eyes betrayed her true feelings. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 23, Time is a Maiden's Greatest Enemy. And also. As she said this, a hint of resentment appeared on Sense's face. I was originally going to give it to you at your coming-of-age ceremony, but you seem to have forgotten all about it yourself. Sense narrowed her eyes slightly. I'm an adult already. When? Let me see. Hearing Sense's words, Fíliya was instantly shocked. She then began to count the days on her fingers. Oh, you're right. Miss Fíliya's eyes widened. At this, Sense could only let out a sigh. Fíliya doesn't even remember her own birthday, and her sense of time has faded so much. She's really becoming less and less human. Has she gone stupid from studying the demon race? She might as well turn herself into a demon at this point. Miss Sense thought indignantly, but she quickly composed herself and chose a new topic. Fíliya, that magic of yours, have you finished researching it? You said you poured your heart and soul into it, so much so that you even forgot your own birthday. The moment magic was mentioned, Miss Fíliya perked up. She raised her head with great pride and said. Of course. It's complete, and has reached perfection. But there's a small problem now. What problem? Sense looked curious. I can't cast this spell. Fíliya said seriously. Now, even the well-versed Sense looked bewildered. As a first-class mage, she had never heard of someone being unable to cast a spell they themselves had created. Sigh, the mana cost for this spell is just too immense. Even 10 times my current mana wouldn't be enough. Unless a very powerful mage were to stand still and let me absorb their mana without resistance, only then could I support the spell's cost. Sense nodded at Fíliya's explanation. After a moment's thought, she said, "Is my mana enough? If you want to try, you can do it now." For Sense to trust me so much, I'm so touched. But unfortunately, even if I drained you dry, it wouldn't be enough. A conservative estimate would require the mana of Falsh, Jano, and Old Man Lernen as well. Fíliya spread her hands, her expression slightly helpless. Then doesn't that mean it has no practical combat application? Sense couldn't help but retort. What's the use of a spell that requires draining the mana of 4 first-class mages to cast? She couldn't help but wonder. Has it ever occurred to you that magic isn't necessarily for combat? Fíliya wore a teasing expression, her tone cryptic. Question mark. Sense didn't understand, but she had to admit that Fíliya was very good at piquing people's curiosity. But just as she was about to ask more, Fíliya waved her hand again. All right, there's no point discussing that spell now. Once I've properly trained my mana, one day I'll be able to cast it for you myself, without any outside help. By the time you train your total mana to rival that of 4 first-class mages, I'll probably be long dead by then. Sense felt the soft flesh of her cheeks twitching slightly. But she still noticed the point in Fíliya's words that caught her attention. Why the sudden desire to train your mana? You were never interested when I tried to persuade you before, you just spent all day buried in grimoires and ancient texts. Sigh. I have to. My stats are too low. Having good mechanics doesn't mean you can coast by every time. Fíliya sighed, recalling the scene where she had blasted Abby to death in a single shot. She had merely amplified her ordinary attack magic by a little over 20 times, and it had completely drained her of mana. Sigh, I'm so weak. Feeling deeply powerless about her own weakness, Miss Fíliya furtively threw herself into Miss Sense's arms. The sudden action startled Sense. Her hair stood on end, the floating strands perfectly mirroring her current flustered state. She didn't even know where to put her hands. Sense, I'm so tired. Can you take a nap with me? Fíliya's tone had suddenly taken on a soft, almost clingy quality. But Sense hesitated for less than 3 seconds before firmly refusing. No, I still have work to do. But I can give you some time off. You can go home and get some proper rest. TCH, no fun. Fíliya pushed herself out of Sense's embrace, an unhappy look on her face. What's the point if Sense won't join me? I'm not sleeping then. Sense looked at Fíliya's pouting expression and found it quite amusing. Then she said, if you're not going to sleep, then let's just talk a bit more. I can still make time for some idle chatter. So, how was the commission this time? Seeing that Fíliya was still silent, Sense offered her a topic. Oh, the commission. Miss Fíliya pulled over a spare chair, lay down across it, and rested her head on Miss Sense's lap. Yes, the so-called lap pillow. After thinking for a few seconds with a look of pure comfort, Fíliya finally began to speak slowly. You know, I actually managed to catch a newborn demon this time. It's just a shame I got carried away and killed her. I wanted to ask her more things. Like what? Sense chimed in at the right moment. Although she couldn't understand Fíliya's intense interest in the demon race, she knew Fíliya had been studying them for a very long time. Like, I really want to ask how the demon race reproduces. Isn't that curious? Look, Sense, the demon race can't comprehend emotions, let alone love, right? I really want to know, without love, how do they reproduce? Why do they even get together? Is it really just pure instinct? Sense was speechless for a moment. Sometimes she really couldn't fathom what went through Fíliya's head all day. But Fíliya had clearly entered research mode. Could it be, unlike the human reward mechanism, the reproductive act for demons is a punishment mechanism? The more you do it, the more painful it gets. Is that why the demon population can't grow? Fíliya spoke with a serious expression, but Sense clearly had no desire to hear any more of this strange talk, so she pinched Fíliya's cheek. Hiss. Sense, what was that for? Wincing, Fíliya quickly rubbed her face. But Sense just kept a straight face and said, forget it. Let's not talk about the demon race. Can we talk about something related to humans? Humans? Hearing the key word from Sense, Fíliya looked at Sense's face, thought rapidly for a moment, and then, as if something had occurred to her, she asked with sudden excitement. Oh, right. Speaking of which. Sense, how old are you, exactly? Huh? Sense's expression grew darker. It seemed the topic of age was something she didn't want to discuss. But the oblivious Miss Fíliya continued to court death. Let me see. I've read the association's reports, you know. Sense, you've been the head examiner for the mage exams 5 times, right? Assuming you became a first-class mage at 20, and the first-class mage exam is held every 3 years. By that calculation, even a conservative estimate puts you over 30, doesn't it? And if we're not being conservative, you might even be 40. Good heavens, Sense, do you realize how dangerous that age is? For us magical girls, 400 is fine, 4,000 is fine, but it absolutely cannot be 40. As if completely oblivious to Sense's gloomy face, Fíliya even grabbed Sense's shoulders with both hands and began shaking her back and forth. That's enough. Sense said coldly. Instead of me, you should worry about yourself. I can assure you, Miss Fíliya, your life is about to be permanently fixed at the age of 18. As Sense spoke, her long hair flew out from behind her like extending limbs, transforming into the shape of a power drill in the blink of an eye. Air. Fíliya subconsciously swallowed. How could this cunning woman not know what she was doing? Of course, she was provoking Sense on purpose. After all, Sense had always been a good target for farming emotion points. But it was clear she was now in a very bad spot. If Sense was truly angry, she couldn't beat Sense. Leaving mana levels aside, Sense specialized in using her freely transforming long hair for mass-based attacks. This type of high-frequency, wide-coverage physical attack was precisely what Miss Fíliya was worst at dealing with. Yes, one could say that Miss Fíliya's nemesis was Sense herself. So Miss Fíliya quickly groveled. Besides, kneeling to Sense wasn't shameful. Can we call a truce? Fíliya had a pleading look on her face, but she also had a backup plan ready. Although she couldn't beat Sense, if she decided to run, no first-class mage would be able to stop her. Sense's response was an attack without a moment's hesitation. After symbolically blocking for a few seconds with defensive magic, Fíliya's magic barrier was shattered by Sense's hair drill. Unfortunately, just as the hair drill was about to strike Fíliya, Miss Sense's heart softened as expected. She retracted the drill and instead used her long hair to bind Fíliya up tightly like a dumpling. MMPH. I can't breathe. Although Miss Fíliya struggled with a pained expression, one couldn't shake the feeling that she was enjoying it. In the end, Sense threw Fíliya to the ground. Fíliya gasped for breath for a long while before finally getting up. She then looked at Sense with an ingratiating smile. Sense is gentler than before. Was that enough to satisfy you? Sense ignored Fíliya's nonsense. With a slight blush on her cheeks, she said huffily. The exams I presided over weren't all first-class exams. It's 5 times only if you count the second and third-class ones too. Fíliya tilted her head in confusion. Is it because I just recovered from being suffocated? Why can't I understand what Sense is saying? Seeing Fíliya's blank expression, Sense could only add. In short, I'm not even 30 yet. If you dare spout nonsense about me being 40 again, you can just go die. As she spoke, Miss Sense controlled her hair again, grabbed Miss Fíliya, and tossed her right out of her office. Oof, that hurts. Miss Fíliya picked herself up off the floor and rubbed her tailbone. She looked at the tightly shut door and knew that Sense definitely didn't want to see her again anytime soon. So, she could only shake her head helplessly and try to stand up. Just then, another familiar figure slowly approached her. Fíliya looked up and saw it was Old Man Lernen, Miss Eyre's grandfather. It's not easy to see him in a place like this. Is he here to see Sense? Fíliya thought. But she noticed that Old Man Lernen's gaze was fixed firmly on her. Ah. Before she could even express her confusion, she heard Lernen say. Lady Fíliya, Lady Ciri wishes to see you. Ah. This time, Fíliya's expression was one of genuine, heartfelt shock. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 24, Stacking Armor is a Dead End, bonus chapter. Year 27 of the Era of Trials. The footsteps of 2 figures echoed down the long corridor. Fíliya, who thought she could remain silent, finally gave in to the prolonged boredom and couldn't help but speak up. Old Man Lernen. TSK, can't you pay a little attention to me? Hey. A beautiful young maiden is trying to talk to you. Fíliya felt annoyed looking at his utterly emotionless face. She secretly resolved to make this old man break character, no matter what. Old man, I saw Eyre. No response. Hey, old man, Eyre said you speak in riddles. No response. Eyre said you have that old man smell. Eyre said she hates her grandpa the most. Finally, under Fíliya's relentless assault, Old Man Lernen had no choice but to glance at her. Lady Fíliya, there is no need to invent lies to provoke me. I know my heir's disposition very well. TSK, Fíliya clicked her tongue, but seeing that the old man was finally acknowledging her, she didn't continue making things up. Say, old man Lernan. Does Lady Ciri really want to see me? It's not that you've got a problem with me and just made up an excuse to lure me here for a beating, is it? Fíliya's expression was teasing, and her tone was drawn out. Lady Fíliya, I believe your concerns are unnecessary. No one would dare fabricate a decree from Lady Ciri, myself included. Also, please mind your words and actions during this meeting. Do not make any presumptuous moves. Lernan's tone was also calm, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Yes, I'll be on my best behavior. Seeing that he was completely unfazed, Fíliya could only nod helplessly. That would be for the best. With that, the two tacitly quickened their pace. Soon, they were standing before a massive set of doors. Lady Ciri is inside. The old man said, stopping in his tracks. Eh? Aren't you coming in with me, old man? The young woman gave the old man a surprised look. Watch your words. The old man didn't answer Fíliya's question, instead repeating his earlier warning. The young woman shrugged, indicating she understood. Then, the stone doors opened automatically, and her gaze immediately darted through the gap. Oh, so that's Lady Ciri, the living god. The mana rushing out like a tidal wave was truly terrifying, but Fíliya couldn't help but feel that this god of magic, who had lived since antiquity, didn't seem to possess any dignity whatsoever. That lazy posture, sitting cross-legged with one hand propping up her cheek, looked just like herself when she hadn't slept well. And those two pointed ears were silent proof of this god's race. An elf. Her features are just as the books described. A smirk formed on Fíliya's lips as she stepped inside. Just as she was about to half-kneel in greeting, Ciri suddenly spoke. Lernan, you come in too. The old man, who was preparing to stand guard silently outside the door, was startled at first, then complied. Whatever Lady Ciri's intentions were, he only needed to obey. The living god, the creator of the Continental Magic Association, Ciri finally turned her gaze to the young woman before her, whose expression was now solemn. Oh. This is quite a surprise. From Lernan's and Sense's reports, I thought you'd be the type to do as you please, someone more arrogant. Ciri looked at Fíliya with great interest, and Fíliya was equally curious about Ciri. First was Ciri's voice. Fíliya had thought the god of magic's voice would be more ancient, but it was, while rather androgynous, undoubtedly a young voice. I'm quite surprised myself. I didn't expect Lady Ciri to summon a second-class mage like me. As for my current behavior, it's naturally the result of playing to my audience. Humans always behave differently depending on who they're with. Oh. Ciri raised an eyebrow slightly, then looked at the old man beside her. Lernan, are you also like that? Ahem. The questioned old man, for a rare moment, did not immediately answer his master's question, but let out a series of very subtle coughs. Clearly, this was a reminder to the girl who wasn't keeping her promise. However, this action caught Ciri's eye, sparking new curiosity. It was the first time she had ever seen this side of her disciple. Lernan, your mana is slightly disturbed. Upon hearing this, the old man's body tensed instantly, and his mind raced, as if he had become several decades younger in a flash. Then, the old man replied. This disciple believes he is consistent inside and out. Lady Fíliya is quite an anomaly among humans. I believe Lady Ciri need not pay her words any mind. To this, Ciri said no more and looked at Fíliya again. Fíliya, I have some questions for you. Fíliya nodded slightly, indicating she understood. Why were you able to save the first-class mage, Blay, during the previous second-class mage selection? Ciri asked. And Fíliya's answer was exceptionally swift, as if she had prepared it long ago. Because I foresaw the death of Lord Blay, so I intervened in that test. Oh. Ciri's curiosity was piqued once more. She could clearly sense that the young woman before her possessed no ability related to foresight. So, why would she say she foresaw Blay's death? Any mature mage understands that a battle between mages is never just a clash of mana, but a fight that combines elements like experience, skill, on-the-spot reflexes, knowledge, techniques, and mana. Setting aside the unquantifiable factors for a moment, in my theory, I simplify a duel between mages into two things, stats and mechanics. Which of these two elements is more important? That's a difficult question with little meaning, but the one that can decide a match more quickly, even achieving an instant kill, is definitely the mechanics. The third-class mage, Yubel, uses a magic that can cut almost anything. Although her own rationality and common sense prevent this magic from reaching its true potential, it was unfortunate that Blay's immovable cloak was ultimately made with a fabric-like texture. While its physical durability and defense against mana are undeniably powerful, cloth is still cloth. Magic is a world of imagination, and imagining cloth being cut is far too simple. Therefore, I foresaw the death of the first-class mage, Lord Blay. Seeing the smile appear on Ciri's face, Fíliya instantly understood that her answer had likely satisfied this god. So she took the liberty of adding some of her own interpretations. Speaking of which, I've always felt Lord Blay's philosophy was misguided. He chose to hone his defensive abilities to the extreme, but that is a very dangerous path. How does one demonstrate powerful defense? The answer is undoubtedly to withstand attacks. But in the world of magic, withstanding an attack is itself an extremely risky act. Because the types of magic in the world are virtually infinite, the price of trusting too much in one's own defense is often being instantly killed by a magic that counters it. So, stacking armor is a dead end. In the world of magic, there is no such thing as an invincible barrier. Any shield claimed to be unbreakable is destined only to be broken. Ciri looked at the young person before her, an appreciative glint appearing in her eyes unconsciously. But there were still a few things she wanted to confirm, so she pressed on. Then, Fíliya, in your view, is Blay's magic utterly useless? Hearing this, Fíliya raised an eyebrow. She understood that the god of magic wanted to probe her inner character. After a moment's thought, she replied. No, quite the opposite. Although I am not optimistic about the path of focusing on strengthening defense, I have great respect for Lord Blay himself. A personality that focuses solely on defense makes one wonder if he has something incredibly important to protect, leading him down such a single-minded path in his magical research. As the saying goes, a king has a king's talents, and an artisan has an artisan's. In my view, while a magic focused on strengthening defense is meaningless in a duel between experts, in a large-scale defensive war against the demon race, it would certainly reduce humanity's losses drastically. From that perspective, Lord Blay's magic is, of course, not meaningless. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 25, Magic that doesn't exist in this world. Reward emotion points acquired, 500,000. The notification that flashed through her mind filled Fíliya with delight. As expected of a living god. Just by surprising her a little, I can reap so many points. Her system operated by rewarding her whenever she provoked any emotional fluctuation in a target, joy, anger, sorrow, fear, and so on. The reward was based on the intensity of the emotion and the difficulty of inducing that change. Therefore, when facing this living god, even the most minuscule emotional shift could earn Fíliya a bountiful reward. You are quite impressive, Fíliya. From Fíliya's perspective, Ciri, who had been sitting cross-legged, straightened her posture slightly. The look in her eyes contained something akin to admiration, she thought. Your understanding of mana, your comprehension of combat, both are truly outstanding. The human race is never lacking in geniuses. Even Lurnan, at your age, was nowhere near this level. You will become a mage whose name is recorded in history. The last part of her statement wasn't an expression of hope, but a declaration of clear judgment. The elf Ciri had truly taken a liking to the young mage before her. She was thoroughly pleased with everything Fíliya had demonstrated. If she had to find a fault, it would be that the young mage's mana was a bit too scarce. But that wasn't an issue. There were many ways in this world to rapidly increase one's mana. Compared to mana, what this young mage possessed was a perspective that transcended her age, perhaps even her era. That was far more valuable than mere mana. She could see it, burning in the young human mage's eyes was the fierce fire of ambition. This child is so interesting, far more so than that boring Frieren, who only knows how to waste time, she thought. Receiving praise from a god naturally made Fíliya very happy herself. What made her even more ecstatic was that, almost at the exact moment Ciri's words fell, she received another 500,000 points as a reward from her system. In the span of just a few breaths, she had earned more than she had on her entire previous mission. And so, Fíliya made up her mind. Today, she was going to fleece this living god for all she was worth. After settling her little plan, Fíliya saw Ciri stand up and, with slow, gentle steps, descend from her stone throne. She only stopped when she stood directly in front of Fíliya. Name a magic you desire. Any magic at all. Ciri's tone was soft, her words spoken slowly. Hearing this, not only Fíliya but also Lurnan, who had remained silent at the side, was utterly stunned. Of course, his shock also became nourishment for Miss Fíliya's point collection. Lady Ciri. Isn't this a privilege one can only receive from you after becoming a first-class mage? Fíliya asked, tilting her head with a puzzled expression. It's only a matter of time. The selection for first-class mages will be held in another 2 years anyway. As you know, the world of mages is a world of imagination. And I simply cannot imagine a future where you fail to become a first-class mage. Even so, the privilege should be granted to Lady Fíliya at that time. Old man Lernan finally seemed unable to hold back. He truly couldn't understand why his master held this girl, Fíliya, in such high regard. And this feeling of his. Could it be jealousy? No, he was an old man with one foot in the grave, how could it be? He refused to admit it. Ciri turned her head and glanced at her disciple with a puzzled look. Today was truly a curious day. It wasn't just Fíliya, she was finally seeing something different in this disappointing disciple of hers. But I'm in a good mood today, so what if I insist on granting the privilege now? Ciri narrowed her eyes slightly, as if trying to discern something more from Lernan. Then I can only abide by your will. In any case, it's not the first or second day you've been willful, Lady Ciri. Oh my, how sour. Fíliya watched the old man who always gave her trouble with an excited expression. If a fourth person had been present, they would have surely seen the delight on her face. To hear something that sounded like a petulant complaint from such an old man was just too novel and interesting. For Fíliya, the value of the emotion itself already surpassed the points rewarded by the system. Unfortunately, the elf, who did not understand the human heart, didn't seem to savor the strange flavor in his words as Fíliya did. The elf, who had lived for who knows how many ages, seemed to simply think that her disciple was truly no longer objecting. Thus, Ciri turned her gaze back to Fíliya. Speak. No one will interrupt our conversation now. Ciri looked at Fíliya calmly. But Fíliya's mind was on something else entirely. I see. It's exactly as the books say. Elves are truly a race indifferent to emotions. But it makes sense. If elves, with their long lifespans, were still sensitive to emotions, they probably wouldn't be able to survive, would they? Fíliya thought to herself that this was likely a kind of biological self-preservation mechanism. Sigh. For a moment, she even felt a little sorry for old man Lernan. But in the face of a greater temptation, she quickly cast his somewhat lonely expression to the back of her mind. To ask this living god of magic for a spell, this held an undeniable allure for any mage. Fíliya was no exception. She, too, had a magic she was willing to spend her entire life trying to learn. It was one of the highest-tier magics, lying quietly in the system's shop. Magic to transform humans into the demon race. And its exchange cost was 100 million emotion points. Such an astronomical figure, Fíliya had always felt she could save up emotion points for a lifetime and still might not be able to afford it. But in this moment, was she about to obtain this long-coveted magic ahead of schedule? So, after composing herself, she tentatively made her wish to Ciri. I want the magic to transform humans into elves. Fíliya stated. She was a very cunning person. If she had foolishly blurted out that she wanted the magic to transform humans into the demon race, the consequences would be severe. Lady Ciri would undoubtedly press her on why she had such an idea, and old man Lernan over there would definitely not let her off the hook. After all, on this continent, the demon race was the mortal enemy of humanity, an existence humans were willing to pay any price to exterminate. But, the magic to transform humans into elves was much easier to explain. Yes, perfect for a test. Just as Fíliya had anticipated, after she stated her wish, Lady Ciri was visibly stunned for a moment, then shook her head helplessly. I see. Come to think of it, I also feel that human lifespans are indeed too short. I have seen countless human prodigies, each with talent far surpassing that of the elves. Unfortunately, they grow old and die in the blink of an eye. Limited by their lifespans, even the most exceptional genius is of little significance. If humans could be given an eternal life like the elves, no, perhaps with just 400 or 500 years, a champion would emerge from humanity, one strong enough to rival me. That's what you were thinking too, right, Fíliya? That's why you made such a strange wish. But you are destined for disappointment, Fíliya. I am an elven mage who has lived since ancient times. I can promise you, on my name. That kind of magic does not exist in this world. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 26, but, I refuse. Fíliya's expression was calm, after all, she was already mentally prepared. The non-existence of magic to turn humans into elves meant that what she truly wanted, magic to turn humans into the demon race, was also impossible. Long before today, she had pored over countless books, even reading many ancient texts written in Old Elvish. There had never been any magic in this world that could change one's race. That kind of magic existed only in the system shop inside her mind. Ooh. Fíliya let out a long sigh. confirming this was, in its own way, a gain for her. So it really doesn't exist. I was fantasizing about becoming an elf and living with Lady Ciri until the end of the world or something, ha. Fíliya scratched her head awkwardly, letting out a goofy laugh. Then, choose another. Ciri ignored Fíliya's idle chatter. Please teach me the magic for a peaceful sleep. Fíliya said with a serious expression. Ciri was taken aback once more. What was with this little one? Her wish had suddenly plummeted from a world-altering level to something on par with afternoon tea. Moreover, another first-class mage had once sought this very magic from her. That was sense. What do you want with such magic? Do you also have trouble sleeping at night? Ciri was very curious. No, I just heard from sense that she wasted this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity on a boring spell, so I want to do the same. Yes, learning the same magic as her sounds good. Fíliya explained with a straight face. At this, Ciri was somewhat speechless. An opportunity that was like a dream come true for a mage was being wasted yet again. How many times had it been? This behavior immediately made Ciri recall a white shadow from her memories. Frieren. That idiot dared to say to my face, to the face of the god of magic, that, there's no magic I want, magic is only interesting when you discover it yourself. Humph, Ciri clicked her tongue, then casually waved a hand. From the mountain of grimoires piled behind her stone throne, one book flew out on its own and landed in her hand. This is it. Ciri handed the grimoire to Fíliya with a displeased look. Because she was reminded of that white, detestable person, her favorability toward Fíliya, who had sparked the association, also dropped a bit. Lernan, you and Fíliya may leave. I want to be alone for a while. Ciri said. As you wish. Old man Lernan bowed slightly and prepared to lead Fíliya away. However, Fíliya seemed to have no intention of turning, still sizing up Ciri with a curious gaze. This made Ciri a little uncomfortable. In her long life, human mages who met her typically had only one of two attitudes. Either reverence or fear. But the young woman before her fit into neither category. Fíliya, do you have any other questions? In the end, it was Ciri who couldn't resist asking. I do, actually. I've made a discovery about you, Lady Ciri, but I feel like if I say it, the old man will scold me. Fíliya wore a worried expression. This put Lernan on guard, wondering if this girl was about to do something disrespectful again. Speak freely. Ciri gave Lernan a light glance, as if to say, with my assurance, he won't dare to move. Fíliya thought for a moment, then raised her head and looked at Ciri with a grave expression. I think I've discovered a weakness of yours, Lady Ciri. Fíliya said. In response, Ciri merely showed a faint smile, while old man Lernan's eyes went wide. Lady Ciri, you need not pay any mind to Miss Fíliya's wild talk. She's just Lernan. Seeing the slightly agitated Lernan, Ciri simply said his name calmly. The effect was clearly excellent. Old man Lernan fell silent as if snuffed out, quietly closing his mouth. Yes, go on, Fíliya. What weakness do you think I have? Ciri circled Fíliya with great interest, as if trying to see through her and find out just how many more surprises she held. Then I'll say it. Lady Ciri, are you perhaps not good at concealing your mana? Fíliya's tone was soft, but the information that slipped out was powerful, like a boulder dropped into a calm lake. Go on. Ciri's tone became a little eager, or perhaps her anticipation was so strong that it made her voice sound so bright. Well, I've collected many legends and biographies about the hero Himmel's party. The legendary elf mage named Frieren could perfectly conceal her mana, her pillar of mana wouldn't show the slightest waver. I used to think this was something any mage who has lived for 1,000 years could do, but your mana right now is clearly wavering, isn't it? That's a characteristic of concealing mana, right? So I'm guessing that you might not be very good at concealing your mana. Huh. The reason her sentence ended with an out-of-place exclamation was because a voice that utterly shocked her rang out in Fíliya's mind. Emotion points acquired, 5 million. Why, wait a minute. Fíliya felt so happy she was about to faint. Is that, ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 5 million? What happened? What on earth did I do? Even she couldn't figure it out right away. But such a massive emotional reward could only mean one thing: the deity before her must have experienced an incredibly dramatic emotional fluctuation. Could it be? Fíliya could only think of one possibility. Could it be that I'm the first person to notice that Lady Ciri is concealing her mana? Almost subconsciously, Fíliya glanced at old man Lernan. She saw that he had turned to stone, his eyes filled with disbelief, almost losing his grip on his staff. It was obvious now. This man, certified by the Continental Magic Association as the first-class mage and Lady Ciri's own direct apprentice, old man Lernan, had failed to see such an obvious fact. This is truly interesting. For the first time, Fíliya saw such a clear smile on Lady Ciri's face. Become my apprentice, Fíliya. I will guide you to the very pinnacle of magic. You will become a being beyond your own imagination. Almost in the next instant, this living deity extended an olive branch to Fíliya. To this, Fíliya's answer was, talk of the pinnacle of magic, and a being beyond your own imagination, is too ambiguous. I can't really get a feel for it, you know. Besides, I've long since decided what kind of path I'm going to walk, so. I'm sorry, but I refuse to become your apprentice, Lady Ciri. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 27, The Ultimate Illusion. This was not the first time Ciri had experienced rejection. On the contrary, in her long life, she had been turned down quite a number of times. So she merely furrowed her brow for a moment before smoothing it out again. You don't have to decide so quickly. You can take more time to think it over. However, what she hadn't expected was for Fíliya's second refusal to come so swiftly and decisively. This is something that requires no consideration. Because, if I become your disciple, I might quickly become one of the world's preeminent powerhouses, but at the same time, I would lose any possibility of defeating you. For Fíliya, uttering such a wild, unrealistic boast wasn't entirely about harvesting more emotion points from the living god, it also contained her true feelings. From the bottom of her heart, she wanted to challenge this god of magic. Whether it was the hero of legend or the living god, both were targets her soaring ambition sought to surpass. Her expression was exceptionally solemn, even as the system notified her that she had gained another 1,000,000 points, her face remained unchanged. As for Ciri, all she wanted to do right now was laugh. She just wanted to let out a few wild laughs. Now she understood. This young girl before her had no concept of what power was, nor had she ever witnessed true strength. That's why she would say such mad things. It made sense, she supposed. Despite being a prodigy, she was currently just a human girl who had recently come of age, a second-class mage who had never truly seen the world. That must be the source of this blind courage. So, if I were to effortlessly crush that which she takes pride in, would she perhaps change her mind? With this thought, Ciri mused aloud. Cast the magic you're most confident in, Fíliya. I want to see it. Fíliya knew exactly what Ciri was planning. This god of magic from the elf race truly didn't understand human emotions, to have misunderstood things in such a way. Fíliya couldn't help but smile, but she was more than happy to play along with the living god for a bit. After all, every point she could earn was a point earned. And so, she said. I do have a magic I'm very proud of, but my own mana is insufficient to support it. Therefore, I may need to steal some of your mana, Lady Ciri. Could I ask you not to resist? If you resist, I'll be helpless. I understand. I will lower all of my resistances. Ciri said casually, and seeing Lernan's somewhat worried expression, she preemptively stopped her disciple. And so Fíliya began to channel her mana. She could finally witness for the first time this magic, into which she had poured all her heart and soul. In the blink of an eye, the mana overflowing from Fíliya enveloped the entire room, swiftly reshaping everything around them. To an ordinary person ignorant of the ways of magic, it would have seemed as if the scene had suddenly changed. The other two instantly understood what Fíliya was doing. This was, simply put, a barrier-type magic. Although for a mana-deficient second-class mage like Fíliya, creating a barrier with such a large area of effect was already a remarkable feat. Compared to the big talk she had spouted earlier, this level of performance was still somewhat disappointing. At least, that was what Ciri thought. She looked at her own body. From it, faint, velvety, thread-like substances were dissipating, flowing in Fíliya's direction. The same was happening to Lernan. This indicated that the barrier didn't just affect a single target, but every subject enveloped within it. A barrier magic created to compensate for her own lack of mana, then. Its effect is to continuously drain the mana of those who enter, siphoning others' mana for her own use. It's a decent concept, and the formula's framework is very stable. As a barrier magic, it's quite excellent, but that's all there is to it. Ciri casually evaluated Fíliya's masterpiece. Fíliya, however, remained silent. No one knew her barrier better than she did. She was well aware that its true purpose was not for combat at all, draining others' mana was merely a bonus effect. Lady Ciri will realize this soon, she thought. As time passed, after a few breaths, the entire barrier began to undergo subtle, gradual changes. No, this is full of flaws. Why is it constructed this way? It's completely self-contradictory. Ciri suddenly frowned. It was precisely because of her supreme understanding of all magic that she couldn't comprehend why this young mage she held in high regard would set up a barrier like this. If the main goal was to absorb the opponent's mana, then everything within the barrier should be kept minimalistic. To take it to an extreme, the interior of the barrier should be nothing but a void, so as not to waste a single shred of mana. But the barrier before her was clearly too extravagant. This sea of flowers before her, and the gentle breeze that caressed her face. The moisture diffused in the air, the warm sunlight, and the slightly earthy scent. Her many senses were clearly telling Ciri. She was in a real sea of flowers. Despite drawing a vast amount of mana from her, it wasn't being used for combat at all. Instead, all the mana was being used to make this world more real. It was an application that was extravagant to the extreme, and just as extremely pointless. This was the reason for her self-contradictory evaluation. Then, just as Lady Ciri was about to question her, she suddenly saw a figure that made her pupils tremble. Small, lively, and cute, with a familiar smile on her face, as if time had flowed backward. Fíliya, why is that thing in this barrier? Lady Ciri's tone was like she was gritting her teeth. Fíliya was overjoyed. Her ultimate move was clearly effective, proven by the constantly rising emotion points. So she said with a light chuckle. I don't quite understand what you mean. This barrier is supposed to recreate the person you cherish and care for the most. Aren't you happy? Of course not. I don't feel happy at all. Get rid of this barrier, now. Lady Ciri said urgently, but this only made Fíliya more curious. With Lady Ciri's power, she could clearly shatter this flimsy barrier of hers with a flick of her wrist. Why would she ask her to get rid of it? It couldn't be that, she can't bear to, could it? Fíliya quickly covered her mouth, lest she couldn't stop herself from saying something inappropriate again. And that figure had evidently noticed them. The small figure ran over with a look of pleasant surprise, stumbling along, making one worry she might fall. Fortunately, such a heart-wrenching scene did not occur, and the small figure soon arrived before Ciri. She strained to stand on her tiptoes, holding up a bouquet of flowers with both hands, looking at Ciri with delight. Master, flowers for you. Ciri's pupils remained wide, and she still said nothing. And so, the little girl, somewhat puzzled, opened her arms and hugged her teacher. Master, what's wrong? Why are you ignoring me? And who are this old man and this big sister? Noticing that there were strangers present, the small figure shyly hid behind her master. At this scene, aside from Lady Ciri who was already in a slight daze, old man Lernan couldn't help but widen his eyes as well. He, of course, knew what this meant. In his life, Lernan had witnessed countless types of illusionary magic. However, no matter how exquisite an illusion, it always had flaws. He had seen a type of monster called a phantom dragon. This monster could read a target's memories and disguise itself as the person they cherished most. Lady Fíliya's magic must have been inspired by this monster. A phantom dragon could perfectly replicate the appearance, physique, expression, and even personality of its disguise, but such an illusion wasn't considered particularly advanced. This was because the phantom dragon itself wasn't a very powerful monster. Even if it crafted a perfect exterior, a mage could easily distinguish it by perceiving the difference in mana. Not to mention, a phantom dragon's creation couldn't simulate that aura belonging to a living person, unable to shape what could be called a sense of life. Besides this, he had also seen a monster capable of perfectly replicating a target's every ability, every habit, and even their intuition and combat experience. In fact, such a monster was sealed within a large labyrinth near the City of Magic, and its name was the Water Mirror Demon. But that monster could only copy a crude, doll-like appearance that would be seen as fake at a glance. At the same time, the things it created lacked even the most basic linguistic ability, let alone a mind. But this little girl before them was different. A simulation of this level couldn't be explained away as a mere illusion. Whether it was her exterior, her interior, or even the most subtle feeling and the most profound aura, she was no different from a living person. Fíliya. The illusion created by this young second-class mage could truly be called life. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 28, Don't use that magic again. Fíliya, did you not hear me? Make this thing disappear at once. After that momentary lapse, the living goddess issued a new decree. But her slightly cold tone truly frightened the little girl behind her. Master, what's wrong? Why are you angry? The little girl asked, confused, her long orange hair lifted by a gentle breeze. Her eyes, however, were filled with an urgent anxiety, born from not knowing how to comfort her master. Seeing this, Fíliya had no choice but to take a few steps forward. Fortunately, she was excellent at feigning obedience, and with an incredibly affable demeanor, she tricked the little girl into trusting her. "My name is Fíliya. What's yours?" Fíliya asked softly, taking the girl's hand. "Flam." Although she answered Fíliya, Flam's gaze remained fixed on her master. Fíliya raised an eyebrow upon hearing the answer. To every mage alive in the modern era, that name was legendary. She was the great human mage who lived 1,000 years ago, the very founder of human magic. Fíliya had to force herself to remain calm and continue the conversation with Flam. "I see. Flam, the thing is, Lady Ciri is in a very bad mood right now, but I have an idea. In this sea of flowers, there's a single rainbow-colored flower. If you can find it, Lady Ciri will surely cheer up," Fíliya said with a completely serious expression. Is that so?" Flam looked hesitant, as if debating whether to trust this big sister she had just met. But, the thought of making her master happy made her choose to believe. And so, Flam waved to Ciri. Even without a response, she wasn't discouraged. With a burst of determination, she ran towards the distant sea of flowers, all for a single hope fabricated by a villain. As they watched the small figure recede into the distance, the atmosphere became incredibly awkward. Ahem. To think that Lady Flam was Lady Ciri's disciple. Old Man Lernan, seemingly viewing it as his duty to break the deadlock, was the first to speak. "She was just a disciple I took on a whim. She went completely against my expectations. You could say she was my most disappointing disciple." After little Flam was gone, Lady Ciri finally seemed to regain her ability to form coherent sentences. She even deliberately emphasized, "most disappointing," rather than "most cherished." Fíliya found this rather endearing, but for the sake of her own life, she had no intention of pointing it out. Moreover, there was something else that bothered Fíliya. Logically, her barrier should have affected everyone enveloped by it, except herself. Therefore, the person Old Man Lernan cared for most should have appeared as well. Huh? Could it be? Fíliya thought of a possibility, but she didn't dare to confirm it. "Fíliya, I must admit, your mastery in the field of illusions has far surpassed my imagination. That thing you created, it has reached the point of being indistinguishable from reality. But I still don't understand why you would do this." Ciri quickly shifted into a work-like, or rather, an academic state, clearly trying to force herself to ignore the impact that figure had on her. Fíliya simply accepted the critique calmly. "Are you planning to make opponents you drag into your barrier freeze up, creating an opening? It's laughable, and far too inefficient. You'd be better off using the stolen mana to attack directly, achieving a wax and wane effect." In that instant, Fíliya confirmed something else. This Lady Ciri's way of thinking was that of a complete battle maniac. She hadn't created this magic for fighting at all. For Fíliya, this magic's greatest purpose was harvesting emotions, of course. To be able to see the person you care for most who has already passed away is the most blissful experience for any intelligent being, with the exception of the demon race, who are completely incapable of understanding emotions. And happiness often creates the greatest emotional fluctuations. It brings others happiness while allowing her to reap a bountiful harvest of emotion points. It was a win-win, an absolutely wonderful situation. Besides, this magic wasn't something Fíliya had redeemed from the system's shop, it was 100% her own original creation. Every time she thought about this, a great sense of satisfaction welled up inside Fíliya. Who isn't a little genius, after all? After this brief moment of self-satisfaction, she certainly didn't forget to answer Lady Ciri's question. Of course, the explanation she would give Ciri wouldn't be exactly what she was truly thinking. She'd need to modify it a bit. So she said, "Lady Ciri, you truly don't understand a thing about humans. The purpose of this magic isn't combat, but simply to create a world that rivals reality and to create people who rival real ones. As for the function of stealing mana, that was just a compromise I had to make because my own mana is insufficient to sustain this world." After hearing Fíliya's explanation, Ciri's expression grew even darker. What is the point of that? She didn't understand. Bringing people happiness is a purpose in itself. Fíliya added her reply almost the very instant Ciri's voice faded. This time, Ciri offered no further opinion. She seemed to be pondering something. While Lady Ciri was lost in thought, Fíliya and Old Man Lernan stood like two statues, completely motionless. Finally, Ciri stopped thinking and looked up. "What is this magic called?" She looked at Fíliya. "The other shore. It's the magic I'm most proud of." Fíliya answered with a wide smile. At that, Ciri said no more, instead gathering a ball of light between her hands. Just as Ciri was about to destroy the barrier. In the distance, little Flam, still searching for the rainbow-colored flower, seemed to realize something. What did she realize? Her own dissipation. And so, she stopped searching for the flower. A trace of fear was on her face, and her eyes, looking towards Ciri, were still holding back tears. But she didn't cry for help. Instead, she rubbed her eyes, then her face, and offered Ciri one last smile. The white glow in Lady Ciri's hand seemed to dim slightly. She had, of course, taken in the little girl's every move. But soon, as if needing to prove something, the light in her hands grew exceptionally bright once more. Humans, they really are so weak, so cruel. Ciri thought to herself. Such a cute little thing, and in the blink of an eye, it grows up. In the blink of an eye, it learns to talk back. In the blink of an eye, it gets old. In the blink of an eye, it dies. An incomparably pure torrent of mana shot towards the sky, making even the slightest resistance impossible. Fíliya's barrier was instantly disintegrated by Lady Ciri. Her vision returned to the great hall from before, her eyes falling upon Lady Ciri's conspicuous stone throne. Fíliya hadn't noticed when Lady Ciri had returned to her throne. But she heard Ciri say, "Fíliya, I will no longer force you to be my disciple. You will become a mage who surpasses my imagination. And one more thing. You are forbidden from using this magic on me ever again." White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 29, you will all study literature. For the next week, Miss Fíliya spent all her time at her post, with hardly any time to even go see Sense. After all, who told her to let so much work pile up? Of course, she wasn't the only staff member in the Continental Magic Association's library, but many tasks could only be completed by her. For example, ancient grimoires sent from the Adventurers Guild, artifacts buried for 1,000 years, historical documents, and classic texts, were all written in ancient Elven. These treasures, discovered by adventurers exploring labyrinths, were mostly acquired by the Continental Magic Association and then sent collectively to specialists for appraisal and translation. Sigh, what has the world come to? Barely any mages of this era can read ancient Elven. This is going to be the death of me. You'd think the association would give me a little extra compensation. Miss Fíliya grumbled and cursed as she wrote furiously. This was the city of magic, Osirst, the headquarters of the Continental Magic Association. There was no shortage of top-tier combat power here. However, it was sorely lacking in talent proficient in ancient Elven, so the burden on Miss Fíliya's shoulders was anything but light. Although she wasn't the only one who could read it, there clearly weren't enough hands. Thus, Miss Fíliya often thought to herself, why not have that long-lived old elf share some of her work? Ciri would surely know every strange and ancient language imaginable. And if she were to translate, her efficiency would certainly surpass that of everyone in the library combined. After all, she was powerful and didn't need rest. But such a thought existed only in Fíliya's mind, she would never dare to actually ask that old elf for help. To that goddess of magic, only the most profound magic was worthy of her personal research. Tedious and low-level work like translating ancient texts, appraising ancient artifacts, and identifying magic items was definitely left to those beneath her. Sigh. If you ask me, the first-class mage exam needs to include a humanities section in the future. Otherwise, ancient Elven is bound to be lost to time. Fíliya continued to complain. If she were the chief examiner for the first-class mage test, the very first stage would be ancient Elven. Go and hit the books, all of you. We can talk about fighting after you pass the exam. If various humanities subjects were made a compulsory part of the first-class mage curriculum, her own work would surely become much easier in the future. She thought, delighted with the idea. She didn't know how long she had been working continuously. Was it 2 days? Or 3? It didn't matter. She only knew that she had to finish all the piled-up work quickly. To that end, she had even used a potion that forcibly stimulated her mind. Finally, late one night, she finished all her work. But this didn't mean she could rest. She still had to make a series of preparations for the adventure she was about to undertake. Late at night, she visited many shops selling magic items and boring jewelry stores. After getting everything ready, she finally collapsed onto her small bed. She slept for a full day. On the third day, she awoke from a state of deep sleep, or coma, and got everything in order. That day, she once again found herself before the door to Sense's office. Slowly pushing the door open, she had seen the same scene countless times over the years, yet every time she saw Sense, she felt an inexplicable sense of peace. To Miss Fíliya, teasing Sense was fun, and being teased by Sense was also fun. The time spent with Sense was the most important counterbalance in her life. She slowly walked up to Sense, who had already noticed her long ago. "I'm going to be leaving again for a while," Fíliya said with a calm expression. Hearing this, Sense was slightly taken aback, then asked in return. Why? Don't you hate accepting commissions? Besides, there's a lot of work piled up for you at the library, isn't there? The work is all done. I just translated 20 or 30 grimoires and appraised over 100 magic items and artifacts. Does that really take so long? Fíliya said with an arrogant look, clearly very confident in her talents. And it's not a commission. I just want to go train a bit, cross the border into the northern plateau. Fíliya's words made Sense frown slightly. The northern plateau is occupied by the demon race right now. It's very dangerous. I know it's dangerous. If it weren't, I wouldn't go. To be honest, I want to encounter stronger demons. The ones I've met before were all too weak. It's hard to get any useful findings from them. Upon hearing Fíliya's reply, Sense couldn't help but sigh. Of course, she knew of Fíliya's ambitions and was well aware that once Fíliya decided on something, it was difficult for others to stop her. Still, she wanted to try and persuade the girl before her. After all, she had only been back for a few days. Was it really necessary to leave in such a hurry? But the route to the northern plateau is sealed off now. Only first-class mages are permitted to enter. Why don't you wait another 2 years? After you've taken the exam. Wouldn't it be better to just keep doing the work you like, studying ancient texts and artifacts? Sense's tone was filled not only with worry but also a sliver of hope. This made Fíliya feel a little puzzled. But Sense, you were the one who encouraged me to go out more before, you even assigned me commissions. Now that I actually plan to go train, you're trying to stop me. That's different. Within the border, or near it, you generally won't encounter powerful demons. Fíliya finally got it. Oh. So you're afraid I'll die? A playful expression began to form on her face, and just as she was about to say something teasing to Sense, she noticed that Sense's expression was extremely serious. Normally, Sense would have bickered with her, arguing back for a bit, but not this time. Yes. I'm worried about you. Rarely did Sense admit such a thing so frankly. This time, it was Fíliya who was at a loss for words. After a long pause, she finally came up with a suitable response. You're worrying too much. I'm a young prodigy favored by Lady Ciri. How could I possibly die so easily? Is that so? Sense responded, but her face was devoid of any emotion. That's right. Did you know, Lady Ciri is very fond of me. Besides, don't you trust my ability to escape? Even if I ran into a greater demon, I'm confident I could get away. So just relax. Look at this. As she spoke, Fíliya pulled an envelope from her pocket and handed it to Sense. Sense took it and glanced at it, her pupils widening slightly. Because it was a letter of passage. Lady Ciri has already approved my trip to the northern plateau. She even had Oldman learn and write this for me. See? There's no problem now, right? Fíliya said with a light laugh. Sense's feelings were a mix of complicated emotions. Of course, she didn't want someone as young as Fíliya, who hadn't even obtained her first-class mage certification, to go and encounter those powerful demons so soon. But since Lady Ciri herself had approved it, there was nothing more she could say. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 30, A Temporary Farewell and the Mirror Lotus. Then when are you planning to leave? Sense asked in a low voice. Immediately, of course. Fíliya answered swiftly. Sense's brow furrowed slightly, but then relaxed. Right, this girl has always had this impetuous personality, she thought. So, this is the ultimatum. Realizing there was no way to change this oddball's mind, Miss Sense simply gave up thinking. Her gaze towards Fíliya turned helpless, tinged with a slight smile. It's a farewell. I'll be back soon. How soon is soon? I'll at least make it back for the first-class mage test. Fíliya rested her chin on her hand, a pensive look on her face. Sense's body stiffened, and she shot Fíliya an annoyed glare. Isn't that 2 years from now? You're going to be gone for 2 years. Why don't you just go? Sense abruptly covered her own mouth. She suddenly realized that what she had been about to curse, why don't you just go die, was a bit too ominous. Ah, that's the worst-case scenario. Best case, I might be back in a month or two, you know. Sense lowered her head, looking sullen. Watching this, Fíliya could only scratch her face awkwardly, thinking that she should have just lied. But right now, comforting Sense was clearly more important. So she slowly walked over and stood behind Sense. She placed her hands on Sense's shoulders and began to gently massage them. Sense. Fíliya called Sense's name softly. I'm already making a peace offering, can't you give me some reaction? She thought. But Sense ignored her. Sense, big sister. Fíliya called out, her expression slightly embarrassed. This time, there was indeed a reaction. She could clearly feel Sense's body tremble slightly at that moment. Sense only felt a tickle in her heart, and then she immediately began to reminisce. When was the last time this girl called me big sister? I remember she was still very young back then, and much more well-behaved. I don't know when she went astray and developed this strange personality. Big sis Sense, pay attention to me, look, I'm even giving you a massage, you know. Fíliya's words made Sense feel even more flustered. The tingling, numbing sensation bubbling up from her heart was torturing her, leaving her at a loss. But, she still held back and ignored the green-haired girl. I'm not that easy to coax. She clenched her jaw and buried her head as low as she could, afraid Fíliya would see her expression. And so, seeing that Sense still wouldn't acknowledge her, Miss Fíliya adopted a pensive expression, and her massaging hands stopped. Sense was a little confused as to why the pleasant massage had suddenly stopped, but she refused to ask. If she were to speak up now, wouldn't it seem like she cared too much? Thus, the two fell into a subtle standoff. Fortunately, this state didn't last long. Fíliya slowly lowered her head, bringing her lips close to Sense's ear. If even big sister doesn't work, could it be, Sense, that you want me to call you mommy? The moment Fíliya's words left her mouth, Sense snapped her head up. After a brief moment of shock, she began glaring at Fíliya as if looking at an idiot. Super effective. So Sense finally cracked, Fíliya nodded in satisfaction, but then her own shameless words made her blush a little. Just, pretend I didn't say that. Right, haha, mommy, and all that, it's a bit too embarrassing, too depraved. Fíliya said, trying to awkwardly backtrack. Sigh. Sense took several deep breaths before finally recovering. I'm begging you, Fíliya, please say less weird things like that in the future. It's a good thing no one heard you. Sense gave Fíliya a helpless eye roll. But Fíliya replied with a perfectly straight face. Really? I think there's a good chance Lady Ciri is eavesdropping, you know. Think about it, an ancient elf with an infinite lifespan must have to find her own fun. And with Ciri's practically inexhaustible mana, I can't even imagine how far her mana detection range is. Could it cover a whole city? Maybe even a country. I feel like anything that happens in the City of Magic couldn't escape her notice if she wanted to know. Sense paid Fíliya's words no mind. After all, unlike this unruly green-haired girl, she held Lady Ciri in high esteem. So, Sense said to Fíliya, slightly annoyed. Lady Ciri would never do something so boring. Do you think everyone is like you? Yes, there I go again, judging others by my own standards. By the way, big sis Sense, you're finally talking to me. Fíliya put on an innocent expression, but her eyes were clearly twinkling with triumph. Only then did Sense realize she had been tricked by this girl again. Never mind. Sense suppressed the urge to give Fíliya a good thrashing. Who could blame her when the girl was about to leave? She couldn't very well send her off injured, could she? Sense thought. After a few more deep breaths, a smile returned to Sense's face. She then used her hair to grab Fíliya and pull her over. Fíliya watched Sense's actions calmly. She saw Sense straightening her clothes. Now that I think about it, I really don't care much about my appearance. Her clothes were wrinkled all over, and there were even loose threads in some places. As she tidied up, Sense's helpless expression returned. Fíliya, you love studying folk magic, don't you? Why not learn a spell to make your clothes pristine? Next time for sure. Fíliya's gaze drifted away. The reason she hadn't learned the magic to make clothes pristine was simple. Because if she learned it, she would never get to enjoy moments like this again. Finally, after fixing Fíliya's clothes, Sense let her go. All right, I have nothing more to say to you. Go on, get out of my sight. Sense said, turning away. But Miss Fíliya didn't want to leave just yet. She was seen pulling something from her pocket and walking towards Sense. Hearing Fíliya's footsteps drawing closer instead of receding, Sense turned back in confusion. And then, she saw the object in Fíliya's hand. It was a silver ring. And what shocked her even more was the pattern carved on the ring. It was clearly Mirror Lotus. The moment she confirmed this, Miss Sense's breath hitched. She stared with wide, unbelieving eyes, fixing her gaze on Fíliya's face as if trying to read something there. Fíliya tilted her head slightly, wondering why Sense was suddenly looking at her with such a shocked expression. So she explained. You gave me a bracelet before, Sense, so I wanted to give you a gift in return. As she spoke, Fíliya raised her hand to show Sense the sapphire bracelet she had received. Then she added, I went to a jewelry shop the night before last, and the owner said this is the most popular style right now. I'm not really sure, though. You don't like it? After hearing Fíliya's explanation, Sense let out a sigh of relief, but a strange sense of melancholy began to spread through her heart. Of course. This girl's head is filled with nothing but studying magic and the demon race. How could she possibly know what the mirror lotus represents? I'm not dissatisfied. Sense replied in a low voice. Seeing this, Fíliya also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it would have been terrible if her rare attempt at picking a gift had failed. Then let me put it on for you. Fíliya's tone was light, which made Sense hesitate for several seconds, wondering if she should explain the meaning of the mirror lotus to this girl. But in the end, she couldn't bring herself to say it and obediently held out her hand. While putting the ring on Sense, Fíliya seemed to remember something and said, Oh, right, I think the owner also said that wearing a ring on different fingers has different meanings. So complicated. Let me think. Just as Fíliya was trying hard to think, Sense immediately interrupted her. Right here is fine. Sense said, slightly raising that finger. Fíliya looked puzzled. Eh? Why the ring finger? Does it have some meaning? Although she voiced her question, Fíliya obediently complied, naturally slipping the ring engraved with the mirror lotus onto Miss Sense's ring finger. I'm not telling you. Sense looked at the object on her finger with a fluttering heart, then quickly turned her head away. She was afraid of meeting Fíliya's gaze, afraid the other girl would see through her. After all, this girl knew her so well. TCH, as if I'm dying to know. I can't be bothered to remember anything unrelated to magic. Miss Fíliya turned her head away with a show of pride. She said no more and turned directly towards the door. Fíliya. Sense called out to her, but didn't turn around. Don't you die. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 31, Arriving at the Northern Plateau. After several straight days in a carriage, Fíliya had finally arrived at her destination, the northern outpost. She presented the letter of proof Old Man Lernen had written for her and passed through the checkpoint without issue. Taking a few deep breaths of the northern plateau's air, Fíliya stepped forward with high spirits. At last, she could begin to engage with her beloved demon race. The very thought filled her with a surge of vitality. Unfortunately, the adventure of the next few days would somewhat dampen her fighting spirit. She had been in the northern plateau for 5 days now, but had yet to encounter a single powerful demon. The few waves of monsters and demons that attacked her were hardly strong, she dispatched them with ease. Interrogating those demons only added a few more lines to her notes, yielding no new discoveries that excited her. So, she decided to change her approach. Her current position was rather close to the sea, so she might as well try her luck by the shore. After all, she had spent most of her life so far in the city of magic, Osirst. And while Osirst was a city on a lake, no matter how large a lake was, it could never compare to the ocean. During her time at the Magic Academy in the imperial capital, she had rarely left the school grounds, let alone seen the sea. This was a perfect opportunity to see it. And so, with a burst of motivation, she flew toward the ocean, thinking that perhaps she might find a different sort of encounter by the coast. After wandering along the shore for a while, she had found nothing besides a pile of bizarrely shaped seashells, though she did marvel at the vastness of the ocean. A short while later, Fíliya suddenly spotted a large structure that looked like an abandoned shipyard. Driven by curiosity, she began to walk in that direction. Just then, a voice that made her heart stop sounded from behind her. The moment she heard it, all the shells she was holding in her hand scattered onto the ground. The other party hadn't hidden their mana at all, yet she had completely failed to detect when that figure had appeared. From this point alone, the gap in mana between them was likely as vast as the heavens. Hey, please tell me your name. It was a rather beautiful voice, Fíliya had to admit that. It was ethereal yet full of warmth, making one uncontrollably want to trust its speaker. Fíliya slowly turned around. What she saw was a demon. An incredibly powerful demon. This was likely what the books referred to as a greater demon. The instant their eyes met, Fíliya did one thing. She immediately spent all of her 15 million points to acquire a single spell. Magic of Death Substitution. The effect of this magic was that when the user was about to suffer a fatal attack, it would forcibly transport them to a safe location, leaving a doll in their place. Although its effect was immensely powerful, one might even say overpowered, the magic came with a rather strict limitation. It could only be used once every 5 years. But that was enough. There was no time to worry about cost-effectiveness. After all, nothing was more important than her life. Ha! Fíliya let out a long breath. She was certain this was the closest she had ever come to death in her life. There was no way she could escape from this demon. The mana disparity was too great, no conventional method would be effective. But having acquired the magic of death substitution, she finally felt a bit of confidence and could once again begin to observe the demon before her. And then she was amazed that such a coincidence could exist in this world. Because the demon in front of her bore a striking resemblance to herself. The same flowing green hair, the same smile that said, "Everything is under control," even the curve of their smiles was similar. The same slightly slender build, the same distinct and slightly prominent collarbones. After a brief observation, Fíliya could only spot 3 distinct differences. First, the demon across from her had 2 short horns on her forehead, as tender as freshly sprouted bamboo shoots breaking through the soil. They were the shortest horns she had ever seen on a demon. Without a close look, one would surely mistake them for ornaments worn by a girl next door. The second difference was that her own pupils were pure, unblemished gold, while the demon's eyes were a base of light green. The third point was that Miss Fíliya was about half a head taller than this female demon. As Fíliya observed her, the demon was also sizing Fíliya up with a curious gaze. She found it novel. When this weak human saw her, she was only terrified for a single moment before immediately regaining her senses. And she showed no signs of a mental breakdown. Even her heartbeat was gradually steadying. G. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 32, Solitaire. I'm so happy. I never thought there would be a human in this world who would willingly listen to me talk. That female demon truly wore a lovely smile, like a young girl in the throes of first love, but as a demon race enthusiast and research expert, Miss Fíliya would not be swayed by words of this level. You're right. It was rude of me to approach you so rashly, and I didn't even introduce myself properly. As she spoke, the powerful female demon gently lifted the hem of her pure white dress and gave Fíliya a curtsy. Fíliya noticed this detail, and it made her believe what the demon had said before a little more. Of course, that excluded the line, "I have never harmed any human." This demon was truly a special case, to have actually gone and learned human etiquette. "My name is Solitaire." The female demon calmly stated her name. The moment she heard the name, the first thought that popped into Fíliya's mind was, "Who? Never heard of her." Fíliya's breadth of reading was already at the pinnacle among humans. She had read countless ancient classics and records, yet she had never seen the name Solitaire in any of them. She quickly realized just how horrifying this was. For such a powerful demon, her name did not appear in any human records. This situation meant only one thing. That in the long course of history, among all the humans who had encountered this demon, there had never, ever been a single survivor. Fíliya. After Solitaire finished speaking, Fíliya also quickly gave her own name. Fíliya, is it? What a lovely name. I think we'll definitely get along. As Solitaire spoke, she quickly moved closer to Fíliya and took her hand. Would you like to come to my home as a guest? I can cook human food, you know. I've invited many humans before, but none of them were willing to come. Fíliya, would you be willing to be my first human guest? Heh. Fíliya just wanted to let out a cold laugh. You've given yourself away, haven't you? Huh. And you say you've never harmed a human? Then where did all those humans who were unwilling to be your guests go? It's so hard to guess. Though she was scornful in her heart, her expression showed no emotional fluctuation. She still smiled and nodded. All right. This is also the first time I've met a member of the demon race with whom I can sit down and talk properly, without us having to kill each other. Fíliya's words made Solitaire's eyes light up. Fíliya, aren't you afraid of the demon race? Of course not. Because I am a demon race enthusiast. After Fíliya spoke, she could clearly feel that this Miss Solitaire's interest in her had elevated from ordinary curiosity to a fanatical desire to uncover the truth. To this, she could only sigh inwardly. What is with this? Can't I ever meet a normal woman? Someone dorky and cute like little Air would be fine. After thinking it over, Fíliya decided that sense was still the best after all. And so, Fíliya walked side by side with Solitaire along the seashore. She glanced at Solitaire's hand holding hers and felt a bit irritated. The reason for her irritation was also very simple. This lovely demon lady simply stank a little too much. She now really wanted to take out her demon notebook and jot down an entry. The demon race most likely does not bathe. After walking for some time, not far from that abandoned shipyard, the duo of one human and one demon saw a stranded orca. Eh? Is it that time again? Solidar tilted her head slightly, her gaze fixed on the orca. What time? Fíliya asked subconsciously. These animals die in groups on the beach every so often. The cycle is about 7 years. Every 7 years, many of these animals rush onto the beach, as if committing suicide. Don't you find that interesting, Fíliya? Is that so? What a shame. It would be nice if the demon race had such a habit. If the demon race committed mass suicide every 7 years, life would surely be much easier for humanity. Fíliya said to Solidar with a light laugh. Because she had that magic as a safety net, her courage had grown a bit, and she even began to proactively say things that might provoke Solidar. But your words are contradictory, Fíliya. Just a moment ago, you claimed to be a demon enthusiast, yet you still seem to harbor hostility towards the demon race. Solidar was, after all, a great demon who had trained for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. She wouldn't be as easily provoked by a human as those low-level demons. And regarding the point of being contradictory, I must return that word to you exactly as is, Solidar. Fíliya continued. Solidar tilted her head with a hint of confusion. Aren't you the same? You say you love humans, but you've eaten every single one you've met, haven't you? Miss Fíliya suddenly chose to drop the pretense at this delicate moment. Hearing Fíliya's words, Solidar was slightly taken aback. Then, after a moment's thought, she slowly let go of Fíliya's hand. She walked slowly to the side of the stranded orca, then placed her hand on its head, putting on a compassionate expression. Fíliya knew very well that this was just another clumsy performance. Solidar's hand stroked the orca's skin over and over, as if she were using this time to carefully consider how to reply to Fíliya. You really are special, Fíliya. You must be one of those very clever humans. I can't fool you. Solidar stopped her hand and raised her head to look at Fíliya, her expression still bearing that look of seemingly endless gentleness. That's why I don't understand. Since you knew my true nature, Fíliya, why did you still follow me? Why didn't you try to run? Unlike Solidar, Fíliya's answer didn't require so much preparation. Don't say such foolish things, Solidar. The power gap between us is too great. There isn't the slightest possibility that I could escape from you. As for why I came with you, that's also simple. This is my struggle to survive. Solidar was slightly puzzled upon hearing this. She didn't quite understand what this act of Fíliya's, willingly walking into the tiger's maw, had to do with survival. It's simple. Fíliya, of course, noticed Solidar's confusion. She also took a few steps forward to the orca and, mimicking Solidar, stroked the poor animal with both hands. Because I intend to pique your curiosity. I'm quite confident in myself. I can definitely bring you many experiences that you've never had in your long life. If you truly are a researcher of humanity, then you surely wouldn't bear to kill me. Do you think my approach is correct? Fíliya turned her head to the side, smiling as her eyes met Solidar's. After a brief moment of eye contact, Solidar also laughed out loud, then gently lunged forward and embraced Fíliya. Completely correct. My curiosity about you, Fíliya, has reached its peak. I'm even eager to kill you, to cut you open. I so want to see what makes you different from other humans, why you're so interesting. Is that all right with you? Solidar pressed her lips to Fíliya's ear and whispered. Of course it's all right. It's just. Solidar, do you prefer to gain immense pleasure all at once and then fall into emptiness, or to continuously and uninterruptedly receive little surprises? If it's the latter, I'd advise you to be patient. Don't be in such a hurry. You are of the demon race, after all. Compared to me, the one thing you don't lack is time, isn't it? Fíliya said with a blank expression, then cooperatively reciprocated Solidar's action, pulling her into an embrace and even patting her on the head. This scene of a demon and a human embracing was bizarre to the extreme. Since you've put it that way, Fíliya, I'll believe you. Let's go home. As she spoke, Solidar once again took Fíliya's hand. Fíliya offered no resistance at all, allowing Solidar to lead her back to the abandoned shipyard. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 33, Another Me in the World. Upon entering Solidar's home, Fíliya instantly understood why she carried such a strong stench of death. Because what greeted her eyes were all sorts of bones and remains. There were bones from animals, from monsters, and of course, from humans. These bones were all very well managed, without a single crack or sign of damage, and they had all been assembled into complete forms. Fíliya's gaze shifted to the other side. Accompanying the piles of stark white bones were, naturally, various taxidermied specimens. They had all been completely hollowed out from the inside, then filled with some unknown material to stretch their hides back to their original shapes. This endless display of corpses and skeletal specimens was arranged like a collection of medals on the first floor of this abandoned shipyard. Yes, looking at this scene, Fíliya felt nothing but excitement. That's right, she felt no fear. She just felt that this demon named Solidar was becoming more and more like her. If she could, she too would want to build such a structure, and neatly arrange specimens of the demon race within it, so that she could properly study their anatomy. Unfortunately, the demon race doesn't leave behind corpses, so she had never been able to realize her wish. It must take a lot of time to make these, right? As far as I know, there shouldn't be any magic that can create such things. Fíliya asked Solidar with an admiring expression. Yes, I didn't use magic. I completed all of these slowly. Fíliya said it herself, time is the one thing we of the demon race have in abundance. Solidar chuckled softly, then pointed a finger at the two largest skeletal specimens hanging from the ceiling. Look, Fíliya, that's the animal we just encountered by the sea, and next to it is another type of fish. Solidar proudly introduced her creations. Fíliya, on the other hand, carefully observed the skeletons of the two behemoths and then spoke calmly. They are an orca and a great white shark. Fíliya's words were like a bomb, turning Solidar's already excited mood into a fervent frenzy. She was seen dashing back to Fíliya's side. Eh? Fíliya, you actually know what these animals are? It's nothing. This world is vast. If there are humans who love the demon race and demons who love humans, then naturally there will be humans who love animals. In fact, humans have always had disciplines for studying animals. No matter how the world changes, humanity's endless curiosity will always drive them toward the unknown. Fíliya spoke with a straight face, but upon hearing her words, Solidar let out a melodious laugh. Fíliya, your choice of words seems a bit strange. Humans, them. It's as if you're saying you aren't human yourself. Ah. Prompted by Solidar, Fíliya herself realized that her choice of words just now had indeed been strange. Why, when talking about humans, would she subconsciously use a pronoun like them? Puzzled by this question, Fíliya's expression became somewhat dazed for a moment. Fortunately, Solidar didn't press further on the topic, instead turning back to look at the two skeletons. I never thought that besides the Demon King, humans also conduct such deep research into living creatures. Thank you for telling me this, Fíliya. Solidar always wore a smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze, making Fíliya marvel at the mysteries of demon evolution. Even knowing full well that a monster stood before her, she would still subconsciously evaluate Solidar with the word beautiful. At the same time, Solidar's words also piqued Fíliya's curiosity. The Demon King researches living creatures. This was an incredibly interesting and novel topic. Fíliya, do you think these two big fellows are of the same kind? Solidar posed the question to Fíliya. Several hundred years ago, Solidar had a brief encounter with Mocht, the leader of the Demon King's 7 Sages of Destruction. The current situation was almost identical to that time. That strongest of the 7 Sages of Destruction, Mocht, was completely unable to perceive any difference between the two creatures before him, and naturally called the orca a big fish. What kind of answer would Fíliya give? Solidar clasped her hands behind her back. She had now walked up the steps and was looking at Fíliya with an expectant gaze. Of course not. Although both the orca and the great white shark live in the sea, and have certain similarities in both appearance and internal structure, they are not of the same kind. Fíliya's answer clearly made Solidar very happy. She was seen leaping down from the 3 to 4 meter high platform in an instant, and upon landing, she didn't kick up even a speck of dust, as if a feather had fallen to the ground. You're right, Fíliya. The Demon King told me that orcas are mammals, while great white sharks are fish. The Demon King also taught me a term called convergent evolution, which refers to this exact situation. Completely different species evolving many similar structures. It's just so fascinating. Fíliya, don't you think it's just like humans and the demon race? Oh. So the Demon King understands convergent evolution. Does that mean the Demon King is a biologist? Fíliya's interest was also piqued. As a researcher, how could she not be invested in this topic? So she said. Yes, humans and the demon race certainly have many similarities, but beneath this similar exterior, they possess completely different cores. First, language. For humans, the purpose of language is for communication and cooperation, emotional exchange, and passing down wisdom. For the demon race, language is merely a tool for predation. Next, social structure. For humans, forming an organization requires 4 elements: intellect, authority, wealth, and force. A human who can achieve success in any one of these is capable of attracting followers. But the demon race is different. An organization of the demon race is formed purely based on the strength of their mana. The weaker party unconditionally obeys the stronger. In other words, there is only one element, force. Looking at it from these aspects, the only thing that has truly converged between the demon race and humans is likely just their appearance. As Fíliya spoke, she kept a constant watch on Solidar's movements. Solidar was seen falling into a brief moment of thought, then she gave Fíliya an apologetic look and suddenly vanished from the hall. Fíliya was instantly on alert, but fortunately, in the next moment, Solidar reappeared before her, this time holding a pen and paper. "Fíliya, could you say that again? I want to write your words down," Solidar said with an innocent look. This behavior immediately drew a resigned smile from Miss Fíliya. This one, really is something else. The other me in this world. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 34, Go Take a Bath. After a while, Solidar, with a blissful expression, led Fíliya into her guest room. Of course, that's just what she called it. In Fíliya's eyes, the room was completely unsuitable for receiving guests. First, the lighting was poor, giving the entire room an oppressive feeling, but that was an easy problem to solve. Almost at the same time, Fíliya and Solidar tacitly used lighting magic to illuminate the space. And then, Fíliya saw it. The densely packed bookshelves lining the room weren't filled with books, but with rows of labeled jars and bottles. As for the contents of the jars, they were, naturally, the corpses of various small animals or monsters. However, these weren't taxidermied specimens, they were preserved whole, submerged in some sort of strange liquid. This demon, she was exactly as I'd guessed. Fíliya looked proud. From the moment she first met Solidar, she had guessed that the demon might be building a nest out of corpses. Looking at it now, while she wasn't entirely correct, she wasn't far off. Solidar lived among countless corpses day in and day out, occasionally fiddling with a new one to make another specimen. No wonder the stench was overwhelming. An idea suddenly struck Fíliya. Right, why did it take me so long to realize? She immediately asked Solidar. Solidar, don't you think this house stinks? Solidar was clearly taken aback. She paused to think for a moment before finally replying. I've gotten used to it. Besides, I'm a reclusive member of the demon race, so humans and other demons rarely intrude on my space. But by human standards, I suppose it is quite foul. Oh, so that's what you were disgusted by, Fíliya. I was wondering why you kept wrinkling your brow. Solidar wore a dazed, slow-to-realize expression. If Fíliya didn't know she was sitting in front of a monster, she might have even called her cute. Fíliya silently grumbled to herself. So she can smell it. I thought the demon race couldn't perceive smells. What a major discovery. But there's so much of this stuff piled up. It'd be a pain to try and clean it all out on short notice. Solidar rested her chin on her hand, looking troubled. This made Fíliya raise an eyebrow. What did she just say? Clean it out. Eh? You're going to throw all this away. Fíliya's tone was one of shock. As a scholar, she knew exactly how much effort it must have taken to collect everything in this room. Even if the demon race lived long lives, this was just wasteful. Yes. If you don't like it, Fíliya, I'll just throw it away. I've grown tired of studying all that anyway. I have something far more interesting right in front of me now, don't I? Solidar said, smiling radiantly at Fíliya. Hey, could you stop calling me something? I have a name. Fíliya muttered under her breath, but it wasn't enough to make her truly angry, so she quickly dismissed the minor detail. Fíliya looked up slightly, glanced around the room, and then shook her head. Forget it. This is all your life's work. You need to treasure it more. What kind of scholar would be willing to throw away treasures like these? Fíliya spread her hands in resignation. Eh? Fíliya, you're so kind, actually thinking of me. I'm starting to believe you really are a demon race enthusiast. So you didn't believe me before, huh? Fíliya shot Solidar a look. Besides, I'm not thinking of you. I just feel it's a waste of all this material. But, if you absolutely have to throw something away, could you get rid of the human specimens on the first floor? They make me uncomfortable. Fíliya suggested to Solidar with a look of annoyance. Yes, whatever you say. Solidar agreed readily. Seeing that she had agreed, Fíliya continued. But this still isn't a solution. I can't live in this environment long-term. Fíliya frowned slightly. Long-term. Solidar blinked, as if savoring the phrase. What else? Are you going to let me go back? Fíliya said irritably. Of course, she was just complaining. The situation was different now. Even if Solidar were to actually let her go, Fíliya would adamantly refuse to leave. Solidar saw her as an important human, and Fíliya, in turn, saw Solidar as an important, long-sought-after member of the demon race. For Miss Fíliya, this feeling of dancing with death stimulated her pulsating ambition every single second. At first, there was a tiny bit of fear, but now she had grown increasingly audacious and bold. Her relationship with Solidar was no longer that of prey and predator, but a rather twisted, mutually demanding one. Solidar's eyelids twitched slightly. It seemed that for this great demon, who had lived for who knows how many years, living with a human long-term was also a unique experience. I'll take care of it. Seeing Solidar's pensive expression, Fíliya had no intention of provoking her further. She simply stood up slowly. Solidar snapped back to her senses and looked at Fíliya curiously, wondering what she was about to do. Fíliya, however, wore a confident expression. Because, just a moment ago, she had used her remaining balance to exchange for another magic spell. Magic to keep a room's air fresh. And so, Miss Fíliya's final savings of over 100,000 points vanished, and her dream was completely reset to 0. It's fine. It's just 100 million points. I can definitely earn it back before I die of old age. Miss Fíliya reassured herself. Next, Fíliya channeled her mana and, in one go, cleansed the entire house of its foul odor, not just the room. Of course, this was only a temporary fix. As long as those things remained in the house, it wouldn't be long before the stench returned. In other words, Miss Fíliya would have to use this magic about every other day. The only good news was that this kind of folk magic didn't consume much mana. Wow, Fíliya, you're amazing. Solidar said with a very exaggerated expression. But Fíliya responded with a rather peculiar look. Solidar tilted her head, a little confused, wondering if she had said something wrong. Most of the stench has been cleared, but there's still one source of the smell that magic can't solve. Fíliya stared at Solidar with a dark expression. Solidar's eyes widened as if in sudden realization, and she pointed to herself. That's right, it's you. Now go take a bath. Fíliya snapped. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 35, A Different Species. Although she had ordered Solidar to take a bath immediately, problems quickly followed. Hilariously, there was no bathroom, nor any water. Solidar's house only had a tiny reserve of fresh water, not nearly enough for a bath. Seeing this, Fíliya quickly added another note to her journal. The demon race also needs to drink fresh water. There's no water. Fíliya, how do humans usually bathe? Solidar smiled at the girl beside her. Why are you asking that? You've lived for hundreds, maybe thousands of years, right? It's impossible you've never bathed before. You just stink, you're not actually dirty. You must have washed at some point. Fíliya said impatiently, frustrated by the lack of water. The skin of the demon race is very resistant to dirt. Dust and grime just fall off on their own, so we don't really need to bathe. I believe the last time I took a bath, the Demon King was still alive. Solidar explained to Fíliya with a serious expression. That's disgusting. I don't care if you're resistant to dirt. I'm getting you clean today. Fíliya said stubbornly. Well, I'm happy to cooperate with you, Fíliya, but the freshwater source is very far from here. And seawater isn't really suitable for bathing, is it? Solidar's expression remained a gentle smile, her eyes filled with an almost sisterly affection. At this, Fíliya sighed. Bathing in seawater, that would have to be a last resort. The freshwater problem had to be solved. After all, she wanted to bathe too, and she had no desire to use seawater. So, what was to be done? Fíliya subconsciously pulled up the system's shop in her mind. Magic to create water, 1.5 million. Water control magic, 1 million. Wait a minute. For the first time, Fíliya realized the water magic in the system's shop was sold separately. Creating water out of thin air and controlling it required 2 separate purchases. What a ripoff. She cursed inwardly, but there was nothing she could do. She was out of points anyway, so she couldn't buy them even if she wanted to. And so, with no other choice, Fíliya had to place her hopes on Solidar. Solidar, do you know any water magic? To this, Solidar simply smiled and replied. I do not. It was a scene that would have dumbfounded any human or demon. A human girl and a demon, traveling together late at night to a freshwater lake deep within the forests of the northern plateau. Behind them lay a massive container meant for holding water. Ha! I can't go on. The human female named Fíliya fell backward, collapsing onto the grass. She was completely drained from mana exhaustion. But didn't I tell you the water source was far, Fíliya? The demon female beside her chuckled. I didn't think it would be this far. Just flying one way drained all my mana. You figure out how we're getting back. I'm not moving. With an aggrieved expression, Miss Fíliya chose to give up. In that moment, she finally had a true sense of the sheer vastness of the northern plateau. You look quite cute like this, Fíliya. Solidar looked at the limp Fíliya on the ground, and with great interest, she crouched down beside her. She extended a finger and began poking Fíliya's face. Your skin is so nice, Fíliya. And you're not wearing anything on it. I've caught some human women before whose faces were covered in a thick layer of stuff. I had to clean it all off for them. Hey, clean it off. To prepare the ingredients, you mean? Don't tell me you're getting hungry at a time like this. You're not thinking of eating me, are you? Fíliya shot Solidar a sideways glance. Of course not. I'm a greater demon who has lived a very long time. If you lump me in with those lesser demons who can't even control their appetites, I'll get angry, you know. As Solidar spoke, she pressed her finger a little harder into Fíliya's cheek. But your face is so tender, Fíliya. If one were to eat it, the texture of the meat would surely be excellent. Solidar said with a beaming smile. Should I thank you for the glowing review, then? Please come again. All right, stop messing with me and hurry up and get the water so we can go home. Fíliya shook her head. Though she was too exhausted to move, she had to at least make a symbolic show of resistance. Home? Yes, yes. Home. Hearing Fíliya's choice of words, the smile on Solidar's face grew even brighter. TCH. As expected of a greater demon. Her acting skills are leagues above those of lesser demons. Looking at Solidar's smile, which seemed even purer than that of a human girl, Fíliya couldn't help but admire her imitation. Immediately after, Fíliya watched as Solidar used her mana to lift the massive container, which was several people tall and a dozen meters wide, and guided it to the middle of the lake. As easily as scooping water with a bowl, she filled the entire vessel with fresh water. After the giant container floated back, Solidar sealed it with a custom-made lid. Then, she walked back to Fíliya's side and held out her arms, preparing to pick her up. What are you doing? Just use transportation magic. Fíliya quickly refused. But I want to get on good terms with you, Fíliya. Humans use physical contact to deepen their bonds, don't they? You're not human. Fíliya pouted, annoyed. Refusal is futile. Solidar completely ignored Fíliya's resistant glare and lifted her up in a princess carry. Then, with an effortless leap, she jumped onto the lid of the giant container while still holding Fíliya. Just like that, Solidar began to control the giant container as if she were riding a flying sword, heading back the way they came. So this is the vast chasm in our mana levels. Fíliya was inwardly astonished. She herself was completely out of mana, yet this reclusive greater demon wasn't even the slightest bit out of breath. Some time later, the two finally returned to the abandoned shipyard building. After setting down the water source, Solidar took some of it and filled a much smaller wooden barrel. Go ahead and heat the water. Don't use too much mana, just a slow, small flame will do. Fíliya said this to Solidar before turning to go to the first floor. While Solidar was heating the water, she planned to dispose of the human specimens on the first floor that made her uncomfortable. Her method of disposal was simple: dig a hole and bury all the specimens together. Sorry, I don't have the ability to avenge you. I'll just send you off. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Fíliya filled in the hole with a blank expression. After filling the hole, she slowly returned inside the shipyard, to the bathroom she and Solidar had just cleaned up. By the time she entered the bathroom, Solidar had already undressed and was sitting in the wooden barrel. Seeing Fíliya return, she immediately called out to her excitedly. Fíliya, it's just like you said. With the barrel full of water, the fire can't burn it. It only makes the water temperature rise slowly. It's just common sense. Fíliya gave a perfunctory reply and then quickly undressed as well. It's all this ridiculously stinky greater demon's fault. She made me stink too. I need a good, long soak. The smile on Solidar's face seemed permanent. Being stared at like that, Miss Fíliya stopped undressing, feeling a bit creeped out. What? Fíliya asked impatiently. I was just thinking that you don't seem to be showing any shyness at all, Fíliya. I was really looking forward to seeing that expression on you. How disappointing. TCH, we're not even the same species. What's there to be shy about? Would you be shy if a pig or a dog saw you naked? Huh. That's so mean, Fíliya. How could you compare me to a pig or a dog? Shut up and move over. I can't get in. Fíliya just shot Solidar an irritated glare before getting into the large wooden barrel used for bathing. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 36, The Weak Demon Race. Ah, as long as I can take a hot bath, there's still hope in life. After sinking her entire body into the hot water, Miss Fíliya immediately showed a look of bliss, completely unaware that she was dancing with the wolf. Hope. Miss Solidar seemed to have taken an interest in that word from Fíliya's sentence. Fíliya, what is hope? Her tone was still filled with that same curiosity. Fíliya was a bit unsure how to explain this to Solidar. After all, how was she supposed to make an inhuman monster understand hope? But hope itself is just such an existence. Fíliya had already discovered that a demon like Solidar, who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, clearly possessed a sliver of emotion compared to lower-class demons. Even if it was just a disguise at first, just an act, after pretending for so long, these false emotions had finally become a part of them, embedding themselves bit by bit into their bodies over those long ages. For her, wasn't this hope itself? So she said. Hope is something that neither exists nor doesn't exist. It's a tiny thought, and to humans, it represents a minuscule possibility. But its most wonderful aspect is that while it is minuscule, it is not entirely absent. That is why it is called hope. Fíliya's words only deepened Solidar's confusion. So Fíliya continued. To put it more bluntly, Solidar, your curiosity about me, your desire to know more about me, to unearth more interesting things from me, your desire to understand me completely, that is a form of hope. And for me, remodeling the demon race, pushing them to continue evolving, and exploring the possibility of coexistence between humans and demons, that, too, is a form of hope. Fíliya spoke slowly. As she reached this point, she herself found it both exasperating and amusing. To think she was actually discussing such a topic with a demon. Solidar's feelings were even more complex, as Fíliya's mouth was a constant stream of words that greatly intrigued her. She even had the feeling that her past several hundred years had been lived in vain. She subconsciously thought, why couldn't I have met Fíliya sooner? Oh, no, if it were any sooner, Fíliya wouldn't have been born yet. So, is this time actually just right? Humans and the demon race coexisting. Fíliya, you sound like the Demon King. Solidar chuckled lightly. Huh? Fíliya immediately gave her a puzzled look. What do you mean? Well, because the Demon King thought the same way. For that ideal, he did not hesitate to start a war, exterminating 2/3 of humanity and their nations. Fíliya's eyes widened slightly. Now this was new. The reason the Demon King started the war was to coexist with humanity. This was new information she had never seen in any records. So, why would that Demon King think this way? Fíliya tried to think from the perspective of the demon race. And then she realized something terrifying. This Demon King, don't tell me he has the same train of thought as me. Did he want to force humanity to evolve by pushing them to the brink? To make them evolve into a new form of life similar to demons? Combined with the fact that the Demon King was also a biologist. Fíliya felt her guess had become all the more plausible. She wanted to make the demon race evolve in the direction of humanity, while the Demon King wanted to force humanity to evolve in the direction of demons. Could this be considered different paths to the same destination? I see. I think I understand the Demon King's thinking a little. Fíliya nodded and then looked into Solidar's eyes. It's just a pity that his ideal is impossible to achieve. Fíliya offered her assessment with a light laugh. You're so calm, Fíliya. Solidar met Fíliya's gaze. She hadn't expected that even the Demon King's ideal could only surprise Fíliya for a brief moment. Why do you think the Demon King was wrong, Fíliya? Solidar continued to ask. The answer is simple. Fíliya's smile suddenly seemed unfamiliar and strange in Solidar's eyes, and her gaze carried a hint of mockery. Because your demon race is simply too weak. Fíliya slowly voiced her answer. Solidar stared at Fíliya, somewhat dumbfounded. In her long life, she had heard countless human assessments of the demon race. Powerful, cruel, terrifying, inhuman, but only Fíliya had given the assessment of weak. Seeing Solidar's silence, Fíliya immediately understood what she was thinking and added. Isn't it an obvious fact? Your Demon King used his terrifying power to force the demon race to unite and wage war on humanity. The final result was the Demon King's death and the demon race's collapse. In your most glorious and powerful period, you only managed to kill 2/3 of the population. That number might seem large, but it's far from the goal of making humanity endangered. After suffering such losses, it took less than 100 years for the human population to recover to its original level. And it was humans once again who occupied most of the land in this world. What demon king? That's hilarious. Your demon race simply doesn't have the power to wipe out humanity to the point of being endangered. Fíliya laughed wantonly, as if she had truly found something ridiculous. Solidar fell silent. She had to admit, she had never thought about it from this angle before. But I've heard the remnants of the Demon King's army are gathering again, you know. Even without the Demon King, the demon race can still seize human territory. This northern plateau is a good example. Aren't you worried, Fíliya? Worried about what? I'm not worried at all. The reason the northern plateau fell is simple. After the Demon King's demise, humanity's greatest existential crisis was over, so they grew complacent. Not only did they lower their guard against the demon race, but they also wasted their military strength on pointless internal strife. These brain-dead nations, as soon as an external crisis is resolved, they immediately resort to the foolishness of infighting. Solidar, you're the expert on humans among the demon race, right? You tell me. In this world, throughout the long river of history, who has killed more humans? Your demon race, or humans themselves? After a brief moment of hesitation, Solidar answered the question. Humans. Correct. Fíliya nodded. To humans today, the demon race isn't even the greatest threat anymore. Therefore, once humanity unites again and launches a counterattack against the demon race, the northern plateau can be retaken with ease. And it's your demon race that will be the one facing extinction. You've gotten one thing completely wrong, Solidar. This so-called coexistence between humans and demons, it's not for the benefit of humans at all. It's for the benefit of your demon race. That's why I want to find a path for coexistence. Only then will the demon race have a chance to continue existing. This is all for your own good, you know. Didn't I say that from the beginning? After all, I am a demon race enthusiast. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 37, Nobody Wears a Thing. Solidar had to admit that Fíliya's words had shaken some of her most deeply held beliefs. But just as she was about to ask Fíliya another question, she saw that Fíliya was already getting up. Fíliya. She watched as Fíliya, without any attempt at concealment, slowly began to dress in front of her. What, are you that eager to eat me up? Relax, I'm really tired today. I don't want to talk about any more grand topics. Can't we just get some sleep first? Fíliya said, letting out a yawn. By the way, where am I sleeping? Fíliya rubbed her eyes again. With a heavy heart, Solidar no longer felt like continuing her bath. Or perhaps, she never had such a habit to begin with. Since Fíliya was out, what was the point of her staying in? So, she too stepped out of the wooden tub. Come with me, Fíliya. Solidar spoke, walking over to Fíliya's side in a state of unconcerned nakedness. Stop. Can we please put on some clothes first? Fíliya instinctively glanced over Solidar's body, then quickly averted her eyes. Didn't you just say it yourself, Fíliya? When creatures of different species see each other's naked bodies, there shouldn't be any psychological reaction, right? What are your eyes dodging for? Solidar covered her mouth and chuckled, as if she had finally scored a point against Fíliya. TCH. Fíliya bit her lip, feeling as if she had been underestimated. You're right. Though her expression was slightly awkward, Miss Fíliya quickly took off the clothes she had just put on. Fine, then. If you're not wearing anything, I won't either. Who's afraid of whom? Miss Fíliya thought, a little defiantly. And so, in a manner that could easily be misinterpreted, the two of them slowly went upstairs and entered the bedroom. Wait a minute. Fíliya stared at the single, small bed, her scalp tingling with dread. She desperately looked around for another bed, but found nothing. You're not planning to? Fíliya's tone grew tense. Well, I am a reclusive greater demon. Why would I have a second bed? Solidar said with an innocent look on her face. Aren't you tired, Fíliya? Come on, let's sleep together. As she spoke, Solidar took Fíliya's hand again, trying to pull her toward the bed. At first, Fíliya could convince herself it was fine. After all, Solidar was just a humanoid creature, she couldn't be treated as a woman in the same way she was. But the closer she got to the bed, the more Fíliya could clearly feel her heartbeat quicken. After all, setting aside her preconceptions, Solidar was, in every aspect, a perfect match for her aesthetic preferences. TCH, I really can't lie to myself. She thought to herself. So, Miss Fíliya took 2 deep breaths and then grabbed Solidar's wrist in a reverse grip. Solidar looked at Fíliya with a beaming smile, her eyes shining with what seemed like the light of victory. All right, you win. Can we put on clothes now? Miss Fíliya puffed her cheeks and turned her head away. And so, after Fíliya conceded defeat, the two finally returned from their primitive state to the civilized world. Fíliya's mood was even worse now, not because she had conceded, but because she was now wearing Solidar's pajamas. Her travel pack only contained her regular clothes, after all. Who brings pajamas on an adventure? Fortunately, these strange clothes didn't carry Solidar's characteristic stench of corpses. Otherwise, she'd be too disgusted to sleep. Where did these clothes come from? Don't tell me you made them yourself. Because the bed was so small, Fíliya's and Solidar's shoulders were inevitably pressed together. Why would that be impossible? I'm a greater demon who has studied humans for hundreds of years, you know. I'm quite fond of many human skills. Solidar said casually. Cut the crap. Even if you knew how to tailor, you couldn't have made these clothes. Otherwise, how could they not reek of corpses? You're so smart, Fíliya. Smart how? Any normal person could figure that out. Fíliya said irritably. Actually, I stole them. I occasionally attack merchant caravans. Things like clothes, tea sets, furniture, they're all stolen from humans. TCH, a monster that lives by plunder, just as I thought. But living by plunder is a virtue for the demon race, you know. Besides, your focus is strange, Fíliya. Shouldn't you be asking what I did with those humans? Don't tell me. I don't want to know. Fíliya said coldly. She could perfectly imagine the fate of anyone who fell into this creature's hands, which was why she told Solidar to shut up. Oh, is Fíliya angry? Solidar had a moment of realization, recalling the scene from earlier that day when she had first brought Fíliya into her home. After seeing those human specimens, Fíliya had been just like this, her tone toward her suddenly becoming much colder. What do you think? I have no desire to listen to a cold-blooded monster brag about her exploits in my ear. Solidar fell silent. Seeing this, Fíliya continued. By the way, the demon race doesn't actually need to eat humans, right? You can eat all the same food humans eat and draw nourishment from it to survive. So why do you still think about eating people? Because of instinct. The memories in our bloodline tell us that humans are the highest priority food source. Solidar answered honestly. So that means I still have to find a way to remove this mental imprint from the demon race. Fíliya sighed softly. This wasn't something that could be done just by wanting to. For humans and the demon race to coexist, the first problem to solve is the demon's habit of eating people. Humans could never accept coexisting with a species that eats them. As long as the demon race continues to eat humans, this war between humans and demons will never end, not until the demon race is extinct. Growing more and more agitated by these thoughts, she simply rolled over, turning her back to Solidar. Solidar clearly noticed this. She looked at Fíliya's rejecting posture, unsure of what to do. Her knowledge of anthropology offered no answer for this situation. After all, she had never before met a human she was reluctant to kill, nor had any human ever gotten this close to her, so she had no experience in consolation. So, she could only close her eyes and hope that Fíliya's mood would naturally improve after a night's sleep. Solidar. Hearing her name, Solidar immediately opened her eyes. She saw that Fíliya had, at some point, turned back to face her. Can you promise me one thing? Fíliya asked tentatively. Solidar nodded hastily. At least while you're with me, could you not eat people? Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for me to interact with you normally, and you'll have a lot less fun. Fíliya asked with a serious expression. Are you actually such a kind person, Fíliya? Solidar's expression was one of slight surprise. Kind. Fíliya shook her head. If only her own humanity could be summed up so simply, she thought. Whether it's kindness or evil, both can give a person a sense of peace. Those who are extremely good or extremely evil can fully commit to their principles without any hesitation. But she. It's precisely because she wasn't kind enough, yet not evil enough, that she was plagued by such troubles. Fíliya gave a self-deprecating smile, then looked back at Solidar. Your answer? All right. If it will make you feel better, Fíliya, I can accept this proposal. Solidar nodded and once again offered Fíliya a smile. Thank you. Fíliya took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She never thought the day would come when she would be sleeping together with a member of the demon race. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals plus 5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 38, A Free Captive. The first thing Fíliya did the moment she opened her eyes in the morning was to pat herself down and then look at her hands and feet. Good, no parts are missing. Ah, praise the goddess. Although I don't have an ounce of faith in you, I thank you for letting me live another day. And thank you, Miss Solidar, for the mercy of not killing me. A faint smile played on Fíliya's lips. After checking her body, she finally looked at the empty space beside her. Solidar is awake so early. Fíliya was slightly surprised, as she herself was the type who needed very little sleep. Could it be that the demon race doesn't actually need to sleep? Was that creature pestering me to sleep last night just some kind of experiment? Although strange thoughts were swirling in her mind, Fíliya quickly put the matter aside. After all, she had more important things to think about. Namely, eating. At that thought, she jumped right out of bed and rummaged through her travel backpack for a moment. Fíliya was confused. She remembered having some dry rations in her bag, but now they had vanished into thin air. Don't tell me Solidar threw them away, what a waste. She sighed, put on her outer clothes, and slowly walked downstairs. Soon, she caught the scent of meat. Even though she was famished, upon smelling the meat, Fíliya didn't dare to subconsciously associate the aroma with a delicious meal. Who knows if this demon had gone back on her word right after agreeing to it? She didn't go and catch some human, did she? Is she in the cooking phase now? That doesn't seem right. I've never heard of the demon race cooking humans before eating them. I must be overthinking it again. After a flurry of wild thoughts, Fíliya finally reached Solidar's kitchen. That's right. In this shipyard ruin, which was much larger than a villa, Solidar didn't even have a bathroom, but she did have a kitchen. Fíliya carefully peeked her head out from the doorframe. Of course, she knew her every move was certainly within the range of Solidar's mana detection. But that didn't stop her from acting cute. In that moment, Miss Fíliya was at least certain that the dish Solidar was preparing was likely normal food. Fíliya, you'll have to wait a little longer. Solidar said. It was clear this demon even cooked by hand, not using any magic to assist herself. Last night's statement, I like human skills, suddenly seemed a bit more believable. Hearing this, Fíliya obediently nodded, curious as to what kind of food a demon could possibly make. She slowly backed away. While waiting for the food, bored, she began to explore the first floor. Looking at Solidar's collection of displayed specimens, she couldn't help but let out another sigh of admiration. After clearing out the human specimens, this place really looked pleasing to the eye, from a scholar's perspective. She glanced around and suddenly thought of something. There are so many animal and monster specimens displayed here. But it's uniquely lacking plants. Yes, that's right, plants. Fíliya nodded, then thought that she couldn't just use that air-freshening magic several times a day. Why not get some plants? Maybe they could improve the air quality in the shipyard. No sooner said than done. She was a person of action, so she turned around, went upstairs, and said to Solidar. Solidar, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back later. Fíliya said with a casual expression. And Solidar replied without even turning her head. Got it. Don't be too late, or the food will get cold. Do you have any vases at home? Or flower pots would work too, you know, the containers humans use for plants. I do. There are a few empty storage cabinets in the guest room. Go have a look, Fíliya. After getting the information she wanted, Fíliya quickly used object manipulation magic to carry a pile of flower pots out the door. Fíliya was surprised at how simple and efficient her negotiation with Solidar had been. For a captive, she certainly had a lot of freedom, she thought, shaking her head with a smile. But then again, for a great demon like Solidar who has lived for who knows how long, the range of her mana detection, even if not equal to that of the goddess, must be terrifyingly vast. Fíliya conservatively estimated that Solidar's detection range must be at least 10 to 20 kilometers. As long as she couldn't teleport beyond that distance in an instant, it would be impossible to escape Solidar. Besides, she had long since mentally prepared herself for a long-term stay. Why would she run? Fíliya walked out of the shipyard gate and headed straight for the surrounding forest. She was a woman with a strong sense of purpose, so she wouldn't waste too much time on this part. Before long, she returned to the shipyard with many flowers she liked. As soon as she entered the shipyard, she placed a dozen or two potted plants on the first floor, since that was the place most likely to get smelly. As for the remaining flowers, she placed them all in her and Solidar's bedroom. Just as she finished, Solidar's voice rang out. Time to eat. Fíliya turned to see Solidar staring at her with an ambiguous gaze. Such a good girl, Fíliya. You didn't even try to run. TSK. So this creature has been watching my every move all along, huh? Fíliya shook her head helplessly. She then followed Solidar to the guest room. She looked at the wooden table before her. Compared to yesterday, Solidar had thoughtfully covered it with a rather magnificent tablecloth. Set upon the table was a clearly sumptuous meal, so lavish that Fíliya felt eating it in the early morning was a bit too extravagant. At her seat were several ceramic plates, and beside them lay gleaming silver cutlery, engraved with exquisite patterns. This creature really has everything, doesn't she? Fíliya shook her head. As for the food, the first thing that caught her eye was a large steak. Judging from the meat's texture and grain, it probably wasn't beef, but Fíliya couldn't tell from this partial piece what kind of animal, or monster, it belonged to. The steak had been pan-seared to a slightly charred crispiness. Fíliya tried gently pressing it with her fork, and rich, fragrant juices immediately oozed out. Alongside the steak were baked potatoes, and sprinkled on top were. Fíliya sniffed lightly and identified the small, blackish-gray granules as black pepper. Besides that, there were even large, meticulously peeled shrimp. The plump, springy tail meat, as thick as her own forearm, made Fíliya's mouth water just from looking at it. "Solidar, can you pinch me?" Fíliya said, her expression dazed. My pleasure." Solidar chuckled, walked over to Fíliya, and gently pinched her on the cheek. "Ugh. I meant for you to pinch my arm or something. Why did you pinch my face?" Fíliya pouted, looking displeased. You weren't specific, Fíliya. How can you blame me?" Solidar looked innocent. "Fine." Fíliya swallowed. Then she reached out her sinful claws for the grand feast before her. She never would have imagined that the most extravagant breakfast of her life so far would be one made for her by a demon. "Should I be touched?" Fíliya just felt her heart swell with satisfaction. Like a starving ghost, she quickly devoured everything in front of her, even digging out the lobster shells to suck the flavor from them. Solidar, of course, ate a little with Fíliya, all the while observing her with her eyes. She committed Fíliya's completely unladylike table manners to memory. And she would never ridicule Fíliya for it. After all, when she ate humans, her own table manners were far worse than Fíliya's in this state. Once Fíliya was satisfied, she rubbed her stomach and looked at Solidar with a serious expression, remarking with emotion. "Solidar, I believe you now. You really have learned human skills. This level of talent could easily get you a job in the court of a human kingdom. Seriously, why aren't you human?" White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 39, Strange Ritual. After these words were spoken, both Fíliya and Solidar's eyes widened slightly. Fíliya didn't have the mental energy to ponder why Solidar was making such an expression. What she wanted to know most right now was why she herself had said such a thing. Why would she hope that Solidar was human? That's not right. She was a human who loved the demon race. For her, it should be better if Solidar was a demon, right? But those words had just slipped out subconsciously, and one cannot deceive their own subconscious. This person, who was so similar to her in many ways, with whom she could connect on a deeper level, and who even perfectly matched her aesthetic sense. Do I really wish she were human? Just as Fíliya was struggling with this, Solidar slowly sat down beside her. When Fíliya came to her senses, she immediately met those eyes, full of curiosity. Fíliya's expression. "I've seen it on other humans before," she said. On some human couples, is that what they're called, couples? I've seen it on the faces of humans like that," Solidar said, a thoughtful, reminiscent look on her face. "Those two humans often made that strange expression you just had when they sat together. But after they shifted to a position where they faced each other, they would make another, even stranger expression. And they would perform a strange ritual of eating each other's saliva." Fíliya was at a complete loss for words. She, of course, understood what Solidar was talking about. But her mood was incredibly complicated right now, so she couldn't even be bothered to make a retort. Seeing no reaction from Fíliya, Solidar moved even closer. "According to my observations, humans only make that kind of expression when facing someone they like. Although I can't comprehend the meaning of that word, it's the word humans use. In any case, humans only show the expression you're making, Fíliya, when they're facing someone they like. So, can I interpret this to mean that you like me, Fíliya?" Solidar said this calmly, her expression showing not a hint of playfulness or teasing, but rather a researcher's seriousness. Fíliya fell silent, a silence that she herself found strange. She wasn't angry. This had nothing to do with power. She knew very well it wasn't that she dared not get angry because Solidar's strength crushed her own. It was a genuine, heartfelt lack of any feeling of anger. Whatever. Fíliya didn't want to overthink these things that were unrelated to magic and particularly complex. Her priority right now was to quickly refute Solidar's words. Of course not. Your conclusion is fundamentally wrong, and I don't like you at all. You and I are both outliers within our own races. The bond between us is one of twisted curiosity, with no other emotions involved. Fíliya said righteously. Then would you like to try it, Fíliya? Performing the human courtship ritual with me. The one involving eating each other's saliva. Solidar's face still held that same elegant smile, as if she were completely unaware of how terrible her words sounded to a human. Enough. Stop emphasizing eating each other's saliva. It's disgusting. Fíliya shot Solidar a glare and then continued. This is the proof I was talking about. One would only want to do that sort of thing with someone they like. And I have absolutely no desire to do that with you. From this point alone, it's clear that I don't like you. In this world, there was only one person she truly cared about. Is that so? Solidar's smile didn't falter as she continued to observe Fíliya with that same researcher's curiosity. Although you keep emphasizing that you don't like me, Fíliya, you haven't once said that you hate me. I find that very interesting. Tisk, it's just because I mocked the demon race for being weak yesterday, isn't it? You just have to embarrass me today, don't you? You have to get a win back. Can we just skip this topic? Fíliya's tone grew increasingly impatient. All right, if you don't want to talk about it, Fíliya. In her interactions with Miss Fíliya, Solidar could be said to have thoroughly adhered to the principle of being understanding, completely satisfying Fíliya's every request. But when Miss Fíliya revealed that expression of being unable to fend her off, the smile on Solidar's face clearly deepened. Well then, let's continue yesterday's topic, Fíliya. Solidar rested her elbows on the wooden table, cupping her cheeks in her palms. Regarding the matter of human-demon coexistence, besides the Demon King, there was another demon who once discussed it with me. Seeing that Solidar was finally saying something she was interested in, Fíliya shed her previous dejection and immediately sat up straight. Elaborate. A demon once came to visit me. He asked me, why does the demon race feel no guilt? What do you think, Fíliya? Solidar looked at Fíliya with great interest. That's simple. The demon race's inability to feel guilt is a biological self-preservation mechanism, just like the dulled emotions of the elves. If elves were sensitive to emotions, they wouldn't be able to survive, and might even commit suicide. The demon race is the same. If you felt guilt over killing people, you would also walk the path of self-destruction. As expected of Fíliya, you know everything. It's such a simple principle, yet that fellow couldn't understand it. He even tirelessly conducted experiments, wanting to make himself understand the guilt of killing, and even took the initiative to walk the path of coexistence with humans. Fíliya frowned slightly, because she realized that everything Solidar was saying was very similar to an incident she had read about in the archives. Solidar, you're not talking about Mocked, the one sealed in the Golden Land, are you? That's him. Solidar chuckled lightly. No wonder. Now everything connects. After her brief surprise, Fíliya slowly looked toward Solidar. Mocked, formerly the leader of the Demon King's 7 Sages of Destruction, betrayed his own kind after the Demon King's fall and became the guardian of Weiss, a border city on the northern plateau. During the decades he spent with humans, he repeatedly helped them repel attacks from remnants of the demon race, earning him the title, Traitor of the Demon Race. And yet one day, he suddenly turned the entirety of Weiss, along with a large surrounding area of land, its people, and its buildings, into gold. This demon's appearance in history was peculiar, his coexistence with humans was also peculiar, and his final betrayal was exceptionally peculiar. But now, I finally have an answer. Fíliya let out a long sigh, then picked up the black tea Solidar had poured for her. After taking a small sip, she continued. So that guy, he actually wanted to first befriend humans, establish a bond over several decades, and then betray them in the end. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shake her head. So, did that mock get what he wanted? Although she already had a good idea of the answer, Fíliya still wanted to ask the person before her. No, not at all. Mocked killed every single human he had lived with for decades. All the humans who revered him, who saw him as a hero, who considered him family, he killed them all, without exception. Even after killing every human in Weiss, Mock still didn't feel a single shred of guilt. Fíliya, after learning this story, do you still hold out hope for human-demon coexistence? Do you still believe the demon race can be changed? Solidar looked at Fíliya with a light smile. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 40, Whence Comes the Water? Fíliya's expression remained calm in the face of Solidar's questioning. After all, the moment she had reached her conclusion, she had already anticipated this outcome. So, she answered slowly. Of course. I'm still very confident. Her reply was firm and decisive, without a hint of shadow in her heart, carrying a sense of resolve as if to say, my heart and my actions are as clear as a polished mirror. Oh. You're that confident, Fíliya. I'm very curious where that confidence of yours comes from. Could you tell me? Solidar immediately pressed. Please allow me to keep that a secret for now. Some things are just troublesome to talk about. Just think of it as arrogant boasting, Solidar. Fíliya looked at Solidar with a light smile. Seeing that Fíliya offered no explanation, Solidar didn't press further. In any case, she truly wasn't short on time. Fíliya would tell her sooner or later. With that thought, she ended her conversation with Fíliya and turned to start tidying up. Let me help. Fíliya said, standing up as well to help Solidar with the cleaning. The pairing of one human and one demon got along harmoniously, almost like a newly cohabiting couple. A few days passed like this. One afternoon, Fíliya was sitting in her chair, spacing out. Her gaze was somewhat vacant. This was because her reading addiction was acting up. She had, after all, lived in the Magic Association's library for years, and one of her greatest pleasures was reading all sorts of magical literature and strange anecdotes. And Solidar's house, one could say, had everything except books. Ah. Miss Fíliya felt so bored now, her body felt heavy. At this moment, she deeply missed the wonderful time spent flipping through pages in the Magic Association's library. This won't do. I have to find a way to get some books. But Solidar would never agree to let me go back to a human city to get them. To find books in a wild place like the Northern Plateau, the only path left was probably exploring a dungeon. Maybe I can get some grimoires or ancient texts from dungeon treasure chests. It doesn't matter, as long as they're books. Maybe I should find some time to discuss it with Solidar. If I have an invincible great demon like her accompany me into a dungeon, it would be an absolute cakewalk. I just don't know if Solidar would agree. As she thought of this, she finally snapped back to reality and saw a pair of large, light green eyes staring at her with great interest. She knew who those eyes belonged to without even thinking. So Fíliya spoke with a hint of resignation. Solidar, don't you have anything else to do? Nope. My greatest pleasure and most important task right now is being with you, Fíliya, and observing you closely. That was our agreement from the start. Solidar chuckled. Ah, that's right. Fíliya sighed. The entire reason she was alive, and living so freely at that, was all due to Solidar's curiosity. If one day I can no longer satisfy Solidar's curiosity, or if Solidar grows tired of me, I'll be killed, won't I? Fíliya thought with self-mockery. She didn't believe for a second that she and Solidar could truly develop any so-called friendship. That Mocht had lived among humans for decades, yet he showed no hesitation when it was time to strike. Solidar was surely much the same. Thinking this, Fíliya slowly stood up. Ignoring Solidar's gaze, she walked straight out the door and into the water storage room. Naturally, Solidar followed right behind her. Fíliya looked at the large, nearly empty container before her, lost in thought. She had no desire to re-experience the feeling of fetching water from a freshwater lake deep in the forests of the Northern Plateau. One experience of being so tired that her body gave out and her mana was depleted was more than enough. I swear, I will learn water magic today. Since I have no entertainment right now anyway, I might as well delve into magic research, she thought. The reason Fíliya had never learned water magic was simple. The barrier to entry for water magic was much higher than that of its counterpart, fire magic, and its direct destructive power was also inferior. In this world, if you had to pick the simplest type of magic, the various kinds of fire magic would definitely be on the list. For any magic apprentice, the first spell they master in their life is, in all likelihood, the magic to start a fire. After all, surviving in the wild without a source of fire is incredibly difficult. From the first day humans became acquainted with fire to the day they could light the first flame with magic, the concept of fire was continuously understood by humanity. And the magic for creating fire was constantly refined and simplified. By the modern era, fire magic has become a fundamental magic that every mage must learn, with only the degree of mastery differing. Water magic, on the other hand, is a type of magic with a considerable barrier to entry. Only a small number of mages choose to learn it and pursue its mastery. After all, the world of magic is a world of imagination. And humans cannot imagine things that transcend their own cognition. In nature, there are far too many instances of fire being born unconsciously. First, there are the natural sources of fire from lightning striking trees. This was humanity's first cognition of fire. Next are the deadly fires accompanying volcanic eruptions and their lava. Then there is spontaneous combustion. Coal seams in nature, when exposed to air, will slowly undergo a certain reaction and release heat. Piles of excess manure or dead leaves and branches can also undergo some as yet unidentified reaction, with the end result being spontaneous combustion. Finally, there are incidental sparks, such as those accidentally created when giant rocks collide during a landslide. If these sparks land on dry leaves or piles of grass, they can also start a fire. These naturally existing, unconsciously born fires have enriched humanity's imagination throughout the river of history. Therefore, for humans, imagining fire born from nothing is actually very easy. Water, however, is different. The accidental creation of water in nature is far rarer. For humanity, the easiest way to imagine water being born from nothing is simply rain. That's why in magic academies, creating fire from nothing is considered an introductory magic. Creating water from nothing, on the other hand, is high-level magic, available only as an elective. Fíliya now felt a bit of regret. If she had known, she would have chosen to learn the magic to create water from nothing back then. However, most of the water magic taught in the academies was at a level where students knew how it worked, but not why. Many water mages, although they learned to generate and manipulate water, actually had no idea where their water truly came from. It's just like how humans still haven't deciphered the principles of flight magic. They only know that doing certain things allows them to fly, but not why they can fly. HAAA. Well then, let's think about it, Fíliya calmly thought as she gazed at the giant freshwater container before her. This magic to create water from nothing, where does the water actually come from? White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 41, A Double Blessing. Fíliya slowly closed her eyes. After several boring days, her mind had become much more focused than usual. She quickly entered a state of deep meditation, subconsciously ignoring even Solidar beside her. Where exactly is the water? In her meditative state, Fíliya's thoughts were unusually active, and she quickly made many connections. She remembered how, when she had bathed with Solidar before, the steam from the hot water would rise into the air, and droplets of water would always appear on the bathroom walls, seemingly from nowhere. Did this water vapor drift to the walls and then turn into droplets? And cooking, yes. Fíliya had often helped Solidar these past few days, and she had noticed that whenever Solidar boiled something, water droplets would form on the lid of the pot. Why does steam turn into water droplets? Fíliya then thought of something she often did in winter, breathing warm air from her mouth onto her hands, and every time she did, her palms would feel distinctly damp. Not to mention the dewdrops she often found condensed on the plants she was growing in the morning. Even though she hadn't watered the plants, there would invariably be droplets on their leaves. As for the clouds floating in the sky and the mist rising in the forest, they were symbols of water itself. Water vapor turns into droplets. Water vapor floats into the air, and under certain conditions, turns back into water droplets. The air. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Fíliya's mind. She suddenly felt the urge to laugh. What had she been dawdling for all this time? The answer was right there in the question. Yes, she should have realized it the moment she thought of clouds and mist. Magic to create water from nothing. The water, doesn't it just come from the air? In all the air she could see, there was a faint yet endless supply of water. At this thought, Fíliya slowly opened her eyes. With a confident smile, she stretched out her hand and slowly waved it in the air before her. In the next instant, from within the circle Fíliya had casually drawn in the air, a cool substance began to gather. Whoosh! The clear sound of flowing water echoed in the small room. The gushing stream poured entirely into the large container in front of her, filling the water vessel in no time. But Fíliya, as if not yet satisfied, began to wave her fingers in the air again. Yes, she used a slender stream of water to write her own name in the air. Fíliya. Looking at the name written with the stream of water, Fíliya felt exceptionally excited. In just that short time, she had mastered magic to create water from nothing, from scratch, as well as water manipulation magic, with the precision and skill of a veteran. Filled with a sense of accomplishment, Fíliya's eyes darted, and she immediately turned to launch an attack on Solidar. She manipulated several columns of water, sending them jetting towards Solidar. Then, she was disappointed. Solidar had completely enveloped herself in a 360-degree, gapless, defensive magic, taking no impact from the water streams at all. Therefore, the scene Fíliya had been hoping for, of a drenched Solidar, naturally did not materialize. Ah, isn't that just cheating, Solidar? A full-body, defensive magic, is extremely mana-intensive. Even a first-class mage could only hold it for a few dozen seconds. How long can you keep it up, Solidar? Fíliya asked, pouting. About an hour, I suppose. Solidar said casually. I'm in despair. In despair over this immense gap in our mana. Fíliya cried out, her eyes vacant, as she stopped her water magic. A first-class mage could maintain a full coverage, defensive magic, for a few dozen seconds or a minute at most, yet Solidar could hold it for an hour. As for herself, if she used a full coverage, defensive magic, she'd be lucky to last even 10 seconds. Who made my mana so, huh? Just as Fíliya was about to lament her lack of mana, she abruptly noticed something. What's going on? My mana, it seems to have increased. No, it has increased. Fíliya quickly checked her body and thought of a possibility. Sorry, Solidar, I need to go upstairs. Fíliya said, rushing quickly to the second floor. She took a brand new record book from her backpack. Looking at the blank pages, she felt a profound inspiration lingering in her mind, and knew she had to finish this task quickly while the feeling lasted. Solidar, of course, had already teleported in front of Fíliya. But she merely acted as a silent spectator, not wanting to disturb Fíliya. Although she didn't understand why Fíliya had suddenly learned water magic, and, without looking at any grimoires. But she knew that whatever Fíliya was doing was certain to be something very interesting. Fíliya's writing speed was fast. She was already a veteran at clerical work from her time at the Magic Association, but now, she was in a state of perfect creative flow, her writing speed so exaggerated it was as if time had accelerated. She finished a page faster than an ordinary person could even read one. Solidar watched Fíliya in astonishment. Because she noticed that during this strange writing process, Fíliya's mana was growing at a rapid pace, and her body was even emitting a wondrous glow. This peculiar state lasted for about 2 minutes, and Fíliya quickly completed her creation. Just as she closed the book, she was shocked to find that not only was her mana drained, but her physical stamina was also completely depleted. Those short 2 minutes had felt like 2 whole days to her. Fíliya's forehead was beaded with cold sweat, and her body nearly gave out and collapsed to the floor. Fortunately, Solidar was quick to catch her and help her into a chair. Solidar. Is there anything to eat? I'm suddenly so hungry. Because of her extreme weakness, Fíliya's tone sounded as if she were wheedling. Although Solidar's heart was filled with curiosity, seeing Fíliya looking so pitiable and cute, she didn't say much. She simply turned silently and brought some food that didn't need heating and was easy to swallow to Fíliya. Then, Fíliya began to eat voraciously. Only after eating her fill did she have the strength to look at her masterpiece. On the cover, which was imprinted with a gilt design, there was still a lot of space for Fíliya to work with. And what she had just done was simply to record the process of how she mastered water magic, new applications for this water magic, and even her thought processes. Phew. Fíliya let out a long sigh. Just as she was about to think of a title for the book's cover, the ordinary-looking book suddenly burst into a brilliant, multicolored light. The dazzling radiance made both Fíliya and Solidar instinctively narrow their eyes. Although the light was incredibly piercing, Fíliya kept her eyes fixed on her masterpiece. She felt that within the rainbow-hued brilliance, some words seemed to be appearing automatically on the book's cover. When the light faded, Fíliya and Solidar were finally able to see the elegant script on the cover. Fíliya's water magic. Seeing these words, Fíliya's mind went blank for a moment before she processed it. I seem to have written a brand new grimoire. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 42, To become strong, one must eat the forbidden fruit, a misunderstanding. Although she had created magic before, those spells only reached a stage of understanding that they worked, not how. Thus, she was unable to compile them into grimoires. But today, under the influence of that wondrous sensation, she had finally succeeded. What a massive gain! Fíliya cried out with joy in her heart. To put it in perspective, magic to create water from thin air, and water manipulation magic, combined would have cost around 2.5 million points in the system's shop. Yet, after exploring them from the ground up, she had fused the two into one, creating a completely new, integrated spell. This wasn't just about saving money, what she cared about more, of course, was the prefix of this magic. Fíliya's water magic. Hee. Fíliya, slurp. The moment she thought of those 3 words, Fíliya subconsciously licked her lips. Fíliya felt like she was about to drool. To think that a newly created magic would actually be crowned with her own name. Even if this grimoire were given to others to learn from in the future, they would forever remember her name. She was almost tempted to donate it to a magic academy as a textbook. Wouldn't that count as leaving her name in the river of human history? And doing so would surely earn her a lot of emotion points. All for one and one for all. What a wonderful outcome. Besides the grimoire, there was something else that surprised Fíliya even more. She discovered that her maximum mana capacity had grown by a truly absurd amount. To what degree, you ask? If her original total mana was only 1/5 of that Miss Ayres, now it was about 1/2, although it still seemed to be less than Miss Ayres. But one must understand, the mana growth she had achieved in this short period already surpassed the accumulation of her previous 10+ years. For an oddball like Miss Fíliya, who never trained her mana at all, this was even more exhilarating than learning new magic. At the same time, Fíliya also discovered a new method of training her mana that was perfectly suited for her. That is, to understand a magic from its fundamental principles, recreate it, and then compile it into a new grimoire. If this method could be replicated and consistently work, she could become stronger by an unknown multiple in no time. Just as Fíliya was lost in her own world, Solidar slowly walked over to the grimoire Fíliya had written. She slowly reached out her hand and, with a smile, stroked the cover of the newborn grimoire. How impressive. Fíliya, you truly are special. I have lived for a very long time, but this is the first time I have ever witnessed the birth of a grimoire. Solidar did not hide her praise. After all, grimoires are creations unique to humanity. The concept of passing down knowledge is utterly alien to the demon race's way of thinking, so no matter how powerful a demon is, they are incapable of writing a grimoire. I'll accept your praise for now. Solidar, don't you want to take a look? Fíliya crossed her arms, a confident expression on her face. Fíliya, you want me to be the first to learn your magic? Solidar raised an eyebrow in surprise. Of course. Grimoires are made to be learned by others. Besides, you witnessed the moment of its birth. It's only fitting that you be the first to read it. Fíliya said casually, jutting her chin to indicate that Solidar could look at it whenever she was ready. Solidar then took on a thoughtful expression. She was different from other members of the demon race. Most demons in this world only ever study the innate magic they are born with. But Solidar chose to learn a bit of everything, to be a generalist. She even took the initiative to understand the evolution of human magic, learning the iterated human spells like ordinary attack magic and defensive magic. She recalled how effortlessly Fíliya had cast her water magic just moments ago and understood at once. Fíliya's new spell integrated both, creating water from nothing, and manipulating water, and its application was even freer and more flexible. It was undoubtedly a powerful magic. Logically, she should learn it. But Solidar simply placed her hand back on the grimoire's cover, stroking it, and stroking it again. It was unclear what she was thinking. Then, she picked up the book and handed it back to Fíliya. Solidar, you're not going to learn it. Fíliya took back her grimoire, looking a bit puzzled. This is magic that you, Fíliya, created. It's a crystallization of human wisdom, it would be better for a human to see it first. Besides, if I were to learn your magic, according to human customs, wouldn't I have to call you master? I'd rather not do that. Solidar said with a light chuckle. Fíliya raised a slight eyebrow, then silently put the grimoire back into her travel backpack. Her mood right now was truly joyful, ecstatic even. Because, after Solidar had spoken those words, a very distinct notification sound echoed in her mind. Gained 500,000 emotion points. But more than the points themselves, what Fíliya clearly cared about was. This was the first time since meeting Solidar that the system had announced an emotion point reward. In other words, what Solidar had revealed in that moment was, without a doubt, an emotional fluctuation. And so, Miss Fíliya had a wonderful day. In the days that followed, finding herself terribly bored, Miss Fíliya began to frantically experiment, deconstructing and re-understanding all sorts of other magic. The results, however, were not very significant, much to Miss Fíliya's deep regret. Even though she had personally experienced that profound sensation once, there was no way to replicate it indefinitely. As expected, an opportunity for a moment of divine insight can't just be summoned at will. Fíliya thought. Of course, it wasn't as if she had gained nothing at all, she successfully wrote her second grimoire. Fíliya's pain control. To the original pain amplification, Fíliya added methods for pain reduction and even complete pain nullification. This achievement elevated the magic from a common spell suitable only for torture to the level of mind magic. With this magic, Fíliya also caught her first glimpse through the gates of the mental domain. Fíliya really had Solidar to thank for being able to write this grimoire. She had combined her own experience in torturing the demon race with Solidar's experience in torturing humans and other creatures and monsters. She even acted as a test subject herself, letting Solidar cut her up quite a bit before she finally, completely understood the nature of pain. Of course, the process was rather bloody. Little activities like severing tendons in her hands and feet, piercing her brain with a needle through the eyeball, pulling out all 20 of her nails, and making decorative cuts on her body were all games the two tried repeatedly. Fortunately, both Fíliya and Solidar were inhuman individuals. Moreover, Solidar's mana was incredibly strong, capable of achieving healing effects on par with low-level divine arts, which is how the two were able to complete these great achievements. By the time she completed this grimoire, Fíliya herself was on the verge of death. It took a full month of recovery under Solidar's care for the various physical injuries to finally heal. Solidar had, of course, considered capturing a priest for Fíliya, but doing so would have meant breaking her promise to her. After all, she could not allow her name to reach the human world. If she captured a priest, she would have to kill the priest in the end. Therefore, Miss Fíliya could only recover slowly without a priest's aid. And throughout this process of mutual experimentation, Miss Fíliya felt that the emotional distance between her and Solidar had closed just a little bit more. The proof was, she had already managed to squeeze 2 million points out of Solidar. Getting emotion points from a demon was as hard as she'd thought. For over a month, she and Solidar had been torturing each other daily, and she had even written a new grimoire. Even with the bonus from such events, she had only managed to get 2 million points from Solidar. Still, getting something was better than nothing. At least Miss Fíliya was enjoying herself. Because she had truly confirmed her hypothesis. This type of greater demon, who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, was fully capable of developing emotions. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 43, Home-Raised Rations. It was another refreshing morning. But for Fíliya, this particular morning was not so pleasant. Because she had been startled awake. While asleep, Fíliya felt her bed shaking non-stop, pulling her from a deep slumber into a lighter one. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she opened her eyes with a resentful heart. What in the world is Solidar doing? I'm still crippled. Can't a person get a good night's sleep? Miss Fíliya cursed inwardly, then dragged her broken body into a sitting position on the bed. Something's not right. Now a little more awake, she finally noticed it. Around the abandoned shipyard, besides herself and Solidar, there was another exceptionally distinct mana fluctuation. And this third party, while not as powerful as Solidar, was still in existence far beyond her own reach. TSK, I've really been slacking off lately. To think I could only detect such immense mana after waking up. Fíliya reflected on her lapse for a second, then struggled to her feet. Although she had been blissfully enjoying Solidar's care like a baby for the past month, it didn't mean she had truly become useless. If I just try a little, I can still make it downstairs. Miss Fíliya thought to herself. Then, she grabbed the pair of crutches by her bed. As for where they came from, they were, of course, made for her by Solidar. Initially, Solidar had planned to put Miss Fíliya in a wheelchair, but for the sake of her non-existent dignity, Miss Fíliya refused to sit in it, no matter what. Alright, let's see what kind of trouble is brewing downstairs. After rubbing her eyes again, Fíliya slowly took a step. The land around the shipyard looked as if dozens of farmers had been called to till the soil. It was a scene of utter devastation. Fortunately, Solidar had protected the building behind her exceptionally well. That was why Miss Fíliya had been able to enjoy such a long, peaceful sleep. Unfortunately, Solidar couldn't block out the sounds of battle, so Miss Fíliya was still woken by the commotion. To call it a fight wasn't quite accurate. For her and the person in front of her, this level of exchange was merely a casual probe. But as the saying goes, when gods fight, mortals suffer. The two of them were fine, but the flowers and grasses by the roadside had been utterly ruined. Hey, Solidar, haven't you made up your mind yet? You've been cooped up in this place for hundreds of years. Don't you want to join me and do something big? Standing opposite Solidar was another female from the demon race. From her appearance, she too possessed the characteristic, beautiful features of the demon race. The first things one would notice were surely her purple eyes and chest-length purple hair. However, this female demon's purple hairstyle was rather peculiar. While her voluminous mass of hair was enviable, the 6, slightly strange braids hanging from the ends created a sense of disharmony. If Miss Fíliya were to comment on such a hairstyle, she would probably say one thing. Looks like a mop. This female demon's attire was also exceptionally revealing, with a generous diamond-shaped cutout at her navel that offered an easy glimpse of her almost pale skin. Aura, I've told you, I have no interest in attacking human cities. I just want to live a secluded life. If you don't mind, could you please leave my home at once? Solidar looked as though this wasn't the first time she had said this. As she repeated herself, her expression was already tinged with displeasure, a stark contrast to the gentle, sisterly demeanor she showed in front of Fíliya. There you go again. Honestly, I don't get you at all, Solidar. With such incredible power, why won't you join forces with me? If you and I teamed up, no human could possibly stand in our way. Aura clearly didn't want to give up on such a powerful potential ally and kept trying to persuade Solidar to join her. Aura, you are simply too foolish. Solidar looked at the person before her, an expression of pity involuntarily appearing on her face. Don't you understand yet? Even the Demon King himself is gone. For insignificant players like us, the best outcome is to live a life of seclusion. If you still insist on fighting humans now, you will die. Solidar kindly advised her old acquaintance. If Aura had come a few months earlier, Solidar might have been tempted. But through her time with Fíliya, she had completely accepted Fíliya's theories and had come to agree that the demon race was probably, truly no match for humans. Even back when the Demon King was alive, Solidar had always thought this person was incredibly stupid. But since they knew each other, she still wanted to persuade her not to throw her life away. Unlike the worried-looking Solidar, the female demon named Aura was extraordinarily arrogant. She had none of the composure one would expect from someone who had lived for centuries. Her haughty demeanor was identical to that of a low-level demon who had just come of age and become insufferably arrogant after eating a few humans. Are you kidding me, Solidar? Yes, the Demon King is dead, but humanity's strength has also been greatly diminished. I've confirmed it, the hero named Himmel died of old age. At this point, what power do humans have left to stop us? In a one-on-one fight, I may indeed be the weakest of the 7 sages of destruction, but you know my abilities, Solidar. My magic of obedience, Lace, is the perfect magic for waging war. As long as I keep creating these undead soldiers, I can devour one human city after another like a swarm of locusts, and my army of the undead will only grow larger and larger. As Aura spoke, she gestured with the sword in her hand toward the puppet army behind her. I feared that hero somewhat when he was alive, but now, there is no one left among the humans who can resist me. Believe me, Solidar. If we join forces, our chances of victory will be even greater than when the Demon King was alive. In response to Aura's renewed attempt at persuasion, Solidar simply revealed a helpless expression and sighed. Aura, you've improved a little. You actually realize that you're the weakest of the 7 sages of destruction. For that, I can praise you. Aura's expression faltered for a moment, but she could still tell that Solidar was probably, most likely, mocking her. So she said through gritted teeth. What do you mean by that? My meaning is simple. If you really don't want to live anymore and are eager to throw your life away, then go by yourself. I don't have time to deal with you right now. Solidar made no effort to hide her disdain for Aura. What a joke, asking me to attack humans at a time like this. Compared to something so risky with absolutely no reward, observing Fíliya is far more interesting. As they reached this point in their conversation, the atmosphere grew tense. Aura's face was ashen, but she clearly still didn't want to give up. Just then, Fíliya, leaning on her crutches, finally pushed open the door of the abandoned shipyard. Solidar, what's going on? Why is it so noisy? Fíliya looked at the ravaged land around them, her face filled with annoyance. As for Aura, upon seeing Fíliya, a puzzled look immediately appeared on her face. She pointed her finger at Fíliya and asked Solidar. What's that, Solidar? Are you keeping emergency rations at home? White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 44, The Pure and Foolish Miss Aura. Fíliya's first impression of the female demon named Aura was this. Such big horns. If Solidar's horns were like tender bamboo shoots pushing through the earth, then Aura's were unmistakably the massive horns of an old ox. And what was with this weird hairstyle? Who put a mop on their head? Her face, however, was quite pretty, possessing a certain cold beauty. But her eyes didn't match her face in the slightest. A single glance told you she was an idiot, completely devoid of any grace. Fíliya quickly evaluated the other's appearance in her mind. Fíliya ignored Aura's confused gaze and her words. Leaning on her cane, she slowly walked to Solidar's side. No wonder it's so noisy. You must be exhausted, right? Dealing with idiots is hard. You've had a tough time, really. As Fíliya spoke, she reached out and patted Solidar on the head. Upon seeing Fíliya, Solidar immediately broke into a smile. She was now beaming, enjoying the head pat from Fíliya. This bizarre scene was a bit too much for Aura to comprehend. She even suspected she had been hit by some kind of illusion magic. At that moment, the shock in Aura's heart was no less than that of a child rushing into a hospital and telling the doctor, "My dad is pregnant." Then, during the C-section for the father, a nurse suddenly rushes out and asks the child, should we save the attending physician or the operating table? Finally, a stray dog from the roadside jumps out and barks a single phrase, Pavel Korchagin. This feeling of utter absurdity began to spread through Aura's mind. Why am I seeing something like this? That fierce and cold Solidar, who never gave her a pleasant look, was actually being friendly to a human. To emergency rations. Am I, Aura, too normal? Or has the world gone mad? Solidar, WHWH what? What in the world is going on? Say something. Eager to understand the situation, Aura sounded anything but calm. Say what? Is there any need for me to explain anything to you? Please leave. The moment Solidar looked at Aura, her gaze turned much colder. Tisk. Although Aura wasn't very bright, she could clearly feel the different treatment from Solidar. Why? She wanted to ask. She was a greater demon who had trained for 500 years. In every respect, she was stronger and a more suitable partner, wasn't she? Why would Solidar be so friendly with a human? She still didn't understand, but that didn't stop her from reacting. A weak and unsightly human. Just kill her. With that thought, Aura immediately launched an attack. But Fíliya, watching the shadow ball fly towards her, just gave a casual yawn, showing no intention of resisting whatsoever. Heh. Aura, taking in the scene, let out a cold laugh. A powerless human, just as I thought. Can't even block such a slow attack. It seems even testing her was a waste of time. Just as the shadow ball was about to hit Fíliya, Solidar suddenly materialized a greatsword in her hand. With a swing, she obliterated the shadow ball and thoughtfully shielded Fíliya behind her, blocking the blast from the explosion. Aura, Fíliya is my guest. If you dare attack her again, I will cut off your arms and legs and leave you to bake in the sun for 20 years. Solidar casually planted the greatsword in the ground, then looked at Aura expressionlessly. Whoa. Fíliya inwardly rejoiced. This was the first time she had seen Solidar's magic. She hadn't expected Solidar to also be a melee mage skilled in mass-based attacks. And her fighting style was quite rough. The way Solidar swung that greatsword, which was several sizes larger than her entire body, was filled with a paradoxical charm. Of course, Fíliya had a feeling that Solidar definitely had more than just this one attack method. After all, the girl was a true all-rounder who knew a little bit of everything. Ah. After Solidar finished speaking, Fíliya saw it clearly. A flicker of terror appeared on the face of the female demon named Aura. It seemed she was well and truly frightened. Wait a second. Aura. Fíliya suddenly remembered. She knew this name. Aura the Guillotine, one of the Demon King's 7 Sages of Destruction, a greater demon recorded in human history. But upon seeing Aura, Fíliya suddenly felt a sense of relief. Because this person called Aura. Wasn't she a bit too weak? She had observed very clearly, after all, the demon race doesn't conceal their mana. Aura's mana was only about half of Solidar's. What the heck? I thought all greater demons were monsters like Solidar. Turns out a greater demon at the level of the 7 Sages of Destruction is this much weaker than Solidar. So Solidar is the ceiling of power, huh? Fíliya smiled in relief. Even after her own mana had grown significantly, Fíliya still didn't have the slightest desire to fight Solidar. Because she could feel that the probability of Solidar instantly killing her was extremely high. Even by the most conservative estimate, she would be lucky to last 3 moves against Solidar. But as for this Aura, a wicked smile unknowingly crept onto Fíliya's lips. She felt she could take at least 20 of Aura's moves. After all, the eyes of this demon named Aura were filled with a kind of crystal-clear stupidity. She looked like the type who had spent her whole life studying her innate magic while disdaining all other forms. What the heck? It's not that I'm too weak, it's just that Solidar is too strong. After a round of wild thoughts, Fíliya nodded in satisfaction. It was clear that Aura still felt unwilling, but Solidar's threat to cut off her limbs and bake her in the sun for 20 years left Aura no choice but to be afraid. After all, in a one-on-one fight, Solidar could take on 3 of her. Moreover, Aura's proudest and most proficient magic had no effect on Solidar whatsoever. Alright, enough has been said. Aura, if you value your life, leave at once. Solidar delivered the final ultimatum. But Fíliya chose this moment to interject. Stop, Solidar. Don't be in such a hurry to send her away. What were you two talking about? Can't you share with me? I'm so curious. Fíliya widened her big, curious eyes and asked in a tone of malicious cuteness. The reason Fíliya wanted Aura to stay was also very simple. It was because this person, Aura, was simply the most emotionally and expressively rich demon she had ever seen. A completely different type from Solidar. Fíliya had clearly seen all of Aura's reactions just now. First shock, then arrogance and disdain, followed by confusion and fury, and finally, it transformed into a very delicious unwillingness. Ah, if Aura didn't have those two conspicuously large ox horns on her head, Fíliya might have actually mistaken her for a human. How could she let such a fun, crystal clear, and stupidly cute test subject get away so easily? Fíliya thought to herself. Hearing Fíliya say this, Solidar, though confused, didn't say much. If that's what Fíliya says. Solidar narrowed her eyes slightly, then shot Aura another glare. If she could help it, she really didn't want Aura drinking her black tea. Aura, have your army stand by. Only you are allowed inside. Solidar finally chose to compromise. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 45, Aura the Coward, Part 1. Tisk, so many years have passed, and you're still fiddling with this boring junk. As soon as Aura entered, she looked at the pile of specimens laid out before her with a disgusted expression. Solidar clearly had no intention of acknowledging Aura, her gaze merely sweeping over the few headless puppets behind her. Aura, I believe I told you to come in alone. What are those things behind you? Huh? Solidar, we're old acquaintances, you know. Don't be so heartless. Look, back when we worked under the Demon King, we were companions, colleagues. Accomplices. Associates, that has to be it. Aura watched as Solidar's expression grew darker and darker, so she quickly changed her wording. Seeing Aura back down, Solidar didn't say anything more, instead turning her gaze to Fíliya. What she was thinking now was that Fíliya disliked seeing human corpses, and the puppets behind Aura were made from human corpses. Would Fíliya be upset? Fíliya understood the meaning in Solidar's gaze and said with a light chuckle. It's fine, I don't mind. A guest is a guest, after all. Solidar was a little displeased, but she didn't say much. Her displeasure stemmed from the fact that ever since Fíliya saw Aura, she had been acting particularly enthusiastic. As for the reason, with Solidar's intelligence, she quickly arrived at the answer. It must be because Aura's expressions are more varied than her own. More to Fíliya's liking. In any case, Solidar was a little unhappy that Fíliya was paying more attention to Aura. The three of them soon went upstairs and arrived at the reception room. Just as Fíliya was about to invite Aura to take a seat, she saw it. Aura used her mana to lift the chair prepared for her, about to toss it aside carelessly. But then, her expression changed as if she had suddenly realized something, and she ended up setting it down gently, placing the chair slowly in the corner of the room. This gutless display, in Fíliya's eyes, was exceptionally cute and full of research value. This demon named Aura, her expressions and emotions are just so rich. Fíliya was like a prisoner who had been locked in a secret room for too long, frantically craving the light emanating from Miss Aura. After Aura placed the chair aside, Fíliya saw something else. Aura gestured for the two puppets following her to get on the ground, stacking themselves into a human chair, while Aura herself, with an arrogant look on her face, sat on their backs. Aura's intentions are truly so easy to guess. Miss Fíliya rested her chin on her hand. It was obvious that this Miss Aura was provoking her. Look, a mere human is only fit to be Lord Aura's chair. Fíliya could read her thoughts directly from the expression on Aura's face. Therefore, with Fíliya's personality, it would be unlike her not to retaliate at a time like this. She was seen curiously examining the two puppets. Then, she spoke. Lord Aura is so amazing. What is this? Some kind of corpse manipulation magic? Fíliya asked, feigning ignorance. How could she not know of Aura's magic? It was a terrifying magic recorded in the annals of human history. Magic of obedience, Ausur Lace. It uses the scales of obedience to place one's own soul and that of an opponent on its pans. The one with the greater mana can make the other submit to them. This was her signature skill, and the bargaining chip that gave Aura the confidence to wage war against humanity. Indeed, Aura's magic was like a ruthless mowing machine. Given enough time, she could create an endless army of soldiers. After hearing Fíliya's compliment, Aura's tone became even more arrogant. Not at all. There's a limit to ignorance, human. To dare lump Lord Aura's magic in with the likes of corpse manipulation. I'll have you know, this is called the magic of obedience. This magic is invincible against humans. If I wanted, I could make you my slave with a single thought. Under Fíliya's masterful acting, Aura truly believed Fíliya was praising her. No matter how many times, Miss Fíliya was struck by the thought that such pure, unadulterated stupidity could actually exist in this world. Teasing idiots is so much fun, eh hey? Fíliya was overjoyed internally. Just then, Solidar came in carrying a tea set. She first placed the tea and utensils on the table with a displeased look, then shot Fíliya a glare. Fíliya blinked dryly, not quite understanding why she was being glared at. Solidar was heard to say, "Fíliya, move over a bit." Solidar said, and as she spoke, she began to move a chair to place it between Fíliya and Aura. Eh? But Solidar, don't you find Aura annoying? So wouldn't it be better for me to sit with her? Don't force yourself. Fíliya asked with a puzzled look. She completely failed to understand. Solidar was clearly disgusted by Aura, so why was she insisting on fighting her for the spot? No need. This is fine. As Solidar spoke, she picked up the tea set before her and poured Fíliya a cup of black tea, perhaps as a way to shut Miss Fíliya's mouth. And this method did indeed work. Fíliya was very fond of the black tea Solidar brewed, so she immediately closed her mouth and properly savored a sip. What about me? Aura watched Solidar pour tea for the human, feeling very displeased. After all, in her perception, mana was a symbol of status. Why would Solidar ignore a great demon like her and instead attend to that weak human? This was a question Miss Aura could not fathom for the life of her. Pour it yourself. Solidar dismissed Aura casually, not even bothering to look at her. TSK, fine, I'll pour it myself. Overcome with anger, Aura shot to her feet, only to slowly sit back down like a wilted eggplant. It had to be said, the way these three interacted was truly bizarre. Miss Fíliya watched Aura with an enthusiastic expression. Aura, meanwhile, stared resentfully at Solidar's profile. As for Solidar, her attention was entirely on Fíliya. What a perfect loop. By the way, Aura, why do you cut off your puppets' heads? Since your magic of obedience is invincible, and you've already turned these humans into your slaves, why do you still need to chop off their heads? It can't be due to Lord Aura's unique aesthetic sense, can it? Fíliya asked with a light chuckle. Fíliya's words made Aura break into a sweat. The question was truly embarrassing, and she didn't quite know how to answer. Fíliya already knew the reason Aura did this, so she continued in a playful, teasing tone. Yes, I've read about it in the Magic Association's archives. Your magic of obedience actually has a small flaw, doesn't it? After all, your magic appeared before humanity long ago, so of course, humans have records of it. Those with a noble will and spirit can temporarily resist this magic of obedience. Yes, that would explain it. To prevent such a situation from occurring, Lord Aura must cut off all her puppets' heads. Puffed. To cast the magic of obedience and still be afraid of your puppets rebelling against you. Lord Aura, you really are a complete and utter coward. Fíliya covered her mouth lightly, laughing without restraint. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 46, Aura the Coward, Part 2. Aura gritted her teeth in anger, not because Fíliya had pointed out the flaw in her magic, but because she realized that every time this human called her Lady Aura, the tone was clearly one of mockery. To think she was being mocked by a human as insignificant as an ant, and mocked repeatedly at that. Ah. If Solidar wasn't protecting you, I, the great Lady Aura, would definitely kill. No, killing this human would be letting her off too easy. I'll use the magic of obedience, Auserlace, to turn her into my foot-washing maid, the kind that even drinks the dirty water. And I must keep her head, occasionally restore her consciousness, and then ask her how she feels. Yes, that would be the ultimate insult to this detestable human. Ah, just imagining such a satisfying scene instantly lifted Aura's spirits again. But Solidar's expression, on the other hand, grew even darker. Because she was struck by a realization, Fíliya had never once called her Lady Solidar, yet upon entering today, she had already called Aura Lady Aura 3 times in a row. Although Solidar knew Fíliya was mocking Aura, her mood still worsened. What's happening to me? Am I the kind of demon whose emotions fluctuate so easily? Or has Fíliya's presence over this past month already caused some kind of subtle change in me? Solidar questioned herself. Foolish human. So what if you know my magic's weakness? In my experience, the type of human who possesses a noble will is very rare. Over the past few centuries, only a few dozen have been able to slightly resist my magic. Besides, I've long since overcome that flaw. As long as I cut off their head the instant the magic of obedience takes effect, they will be forced to obey me, no matter how noble their spirit. Aura took a few deep breaths, then crossed her arms, regaining her confident posture. In other words, you don't deny that you're a coward, right, Aura? Fíliya couldn't be bothered to listen to Aura's meaningless rebuttal. She focused solely on her own attack. A coward? How am I a coward? I'm warning you, don't make baseless accusations. Aura immediately demanded loudly, even shooting glances at Solidar from time to time, as if asking. What are you doing, Solidar? Why aren't you saying anything? Have you really sided with the human? But her questioning gaze was like a stone sinking into the sea, receiving no feedback from Solidar. Evidence, you say? You've asked the right person, Miss Aura. Fíliya also put on an arrogant expression. If she weren't currently wrapped in bandages from head to toe, with even one of her eyes covered, one might have actually felt a bit of an intimidating aura from her. Fíliya picked up the cup of black tea Solidar had poured for her, drained it in one gulp, and then continued. I happen to know that about 100 years ago, you were very active, Aura, frequently appearing in the historical records of various human nations, but in the last 50 or 60 years, your name has completely vanished. From this, I have a theory. Aura, could it be that you were scared out of your wits by Himmel the hero and spent 50 or 60 years hiding in some ditch, only daring to reappear in the light of day after confirming the hero was dead? After all that, you still dare say you're not a coward? After hearing Fíliya's words, Aura felt her fists clench tightly, and her body began to tremble. Because everything that damned human said was the absolute truth. She, Aura the guillotine, had nearly been insta-killed like a common mob by Himmel the hero during her battle with the hero's party. In that battle with the hero, she had finally realized another weakness of her magic of obedience. It has an absurdly long casting time. Having narrowly escaped that attack, she made a resolution. She would hide. Hide until the hero died of old age, and only then show her face to the world again. As for her loyalty to the Demon King. Tui. Can you eat loyalty? Lord Demon King, don't you blame me, Aura, for being disloyal. We're the demon race, disloyalty is our virtue. Who asked you to be so weak, Lord Demon King? If you hadn't died and had helped the great lady Aura take care of the hero's party, Aura wouldn't have minded going back to being your subordinate. Does anyone know how she spent these last few decades? Does anyone know her suffering? Miss Aura thought indignantly. She didn't even dare to eat people, hiding away in a cave just to get by. For the first 10 years, she didn't even dare to leave the cave, only foraging for food inside, eating whatever she could find. She didn't dare to be the least bit picky, even eating earthworms and insects. Only later did she slowly begin to venture around the cave's vicinity, but she never dared to go more than a few kilometers away from it. During these decades of extreme humiliation, Aura had an epiphany. No matter the process, she had survived. The hero? What's the use of being a good fighter? Could you outlive me? Making your way in the world isn't about who's the better fighter, but who's the better survivor. I, the great Lady Aura, am still alive in this world, while you have long since turned to a pile of dust. Now is the time for my revenge. Without the hero to stop me, my magic of obedience is invincible against the human world of today. I can't be bothered to argue with a foolish human like you. In short, Miss Aura couldn't find any way to save face and could only get through it by acting petulantly. So, Solidar, why did Aura come looking for you anyway? Don't tell me she wanted to recruit you to wage war on humanity together. Fíliya watched Aura bite her lip in frustration and found it exceptionally enjoyable. Satisfied, she decided to let her off the hook for the time being. After all, Aura was speechless. Her comical expression, a mixture of extreme shame and indignation, yet not daring to lash out in front of Solidar, was already imprinted on Miss Fíliya's heart. When bullying a fool, one must know when to push and when to pull back. You can't push Aura too hard all at once. That is, in fact, the case. And I have already clearly refused. Solidar spoke slowly, uttering her first words since sitting down. She really thought that way. Seriously. Miss Fíliya's eyes widened, her gaze filled with the look one gives a fool, and a hint of pity subconsciously crept in. What's with you? Being stared at with such a look, even someone as dense as Aura felt uncomfortable. Aura, let me give you some advice. The fact that you could endure humiliation and wait until the hero was dead to show yourself again proves you're someone who cherishes her own life. So, if you truly value your life, you should give up on the idea of attacking human cities. Otherwise, you will die very quickly. Fíliya delivered her verdict with a deadpan expression. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 47, The Resilience of Humanity. Aura's brow furrowed. To think she was being warned by a human. And Solidar had advised her similarly before. Could it be? Is there really a problem with my plan? Or have humans suddenly gotten much stronger in the decades I've been in hiding? That can't be, right? I've never heard of humans growing so fast. Aura's mind raced. It was clear she desperately wanted to prove she wasn't a fool. But no matter how hard she racked her brain, she couldn't understand why both Solidar and this human had issued her a warning. Heh. Calling me a coward. I think the two of you are the cowards. The hero is long dead, so what's there to fear from the humans that are left? Aura said with a look of displeasure. See? It's that attitude that will easily cost you your life, Aura. Fíliya shook her head helplessly and handed her teacup to Solidar. Huh? What's wrong with my attitude? I, the great Aura, am used to being arrogant. What are you going to do about it? Aura shot Fíliya a provocative glare. Ugh, I can't stoop to a fool's level. Fíliya told herself, then took a gentle sip of her freshly poured tea before continuing. It seems you don't understand this principle, Aura. Weakness and ignorance do not lead to destruction, only arrogance does. Fíliya looked at Aura calmly. For a moment, a thoughtful expression crossed Aura's face. But her expression quickly turned sour. Arrogance. Fine, Aura wasn't entirely unaware of her own faults, she admitted she was very arrogant. But, who's weak? And who's ignorant? You, a human with a pitiful amount of mana, are the ignorant and weak one. I bet you don't even know what true power is. Besides, I'm standing right here. Who could possibly bring me to ruin? Who dares to kill me? Who dares? She desperately wanted to retort loudly, but she received a warning glance from Solidar that seemed to say, if you dare slam my table again, I'll hang you up and beat you. Under this threat, the pitiful Miss Aura immediately shrank back and put on a wronged expression. All right, I think I understand your way of thinking now, Aura. Fíliya shrugged helplessly at Aura's behavior. Aura, it seems you believe that Himmel and the hero of the South represent the peak of human potential, don't you? Fíliya's tone became very calm as she began to speak to Aura in a storytelling manner. Why yes, that's right. What else could it be? Aura replied sullenly, a bit confused as to why this human's tone had suddenly changed. Well, the truth is quite the opposite, Aura. It seems I must educate you on some common knowledge about humanity. Aura, recall the humans you fought before. Think carefully. Were there any among them whom you thought you could kill in a single blow, yet who, contrary to your expectations, managed to block many of your attacks? Fíliya coaxed her gently. Aura thought for a moment. Actually, she didn't even need to think, as such situations had been all too common. Many. I have to say, humans are really strange. I often feel like they're on the verge of death, yet they always manage to launch one final counterattack before they breathe their last. But is that important? I hardly fight humans directly anymore. No matter the opponent, I just use magic of obedience, Ausolace, to control them. Aura said with a dismissive expression. That is what I want to tell you about, humanity's tenacity. You can't possibly imagine the terrifying potential that such a tenacious race can unleash in a true moment of crisis, when faced with the threat of extinction. Aura, you seem to think that the emergence of beings like Himmel and the hero of the South from the human race is a random occurrence, and that you just need to outlive their strong warriors to rampage once more. But I'm telling you, it's an inevitability. The truth is, the greater the crisis and setbacks humanity faces, the more likely it is for powerhouses capable of shaping an era to be born. During the demon race's golden age, they once wiped out 2/3 of the human population, which in turn forced the emergence of powerhouses like the hero of the South and Himmel. As a scholar, I'm actually quite curious, if humanity were truly reduced to just 1% of its population, or even less, what kind of terrifying monster would be born from among them under such a crisis? Of course, I'm just speaking hypothetically. If such a situation were to truly occur, Aura, you would not only face a human stronger than the hero of the South and Himmel, but you would also be attacked by a god of magic. Fíliya's expression was absolutely certain. Because she was sure. Ciri would absolutely not stand by and let that happen. Although Ciri didn't intervene in the past war between humans and demons, that was because the demon race and humans were merely culling each other's populations. It was far from reaching the point of racial extinction. So, as a living god, Ciri likely didn't want to interfere too much in that war. However, if the human side were truly pushed to the brink, the situation would change. Under those circumstances, Ciri would definitely take action. The great god would surely intervene to preserve the spark of humanity. After all, that great god loves humanity so much. So, Aura, even if things develop in the most favorable way for you, even if you really amass an army of the undead with your magic of obedience and swallow one human city after another, the end that awaits you is still destruction. Continuing to exist as a coward, just surviving in this world like you are now, is already the happiest ending you can get. Fíliya's words made Aura's eyes widen. They shattered her worldview. She had never heard that humanity had such a mechanism. The closer the human race gets to extinction, the more absurdly powerful individuals are born. Stronger than the hero of the South, who was ganged up on by all of the 7 sages of destruction plus the Demon King's right-hand men, all-seeing Schlacht, a total of 8 people, and still managed a 4-for-1 trade. Stronger than Himmel, who led his party to successfully slay the Demon King and scared her into hiding in a cave for decades. A human monster. Just thinking about it made Aura lose her nerve. Isn't that just cheating? Doesn't that mean the demon race can never be a match for humans? Aura's eyes dimmed slightly, clearly falling into a state of self-doubt. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 48, the ending the gods hoped for. What a delicious expression, Aura. It seems you finally understand just how powerful the race you've always looked down upon is. In this war that has lasted 1,000 years, you of the demon race are the prey. Actually, I'm genuinely curious about the demon race's way of thinking. What on earth goes through your minds? Humanity lost 2/3 of its population, but the demon race has lost more than 90%. You're on the brink of extinction, yet instead of thinking about saving yourselves, you still believe you're the hunters. Sigh. Every time I think about how I'm saving an endangered species, a fulfilling sense of happiness just envelopes my body. Fíliya sighed with emotion, a bright smile on her face as she genuinely wrapped her arms around herself. Fíliya, about that god of magic you mentioned. I'm very interested. Could you tell me more? Solidar suddenly interjected. Oh. Fíliya quickly covered her mouth. Honestly, how could she get so carried away and expose Lady Ciri's existence? But then again, Ciri has never tried to hide herself. Judging from the ancient legends, Lady Ciri has appeared before the demon race before. It should be fine, right? Fíliya briefly reflected for 2 seconds, then looked at Solidar. Yes, she is a powerful elf named Ciri, revered by humans as the god of magic and a living god. It's difficult for me to explain just how powerful she truly is. Stronger than me. No, stronger than Solidar. Miss Aura, finally recovering a little from her shattered worldview, couldn't help but feel curious upon hearing Fíliya speak of this powerful elf. And Solidar was the same. Looking at their inquisitive gazes, Fíliya began to ponder. Solidar, how do you compare to the other members of the 7 sages of destruction? Before answering Aura, Fíliya posed a new question. My strength is about the same as Mokt's. Solidar said slowly. Oh. With that, Fíliya had a baseline to work with. Mokt of the Golden Land is the leader of the 7 sages of destruction, which means the other 6 sages couldn't possibly be stronger than Mokt. And if Solidar is on par with Mokt. Fíliya took a deep breath. If that's the case, then that elf, Ciri, should be stronger than all the 7 sages of destruction combined, plus Solidar, and by a significant margin. Honestly, I even suspect that if Ciri got serious, she alone would be enough to slaughter the demon race to extinction. Fíliya's words stunned the 2 demons, their faces etched with shock. While Solidar barely managed to keep her composure. Aura completely lost it. She leaped to her feet in fright. You, what nonsense are you spouting? I get it, Solidar. This one was sent by the humans to wage psychological warfare. We can't believe her rubbish. Aura, do I look like I'm lying? Besides, does psychological warfare even have any meaning to the demon race? Still, I'm quite pleased you even thought of that term. A faint smile played on Fíliya's lips as she stared directly at Aura. It's impossible, anyway. If the humans really had such an invincible power, why hasn't that elf stepped forward to help them deal with the demon race during this 1,000-year war? At this, Solidar's gaze also turned toward her. It was clear she was also curious about Aura's question. It's simple. A god does not wish to interfere too much in the conflicts of the mortal world. Fíliya chuckled lightly before adding. I think I understand her way of thinking, to some extent. I had a brief encounter with that goddess. I could see her mindset is purely that of a battle enthusiast. She not only takes humans as apprentices but also allows your demon race to grow stronger. In fact, it's precisely because of this 1,000-year war between humans and demons that the magic of both races has become intertwined, evolving, and improving together. This is what that goddess desires. She longs for more, and stronger, magic to appear in this world. Therefore, the existence of the demon race is also necessary. In this war, if the demon race becomes too powerful and pushes humanity to the brink of annihilation, Ciri will not hesitate to step in and help. By the same token, if the demon race is on the verge of extinction, Ciri most likely won't stand idly by either. Perhaps she would even preserve the embers of the demon race. So, Aura, Solidar, you don't need to worry about this goddess coming to take your lives. As long as you don't do anything too outrageous, the goddess won't bother with you. What Ciri desires is precisely for this war to continue forever, but at a low intensity, so that both sides, under the pressure of survival, maintain a high degree of enthusiasm for developing magic, allowing the world's magic to constantly evolve. This is the outcome desired by the god of magic. Fíliya's words once again plunged the scene into silence. Solidar lowered her head and began to think deeply, not even paying attention to Aura's foot, which was now propped on the table. But Fíliya's analysis continued. I actually quite agree with this way of thinking. To put it bluntly, humans and demons aren't in a hunter and prey relationship at all. Rather, in the long process of evolution, they have been constantly influencing each other. The ancestors of the demon race were a type of monster that hid in the shadows, mimicking human voices to hunt people. You must know this, Solidar. So, the question is, what reason could have possibly forced such a monster to evolve? You see, living beings are incredibly lazy. As long as they can barely survive, as long as they can cling to their ecological niche, no matter how difficult life gets, they won't seek change so long as they can avoid extinction. Therefore, in ancient times, there was only one reason why the ancestors of the demon race chose to change and acquire humanoid bodies. They couldn't survive anymore. It's highly probable that humans had hunted these monsters to the point where they faced extinction if they didn't change. And so, your demon race was born. And then, for a long time after evolving, your demon race began to overwhelm humanity, slaughtering them in turn. At your peak, you wiped out 2/3 of the human population. So, humanity evolved again. Only this time, the direction of evolution wasn't physical, but in their understanding of magic and mana. During this war, humanity's level of magic saw an unprecedented rise, and among human warriors, powerful individuals on the level of a hero were born, once again reversing the power gap with the demon race. Humans and the demon race are two races that twist and influence each other in this way. Now, the surviving demon race has once again been pushed to the brink of extinction, which is why I firmly believe you can evolve again. Fíliya looked at Solidar's silence and Aura's somewhat dazed expression, smiled breezily, and then reached out with both hands. Like a loving older sister, she patted each of them on the head. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 49, Not Invincible. Aura found it very strange. She didn't understand what this human in front of her was doing. This gesture of placing a hand on her forehead and rubbing it back and forth, was it some kind of ritual? Or perhaps, the opening stance for some bizarre magic? At this thought, Aura's eyes widened, and she warily leaped 2 meters back. Question mark. Fíliya looked at Solidar, her gaze seeming to ask. What is she doing? But Solidar could only shake her head helplessly. Expecting her to decipher Aura's train of thought was asking a bit too much. So, Fíliya could only turn her gaze to Aura. Your condition is more serious than I thought, Aura. I wonder if a magic to increase intelligence even exists in this world. Fíliya wore an expression of deep contemplation. I am not stupid. You, on the other hand, why were you making that gesture at me? Are you trying to harm the great Lady Aura? Aura said with a wary expression. Huh? What reason would I have to harm you? If I really wanted to deal with you, I wouldn't have needed to stop Solidar when she was getting angry. Oh, right. The realization dawned on Aura belatedly. In other words, her reaction was, perhaps, just a little over the top. Aura tried to feign composure, but her slightly flushed cheeks completely betrayed her inner thoughts. Fine, Lady Aura has misjudged you. Although Aura conceded verbally, her expression showed not the slightest hint of apology. But this was good enough. It was a breakthrough, from 0 to 1. So, Fíliya chuckled and beckoned Aura over. Only when Aura was standing right in front of her did she speak. It's good that you know you were wrong. Since you're actively admitting your mistake, I'll give you a little reward. Open your mouth. As Fíliya spoke, she casually picked up a small pastry from the table. What for? Aura was hesitant, but she did as she was told, slowly opening her mouth. Miss Fíliya gently placed the pastry into Aura's mouth. A flicker of astonishment crossed Aura's eyes, but she immediately began to chew. MMPH. What is this? This counts as a reward. Humans are so strange. And this thing doesn't even taste good. Oh. The moment those words left Aura's mouth, Miss Fíliya began to hold a moment of silence for the fool. Meanwhile, Miss Aura seemed completely unaware of how dangerous her statement was. It wasn't until Solidar sent her flying 7 or 8 meters with a kick, causing her to crash into a bookshelf and spill the animal carcasses preserved in jars all over the floor, that Aura realized she had been attacked. Aura shakily climbed to her feet, clutching her clearly red and swollen cheek, her eyes filled with disbelief. Solidar's kick had landed squarely on her face. So even though Aura was a great demon who had lived for 500 years, her opponent was Solidar, who had lived for a millennium. When that foot connected with her face, Aura had no time to mount any defense, as she wasn't the type who excelled in one-on-one combat to begin with. Solidar, are you insane? Why did you hit me? It was just a piece of human food. Yikes. Miss Fíliya was astonished by Aura's stubbornness. Even at this point, how did she still dare to talk back? So stubborn, yet so cowardly. What a contradiction you are, Aura. Aura, there's a limit to not being able to read the room. If you don't want to get hit again, I think you'd better surrender. Miss Fíliya offered a kind reminder. This human was right. Aura swallowed a mouthful of bloody saliva as countless scenarios of her own execution by Solidar flashed through her mind. She could see it clearly, Solidar was already preparing her next attack. Aura knew she had to react quickly. Fine. Lady Aura's guiding principle in this world is simple, cowardice. It's just surrendering, isn't it? With Solidar like this, what else can I do but kneel before you? With a flying leap, Aura slid on her knees right up to Solidar and wrapped both arms around her thigh. I was wrong. I was wrong. I don't know where I went wrong, but I was still wrong. Please, Solidar, don't kill me. If you forgive me, I'll do anything. Beautiful. Miss Fíliya praised her internally. She truly appreciated Miss Aura's ugly struggle for survival. So, she also spoke up. Solidar. See, Aura seems quite sincere. Why not let her off just this once? If you say so, Fíliya. Solidar lowered her attack stance and shook the heat from her leg. Thank heavens. Miss Aura's face was filled with the relief of having survived a disaster. She couldn't be bothered to dwell on why her desperate plea seemed less effective than a single casual word from Fíliya. In any case, all that mattered was that she was safe. And, in that moment, she learned the name of the human before her from Solidar's own lips for the first time. Fíliya. Very well. Lady Aura would not forget this name. After the cheerful little interlude, the three of them returned to their respective chairs. As for the mess made by Miss Aura's body a short distance away, well, Fíliya and Solidar certainly weren't going to deal with it. Someone would clean it up later. Yes, the kind of someone who would have to, whether she wanted to or not. Aura, I have a third reason for you to give up on attacking human cities. Do you want to hear it? It was Fíliya who spoke first again. Huh? I don't want to. I've already given up. If it's really as you say, that humans not only have invincible allies, but also have the potential to produce monsters stronger than the hero, then what's the point of fighting? Life is hard. This grudge. Lady Aura will just have to let it go. Aura said unhappily, but when she saw Fíliya's displeased expression, she felt she might have said something wrong again. What's going on? It's one thing to habitually curry favor with Solidar, but why would I care about this human's mood? She didn't understand, but she spoke anyway. Fine, fine, I want to hear it. I want to hear it, all right. Very good. The third reason is that even if everything I said before didn't count, even if humans couldn't produce someone stronger than the hero, and that god of magic absolutely didn't intervene, you would still fail. Aura was already giving in to despair. Yes, I get it. I, Aura, am useless. I can't accomplish anything, right? But she was still a little curious as to why she would fail even under those circumstances. Fíliya chuckled lightly and said. Because your magic of obedience, Lace, isn't invincible. As far as I know, there are at least 2 other people in this world that the magic of obedience cannot handle. One is the elven mage from the hero's party, Frieren. As for the other. As Fíliya said this, a very mysterious expression appeared on her face, which only piqued Aura's curiosity further. She pressed on. Who's the other one? Far away in the heavens, yet right before your eyes, Aura. White heavy checkmark until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Claim your 40% OFF spot and unlock everything now. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 50, Absolute Fairness brings absolute constraint. Ever since stepping into this abandoned shipyard, Aura's worldview had been under constant assault. But if she had to pick which of Fíliya's words shocked her the most today, it would undoubtedly be the one she had just uttered. Is this human insane? She thought. Her magic of obedience, auserlace, was independent of any other factors. No matter how advanced the target's magical skill or how admirable their control over mana, it was all meaningless. The magic of obedience could be said to exchange the most straightforward mechanism for the most powerful effect, a simple contest of total mana between two parties. No other factors were taken into consideration. Once the magic of obedience took effect, the one with less mana would instantly become the victor's slave, completely subservient to their commands. That was why Aura couldn't understand how this human dared to make such a wild claim. Judging by the fact that she could coexist peacefully with Solidar, this human was likely a powerful individual, though Aura couldn't comprehend where Fíliya's strength lay. Still, she was certain of it, because if she were an ordinary human incapable of piquing Solidar's curiosity, she would have been killed long ago. But even if this human was special, Aura still couldn't believe she could stand against her magic of obedience. Don't believe me? Then go ahead and use it, Aura. As it happens, I'm quite interested in your magic of obedience as well. Fíliya's face still held that same carefree, serene smile. This only made Aura more nervous. She now felt stuck, not knowing whether to act or not. So, she cast a pleading glance at Solidar. Solidar, what do you think? This human said it herself. She told me to use the magic of obedience. You can't beat me up for this, right? Solidar also looked puzzled. In her view, it was impossible for Fíliya not to know how powerful the magic of obedience was. Why was she still so confident? As expected, Fíliya really is fascinating. Let me see how you pull this off. Even if something goes wrong, I'll just make Aura release the magic of obedience. And I can use it as another chance to beat her up. Solidar thought to herself, and after exchanging a look of confirmation with Fíliya, she nodded at Aura. All right. Just remember, all of you. I'm not the one who wants to do this, Solidar, you're the one who agreed to it. You're not allowed to use this as an excuse to beat me up. Aura shouted at the top of her lungs, then held out her right hand. A set of scales materialized in her palm. She intended to use these scales of obedience as a medium to cast her magic. Aura, don't you think those scales are a bit cumbersome? So slow and sluggish. If you were using this against a warrior, that long wind-up would be more than enough time for them to launch a surprise attack on you. Fíliya, who was about to be subjected to the magic of obedience, remained perfectly calm, even teasing Aura with a playful tone. Shut up. Miss Aura yelled at Fíliya, flushed with shame and anger. Because Fíliya was right. In the past, Aura had never considered her magic to have such an obvious weakness. After all, she had never seen a human warrior capable of attacking her during that brief wind-up. Except for that hero named Himmel. That man moved with ghostly speed. Calling him a hero, he was faster than any assassin. I'm casting it now. Though thoroughly annoyed, Miss Aura was still considerate enough to give Fíliya a heads up. Wait. Fíliya suddenly held up a hand, halting Aura's casting. Aura, who had abruptly retracted her mana, was startled. You wretched human, she thought, why would you call a stop at such a critical moment? If I, the great Lady Aura, weren't so powerful, do you have any idea how close I came to suffering a backlash from abruptly retracting my mana? What? Having second thoughts. Hey, it's good you're finally scared. You're a few hundred years too early to make an enemy of the great Lady Aura. Aura placed a hand on her hip with a triumphant look. No. I was just thinking, Aura, is your magic of obedience really fair? You're not using rigged scales or something, are you? Saying it's a one-to-one, fair comparison of mana, but in reality, you can adjust the multiplier for your own mana or something. Fíliya asked with a light laugh. Of course, she was purely teasing Aura, wanting to see more of her amusing expressions. How could she not know? In this world, the more powerful a magic is, the greater its limitations usually are. In other words, greater restrictions are exchanged for stronger effects. Aura's magic of obedience achieved its absolute, binding power precisely because it was fair. If Aura could actually use rigged scales, the magic's effect and binding power would plummet accordingly, turning it into a useless spell that wasn't worth the trade-off. Of course not. Don't look down on me, you. Only absolute fairness can bring about absolute obedience. You don't even know that much. Miss Aura scolded angrily. If there was anything in Miss Aura's life that she took pride in, it was this magic of obedience. That's why she wouldn't tolerate the slightest insult toward her magic from anyone. Not from this human, and not even from Solidar. Is that so? In that case, I'm practically your hero, Aura. Fíliya ignored Aura's furious expression and changed the subject. Aura's eyes widened. She was getting confused. This human's train of thought was so erratic. One moment she wanted to see her magic, and the next she was off on a completely different tangent. Just think about it. If I weren't here today, if I hadn't stopped you from attacking human cities, this might have happened. Imagine if you had foolishly run into Lady Frieren, arrogantly assumed she was nothing special, and then foolishly used this magic of obedience only to be defeated by it. You would have certainly met a very tragic end. Ah. Is that Frieren person really that strong? I remember encountering her over 80 years ago. In the hero's party, only Himmel was particularly strong, right? That elf has very little mana, she's no match for me at all. Aura looked skeptical. As expected. Someone of your level wouldn't be able to sense it. Lady Frieren has been concealing her mana this whole time. Impossible. Aura immediately retorted. I remember it clearly. The pillar of her mana didn't waver in the slightest. There was absolutely no sign of mana concealment. Yes, and that is what makes Frieren so terrifying. To think that someone in this world would actually persist in such a boring practice as mana concealment for hundreds, even thousands of years, ultimately perfecting the boring technique of flawless mana concealment. Let me be blunt, Aura. Lady Frieren's true mana capacity is certainly far greater than yours. Fíliya said slowly. Though she called it a boring technique, in her heart, she knew exactly what that level of mastery represented. Fire new stories are available now. Fire. Get 25% off on my support site, P. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 51, Are You a Devil? But, what's the point? Spending so much time, spending only time practicing such a boring technique that doesn't even increase your combat power. Is that elf a psycho? Although Aura was starting to believe Fíliya's words, she still found it incredible. Frieren is certainly not a psycho. The purpose of her practice is very simple, to make the demon race let down their guard, and then launch a surprise attack on you. So, Aura, if you were to face Lady Frieren, you'd truly die a miserable death. Oh, no, from the records and literature I've seen, that Lady Frieren is actually quite kind. So she would probably just give you an order to kill yourself. How merciful. If it were me, things would be different. Fíliya continued speaking, completely ignoring Aura's slightly trembling body. If it were me, after making Aura my slave, I would give you 3 commands. 1. Aura is not to approach any human. The moment any human appears within your sensory range, you must immediately flee. This rule is because most of the demon race cannot comprehend the act of harm or the emotion of malice, so commands like, do not harm humans or, do not bear malice toward humans are often ineffective. However, given Aura's rich emotions, perhaps do not harm humans might actually work on her. 2. Aura, regardless of time or place, must attack all members of the demon race you encounter without hesitation. 3. The moment there is any sign of the magic of obedience, Ausolace, on Aura being dispelled, or if any being attempts to help you dispel the magic of obedience, you must immediately kill yourself. Yes, that should do it. These 3 commands would completely seal off all possibilities for you, Aura, turning you into an eternal and useful machine that can only hunt its own kind, without any fear of you going out of control. Aha, although those with a noble spirit can resist the magic of obedience, you, Aura, are certainly not acquainted with the word noble. So if you were to fall under the magic of obedience, the effect would be permanent. After voicing her opinion, Fíliya watched Aura with a happy expression. Then, what she had been waiting for happened. The voice in her head instantly announced. Acquired 1.5 million emotion points. Excellent, excellent. As expected, Aura's emotions are much richer than Solidar's. Just a little scare like that, and she immediately contributed so many points. In Miss Fíliya's view, Aura's body trembled more and more violently, until she let out a piercing shriek. You monster, are you a devil? Aura pointed a hand at Fíliya. She imagined herself in the situation Fíliya had described, if those 3 commands were truly placed upon her. She'd be better off dead. Bound by these 3 commands, her existence would truly be worse than death, she would be begging for it. How can this human be more vicious than us from the demon race? When we of the demon race kill, it's just a head rolling on the floor. Who could come up with such a wicked method? This person is a devil. If, just a few minutes ago, the person Aura feared most was Solidar, now, this human named Fíliya had become a strong contender for the title of most feared being in Aura's mind. Alright, Aura, that's enough idle chatter. Hurry up and attack me. Use that magic of obedience you're so proud of. Come on, don't hold back. Miss Fíliya started speaking strangely again, but Miss Aura was clearly taken aback by her actions. Aura began to think frantically. She felt that in all her past few hundred years, she had never been in a situation like this. Her brain cells were working more actively than ever. She thought. This human couldn't possibly have some kind of trump card, right? The things she said before were getting more and more terrifying. Fíliya, she couldn't be hiding her mana like that Frieren she mentioned, could she? No. No matter how I think about it, it's impossible. She's a young human who's only lived for a little over a decade. Even if she's hiding her mana, how much could she possibly hide? It's a completely different concept from an elf hiding their mana. Then why isn't this human afraid of me? Why isn't she afraid of my magic of obedience? Could it be? Aura thought of a terrifying possibility. Could this human named Fíliya possess some kind of causality reversal magic? After I use the magic of obedience, it will definitely take effect, and this person will become my slave. But, what if, at that very moment, she uses some method to reverse causality? Wouldn't I become her slave instead? The effect of the magic of obedience is absolute, but if it's causality reversal, it could override my magic. I see. Miss Aura once again felt she had discovered the truth, so she hurriedly put away her scales of obedience. I won't use it. Test over. The great Aura refuses to use this magic on you. Aura shouted. This made Fíliya and Solidar exchange another glance, both seeing confusion in the other's eyes. What's this idiot freaking out about now? Fíliya fell into thought. Then she figured it out. Oh, Aura, are you afraid I'll use your magic of obedience against you? Honestly, you. When you should be cautious, you have this arrogant look like a dead pig not fearing boiling water. But now, during a simple test, you're suddenly so inexplicably wary. Everything I said before was just to scare you. I can't be bothered to do anything to you. I simply want to test if I can withstand your magic. Under the persuasion of Fíliya's gentle tone, Aura's mindset slowly began to change. She asked suspiciously. Really? You won't use some weird method to make me your slave, will you? Even if I become a slave, you're not allowed to bind me with those 3 commands. It's hard to say what Miss Aura was truly afraid of, but she chose to concede even further. Of course it's true. I swear on Solidar. Fíliya said with a light laugh, casually grabbing Solidar's wrist and raising her right hand as if to add credibility to her words. Solidar, however, just silently watched Fíliya's actions without saying a word. All right. I'll trust you this once. Looking nervous, Miss Aura picked up her scales of obedience again. Such an expression struck Miss Fíliya as particularly amusing. How could an insidious and evil member of the demon race so easily trust a human like me? Aura, you adorable creature. Fire new stories are available now. Fire. Get 25% off on my support site, P. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P. Walnut Chan. Chapter 52, The Joys and Sorrows of Humans and Demons Are Not Shared. This time, Miss Fíliya finally did nothing, silently watching as Aura successfully cast magic of obedience, Ausolace. Fíliya watched as a gray, flickering flame emerged from her own body, while simultaneously, a black flame leaped out from Aura's body. How interesting. Fíliya thought to herself. Is my soul gray? That's different from what the books say. Aren't human souls supposed to be white? The demon race, however, is just as recorded, possessing black souls. Seeing that the magic of obedience was about to take effect. Of course, Miss Fíliya was not without a plan. The reason she hadn't acted sooner was precisely because she wanted to use Aura's absolutely fair magic to confirm the nature of her own soul. Now that the confirmation was complete, she could deploy her own methods. From the very beginning, Miss Fíliya had never taken Aura's magic seriously. It was a simple matter, because for her, an opponent who dedicated their entire life and energy to mastering a single spell was the easiest to deal with. Aura, you are not to use the magic of obedience again. Fíliya conveyed this command to Aura's ears in a very gentle tone. The moment she heard this voice, Aura felt an invisible pressure envelop her entire body. A strange sense of fear began to bloom in Aura's heart. She felt her body temperature suddenly drop by several degrees. And the 2 souls, about to be weighed on the scales, instantly flew back into her and Fíliya's respective bodies. Her magic of obedience had failed. This terrified Aura, as she had never encountered such a situation before. Even that time against the hero, it was because the hero's movements were too fast for her to cast the magic of obedience, not that an already cast magic of obedience had failed. Fíliya, what had this human done? She didn't understand. So she began to recall Fíliya's earlier words. That baffling command. What did, Aura, you are not to use the magic of obedience again, mean? Unable to process it, Aura, in a fit of desperation, tried to channel her mana again, but her mana did not respond to her call at all. What's happening? I really can't use the magic of obedience anymore. For a moment, Aura even felt the urge to cry. After all, she had poured all her passion and effort into her magic. And it was sealed just like that, with a single, casual sentence from Fíliya. What in the world was going on? What a terrifying curse, to be able to seal a spell that a greater demon poured hundreds of years of effort into. Fíliya, what is this magic called? Solidar paid no mind to Aura's tearful expression, asking Fíliya with an excited look on her face. Magic that seals the true name. Its effect is to designate one of an opponent's spells and make it unusable. Fíliya explained her magic casually. It was a spell she had acquired from the system in her early years, but she rarely used it herself. Because the magic's effect was both strong and weak. Magic that seals the true name could indeed ignore power levels and mana disparities to seal one of an opponent's spells, but its drawback was also obvious: it could only seal one. For modern mages, there are few fools who specialize in only one type of magic. Modern mages usually have many techniques at their disposal, so sealing just one would rarely have a decisive effect. Moreover, the nature of this magic was actually a curse, and any reasonably skilled priest could dispel it on the spot. Therefore, the most suitable occasion for this magic was a situation just like this one. For a dolt like Aura, who spent hundreds of years researching a single spell. Magic that seals the true name was her greatest weakness, and besides, a priest would never help a member of the demon race. Oh, so it trades the ability to only seal one spell for an absolute binding force that ignores power levels. If it were to seal multiple spells, the effect would weaken and become unusable against stronger opponents. It does share a certain similarity with Aura's magic of obedience. Solidar quickly analyzed the underlying logic of the spell. Then she looked at Fíliya with a teasing expression. Which means? The weakness is obvious. For an all-rounder like you, Solidar, it's meaningless. If you wanted to kill me, you'd have countless ways to do it, right? Fíliya also looked at Solidar with a smile. Hearing Fíliya's playful tone, Solidar just rolled her eyes at her and said nothing more. Just then, a purple figure lunged directly at Fíliya. How should one put it? Fíliya hadn't sensed the slightest trace of killing intent from Aura, which is why she failed to dodge the lunge. Hiss. Ouch, Aura, what are you doing? Since your magic didn't work, you're resorting to physical attacks now, is that it? Fíliya quickly rubbed her head and looked at Aura with annoyance. But in that instant, a strange phenomenon caused her brain to freeze for several seconds. Because Miss Fíliya discovered that something like water droplets was trickling, drop by drop, from Miss Aura's face and splashing onto her own. In a daze, Fíliya even touched some of the moisture with her hand and then put her finger in her mouth. It's a bit salty. Eh? Wait a second. Miss Fíliya finally realized the truth. This incredibly conceited and arrogant greater demon, who had lived for over 500 years, was actually crying in front of her. Give it back. Give me back my magic. You monster. Give it back. Miss Aura's gaze was no longer clear yet foolish, but was now filled with distinct sorrow. This tear-streaked appearance made Miss Fíliya find it all quite incredible. This is a greater demon who has lived for 500 years. She looks like someone's little sister. She could no longer pay attention to the notification sounds ringing incessantly in her mind. Looking at Aura's piteous state, Fíliya couldn't help but feel a sliver of guilt, of course, only a sliver. And what if I don't give it back? Fíliya immediately asked in an incredibly provoking tone. I'll fight you to the death. Aura cried out in grief and indignation, then prepared to strangle Fíliya with her hands. It was clear that in her extreme sorrow, Miss Aura had even forgotten she was a mage. Of course, it was also possible that Aura felt magic was simply insufficient to vent her emotions, and she wanted a fist-to-flesh showdown with Fíliya. Unfortunately, just as Aura was about to grab Fíliya, she was kicked several meters away by Solidar. Wah! Give it back. This time, Miss Aura had no motivation to get back up. She truly regretted why she had come here today, why she had to be treated like this. Bullied by Solidar, and her most prized magic sealed by Fíliya. What's the point of living? What did I do wrong to run into these two plagues today? I regret it, can't I just change my ways? I never should have come here to get Solidar to join me in the first place. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have been subjected to such abuse. The light in Miss Aura's eyes dimmed slightly. Poor Aura. Even I feel sorry for her. Miss Fíliya got up from the ground and dusted off her skirt. As for whether she truly felt sorry for Aura, only the ghosts knew. Sob. Aura was still letting out whimpering sobs. Yes, indeed. Aura is a real treasure trove for me. Isn't Aura's existence the best proof that the demon race can have emotions? She thought. So she called out to Aura. Stop crying. Anyone who didn't know better would think we were abusing you. But you are abusing me. I protest. I demand demon rights. Hearing this, Aura had a new reaction. She sat up from the floor and vigorously wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Then, she glared at Fíliya with the look of a hero meeting their doom. All right, Aura, I can remove this curse and give you back your magic. Of course, there's a small condition. What condition? If you would show mercy, Aura is willing to do anything. Heh. Miss Aura was a living embodiment of the phrase, arrogant before, obsequious after. Upon hearing there was a chance, Aura immediately put on a fawning expression. While Aura was a fool, she wasn't completely witless. In fact, she had already thought of a way to break the curse herself. It was simple, the caster just had to die. Even with her magic of obedience sealed by Fíliya, the gap in their mana was as wide as a chasm. In a real fight, she could still easily finish off the current Fíliya. But that was impossible. Who knew why that Solidar was mindlessly shielding Fíliya? If she entertained such a dangerous thought again, she would surely be the one to die. Besides, Aura had to admit something, much of what Fíliya had said to persuade her today might have genuinely saved her from a fatal outcome. In all of Aura's long life, this was the first time she had felt an emotion other than hatred from a human. So, perhaps, maybe, she was just a little bit grateful to Miss Fíliya. Since she couldn't kill her, and wasn't allowed to, didn't that leave poor Aura with only one path, playing the victim? At this thought, Aura silently wiped her tears again. Meanwhile, Fíliya, the culprit behind it all, casually exchanged a smile with Solidar. For no particular reason. As they say, the joys and sorrows of this world are not shared, the two of them simply found Aura amusing. Fire new stories are available now. Fire. Get 25% off on my support site, P. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 55 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 53, New Life, New Identity. Miss Fíliya turned and left the drawing room. After watching the figure recede, Aura, struck by some thought, squirmed on the floor and slowly crawled over to Solidar. Solidar, that person, no, Fíliya, what is she going to do? She's not going to bring out some new torture device for me, is she? Solidar looked down at Aura. Are you looking forward to it? Of course not. Aura immediately retorted. She was no masochist, who in the world would look forward to something like that? Just tell me. Otherwise, I'll be terrified. Aura tugged at the hem of Solidar's skirt, her face a mask of pleading. TCH. How long have you been crawling on the floor? Your hands must be filthy. Don't grab my clothes. Solidar said impatiently, though this time she didn't harm Aura, merely pushing her away a short distance with a look of utter disgust. Huh? Solidar. I think I've noticed something. Aura stared at Solidar's face, her eyes suddenly widening. Have you become less talkative? I remember you used to be such a chatterbox, always grabbing a human and rambling on endlessly. Even without humans around, you loved to say things no one could understand. There were quite a few demons who thought you talked too much. Aura's words made Solidar pause. Then she realized that Aura was right. Her own chattiness had indeed been alleviated to some extent. As for the reason, it was probably because there was now someone by her side who was even more of a chatterbox than she was. Whether I'm a chatterbox or not is beside the point. Aura, I'm very interested in what you just said. Could you elaborate on which individuals were complaining about my talkativeness behind my back? A dark aura began to emanate from Solidar. Even Aura could tell that Solidar was in a very bad mood. Huh? You can't be that petty, can you? You want to seek revenge over something like that? Forget it, those guys are all long dead. If you want to find them, you'll have to see them in hell. Hell? Solidar was taken aback, as if she never expected to hear those words from Aura's mouth. That's right, hell. Don't tell me you fantasized that the goddess would accept you after death and lead you to heaven, Solidar. When a member of the demon race like us dies, we definitely go to hell. Aura said peevishly. Listening to Aura, Solidar found it exceptionally interesting. Aura, you may be scared to death of dying, but you're quite self-aware. Aura's words sent Solidar's thoughts back 100 years. She recalled her days working under the Demon King. It all went by so fast. Those individuals she could actually talk to, one by one, they all died. Her reminiscence ended quickly. For a demon over 1,000 years old, not wallowing in sorrow was a basic quality. she quickly regained her composure and looked at Aura again. And then she heard. Exactly. So, to delay our trip to hell, we have to struggle as much as possible. No matter how unsightly it is, we have to cling to this world for a few hundred more years. Miss Aura said with a light laugh. At that moment, she was sitting on the floor in a W-sit, looking up at Solidar with her clear eyes. Combined with her beautiful face, she truly gave off the illusion of being a sweet girl next door. It had to be said that Miss Aura's philosophy of survival had, to a certain extent, inspired Solidar. Since you entered my home, that is the first worthwhile thing you've said. Get up. Solidar finally smiled at Aura. No longer disgusted by Aura's dirty hands, she extended her own and pulled Aura to her feet. Speaking of which, why isn't Fíliya back yet? Aura wore a silly smile, her tone tinged with a sense of being overwhelmed by the favor, as if she never expected Solidar to be so gentle with her. Because we couldn't remember where we put that outfit. Fíliya should be looking for it now. Huh? Hearing this, Aura was instantly confused. What outfit? Just as she was about to ask, the sound of footsteps rapidly approached the drawing room. Aura and Solidar both knew what this meant, of course, so they looked towards the door in perfect sync. Well now, I finally found it. Be grateful, Aura. I, with my disabled body yet indomitable spirit, had to use a cane to find this outfit for you. Her voice preceded her. Fíliya's words reached Aura's ears before she had even stepped through the door. When Fíliya walked in, Aura only grew more confused. Because in her hands, Fíliya was holding a very strange-looking set of clothes. A white, frill-decorated apron and a black, over-the-knee dress. Just looking at the skirt gave an impression of fluffiness, as if it had been shaped into a gentle curve. Exquisite lace patterns adorned the cuffs, and the ribbon tied at the back of the neck was like a fluttering butterfly. At the same time, in Fíliya's other hand, she held a pure, immaculate headpiece. With all these components combined, using the standard term from the human world, this outfit was a maid outfit. What is this? I've never seen such a strange outfit before. Aura looked at Fíliya with suspicion. It's a new outfit. It's your reward for being on your best behavior, Aura. Whether it was from living with the demon race for so long or simply her nature, Miss Fíliya lied just like a demon, revealing no tells in her micro-expressions or her pulse. Really? I feel like something's off. Solidar's smile just now was weird. I'm already in such a miserable state, you're not going to bully me even more, are you? Can't you just tell me what's going on? Miss Aura bit her lip, glaring at Fíliya with a hint of petulant anger. Looking at Aura like this, Miss Fíliya thought for a moment. True enough, she mused, there will be plenty of time to tease her later. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. This is called a maid outfit. And this is my condition, from now on, Aura, you will be my and Solidar's maid, at our beck and call. When I'm finally pleased, I'll lift that curse. The moment Fíliya finished speaking, Aura spoke with great grievance. Didn't you just promise you wouldn't make me a slave? You lied to me again. Oh. I didn't lie to you, Miss Aura. I certainly didn't make you a slave. Didn't I just say the word, maid? That's completely different from a slave. See, a maid's work is just a little tiring, that's all. Compared to a slave, you still have human rights, well, demon rights. Don't worry, the most you'll be doing is serving tea and acting as an assistant. Fíliya chuckled, placating Aura's mood. A look of conflict appeared on Aura's face, it was clear a storm of thoughts was raging in her mind. This was corroborated by the system notifications Miss Fíliya was receiving. After a long while, Aura finally seemed to give up, lowering her head as if resigning herself to her fate. I understand. And so, on this day, a new page was turned in the life of Miss Aura. We made it. We hit our goal of 55 supporters on P at Trade Dash. Hee hee. And here's my part of the promise. 5 extra chapters for everyone. Yay! New goals. Fire, check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my P support page. White heavy checkmark, unlock a 40 chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark, receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 54, Desensitization Training. Over half a month had passed since Aura changed careers to become a maid. Although this profession was quite undignified for a greater demon accustomed to arrogance, Miss Aura had her own unique way of comforting herself. It's fine, she thought, at least she was the number 3 figure in this abandoned shipyard. Of course, if someone were to point out that there were only 3 breathing creatures in the building, Miss Aura would surely give them a murderous glare. This new life wasn't too difficult for Aura to accept. After all, she had endured days of crawling around in dark caves. This little hardship was nothing. But that didn't mean her life as a maid was smooth sailing. At least two things were making her quite miserable. First, it was too boring. She had even mentally prepared herself to be used as a punching bag, but neither Fíliya nor Solidar had continued to bully her during this time. Instead, they kept forcing her to learn magic she didn't like at all. At the thought of it, Aura subconsciously pursed her lips. What was all this ordinary attack magic, defensive magic, water magic, fire magic? It was all human stuff. What's the point of learning this? What use is it? Although such questions swirled in Aura's mind, Fíliya would only smile without answering whenever she complained. Despite her displeasure, Aura always felt there was a hidden meaning behind Fíliya's faint smile. And, coerced by Solidar's intimidating might, she had no choice but to be a good student. And another thing, has this Fíliya person gotten more and more troublesome? At first, it was just serving tea and water. A couple of days later, she started asking for massages. And now, she was making all sorts of requests that left Aura utterly speechless. For instance, right now. Aura, could you sing a song for me? Miss Fíliya's tone was light and cheerful, and her current condition could be described as excellent. The wounds from her mutual experiments with Solidar had now fully healed. Under Solidar's care, not a single scar remained, and she had finally shed all her bandages, no longer a bandaged freak. Hiss. Aura took a deep breath, trying her best to make her tone gentle. Only then did she reply. Sorry, I can't. Huh? Aura, haven't you lived for over 500 years? How can you not even sing a song? Miss Fíliya propped her cheek on one hand, her face still wearing that signature mischievous grin. Who told you that living a long time means you have to know how to sing? Aura's tone was one of utter helplessness. Make me sing. She thought. You might as well just beat me up. Is that so? I think your voice is quite nice, Aura. It seems well suited for singing. What a shame. Do you really think so? No matter the situation, Miss Aura's mood would instantly improve upon hearing her voice praised. This was one of her better qualities. Not only that, I think your neck is very beautiful too, Aura. It's long and slender, very aesthetic. I feel it would be a perfect match for a violin. Is that so? Aura subconsciously touched her neck. Although Fíliya's words were indeed complimentary, for some reason, Aura felt a chill run down her spine. All right, break time's over. It's about time for combat practice. Aura, how's your mastery of ordinary attack magic coming along? Does this even need mastering? This magic is so simple it's practically crude. Isn't it something you can do effortlessly? Aura's expression was strange, her gaze towards Fíliya seeming to say. Don't you underestimate me. Besides, this thing was originally a demon race magic, right? It's the killing magic, Zoltrak, created by Qual, the elder sage of corruption, which you humans just modified a bit. Oh. A shocking revelation. You actually knew that, Aura. Fíliya's eyes widened, and her body leaned back a few degrees in a performance of utter shock, as if she had just gasped. What's with that shocked expression? I'm from the demon race. The demon race? How could I not know about this? Aura glared at Fíliya, fuming. She always felt this human in front of her was finding every possible opportunity to make fun of her. Since you've mastered it, let's begin. Let's go. Fíliya beckoned, and Aura, as if by reflex, started to move. But just as she turned to walk towards the door, Fíliya beat her to it, pushing open a window and letting the sunset's afterglow flood the room. Hearing the window open, Aura immediately turned back and saw Fíliya leap out without a word. You. Aura gritted her teeth in frustration. When she first became a maid, this person actually used the door. But now she had developed all sorts of fancy ways to jump out of windows. Aura took a few steps forward, looked at the faint shoe prints on the windowsill, and could only sigh silently. She knew very well that Fíliya was doing it on purpose. It's not like you're the one who has to clean it, right? Honestly. After a brief complaint, Aura also leaped lightly onto the windowsill, thinking, well, cleaning one footprint is the same as cleaning a few. So you're the only one who knows how to jump out of windows, huh? Aura's landing was quite graceful, not stirring up the slightest bit of dust. She looked closely and saw Fíliya already standing in her usual spot in the clearing in front of the shipyard, with Solidar already present beside her. What are we doing today? Aura asked. No rush. Aura, first answer a question for me. There are many powerful spells, including some with large-scale destructive capabilities. Why did humans ultimately choose to adapt killing magic into ordinary attack magic and popularize it among all mages? Because it's simple. Aura gave her answer without a second thought. In her view, short-lived species like humans weren't qualified to study high-level things like her magic of obedience, Ausolace, so they could only pick simple and fast magic to research. Yes, that's one reason. What else? Fíliya nodded in satisfaction. She was being very lenient with Aura, giving one reason was good enough. I don't know any others. Aura said honestly. If it were anyone else, her personality would have her trying to be clever or save face. But in front of these two, who knew her inside and out, there was no need for such pointless antics. Alright, time for the answer. It's because the casting speed of ordinary attack magic is incredibly fast. Plus, it's a new magic, strictly speaking, it's been around for decades, but for long-lived species like you, it's still new. You have no way to defend against it subconsciously. That's why, ever since humans started using ordinary attack magic, demons have often been killed by sneak attacks from this spell without even reacting. As for its power, admittedly, the power of ordinary attack magic isn't that high. But the truth is, the bodies of both humans and the demon race are very fragile, not on the same level as monsters with strong defenses. To kill fragile creatures like humans or demons, the power of ordinary attack magic is more than sufficient, and that's on top of its terrifying firing rate. If you'll forgive my frankness, I even think this magic, which every modern mage knows, has become the single greatest threat to the demon race's survival. Therefore, our current training is simple. We need to desensitize you and Solidar. Through continuous mock battles, you will practice until you can block a surprise attack from ordinary attack magic subconsciously, without even having to face the target. After Fíliya finished speaking, Aura didn't know what to think, but the look Solidar gave her was rather peculiar. What she didn't understand was, why was Fíliya going to such great lengths to teach two demons how to counter human attacks? We made it. We hit our goal of 55 supporters on P at Trade Dash. Hee hee. And here's my part of the promise. 5 extra chapters for everyone. Yay! New goals. Fire, check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my P support page. White heavy checkmark, unlock a 40 chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark, receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 55, Prank Session. It was another refreshing morning as Fíliya slowly opened her eyes, waking from her slumber. Her eyes were still hazy with sleep, and it felt as if countless tentacles had sprouted from her bed, trying to keep her from getting up. Fortunately, Miss Fíliya's will was quite firm, and she won her duel against the Sandman in just 5 seconds. She sat up, looked around her room, and then gently sniffed the air. Lovely, Miss Fíliya nodded in satisfaction. Ever since Aura had been added to the household, her deodorizing magic went from being used every other day to only once every 3 or 4 days. From this perspective, Miss Aura was indeed making some contributions. During this time, Fíliya and Solidar had been training Miss Aura. The goal, of course, was to improve Aura's direct combat capabilities, and the results were immediate. Aura was, after all, a greater demon with a massive amount of mana, and her speed at learning new magic could be said to far exceed human imagination. Moreover, her seemingly innate proficiency often elicited praise from Miss Fíliya. A human, even a very talented one, would need to train for a year or two to pierce a boulder hundreds of meters away with ordinary attack magic. But Aura could achieve this the very moment she learned ordinary attack magic. Her 500 years of accumulated mana were the real deal. This was the advantage of the demon race. Although Miss Fíliya often boasted about her own race in front of Solidar and Aura, she had to admit that the individual combat power of demons far surpassed that of humans. To make an analogy, the power known as mana is as natural as breathing for the demon race. For humans, no matter how much they study mana and magic, it's akin to learning a foreign language. And in the process of translating that foreign language into a native tongue, no matter how proficient you become, there will always be a sense of disharmony. This is the fundamental difference between humans and the demon race. Aura learned many new spells from Fíliya and Solidar, but there was one type of magic Fíliya would rather die than let Miss Aura learn. That was magic to clean a house. In Miss Fíliya's words, this was to ensure Miss Aura preserved her traditional craftsmanship. Only by cleaning a room with an artisan's spirit could the unique value of a maid be demonstrated. Miss Fíliya truly believed this. She absolutely did not have the slightest selfish desire to see Aura struggle. Laughs. After indulging in these idle thoughts, Fíliya tiptoed to the door and left her room. Yes, her room. Although she had indeed slept in the same bed as Solidar at first, she had proposed sleeping in separate beds after just a few days. After all, she was used to having her own bed. Fortunately, this converted abandoned shipyard was very large, and with a little tidying up, she secured a room for herself. Of course, the same was now true for Miss Aura, who currently resided next door to Miss Fíliya. Standing before the door, Fíliya looked at the doorknob and smiled breezily. Magic to silently open a door. Miss Fíliya, being a master of all sorts of life utility magic, could always come up with strange tricks when she wanted to play a prank. And just like that, she silently infiltrated the room. Looking at Aura's peaceful sleeping face, Miss Fíliya silently shook her head. Although the mana fluctuations produced by life utility magic are much smaller than those of combat spells, but Aura, you're a greater demon who's lived for over 500 years. You should be able to detect such a subtle fluctuation, even in your sleep. What an unvigilant creature. Fíliya thought to herself. By now, even she didn't know what kind of demon Aura truly was. All sorts of contradictions were embodied in the creature before her. Arrogant in personality, yet incredibly quick to back down. Terrified of death, yet completely lacking in vigilance. Aura, you truly are an adorable creature. So Fíliya took a few more steps forward. The prank she had in mind wasn't some girlish game like walking up to Aura and poking her on the cheek. What she liked was clearly something more stimulating. A ball of pure white light slowly began to form in the palm of her hand. Casting without a medium was no difficult task for Fíliya. Although most mages in this world were accustomed to using staves, Fíliya had been an anomaly from a young age. She had, of course, used staves and admitted that those made from high-quality materials did provide a bonus to casting. However, she always felt that staves were exceptionally awkward to handle. Instead, she envied priests who could use a sacred text as their casting medium. After all, Miss Fíliya found the sight of pages fluttering while casting to be incredibly cool. Is there a way to make a staff in the shape of a book? In that instant, Miss Fíliya set a new research topic for herself. Of course, that thought had to be set aside for now. Her focus at this moment was on what was about to happen. Just in case, I'll aim for the legs first. Fíliya muttered to herself, and then, in that instant, a dazzling white light shot towards the still slumbering Miss Aura. Ah! My legs, my legs. Miss Aura's shriek echoed throughout the room. She shot up like a tormented spirit startled from its deathbed, her face a picture of misery. The blanket had been thrown to the floor. Miss Aura was now clutching her perfectly intact legs with both hands. Ah! Wait. At that moment, Miss Aura finally noticed. Her legs were fine. The pain she had just felt was merely phantom pain. She calmed down a little, but the rise and fall of her chest from the excessive shock was not so easy to quell. Fíliya, what are you doing? Are you trying to torture me first thing in the morning? And what was that? I felt you attack. Why are my legs fine? Under such stimulation, it took Miss Aura several seconds to regain her ability to form coherent sentences. Just testing the results of your recent training. Not bad, Aura. You unconsciously activated defensive magic even while asleep. The training has been very effective. I can rest easy now. Fíliya's praise was well received by Aura and helped her fully grasp the situation. Had she? Just now, purely on reflex, or as Fíliya said, had she become able to automatically defend against ordinary attack magic even in her sleep? Unlike the stunned Aura, if she had to say, Miss Fíliya felt there was still room for improvement in Aura's previous actions. For instance, the defensive shield Aura had deployed could have been much smaller to conserve mana. Of course, she wouldn't tell Aura this, because she knew very well. For a greater demon like Aura, whose mana was practically inexhaustible, there was no need to be as stingy with every last drop of mana as she was. We made it. We hit our goal of 55 supporters on P at Trade Dash. Hee hee. And here's my part of the promise. 5 extra chapters for everyone. Yay! New goals. Fire, check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my P support page. White heavy checkmark, unlock a 40 chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark, receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 56, Don't Die in My Room. Aura, you certainly are taking your time. I never thought there'd be a maid in this world who wakes up later than her master. It seems I'll have to dock your pay. Fíliya looked at Aura's amusing expression and chose to use a joke to get her attention. Whether it was funny or not was none of her concern. What pay? I don't even have a salary. And what use is human money to us of the demon race anyway? Clearly, Miss Fíliya's remark was effective. Aura quickly snapped out of her daze and launched her own sharp retort. Not bad at all. Fíliya nodded lightly, quite satisfied with Aura's reaction. She even felt that sooner or later, she could train Aura into a proper straight man. Who knows? Maybe you will in the future. I've just added a new ambition to my list, to issue a currency that can circulate among the demon race and be recognized by them. It might just promote the socialization of the demon race. What do you think, Aura? Interested? If you start sucking up to me now, there'll be huge bonuses for you down the line. In response to Fíliya's empty promise, Miss Aura merely curled her lip in disdain. She treated it as just another piece of the usual nonsense Fíliya spouted daily and paid it no mind. In fact, she even gave Miss Fíliya the middle finger. Of course, this was another gesture Miss Fíliya had unintentionally taught Aura recently. The moment she raised her middle finger, Aura realized her mistake. Why am I acting so reckless again? I just can't control this hand. If this woman goes and tattles to Solidar, I'm going to get beaten again. So she quickly pulled her hand back and put on a pitiful, aggrieved expression. Sigh, it's all because I'm grumpy from just waking up. But then again, even if I'm 1% at fault, isn't Fíliya 99% in the wrong for waking me up in such a terrifying way? At this thought, Aura's posture straightened a bit. Fíliya silently watched Aura's reaction, trying hard to suppress her laughter. Visiting Aura every morning had become a habit for her. She'd heard it only takes a human 28 consecutive days to form a habit, and the number of days she had been teasing Aura had long surpassed that. If Aura isn't around anymore in the future, where else am I supposed to farm so many points? Fíliya thought to herself. As for the middle finger Aura had shown her, she didn't take it to heart at all. In fact, she found Aura's attitude of acting tough for a moment only to immediately soften up again to be incredibly amusing. All right, Aura, no need to be so tense. Look at me. Do I look like the kind of villain who'd hide behind Solidar and use her power to bully you? Fíliya offered a faint smile, but to Aura, her expression had absolutely nothing to do with friendliness. You do, you really do. In fact, isn't that exactly what you do? Aura swallowed hard. It was clear she was trying to reclaim her lost dignity, to prove that she, Aura, had some backbone. Is that so? But every time Solidar hits you, it's because you provoked her, isn't it? I've never once instructed Solidar to hit you. Fíliya put on a thoughtful expression. And so did Aura. I guess that's true. But it's strange. When I'm alone with Solidar, she'll scold me a couple of times at most, but she doesn't hit me. Every time you show up and talk to me, her attitude does a complete 180, and she's suddenly looking for any excuse to beat me. There must be a reason for it. Aura offered her analysis, though she still couldn't understand why Solidar's attitude towards her would worsen so much whenever this human was present. Still, she felt there had to be a very important connection. That is a little strange. Hearing Aura's words, Fíliya, for once, didn't offer a rebuttal. Instead, she nodded helplessly, even she couldn't figure out the connection. Never mind, that's all irrelevant. Aura, there's something else I want to confirm with you. As Fíliya spoke, she moved a little closer, pulled up a chair, and sat down by Aura's bed. You've already learned that water magic of mine, correct? She asked. Yes, I've learned it. As far as this magic goes, I can praise you a little, human. The magic you put together is much more convenient than other human water magics. A smile lit up Aura's face. This girl, Aura, she's the type to light up at the slightest bit of sunshine. Seeing this, Fíliya couldn't help but chuckle softly before continuing. All right then. I have an idea now. Aura, try and see if you can use the water magic I taught you to draw the blood out of my body. As Fíliya said this, she immediately leaned in close to Aura. Huh? Aura was stunned again, wondering how this human could always say such terrifying things. If you want to self-harm or commit suicide, don't die in my room. It'll be hard for me to explain it to Solidar. Why wait a second? Aura was a bit dazed for a moment, then a series of thoughts ran through her mind. Are you trying to attack with blood? Using the principles of water magic to manipulate the blood inside a human body, it's too inefficient. There's actual blood magic in this world, you know. In fact, one of my subordinates knows it. If you're interested, oh, never mind. Aura, who had been about to introduce her subordinate to Fíliya, suddenly realized that Solidar's tolerance was already stretched thin with just her. There was no way she would accept another low-ranking demon disturbing her life, so she quickly changed her tune. Blood magic. Can you tell me more? When it came to the topic of magic, Miss Fíliya was always exceptionally excited and immediately pressed for details. I don't know the specifics. You know me, I can't be bothered with that kind of low-level magic. I think it involves drawing your own blood to attack. And if the blood gets on an opponent, you can remotely detonate the bloodstains, maybe. Huh? Isn't that just garbage magic? Miss Fíliya said with immediate disdain. She had thought the subordinate Aura mentioned could remotely draw out someone else's blood for an instant kill, but it turned out to be their own blood. But that makes sense. If one could really draw out another's blood from a distance, they wouldn't be a low-ranking demon, nor would they be Aura's subordinate. It would likely take a greater demon even more powerful than Solidar to do something like that. Although, if I had to say, this blood magic isn't entirely without its merits. Fíliya thought to herself, if you can remotely detonate bloodstains, you could potentially feign injury, wait for the enemy to let their guard down, and then detonate the blood on them. That's actually a pretty good idea. We made it. We hit our goal of 55 supporters on P at Trade Dash. Hee hee. And here's my part of the promise. 5 extra chapters for everyone. Yay! New goals. Fire, check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my P support page. White heavy checkmark, unlock a 40 chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark, receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 57, throw away the key. Alright, Aura, enough idle chatter. If you won't come to me, I'll come to you. Fíliya suddenly reached out and touched Aura's shoulder. At the unexpected contact, Aura's body visibly trembled, fearful of what strange, new tormenting magic this person had devised. But after several seconds, Aura noticed nothing particularly unusual, only that her body temperature seemed to have risen slightly. A fluorescent light glowed from Fíliya's palm, and Aura could clearly feel a faint mana, like fine silk velvet, being injected into her body, yet its effect was remarkably subtle. Finally, Aura could bear it no longer and spoke up. What are you doing? You don't feel it, Aura. My magic should have taken effect by now. Fíliya said with a light chuckle. This only confused Aura further. There was no abnormal reaction in her body, but her temperature seemed to be rising for some reason. Her forehead was starting to sweat, and she even found it a little difficult to look the person in front of her in the eye. What? What did you do to me? It was only when the various physical abnormalities became obvious that Aura belatedly realized what was happening and quickly backed away. Hiss. Ouch. Yes, in her haste to create distance, Aura had quite naturally introduced the back of her head to the wall in an intimate encounter. Hey, is it starting to take effect? Aura, are you feeling nervous? Are you feeling hot? Is your heart racing? Fíliya wore a teasing expression as she fired off a series of questions. A little, maybe. So what on earth did you do? Aura had wanted to be stubborn and deny it, but then she considered that if she didn't tell the truth, this person might pull another stunt. So she answered honestly, hoping to get rid of her sooner. That's right. This is my newest mind magic to forcibly make others fall in love with me. Once you're hit by this spell, Aura, you'll never be able to leave my side for the rest of your life. The sound of your heartbeat is the proof. Miss Fíliya announced this arrogantly, but soon discovered it didn't have the effect she had imagined. Aura simply looked at her with a calm expression. Do you think I believe that? There was only one reason Aura could be so rational. She could feel that she held no such thing as what humans define as love for the person before her. This human was, at most, a rather unique and talkative individual she had met in her long life. How did you get so smart, Aura? No fun. Fíliya let out a small sigh, disappointed that her fantasy of Aura falling off the bed in shock hadn't come to pass. What do you mean, I got smart? I was never dumb to begin with. Aura glared at Fíliya, annoyed. Yes, Aura isn't dumb. Not dumb at all. Don't look at me like that. Oh. Aura, is that how you speak to your master? TCH. Unlike humans, the magic of the demon race doesn't need to follow logic or principles. Our magic is as natural as breathing. But for a human to do something like accelerating blood flow, they would have to understand how blood, or rather water, is distributed within the human body. They would have to comprehend the mechanism by which blood functions in a living organism. A human could never do such a thing. Aura spoke eloquently, her eyes filled with disdain. Oh. You've made progress, Aura. It seems my and Solidar's time tutoring you on human knowledge wasn't wasted. That you can say such a thing makes me very pleased, you know. TCH, Aura pursed her lips in annoyance again. She truly couldn't understand how this person, who was so much weaker than her, always carried herself as if she were the more powerful one. Are you my teacher or something? Aura really wanted to voice this retort, but she ultimately kept the words to herself. Because she really wasn't dumb, she knew perfectly well how valuable the things Fíliya had been teaching her were. Aura, why question something that has clearly already happened right before your eyes? Seeing Aura's skeptical expression, Fíliya gave a helpless smile. Doesn't your own body's reaction prove that I really did it? True, for other mages, such a thing might be unimaginable. After all, others don't get the chance to get close to, much less dissect, a member of the demon race. Wait a minute. Aura felt as if her brain had taken a heavy blow. Did this person just say something incredibly terrifying again? What does she mean, the chance to dissect a member of the demon race? Don't we demons turn to ash the moment we die? Where would she even get a corpse to dissect? Don't tell me. That's right. Dissecting them while they're still alive. After all, it's the only way to understand the biological structure of the demon race. I'm quite dedicated to it, you know. This person really is a devil. We demons at least kill humans before we eat them. Who tortures them while they're alive? Terrified, Aura tried to shrink back again, but her back was already flat against the wall. There was nowhere left to retreat. You're a human, aren't you? Why would you do something so horrific? She asked subconsciously. I am human. As for why, haven't I already explained? But you don't need to worry. We have a fair trade. Generally, I dissect her once, and then we switch, and she dissects me. We get along very well, and it's very fair, you see. Ah. Aura's brain short-circuited for a moment. Of course, this was unavoidable, given how Fíliya always managed to say things that defied all common sense. Wait a minute. Aura belatedly put it together. The demon you said, the one you play at mutual dissection with, it couldn't be. That's right. It's Solidar. Fíliya answered as if she had anticipated Aura's words. Hiss. In that instant, Aura felt an indescribable sense of the absurd spreading through her mind. Aura. Hey, can you hear me? Seeing Aura's vacant expression, Fíliya immediately waved a hand in front of her eyes. Never mind. Aura's tone became somewhat dejected. I should have known. Is this the attraction between perverts? You two should just get shackled together. For the love of God, don't go out and inflict yourselves on anyone else. We made it. We hit our goal of 55 supporters on P at Trade Dash. Hee hee. And here's my part of the promise. 5 extra chapters for everyone. Yay. New goals. Fire, check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my P support page. White heavy checkmark, unlock a 40 chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark, receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 58, A Way to Atone. Having completed her daily task of teasing Aura, Fíliya walked out of Aura's room, feeling refreshed. Her next destination, of course, was Solidar's. She had noticed the sounds coming from the kitchen as soon as she left her own room. As for why Solidar, the owner of the house, was the one preparing breakfast, the reason was simple. Fíliya and Aura were completely incapable of making food that any normal, rational being could swallow. Miss Fíliya's culinary skills could only be described as a disaster. While not quite at the storybook level of making food that would cause the kitchen to explode, if she were truly allowed to cook, the resulting dishes would surely be indescribably horrifying. Whenever she thought about it, Fíliya couldn't help but lament that someone had truly spoiled her. She had grown up without ever learning how to cook a single dish. As for Aura, she had been banned from the kitchen by Solidar ever since she was asked to make something and produced a pot of blackish-purple filth stewed from the entrails of various monsters. It had to be said, when it came to developing eldritch cuisine, Fíliya and Aura possessed equally remarkable talents. Fíliya entered the kitchen with light steps, and just then, the figure in a white dress came perfectly into view. While cooking in a white dress was a bit strange, it wasn't a problem for someone who could use magic. No matter what stains got on it, a single thought could clean them away. To Fíliya, Solidar's figure seemed a bit too petite and slender. Looking at her from behind, it was impossible to imagine what a dangerous being she was. Fortunately, Miss Fíliya had already formed an intimate bond of baring their hearts and souls with the female demon before her. The sense of pressure and fear Solidar had once inspired in her had worn away in their daily life. Now, Fíliya was no longer afraid of Solidar at all and even dared, and enjoyed, making some very dangerous, provocative advances. She quickened her pace, stopping less than 10 centimeters behind Solidar. Solidar, of course, had noticed her long ago. After all, judging by their mana fluctuations, Fíliya and Aura were distinctly different. Besides, Aura would never dare to get this close to her. Weren't you having a nice chat with Aura? What made you think of coming to see me? Fíliya knew that if Solidar wished it, her conversation with Aura in the room couldn't possibly escape Solidar's detection. Of course, she had never intended to hide anything from Solidar's eyes and ears. What she found strange now was that although Solidar's tone was perfectly calm, she felt the words were laden with some peculiar emotion. Was she angry? That didn't seem right. It was more like jealousy, or perhaps, a hint of sourness. Fíliya made the judgment subconsciously but immediately shook her head vigorously. Impossible, right? This is Solidar we're talking about. Unlike Aura, Solidar's emotions aren't that rich. How could she possibly feel something like jealousy? I must have misunderstood, right? Fíliya thought to herself, but she still stepped a little closer, resting both her arms on Solidar's shoulders and placing her chin on the top of Solidar's head. Their height difference was just right for her to make such a gesture effortlessly. What are you doing? Don't bother me. After a brief moment of surprise, Solidar continued with her task. But for some reason, Fíliya finally sensed a different kind of warmth in those words, much more than before. I have been busy studying Aura these past few days. I'm sorry, Solidar, for not fulfilling our promise. As for this promise, it naturally referred to satisfying Solidar's curiosity and letting her study Fíliya thoroughly. She had been engrossed in her interactions with Aura for the past few days, admittedly neglecting Solidar. But it was strange, even though she had broken their agreement, Solidar hadn't done anything other than seem a little unhappy. This made Fíliya feel relieved, but at the same time, a small sense of guilt bloomed in her heart. That's right. Those who break their promises must be punished. Fíliya, what kind of punishment do you think would be appropriate for someone like that? Solidar stopped what she was doing and turned to look at Fíliya with an icy gaze. Ooh, so you really are angry. But this is good, too. It's the first time I've seen this kind of expression on your face. How refreshing. The smile on Fíliya's face didn't diminish in the slightest. Cut the crap. Tell me yourself, what's to be done? Solidar pressed. Looks like this situation can't be resolved without sacrificing a bit of flesh, Miss Fíliya thought. So, she ventured in a negotiating tone. Well, how about one finger? That's my limit. You know, having a finger torn off hurts more than being disemboweled. That's a conclusion we've reached after several experiments. Fíliya said this nonchalantly, but Solidar just looked bewildered. What is this girl talking about? What one finger? Seeing the lack of understanding in Solidar's eyes, Fíliya quickly explained. As my apology, I'll let you eat one of my fingers. How about that? I've never been eaten before, so it'll be a new experience. Solidar was speechless. Even for a member of the demon race who had lived for 1,000 years, she had never met someone as bizarre as Fíliya. And as if completely oblivious to Solidar's exasperated gaze, Fíliya continued with her theory. Solidar, if you're going to eat it, you should probably avoid the thumb. It has the most meat, but it's the most important finger. Without it, I can't even hold a cup properly. Although it would grow back in a day or two with mana healing. It would still be very inconvenient. Enough. Solidar shouted sternly, cutting off Miss Fíliya's monologue. Fíliya looked at Solidar, confused. She had clearly proposed her method of atonement, so why did Solidar still seem dissatisfied? You're not going to eat it, Solidar. Look, such a slender, well-proportioned, beautiful finger. I'm drooling just looking at it. Don't you want a taste? Fíliya continued to tempt Solidar. Solidar sighed. It was the first time she had ever met someone who praised herself as beautiful. Didn't I promise you I wouldn't eat people anymore? What, are you trying to break that promise now? Solidar shot Fíliya an annoyed glare. At this, Fíliya nodded her head vigorously twice. Okay, I guess I didn't think it through. So, what will it take for you to forgive me, Solidar? I'm out of ideas. Fíliya asked with a sincere look on her face. In response, Solidar moved aside and gestured for Fíliya to stand where she had been. Fíliya was slightly puzzled but did as she was told. Yes, just like that is fine. I'm going to go talk with Aura. With that, Solidar started to walk out of the kitchen. Solidar. You're making me watch the pot. Something bad will happen. Miss Fíliya's face paled in horror. What could happen? I've already prepared the ingredients and added the seasoning. All you have to do is watch it. Don't tell me you can't even do that. Without looking back, Solidar left the kitchen, leaving Miss Fíliya with a look of utter confusion. Was I forgiven, just like that? A hint of secret delight welled up in Fíliya's heart. Fire, check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my support page. White heavy checkmark, unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark, receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 59, The Moon is so big. Fíliya gazed at the moonlight outside the window, lost in thought. Isn't this moonlight a bit too bright? Could it be some strange celestial phenomenon? She mumbled to herself, her drowsiness gradually fading. Of course, if she really had to sleep, Fíliya could force her eyes shut. After all, she possessed the magic of peaceful slumber. But a sudden interest had piqued her curiosity, making her want to see what kind of scene was unfolding outside. So she got out of bed and, barefoot, walked slowly to the window. This is truly magnificent. What met Fíliya's eyes was a colossal full moon, at least half again as large as any moon in her memory. The presence of such a massive light source made the usually gentle moonlight seem piercing. So the moon can get this big? Fíliya watched the sky with great interest. After all, for someone like her who preferred to be hunched over a desk, opportunities to gaze up at the sky were few and far between. I've heard that humans in ancient times had a habit of gazing at the starry sky, and could even draw inspiration from the stars and moonlight to sublimate their magic. I wonder if I could have such a fortuitous encounter. Miss Fíliya continued to mutter to herself. She watched silently for a good while. It was clear she was truly trying to glean some revelation from those brilliant sources of light. But reality rarely went as she wished. She had remained in this state for an hour, and aside from still marveling at how beautiful the giant light source above her was, she had gained nothing else. Thus, Miss Fíliya had no choice but to retract her gaze and turn her eyes toward the familiar ground. As she looked down, she discovered a curious connection. For in the glow of the moonlight, a long shadow belonging to the massive building stretched out across the ground below her window. And at the furthest end of that shadow, the faint outline of what looked like a human figure was visible. What did this mean? Without even needing to think, Fíliya understood at once. Someone was standing on the roof, and the moonlight was casting their solitary shadow. Solitaire. An answer formed in Fíliya's mind. Although she didn't know why Solitaire would have the leisurely mood to go to the roof to admire the moon, the fact was right before her eyes, and she had to believe it. Could it be Aura? From the very beginning, that possibility didn't exist. She couldn't believe that Aura would engage in such an elegant, human-like activity. But just in case, I should verify it, Fíliya thought. She then closed her eyes and immersed herself in her mana perception. She had rarely used this skill since coming to Solitaire's side. After all, there was little point. Being in Solitaire's hands meant that any danger other than Solitaire herself was eliminated for her by Solitaire, so she was more than happy to conserve her mana. Although Miss Fíliya was no longer who she used to be, in the short span of just over 2 months, her mana was no longer in its previous, barren state. She still maintained her consistent principle of saving whenever possible. To use an analogy, she had gone from being a pitiful anemic patient, having just recovered from a serious illness, to reaching the level of a normal person. If that analogy was still a bit too abstract, Miss Fíliya could put it more bluntly. Her current total mana was now about the same as Miss Eyre's. After releasing her mana to perceive her surroundings, a helpless, wry smile immediately appeared on the corner of Miss Fíliya's mouth. Right. Of course, she knew that mana detection had a very inconvenient aspect. Namely, the moment you perceived someone else, it often meant they could also detect your perception. And that was precisely the situation now. When Fíliya confirmed that Solitaire was indeed standing on the roof, she also met Solitaire's mana. That slightly aggressive mana seemed to be questioning her. Why aren't you asleep yet? Why aren't I asleep? I was about to ask you the same thing. Miss Fíliya shook her head and began to put on her outer clothes. As the saying goes, paths cross in narrow places. Since she and Solitaire were so tacitly appreciating the same moonlight, wouldn't it be too impolite not to go over and say hello? With this thought in mind, Fíliya slowly walked out the door. This time, however, she didn't jump out the window and use flight magic to fly directly to the roof. Instead, she obediently took the stairs, climbing onto the roof through the top-floor skylight. It seemed she was well aware that in a situation like this, observing certain romantic protocols was quite necessary. Once she was standing on the roof, that very familiar figure once again entered Miss Fíliya's sight. The Solitaire in her eyes was currently hugging her legs with both arms, her whole body curled up as cute as a ball of yarn. When Fíliya drew near to Solitaire, Solitaire didn't turn her head, continuing to gaze at the starry sky above. The moon certainly is big today. The first words out of Miss Fíliya's mouth were somewhat atmosphere-ruining. At this, Solitaire turned her head, slightly displeased. Your choice of words. Shouldn't a human say, the moonlight is beautiful, at a time like this? Is that so? Does the word big really ruin the mood? Miss Fíliya covered her mouth with a look of astonishment. As for whether her performance was genuine, only the ghosts knew. And Solitaire, looking at Fíliya's seemingly slow-witted posture, felt even more helpless. She couldn't be bothered to say more and simply looked back at the sky. Hey, Solitaire. Why did you turn away again? Look at me. Fíliya pouted, her tone slightly insistent. This girl was just that self-centered and hypocritical. She felt nothing when she looked down on others, but the moment she initiated an interaction only to be slighted in return, she would feel a little frustrated. Why should I look at you? You're not as pretty as the stars. Solitaire still didn't turn back. Ah. Fíliya's expression looked as if she had taken a blow. But she quickly began to console herself, and who knows if she'd learned a trick or two about changing one's mood from aura. Solidar said I'm not as pretty as the stars, not that I'm not pretty. So I'm still pretty. She thought to herself, and was immediately relieved. That's right. How could human beauty possibly compare to the beauty of nature? Fíliya, do you know anything about astrology? Just as Fíliya's mood was returning from its low point, Solidar's words reached her ears. Well now, isn't this nice? Solidar is starting a conversation. It seems she's really forgiven me. A smile returned to Fíliya's face. But her reply seemed to lack much emotional intelligence. She was heard to say. Astrology? What's that? Can you eat it? Fire, check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my support page. White heavy checkmark, unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark, receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 60, I'll be the one to save you. Solidar began to stare at Fíliya with a look of disappointment, as if scolding someone for not living up to their potential. From Fíliya's vacant gaze, she could confirm that Fíliya truly didn't seem to know much about astrology. For someone so well-read among humans, how could she have no interest in the stars? So, Solidar spoke. Astrology has a certain connection to human magic. Many of the large-scale protective barriers in human cities incorporate knowledge of astrology. Of course, it's not just that, they also integrate the cultural customs of different nations and various magical theories. The more complex the elements of such a barrier, the more difficult it is to break. For a member of the demon race who doesn't understand human culture, no matter how powerful they are, they would likely be trapped for a lifetime. But with your amount of mana, Solidar, you should be able to dismantle it with brute force, right? Fíliya continued to probe. But Solidar just shook her head gently. It's not that simple. Dismantling a barrier with pure brute force consumes too much mana, and the commotion would be very obvious, attracting attention in minutes. If you want to dismantle a large-scale barrier without being noticed, you can only approach it from a place of understanding. For some reason, Solidar was always exceptionally honest in front of Fíliya. Even lying, a signature skill of the demon race, seemed to have been forgotten. Dismantling a large-scale barrier? Fíliya's expression turned subtle. Solidar's previous words contained just a bit too much information. Don't misunderstand. I have no intention of attacking human cities. Otherwise, I wouldn't have refused aura. Fíliya nodded at Solidar's words, but she immediately thought of a new possibility. If she wasn't targeting the protective barriers of human cities, then it was most likely that. So Fíliya spoke up. You want to break the barrier of the Golden Land? To release the sealed mocked. It was only natural for Fíliya to think of this, so Solidar just nodded calmly, but then quickly shook her head. I don't know what to do anymore. Solidar's tone was tinged with a hint of melancholy. Should I break that barrier and release mocked, or should I go and kill him right now? I can't figure it out at all. Oh. Now this is interesting. Solidar, didn't you say your strength was on par with Mock's? If you were to fight him, even if you won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, wouldn't it? I don't think you'd do something so risky. Besides, I can understand you releasing him. After all, you are both of the demon race and used to work under the Demon King, so you're old acquaintances. But you want to kill him. Why? Fíliya's expression was as excited as a child whose interest had suddenly been piqued. Because during my time with you, I suddenly realized that Mock's research, and his very existence, are extremely dangerous. Fíliya blinked, looking like a curious child. Mocked is trying to understand the feeling of guilt by first forming bonds with humans and then betraying them. If I were to release him from the Golden Land, he would continue his experiment. Although the story of Mock's betrayal has spread throughout the continent, and the chances of him forming friendly relations with humans again are very low, but, based on my research on humans. As Solidar said this, she suddenly looked at Fíliya with a hesitant expression. Fíliya immediately understood and added. Oh, you're trying to say that humans never learn from history, right? Solidar nodded. Yes. I'm sure there will be human cities, or nations, that will accept such a powerful asset, and so Mock's experiment would continue. When he betrays humans again, how many lives will be lost this time? 2 large-scale massacres against humanity would be enough to cause humans to unite and subjugate Mocked. To be honest, I'm scared. Even I wouldn't be so arrogant as to think I could never be subjugated by humans, that I would never die at their hands. As Solidar spoke, she raised her head again to look at the starry sky. Fíliya also caught the subtle melancholy in Solidar's words. Oh, so you're worried that if you help Mocked escape, humans will definitely investigate to find out what power broke the barrier, and then they might discover your existence. Yes. If I help Mocked, his future will inevitably be subjugation by humans, and I, as his accomplice, will also appear on their radar. A member of the demon race, once its existence is discovered by humans, has only one ending. Not even the Demon King is an exception. You told me this, Fíliya, didn't you? That is indeed the case. If you really were to free him, you would undoubtedly be hunted by humans to the ends of the earth. Since you know this, Solidar, why are you still hesitating about whether to help him? Fíliya continued to press with a curious tone. Because, he's an acquaintance. And in the past few decades, besides you and Aura, he was my first guest. No, by human standards, perhaps the word, friend, should be used. Aren't there many among humans, fools who care more about their friends than themselves, who would even die for a friend? So, you want to be one of those, human fools. A smile began to spread across Fíliya's face. Solidar's indecisive appearance at that moment was just so endearing. That's why I said I don't know. If I hadn't learned so much about humans, if I didn't understand them so well, maybe I wouldn't be so conflicted. But if that were the case, you wouldn't be able to break the barrier of the Golden Land. And, you wouldn't have developed an interest in humans, nor would you have spared me. For that, I suppose I should thank you. Fíliya's teasing tone from moments before vanished, and she began to look at Solidar with a serious expression. Is that so? Solidar slowly turned her head away. She really disliked Fíliya's serious gaze. A playful Fíliya was much more relaxing for her. Pfft. I feel like I've gotten to know you a little better, Solidar. Fíliya stared at the side of Solidar's face and chuckled. If my serious expression bothers her, I might as well go back to being playful, she thought. Hearing Fíliya's chuckle, Solidar did indeed turn her head back. I think I know now. The reason why you've lived in seclusion all this time, Solidar, and why you never let your name be known in the human world. Solidar grew slightly tense. She knew she was about to hear something she didn't want to hear from the human beside her, but in the end, she did nothing and said nothing. So, when it comes to being a coward, you're actually on the same level as Aura, Solidar. The reason you're afraid of being discovered by humans is because you're afraid of being subjugated by them. That's why you've always lived in seclusion. You're right. After taking a deep breath, Solidar honestly admitted it. So what will you do, Fíliya? Mock me a little, like you did with Aura. Solidar looked at Fíliya with a wry smile. Not at all. I just wanted to say that being afraid of death is probably a common ailment among long-lived species. After all, even the longer humans live, the more they fear death. And let me tell you another secret. About that god of magic I mentioned before, Ciri. She constantly has dozens, maybe even hundreds of protective spells active on her person, plus others to counter mind control, curses, and so on. You could say she's completely fortified against every possible threat. Only she could afford such a terrifying mana cost. Solidar was a bit confused. She didn't understand why Fíliya would bring up that powerful elf at a time like this. Fortunately, Fíliya immediately explained. What I mean is, being afraid of death is nothing to be ashamed of. Even the god of magic is afraid to die. For a little demon who's only lived for 1,000 years, isn't it perfectly normal to be afraid of death? I won't laugh at you. A little demon who's only lived for 1,000 years. A little demon. Solidar's pupils dilated slightly. It was the first time she had ever heard such a description from another living being, and it came from a human whose age was less than 2% of her own. Fíliya. You truly are a strange one. All right, I've decided. Fíliya suddenly shot to her feet, full of spirit, and pointed a finger at the full moon above. Solidar's attention was pulled back by Fíliya's abrupt movement. Seeing Solidar's gaze locked firmly on her, Fíliya felt exceptionally pleased. Only then did she continue. Since you're so afraid of death, Solidar, should you ever find your life in danger, let me be the one to save you. Fíliya looked straight into Solidar's eyes and said with a light chuckle. Fire, check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my support page. White heavy checkmark, unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark, receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 61, Fíliya hates prophecies. There it is again. Solidar let out a soft laugh. Since meeting this human beside her, she had often heard from Fíliya's lips many wild, impractical boasts. At this point, she couldn't even be bothered to point out just how unrealistic Fíliya's words were. Considering the gap in power between herself and Fíliya, if the day truly came when even she faced her end, what means could Fíliya possibly use to save her? Honestly, Solidar couldn't imagine such a future at all. Yet for some reason, she felt an impulse to believe, to experience, just once, such an irrational, blind faith. Is that so? Then I shall thank you in advance, Fíliya. Thank you for coming to save me. Solidar's tone was calm, her face bearing the same tranquil smile as when she and Fíliya first met. It's rare for you to be so direct with your thanks, Solidar. How could I not accept it? As Fíliya spoke, she shuffled a little closer to Solidar's side. At such a close distance, their gazes met, and each could see the color of the other's eyes. Fíliya. Aside from those golden pupils, this human really is so much like me, ah. The same long green hair, the same peculiar nature, if one were to disregard the difference in their ages and races. This girl is almost like my own younger sister. But in the human world, are there younger sisters who are taller than their older sisters? Solidar's gaze shifted to Fíliya's body, and she shook her head slightly. She was satisfied with most things about Fíliya, except for the fact that Fíliya was a head taller than her, something she always found hard to accept. In her view, a powerful being like herself should be the one to enjoy looking down on others. Besides, Fíliya was not yet 19. Following the human growth trajectory, there was even a chance she might grow taller. As an expert on humans, Solidar was well aware that they could continue to grow until the age of 23. Is there any magic in this world that can stunt growth, or even make someone shorter? In that moment, Solidar couldn't help but think that if such magic existed, she should find an opportunity to use it on Fíliya, to prevent the girl from constantly committing the disrespectful act of resting her chin on top of her head. All sorts of wild thoughts filled Solidar's mind. Just then, she suddenly recalled a piece of advice from a distant age. A human girl with long green hair and golden pupils. Yes, why am I only remembering this now? Her eyes widened slightly as she stared, lost in thought, at Fíliya's face. Solidar. What's wrong? You suddenly spaced out. Fíliya quickly noticed the shift in Solidar's mood and watched her with curiosity. I just remembered a prophecy from an acquaintance. Solidar came back to her senses and spoke slowly. A prophecy, huh? TSK, that all-seeing Schlacht. Without needing to think much, Fíliya already knew that such a figure had existed among the demon race. Of course, this confidant of the Demon King, a wielder of future sight, had long since perished along with the hero of the South. Now, what kind of prophecy could that long-dead greater demon have left for Solidar? And judging by Solidar's expression, did this prophecy have something to do with her? Fíliya's curiosity grew more intense. Yes. That man said, that in the not-too-distant future, I would encounter a human girl with long green hair and golden pupils. Solidar said slowly. Doesn't that match perfectly? That's me. Prophecies really are so boring. Fíliya pouted. Why do you say that? There's no why. Just think about it, Solidar. If you knew in advance what was going to happen in the future, wouldn't that be incredibly dull? Dull. Solidar blinked blankly. She hadn't expected Fíliya to say that at all. Yes, dull. If you were to ask what magic is the strongest in this world, it might be hard to say. But if you were to ask what magic is the most boring, I'd have to cast my vote for the magic of future sight. Fíliya spoke with a serious expression, even standing up to once again look at the moon. Honestly, it's a very good thing that Schlacht and the hero of the South took each other out. With both of those who could see the future dead, the interesting sparks of possibility have been scattered across the world again. Fíliya said this with an excited look, clearly not thinking her words were terrible in the slightest. Fíliya's words also offered Solidar a new perspective. After a moment of thought, she realized it too, for all-seeing Schlacht to take the hero of the South down with him, was truly an outcome that both humans and the demon race could accept. If those two high-level combatants who could see the future hadn't died together, who knows how much longer the war between humans and demons would have lasted. Perhaps even the outcome of the Demon King being killed would have changed. In that instant, it was as if Solidar realized something else. Could it be? A possibility occurred to her. Did all-seeing Schlacht and the hero of the South have a tacit understanding, foreseeing the same future, and thus chose to die together by mutual agreement? A great demon and a human hero, dying for a common future. Such a guess was far too. Thinking this, Solidar took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing her thoughts. She then pulled Fíliya back down, signaling for her to stop fidgeting. Fíliya obediently sat down again as Solidar instructed. That being the case, do you still wish for me to continue, Fíliya? Seeing that Fíliya disliked prophecies, Solidar hesitated, wondering whether she should tell the girl the rest. But Fíliya immediately replied. If anyone else were trying to tell me my destiny, I'd definitely cover my ears. But since it's you, Solidar, I suppose I can force myself to listen. Fíliya huffed, putting on an air of, I'm being very magnanimous. This attitude earned her another eye roll from Solidar. Schlack said that this human girl I would meet is shrouded in a shadow that even he could not fully read. He only knew that this human girl would influence the future of the demon race. As for in what direction, he was unable to read it in detail. After Solidar finished speaking, Fíliya immediately gave a look of disgust. Huh. That's all the all-seeing one had. That's the same as saying nothing. Get out of here with your riddles. Fíliya's words left Solidar somewhat at a loss. She, of course, knew how powerful her old colleague Schlack's foresight was, but if even Schlack couldn't fully read Fíliya's future, could that only mean that Fíliya was truly something special? Schlack told me one more thing. Solidar continued to watch Fíliya. Fíliya looked back at Solidar. He told me that, to prevent such a vague and uncertain future from coming to pass, it would be best for me to kill this green-haired, golden-eyed girl the very instant I met her. Fire, check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my support page. White heavy checkmark, unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark, receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 62, because I need you. When Solidar said this, a thick killing intent emanated from her body. But Fíliya merely yawned in response. After all, she was already very familiar with Solidar. She knew full well that if Solidar were to strike, she wouldn't give a warning with killing intent, an attack would have already been launched. But you've already missed your chance, Solidar. Back when we first met, if you had attacked me directly without a word, I might really have died. Fíliya spoke earnestly. In that first moment of their encounter, during those few seconds when Fíliya realized death was upon her, if Solidar had attacked immediately, she would have been a goner. There would have been no time to exchange for that magic from the system. Indeed. The moment I grew curious about you, this game was likely already over. Solidar also shook her head helplessly. In the current situation, even if she had just remembered Schlack's prophecy, she could no longer convince herself to lay a hand on Fíliya. So, this match is my win, right? With a playful grin, Fíliya let her body fall sideways, naturally resting the back of her head on Solidar's lap. Solidar, you're so skinny. There's no meat on your thighs at all, it's not very comfortable to lie on. Not only that, but Fíliya even made a sound of disdain. Should I apologize for that? Perhaps Aura's thighs are meatier. You could go rest on hers. Solidar said with a deadpan expression. That's too far, I don't want to move anymore. Besides, the little fool is already asleep. Annoying her when she wakes up in the morning is one thing, but if I were to disturb Aura's sleep late at night, that would be going too far. Oh. So you're that gentle with Aura? You can't bear to disturb her, but you can bear to disturb me. The temperature in Solidar's words dropped another few degrees. What are you talking about? In fact, I've always been very gentle, you know. Only people who don't understand me would think I'm a weirdo, okay? And I'm super gentle with you, Solidar. Fíliya deliberately dragged out the last word, her expression slightly annoyed. Oh, hashtag. Is that so? Solidar said no more, allowing Fíliya to lie on her lap. The two of them maintained this posture, watching the moonlight for a long while. Fíliya, why did you say that? Fíliya was a bit baffled by the sudden question. She was in a drowsy state, nearly having fallen asleep on Solidar's lap. That phrase, I will come save you. I still can't understand it. It's not a matter of your strength. I want to know why you would have the thought to save me. Solidar, you're so strange, getting hung up on such an odd thing. There is no why. I just want to save you. But I am a demon who has lived for 1,000 years. The people I've eaten and killed over this millennium, by human standards of judgment, I would have been deemed irredeemably evil long ago, wouldn't I? Hearing this, Fíliya sighed helplessly and sat up from Solidar's lap. She sat beside her again, shoulder to shoulder, and looked at Solidar's profile. I feel like you've misunderstood something, Solidar. I'm not here to hold you and Aura accountable. As long as you and Aura continue to keep our promise, I will be on your side. The promise, does she mean the one about no longer eating humans? Solidar thought. But she was still curious, so she continued to ask. But, the first day Fíliya entered my house, you were disgusted by my human specimens, right? You later buried them and made me promise not to eat people anymore. From this, I'd think you're the type to have deep feelings for your own kind. Why wouldn't someone like that want to hold the demon race accountable? I feel it's not just a matter of strength. The silver moonlight shone on Solidar's profile. Fíliya's gaze followed the gentle curve of her nose, moving slowly upward until it met those eyes full of confusion. "Pfft, Solidar, have you noticed? Your way of thinking right now is completely human. A demon wouldn't say something so sentimental." Fíliya didn't answer Solidar's question immediately, instead letting a teasing look fill her eyes. At Fíliya's reminder, Solidar was startled into realizing that she seemed to have truly undergone an incredible change. But that wasn't the most important thing right now. What she wanted most was still an answer from Fíliya. Seeing Solidar's serious expression, Fíliya knew she had to face this question with some seriousness as well. After a moment of thought, she slowly began to speak. There are probably 3 reasons. Solidar remained silent, just continuing to look at her. First, regarding killing and eating people, I don't think humans and demons really need to compete over who's worse. The longer a demon lives, the more people they've killed and eaten. That's a fact. But there are quite a few gluttons among humans, too. When they get hungry, they can wipe out tens of millions of people with a wave of their hand. If there were a truly fair judgment mechanism in this world that executed beings based on the number of people they've killed, in descending order, it would probably be a very long time before it was your turn, Solidar. Of course, I'm not trying to say humans are also guilty, so it's fine for demons. I just mean, I don't want to be that judging machine. The task of judging who is guilty or not, let's leave that to the saints. I'm not that kind of person. Second, I've discovered a possibility in you and Aura. I don't think I've ever told you this. Although I call myself a demon race enthusiast, my true ideal is actually to remodel the demon race. And yes, that starts with making demons stop eating people. After all, this habit of eating humans is just too awful. Humans can tolerate villains who have killed many people, but they can never tolerate a different species that has eaten many people. So, if the demon race wants to survive in the future, this habit of eating people must be eradicated. So how to remodel the demon race? Feed oneself to the tiger. Cut one's own flesh to feed the hawk. This kind of behavior, delusion to reform demons by harming oneself, is absurd. Only a lunatic would do that. There's only one way to remodel the demon race, and that is me. First, I myself must become an absolute powerhouse, strong enough to influence the fate of all demons. Only then am I qualified to talk about remodeling the demon race. Right now, there's still a long way to go, which brings us to the third reason. At this point, Fíliya took a deep breath. The third reason, Solidar, is that I need you. From any angle, I can't be without you right now. Just by living with you for these past 2 months, I've already become much stronger. We still have so much more to explore together in the future. So, can you stay by my side? I need you to help me become stronger, so I can move closer to my ideal. And only by becoming stronger can I fulfill my promise to protect you. Fire, check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my support page. White heavy checkmark, unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark, receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 63, time to go for a walk. Solidar fell silent. In that moment, she truly understood the meaning of the prophecy from all-seeing Schlacht. No wonder Schlacht had told her to kill Fíliya the instant she met her. After all, a future involving the remodeling of the demon race was far too uncertain. Who could know if this human girl would bring the demon race a new beginning or utter destruction? To think Fíliya harbored an ideal of this magnitude. Remodeling the demon race. If any other human had said this to her, Solidar was certain she would have dismissed them as a lunatic. But Fíliya, she was already mad beyond measure. So, when such an outlandish, crazy idea came from her mouth, there was, strangely, a small part of Solidar that wanted to believe it. The current situation could hardly get any worse, after all. And what was the meaning of Fíliya's incredibly sappy final statement? Judged by human standards, wasn't that basically a confession? How annoying. For the first time, Solidar felt an emotion called vexation, because she was at a loss for how to respond to Fíliya. Well, that's about it. Is there anything else you want to ask, Solidar? Fíliya's voice rang in her ears again, forcing Solidar to compose herself. I'm going to sleep. Without another word, Solidar stood up, intending to leave the roof. Hey! Wait! Fíliya called out to her anxiously. With a whirlwind of emotions in her heart, Solidar really didn't want to talk anymore, so she frowned slightly. We've been in this house long enough, haven't we? To be honest, I'm running out of inspiration lately. I really want to go for a walk. Fíliya stated her request with some embarrassment, even making a cute gesture of tapping her finger against her cheek. A walk. Hearing that word, Solidar tensed up instinctively, though she didn't know why. Well, I mean, could we leave this house and explore the depths of the northern plateau? I'd also really like to see that city that was turned to gold with my own eyes. Fíliya continued. Solidar remained silent. As a seasoned shut-in, these past 2 months had felt like a fleeting moment, but it was a moment that had changed her. Solidar felt a slight urge to grant Fíliya's request. After all, this sort of thing had happened many times before, and even she couldn't understand why she was so lenient with Fíliya. I know you're afraid of being discovered, Solidar. So I promise, we won't go near any human cities. We'll just wander around in the wilderness. Is that still not okay? Fíliya batted her large eyes, continuing her persuasion. Solidar was still hesitating. Well, it's true, we can't rule out encountering humans in the wild. But don't worry, Solidar, your horns are small. You can easily cover them with a hat or some other accessory. As for Aura, if all else fails, we can just saw off those big ox horns of hers. They're just keratin, so it shouldn't hurt, and she has a lot of hair to cover the stumps. As long as the horns are hidden and you conceal your mana, ordinary people and mages of average skill won't be able to tell you apart from humans. Concealing mana is an easy technique for the demon race, right? You don't need to practice for hundreds of years like Frieren. Besides, your mana can easily sustain continuous mana detection, right? And if it comes to it, the moment we spot any humans nearby, we'll just run. Okay. Fíliya continued her verbal assault on Solidar's psychological defenses. Sigh. Solidar finally let out a long, helpless sigh. I'm really not myself anymore. Even refusing a single human has become this difficult. She gave a self-deprecating smile and then looked at Fíliya. All right. Hearing this, Fíliya immediately jumped for joy and pulled Solidar's slightly smaller frame into a hug. I knew it. You're the best, Solidar. I'll never forget this kindness. And so, this strange night finally came to an end. The next morning, Miss Aura, the maid, was jolted awake by a sudden sense of dread. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw it. A handsaw was poised right in front of her, its sharp blade resting right on top of her head. What are you doing? A roar like that of a wild beast echoed through the entire house. Standing by Aura's bed was, of course, Miss Fíliya. Today, she had foregone her usual teasing duties, intent on doing just one thing. Sawing off Aura's very conspicuous, large horns. Oh, why are you awake so early? I was hoping to saw them off while you were still asleep, Aura. Miss Fíliya pouted in annoyance. Are you insane? The saw is on my head. Any person, any demon would feel that, right? Huh. I haven't done anything wrong lately, even Solidar isn't hitting me anymore. Why are you trying to saw off my horns? Aura frantically pushed Miss Fíliya several meters away and quickly covered her head with her hands. As she glared at Fíliya, a glistening teardrop could be seen in her eye. You're right. It does seem a bit inappropriate to just start without telling you. After sensing Aura's clear resistance, Fíliya decisively stood there and reflected for a whole 2 seconds. Then, she raised the saw and approached Aura once more. Stay back. Don't think I won't fight back just because Solidar protects you. Touch my horns and I'll fight you to the death today. Aura shouted fiercely. This left Miss Fíliya a bit bewildered. She took a few steps back and shouted from the doorway towards the kitchen. Solidar. Are horns that important to the demon race? Hearing Solidar's name, Aura flinched, thinking Fíliya was calling Solidar in to beat her up. She breathed a sigh of relief when she realized that wasn't the case. I don't know. I don't think horns are important at all. Solidar's voice drifted over. See. This useless keratin is just for decoration. Sawing it off should be fine. Fíliya thought to herself as she slowly walked towards Aura. Don't come any closer. She might not think they're important, but I do. Without my horns, won't I have 2 bald spots on my head? Fire. Check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my support page. White heavy checkmark. Unlock a 40 chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark. Receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 64, If We Switched Roles. To think that Miss Aura would consider it from this angle. Fíliya found her words both surprising and amusing. It's all right, come on. I'll be quick. It won't hurt a bit. A wicked smile hung on Miss Fíliya's face. Don't come near me while saying such awful things. Besides, can you please explain what situation has arisen that makes it absolutely necessary to cut off my horns? Aura tried her best to remain calm. This ability to articulate her thoughts so precisely while looking so aggrieved made Miss Fíliya see her in a new light. Well now, she's gotten more than just a little bit smarter since she first arrived. This is all thanks to my and Solidar's excellent tutelage. All right. Miss Fíliya finally lowered the handsaw in her hands. She then explained to Aura that she and Solidar had agreed to venture deep into the northern plateau, and even to go take a look at the Golden Land. Look, Aura, you've been cooped up here for a long time, right? You must want to get out and see the world. And besides, out in the wild, you won't have to do any tedious chores. This is a good thing for you. Aura looked at the human before her with a suspicious expression. She certainly thought the idea of leaving this abandoned shipyard and going on a trip was quite good. Unlike Solidar, she wasn't afraid of being exposed to human sight. She figured that although humans had long known of her, she had been missing for decades. And in all those years, she hadn't done anything wicked. Even the corpse puppets she had initially brought to Solidar's place to put on a show were from her old stock. Decades could change many things. Perhaps the humans who knew of her, or the guillotine, were mostly dead by now. Even if some remained, surely no one would be foolish enough to actively seek out and challenge one of the 7 sages of destruction to a deathmatch, right? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to just pretend they didn't see each other? Just staying alive was already difficult enough. Under Fíliya's education, Aura had long lost her ambition to conquer humanity. Now, she just wanted to cling to life in this world for as long as possible. Aura really wanted to go out for a stroll. Plus, her few subordinates still had no news of her. They were underlings she had casually subdued with force when she first crawled out of the gutter. Was there any real loyalty to speak of? On this point, Aura was very unsure. Those 3 low-level demons might have long forgotten their Lady Aura and pledged allegiance to someone else. Even if that did happen. It seems it wouldn't really affect me anyway. Aura quickly snapped out of her thoughts. Going to see the Golden Land is fine, I want to go too. It's been a long time since I saw Mocked. I have to go and properly mock him for being trapped in that big box, looking so pathetic. Aura's face was filled with a smile, as if she could already picture herself standing before Mocked. Since you agree, Aura, I'll continue then. As Fíliya spoke, she raised her handsaw again. Wait, are you crazy? Why on earth do you have to saw off my horns? If it's just about not being discovered by humans, Solidar and I can just keep mana detection active at all times, can't we? I think you're just jealous of my magnificent horns and deliberately want to ruin them. Aura shot Fíliya another glare. No, that was my initial thought, but I've changed my mind now. I simply want to see what you'd look like with 2 giant, round bald spots on your head. Fíliya said with a serious expression. So you're dropping the act? I knew you were up to no good. What did I ever do to offend you? Just yesterday you were praising my progress. Aura hugged her head with both hands, her body curled up as she squatted in the corner of the bed. Seeing this pitiful sight, Fíliya found it exceptionally enjoyable. The two remained at a standoff for quite a while. During this time, Fíliya tried to make a move on Aura several times, but Aura managed to defend herself each time. It wasn't until they heard Solidar call out that it was time to eat that Fíliya casually tossed the saw aside and walked directly toward her, leaving Miss Aura alone and disheveled on the bed. Even Aura understood in that moment. That girl Fíliya never actually intended to saw off her horns from the very beginning. Everything that had just happened was a form of entertainment, an activity done for the sake of relieving boredom. That girl was deliberately scaring her for her own amusement. Having figured this out, Aura was so angry her teeth hitched. She then flopped onto the bed like a pile of mud. Fíliya, you just wait. Everything you're doing to me now, I will return in kind. I just need to get my magic back, and then wait for a chance when Solidar isn't by your side. I'll strike decisively. I'll use a sneak attack, in a way that you won't even have time to react. So much for a noble spirit, I see you don't have one either. When that time comes, it'll be your turn to serve Lady Aura tea and water. And then every morning, I'll come and harass you mercilessly. No, not just in the morning, I won't let you rest at night either. You'll obediently become Lady Aura's bed-warming maid. If our roles were reversed, I'd show you the true meaning of cruelty. After reveling in this satisfying thought, Aura slowly got up and, following the drifting aroma, started heading towards the food. The trio of 1 human and 2 demons was nothing if not efficient. After finishing breakfast, they immediately set out on their journey. But they hadn't gone far, maybe 20 or 30 kilometers at most, when Aura stopped in her tracks. Aura began, then hesitated. If you have something to say, spit it out. Solidar urged. I think I've detected the mana of my subordinates. Can I go and give them some instructions? Aura asked guiltily. Solidar said nothing about this because she had also detected it long ago. There was the mana of other demons nearby, but it was so pitifully weak to her that she estimated it was about the same level as Miss Fíliya's currently. She could sense it was a very young little one. So her subordinates are at this level. Aura, you've really fallen on hard times. Solida remained silent, but she made no effort to hide the contemptuous look she gave Aura. Aura naturally noticed this and scratched her head in embarrassment. She couldn't help it. She had just crawled out of a gutter, and in her rush for revenge, she had thought that randomly grabbing 3 subordinates would suffice as startup capital. As it turned out, her grand enterprise of vengeance ended before it even began, making the existence of these 3 subordinates a bit awkward. That's not right. Aura suddenly realized that she hadn't detected the mana of 3 subordinates. Right now, she could only sense the mana belonging to Liney. The other 2. Aura still couldn't find their mana, even after extending her perception range by several more kilometers. What's going on? I should go take a look first. Aura thought to herself. And so, she led Fíliya and Solidar in Liney's direction. Fire, check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my support page. White heavy checkmark, unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark, receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 65, What a Wretched Child. Before long, Fíliya's party found their target. Beneath a colossal tree, so thick it would take at least 3 or 4 people to encircle it, a petite demon girl was resting weakly against its roots. Her eyes shone with a glimmer of hope, the very picture of someone who had just survived a disaster. As Aura approached, the demon girl had detected that familiar mana. Lady Aura has finally returned. Though the girl didn't know why her Lady Aura had been gone for 2 months, her return now meant she was no longer in mortal danger. Besides, in addition to Lady Aura, there was another, a source of mana far stronger than Lady Aura's. This must be the powerful ally Lady Aura had mentioned she was going to recruit. Beyond those 2 exceptionally distinct, immense sources of mana, Liney also sensed the presence of a human. That was rather strange, but Liney quickly arrived at an answer. Lady Aura must have detected her dwindling mana, so she deduced that she was gravely injured and caught a human for her to replenish her energy. Lady Aura is so kind. I knew Lady Aura would never forget about me. Miss Liney clearly viewed Aura through some strange, rose-tinted glasses, and so a hint of inexplicable anticipation appeared in her eyes. Soon, Fíliya's trio stood before this Miss Liney. Lady Aura. Liney called out in a weak voice, even struggling to get up. Wow, what a pitiful kid. Miss Fíliya stepped forward immediately, making a cynical remark. She knew, of course, that the demon in front of her, who looked much younger than she was actually likely countless years older, but that didn't stop her from making snarky comments. As for pitiful, that part was true. With just a casual glance, Fíliya could spot 3 or 4 piercing wounds on the little demon. The kind where you could see the scenery right through to the other side of the wound. Furthermore, one of the demon's hands was missing, and blood had long since stained her frilly little dress completely red. To be so injured and not have turned to ash yet. Miss Fíliya couldn't help but marvel that this kid was pretty tough. However, if they had arrived just a few minutes later, the kid probably would have died on the spot. Shifting her gaze slightly upward, Fíliya immediately noticed the shape of this demon's horns. For some reason, she had recently developed a keen interest in demon horns. This kid's horns were similar in shape to Aura's, just much more delicate in every aspect. All in all, they were quite cute. Liney. How did you get so injured? Where are Lugner and Drought? Aura asked with a puzzled expression, then looked over at Solidar. Aura herself knew nothing of healing techniques, only Solidar could use her mana to forcibly replicate the effects of low-level divine magic. Strictly speaking, there is no fundamental difference between the mana within mages and clerics, but a cleric's healing magic often requires faith in addition to mana. Therefore, if a human without faith, or even a demon, were to forcibly use healing magic, not only would the mana consumption increase dramatically, but the effect would also be greatly diminished. Just like now, although Solidar possessed mana reserves from over a millennium, her healing effect was only comparable to that of a novice cleric. In any case, under Solidar's healing magic, the demon named Liney's life was saved, but her severed hand would probably take some time to slowly grow back. Drought and Lord Lugner are dead. We were attacked by a human. With the healing taking effect, some color finally returned to Liney's face. Upon hearing Liney's words, Aura's expression turned awkward. She glanced at Fíliya and fell silent. Lady Aura. Liney tilted her head in confusion. She felt that something was off about Lady Aura. The old Lady Aura would have definitely said something like, "How dare they?" to kill Aura's people, and then taken her to seek revenge against the human. But, the current Lady Aura seemed so cowardly. And what was the deal with this human? Lainey watched the human slowly approach and instinctively prepared to attack. Then, she saw her Lady Aura shaking her head frantically, as if she'd been electrocuted. Lady Aura, why won't you let me attack this human? This human is well within my attack range. Lainey couldn't figure it out for the moment, but since it was Lady Aura's command, she would obey. And Aura breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lainey lying there obediently, not making a move. Little Lainey, you have no idea you just took a stroll through the gates of hell. This isn't an ordinary human, this is a living ancestor you can't afford to provoke. Aura, this little one's horns are more comfortable to touch than yours. The moment Fíliya reached Lainey's side, she unceremoniously grabbed Lainey's horns with both hands. Then, in this manner, she began wobbling Lainey's small head from side to side, like a child who had found a new toy. Air. Aura's face grew solemn. Seeing Fíliya's mischievous grin, she could only frantically signal Fíliya with her eyes. Please, I'm begging you, give me some face in front of my subordinate. The ever-so-perceptive Miss Fíliya read this exact message from Aura's pointed glare. All right. I guess it can't be helped, being so beautiful and kind-hearted. Fíliya thought to herself, ultimately swallowing the pile of snarky remarks she had prepared. You're Lainey, right? You said you were attacked by a human. I'm quite curious about that. Could you tell me the details? As she asked, Fíliya's hands remained firmly clamped on the little cutie's horns, completely unwilling to let go. Lainey felt extremely uncomfortable with this strange turn of events. She was certain this was the first time in her life she had ever seen such an audacious human, one who dared to come so close and play with a demon's horns. And what's more, neither Lady Aura nor the powerful demon who had just healed her said a word about it, as if tacitly approving of the human's actions. What in the world was going on? The little demon named Lainey began to question the very reality of her world. Though many questions flooded her mind, Lainey knew the laws of demon survival well. Since two great demons had chosen to indulge this human's behavior, it seemed she had no choice but to endure it. Fire. Check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my support page. White heavy checkmark. Unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark. Receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P. Walnut-chan. Chapter 66, A Sister-like Existence. #_oh, hey, cutie, what's wrong? Don't just space out. Having already asked a question, the little demon before her simply remained silent, her expression grave as she lowered her head in thought. Feeling ignored, Miss Fíliya became quite displeased. She moved closer, grabbing Lainey's chin with her right hand and forcing her head up to meet her eyes. Lainey was helpless. She subconsciously glanced toward her Lady Aura, seeking help. But Aura ignored her pleading gaze and, just like Fíliya, urged her on. What happened, Lainey? Hurry up and tell us. Seeing this, Lainey finally gave up struggling, and then calmly held Fíliya's gaze for 2 seconds. In that moment, Lainey realized something was off. Green hair, golden eyes. Lainey was heard muttering something under her breath. What, is my appearance that interesting to you? Don't tell me you've fallen for me at first sight, cutie. Fíliya said with a light chuckle. The instant she finished speaking, Solitaire, for some unknown reason, suddenly reached out and forcefully slapped Fíliya's hand away, stopping Miss Fíliya's attempt to pinch and poke at Lainey's face. Ouch. Solitaire, why'd you hit me? You could have just said something. That actually hurt. Fíliya quickly shook her arm, then looked at Solitaire with a wronged expression. Solitaire merely glared at her in response, saying nothing more. Lainey found the interaction between the human and the demon before her very strange. She couldn't comprehend why this great demon would show mercy to this human. No, that action didn't feel like an attack at all. Lainey's mind filled with more and more questions, but she knew it wasn't her place to ask. So she took a deep breath and began to speak. We were attacked by a human woman. Her magic was very tricky, and we were no match for her. She asked us if we had seen a human girl with long green hair and golden eyes. In the end, I was the only one who escaped. Lainey's words caught Fíliya's attention. She immediately pressed for more information. What did the human woman look like? Any distinguishing features? At Fíliya's questioning, Lainey fell into thought. After a brief moment of recollection, she slowly began to speak. Her hair was very long, so long it could drag on the ground, and she kept attacking with it. Hiss. Now the situation was clear. Fíliya took a sharp, quiet breath. The one who attacked Aura's subordinates was clearly Sense. But why would Sense be in the northern plateau? And why was she trying to find my whereabouts by questioning demons? It's only been a little over 2 months since I left the city of magic to train in the northern plateau. Sense wouldn't miss me in such a short time, nor would she assume something bad had happened to me. Fíliya's mind began racing. Finally, she arrived at a possibility. That is, the guard rotation for the Great Barrier of the Golden Land. The Great Barrier of the Golden Land that Sealed mocked was constantly guarded by first-class mages from the Magic Association, who rotated shifts. So Sense was most likely here to take her turn. Of course, it's also possible she volunteered for the post, which is why she came to the northern plateau. Yes, that must be it. As for asking demons about my location, that's because Sense knows I'm very interested in the demon race. It seems she just happened to run into Aura's trio on her way to the Great Barrier of the Golden Land and decided to ask about me while she was at it. Having completely sorted out the chain of events, Miss Fíliya couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the little one before her. No wonder the little one was covered in piercing wounds, she was impaled by Sense's hair. How pitiful. Demons caught by Sense usually die horrible deaths. Fíliya said as she placed a hand on Liney's head, gently ruffling her hair. Liney felt very uncomfortable with Fíliya's gesture. After all, she had never been treated this way by a human before. Sense. Fíliya, you know the human mage who attacked Liney and the others? Aura asked. Of course I do. She's, like an older sister to me, Fíliya replied with a light smile. Older sister. Hearing the term Fíliya used, Solidar's mood soured even further for some reason. Is that so? Aura closed her eyes in resignation and walked over to Liney's side. Lady Aura. Aren't we going to avenge Lord Lugner and Drought? That human may be strong, but she's definitely no match for you, Lady Aura. Liney watched as Aura placed a hand on her shoulder, her expression somewhat lost. The old Aura would never have made such an intimate gesture toward her subordinates, she had always treated the three of them as convenient servants. Perhaps having tasted the bitterness of serving tea and fetching water herself, Miss Aura had begun to reflect on how she had treated her own subordinates. Aura looked at Liney with a serious expression. Liney, forget about this. Let it go. While it's a pity that Lugner and Drought died, never, ever think about getting revenge on the human mage, understand? That's an order. Liney blinked. She still didn't understand why she could sense a hint of fear coming from her Lady Aura. The reason Aura was unwilling to seek revenge. Liney tilted her head and glanced at Miss Fíliya. It seems to be related to this human. Liney bit her lip. Although she still felt a sense of injustice, since Lady Aura had spoken, she would obey. Besides, her relationship with the other two wasn't strong enough to make her defy Lady Aura's command and seek revenge at all costs. I'm a bit curious. My sister is incredibly strong. Logically, you shouldn't have been able to survive being pursued by Sense. Do you have some powerful magic of your own? Hey, tell me, how did you do it? Fíliya's eyes sparkled with a researcher's curiosity. Liney didn't answer Fíliya's question immediately, instead looking again to her Lady Aura. Only after Lady Aura gave a slight nod, indicating she could answer, did Liney finally speak. My magic imitation allows me to memorize the flow of mana and copy any movement or technique I see. During the battle with that human mage, I used the combat techniques of the dwarf warrior, Aizen, but I still couldn't defeat her. In the end, I had to use Sense's own escape techniques to barely survive. Fire, check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my support page. White heavy checkmark, unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark, receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 67, only the strong deserve beauty, convinced. Oh. Fíliya's eyes widened with excitement. This is a problem. Fíliya gave a wry smile. Fíliya was still hesitating. Poor Miss Liney's face was already red from her pinching, but she could only swallow her anger and let this detestable human have her way with her face. Why wasn't Lady Aura responding to her cries for help? Could it be that Lady Aura was afraid of this person? How could this be? Miss Liney thought, feeling utterly wronged. Magic imitation. To think there's magic that can copy a warrior's techniques and combat memories. The magic of the demon race truly is fascinating. However, there was one suspicious point in the demon girl's statement that made Fíliya very curious. She knew that Aizen the dwarf was the warrior in Hero Himmel's party, the legendary warrior who had accompanied Himmel to subjugate the Demon King. If this child could truly perfectly replicate Aizen's techniques and combat memories, then there was no way she couldn't beat Sense. On the contrary, Sense would be in extreme danger. Something's odd. Fíliya pinched her chin with her right hand, wearing a contemplative expression. She sized Liney up and down, and after looking at Miss Liney's cute, slender arms and legs, she finally had her answer. Oh. I should have realized sooner. Fíliya nodded. This child's magic was indeed terrifying, and it had immense potential. But this demon named Liney shared a somewhat similar plight to her own. Yes, the crux of the issue was Miss Liney's stats were a bit too low. With such a frail body, even if she perfectly replicated the combat skills and techniques of a legendary warrior, the power she could produce wouldn't come close to the original. This is a problem. Fíliya gave a wry smile. What's the problem? I already told Liney to give up on revenge, can't we just continue our journey? Aura was a little confused. If my guess is correct, Sense should be rotating in to guard the Great Barrier of the Golden Land. So, I'm a bit afraid of running into her. I think we'll have to postpone the trip to the Golden Land for a while. Miss Fíliya said helplessly. There's someone in this world you're afraid of. Aura stared at Fíliya, her face a mask of shock. The fact that this human, who feared neither heaven nor earth, actually had someone she was afraid of made Aura extremely curious. Of course I'm scared to death. The kind where I can't even handle it if Sense says a single harsh word to me. Sigh, everyone has their own kryptonite, right? Miss Fíliya scratched the back of her head, looking slightly embarrassed, but her words were remarkably frank. Just think about it, what if we run into Sense, and she sees me hanging out with a bunch of demons? I'd die of embarrassment. Fíliya's face turned slightly red. Her predicament was just like that of a child who had snuck out to mess around behind her parents' backs, only to find out they were searching the world for her. Then can't we just avoid her? She's just a human first-class mage, after all. Her detection range can't be that large, there's no way it could cover the entire Golden Land. It wouldn't be difficult for us to evade her detection and slip into the Golden Land from the edges. Solidar said calmly. Although Fíliya's various attitudes toward the human named Sense intrigued her, she didn't say much more. Her method was, of course, feasible. In fact, they had already planned to do just that when they were discussing it back at the abandoned shipyard. It's not about the certainty, it's about the what if. With anyone else, it would be fine to just sneak in along the edge of their detection range. But against Sense, I'm genuinely terrified. If we run into her, it's all over. Fíliya muttered with a grave expression. Feeling vexed, she even pulled Miss Liney directly into her arms and repeatedly pinched her face. The motion was like squeezing some kind of plush doll to relieve stress. La dyora. Liney whimpered, making some muffled sounds. It was obvious she was crying out to Aura for help, but Aura was clearly not a good boss. She just silently pretended to look at the surrounding scenery, completely ignoring her subordinate's plea. Then, should we go back? Wait a few months until the Golden Land's guards rotate again. A faint smile finally appeared on Solidar's face. She didn't even pay attention to Fíliya's manhandling of Liney, seemingly feeling that a threat of a higher order was more worthy of her attention. She had never been very supportive of this trip in the first place. If Fíliya chose to go back, she would naturally be happy to accept. Fíliya was still hesitating. Poor Miss Liney's face was already red from her pinching, but she could only swallow her anger and let this detestable human have her way with her face. Why wasn't Lady Aura responding to her cries for help? Could it be that Lady Aura was afraid of this person? How could this be? Miss Liney thought, feeling utterly wronged. No, don't. Let's not go back, it's so boring back there. Solidar, didn't you say the guards at the Great Barrier of the Golden Land rotate every few months? It's only a few months, that's like the blink of an eye for us. Let's just go wander around somewhere else first, and once that person named Sense has been rotated out, we can enter the Golden Land then. Seeing the hesitant Fíliya, Aura finally stepped forward decisively and presented her own proposal. This was definitely not because she didn't want to go back to her days of serving tea and pouring water. And it was definitely not because she was afraid of losing face in front of her subordinate. After hearing Aura's proposal, Fíliya finally perked up a bit. She was seen walking over to Aura. Not bad, Aura. See, you can give some decent suggestions. I think that works. Let's do that. It's a good chance to explore more of the northern plateau anyway. We'll go to the Golden Land after some time has passed. Fíliya excitedly reached out, wrapped an arm around Aura's waist, and then bumped her with her shoulder and hip. It was as if the two of them were extremely close. Of course, while doing this, Miss Fíliya didn't let go of Miss Liney at all. It resulted in the strange sight of her with one arm around Liney and the other around Aura. Hey, Aura, I really like this kid. Can you give her to me to play with? Let her take my orders. Shouldn't we consider Liney's opinion? Aura felt a drop of sweat slide down her forehead. She could feel her dignity was in danger of shattering at any moment. Well then, Liney, see. Aura doesn't have any objections. From now on, you'll listen to me, okay? Fíliya said, as if to herself. To an unknowing observer, the scene looked like a tyrant taking possession of some noble lady, with Liney clearly being the handmaiden included as part of the dowry. Watching this scene, Solidar suddenly felt an urge to punch something. But who was she if not a highly cultured, thousand-year-old greater demon? So, she just silently turned her head to the side, adopting an out-of-sight, out-of-mind expression. And so, the group transformed from 1 human and 2 demons into a party of 1 human and 3 demons. They turned around mid-journey and began heading in the complete opposite direction of the Golden Land, venturing deeper into other parts of the Northern Plateau. Fire, check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my support page. White heavy checkmark, unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark, receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 68, Aura's Status Crisis. Fíliya and her party stood before a large, underground labyrinth. After a brief survey of the surroundings, Fíliya's interest waned considerably. She could tell the labyrinth had already been cleared more than once. Just at the main entrance, there were several obvious signs of battle, as well as some discarded, broken equipment. Still, she didn't give up hope, as she had already confirmed with Solidar that deep within the labyrinth, there were indeed several powerful mana signatures that didn't belong to humans. I've admired the stories of adventurers since I was a little girl, but I've never had the chance to delve into a labyrinth. Since we've stumbled upon one today, let's explore it once more. Fíliya proposed. This place has obviously been explored already, hasn't it? And you've got some nerve, dragging 3 members of the demon race along to explore a labyrinth with you. Miss Fíliya's suggestion immediately prompted a sharp retort from Aura. That's where you're mistaken, Aura. Labyrinths like this can self-repair. First, their internal mechanisms reset on their own, and even the monsters will regenerate. After all, a labyrinth is fundamentally a place built upon a formula designed to gather mana. When the mana inside reaches a certain concentration, it will naturally attract or generate monsters. So what? Even if the traps and monsters slowly respawn, the treasure has probably already been looted clean. It's just a boring, high-risk, low-reward labyrinth now. Aura said with a look of disdain. Well, that's true, but I have my doubts about the quality of modern adventurers. When I worked at the Continental Magic Association, I hadn't received anything of value in a long time. Adventurers these days seem so impatient. Even after clearing a labyrinth, they only take the treasure from the deepest part and other things they can see. Little do they know, the truly good stuff is usually hidden away. I'm certain that even though several groups have left their mark exploring this labyrinth, there is definitely still a hidden room that hasn't been found. Fíliya's words left Aura speechless, but she didn't really care. With the strength of their party, exploring a labyrinth was a piece of cake. As long as she wasn't forced to lose face by acting as a maid again, she would go along with whatever Fíliya said, she thought to herself. And reality was just as Aura had imagined. For adventurers, this labyrinth might be a place that could only be conquered with sacrifice and loss, a point made clear by the scattered bones and dried, dark red bloodstains on the walls visible everywhere inside. But for Fíliya's party, it was truly no more difficult than a walk in the park. Without the 2 great demons even needing to act, Fíliya herself and Liney were more than enough to handle every threat. During the battles, Fíliya grew increasingly fond of this little handmaiden of Aura's. How to put it? Fíliya herself was terrible at coordinating with others, but she and Liney were remarkably in sync. Their combination of 1 warrior and 1 mage effortlessly steamrolled every monster they encountered. Wow, Liney, what's going on? Aren't we just perfectly in sync? It feels like no matter how we coordinate, it just works. Fíliya couldn't help but exclaim as she looked at the corpse of the monster she had just pierced through. Because I can memorize the flow of mana. I've already completely memorized the moves you frequently use. The moment you raise your hand, I know which spell you're going to cast, so I can coordinate with you. Liney explained calmly, while casually twirling the one-handed sword in her grip with a flourish. Then, with a flick of her hand, the blade, manifested from mana, instantly dissolved into particles of light and gradually vanished into the air. More than a week had passed since Fíliya's group had rescued Liney, and by now, her severed right hand had long since grown back thanks to Solidar's healing. Liney's attitude toward Fíliya had also shifted from extreme resistance at the beginning to one of barely tolerating Fíliya's pestering and petting. It had to be said, the adaptability of a living being is truly remarkable. Miss Fíliya had only to offer a little food, and the girl had already lowered her guard considerably. Of course, this process was not without a little help from Miss Aura. And Liney's slick and stylish way of dismissing her weapon also drew an envious gaze from Miss Fíliya. I feel like I should learn some cool little tricks like that too. Miss Fíliya muttered to herself before quickly breaking into a smile again. She turned around to face Aura. Aura, this girl is incredible. I feel she has a lot of talent. Who knows, maybe she'll be even stronger than you someday. Fíliya said teasingly. But Fíliya's seemingly casual words stirred up a storm in Aura's heart. What? Liney could surpass me. Aura was so startled that the apple in her hand almost fell to the ground. She had grown accustomed to trusting Fíliya's judgment, so she immediately became anxious. If Liney could surpass her, she thought, wouldn't she be at the bottom of the pecking order again? After rescuing Liney, her status had finally improved a little, and she had passed all the trivial chores on to Liney. If Liney became stronger, was she doomed to a life of menial tasks again? And so, Aura took a deep breath and beckoned to Liney, signaling her to come over quickly. Liney naturally answered Aura's summons. After Liney stood before her, Aura placed her hands on Liney's shoulders. Liney. Aura called out, her voice lacking confidence. Yes, I'm here, Lady Aura. Liney nodded with a smile. It was clear that Aura held an extraordinary place in her heart. This was something Fíliya had always found very strange. If Liney was a subordinate subdued by Aura through sheer force, then why could she sense this feeling called loyalty from Liney? Does the demon race also possess its own pride and loyalty? This was Miss Fíliya's latest major discovery. Liney, can you promise me something? Aura continued. Yes. As long as it is Lady Aura's command, I will do it. Hearing Liney's affirmative response, Aura took another deep breath. Then. I'm begging you, please don't ever become stronger than me. Okay. Aura's expression was extremely serious, and her voice even trembled slightly. Fíliya looked on with an expression of disgust, then shook her head at Aura's pathetic display. She had no idea what that girl was so afraid of. Making a request of your own subordinate. Aura, you're pathetic. As for Miss Liney, upon hearing Aura's request, she was only slightly taken aback before nodding decisively. I understand. I will not become stronger than Lady Aura. Fire, check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my support page. White heavy checkmark, unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark, receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 69, The Mimic's Reversal, bonus chapter. Watching the scene filled with warmth, Fíliya felt not a single ripple in her heart. She immediately turned and began to explore the surrounding stone walls. Solidar, too, cast a subtle glance at the idiotic master and subordinate pair, then walked around them and headed toward Fíliya. What are you doing? Solidar asked, watching as Fíliya pressed her ear tightly against the stone wall to listen. She couldn't help but ask. Looking for a hidden show. Fíliya pressed a finger to her lips, signaling for Solidar to be quiet. So Solidar fell silent, though she was somewhat puzzled. Why doesn't Fíliya just ask me? She wondered. With her power, she could find any hidden passage just with mana detection. There was no need for all this trouble. I knew it. The moment I came in, I felt something was off with this wall. From its overall structure, there had to be a hollow space here. Listening to it now, it's just as I thought. There's the sound of wind behind it. Seeing Fíliya's ecstatic expression, Solidar hesitated. She debated whether she should mention that she had already detected the extra space behind the wall with her own senses long ago. Let me look. The mechanism should be around here. Still looking thrilled, Fíliya began feeling all over the surface of the wall. After a moment, she called out loudly to Solidar. Found it, it's right here. With that, Fíliya gently pressed the mechanism she had found, which was disguised as one of the stone blocks in the wall. With a loud rumble, a straight corridor appeared before her. Sniff, sniff. Fíliya quickly took a small step forward, stood in the middle of the corridor, and began sniffing the air. Ah, I love this musty smell. Let's go, it's harvest time. Saying this, Fíliya turned back and grabbed Solidar's wrist. Hey, you two over there, stop clinging to each other. That's enough. If anyone saw you, they'd think we were some kind of strange organization. After taking hold of Solidar, Fíliya shouted over in the direction of Aura and Liney. Once Aura, looking embarrassed, walked over with Liney, Fíliya finally led the three demons into the hidden room. Fíliya, if you were looking for a hidden room, why didn't you ask me? It would have been much quicker. In the end, Solidar couldn't contain her curiosity. I knew you'd ask that. Of course I couldn't ask you. If I knew where the secret was ahead of time, it would take away most of the fun. You see, I didn't even bother using my senses, I relied purely on skill and instinct. Fíliya said casually. Her words reminded Solidar of that night, when the moon was large and the moonlight was brilliantly clear. Yes, she remembered Fíliya saying it back then too. That the most boring magic in the world was future sight. So that's what she meant. A smile finally graced the corners of Solidar's lips, for she felt she had finally begun to understand Fíliya's way of thinking. Before long, the group of 1 human and 3 demons reached the deepest part of the hidden room. Immediately after, 3 large treasure chests appeared before them. It's finally time. Fíliya's tone was genuinely excited, as this was the first time she had ever experienced the thrill of opening a treasure chest. It was the fulfillment of a small dream she once had. Fíliya's eyes shone with excitement. Without another word, she strode directly toward the chests. Then, she was pulled back by Solidar. Fíliya. Solidar's tone was one of exasperation, and even Aura and Liney wore expressions of confusion. Fíliya, it's obvious. All 3 of these chests are mimics. Your hopes have been dashed. Don't say that. Fíliya turned her head, unwilling to accept it. Do you know? The magic to identify mimics only has a 99% accuracy rate. That means there's still a 1% chance of finding a real one. We have 3 chests in front of us, so that's a 3% chance of finding a real treasure chest. Besides, these chests are from a hidden room. Surely this labyrinth wouldn't be so treacherous as to put fake chests in a secret room, right? If it is, I'm going to leave a bad review. It was the first time Solidar had seen Fíliya make such an expression. She exchanged a puzzled look with Aura. Humans really are unwilling to face reality when they suffer a major blow, she thought. Even Fíliya is no different. Thinking this, Solidar took a small step forward and stopped concealing her presence. The torrent of mana that erupted from her was powerful enough to nearly shatter the roof of the entire hidden area, but even so, the 3 chests before them remained completely unchanged. As I thought, it's no use. Any other low-level monster would have been frightened away by the immense mana of a greater demon, but mimics are so unintelligent they don't even know what fear is. Solidar shook her head and retracted her mana. Because a monster like the mimic was simply too primitive, Solidar had no interest in it and consequently knew very little about them. Could this mean they're all real treasure chests? Since they're inanimate objects, they wouldn't be frightened by Solidar, would they? Fíliya's eyes held a fanatical gleam. Although the others had repeatedly told her they were 3 mimics, it was clear she was still trying to delude herself. Feels like she's gone off the deep end, huh? Aura pinched her nose, expressing her disdain for Fíliya's refusal to accept reality. Fíliya's reaction was both unexpected and deeply satisfying to her. Although Aura didn't know what she had won, she felt like she had. It was a thrill akin to successful revenge. I can't believe a few mimics are enough to drive this woman mad. If I'd known, I would have gathered a bunch of them. Maybe I could have finally beaten her. Aura thought to herself. All right, it's time to open the chests. Fíliya paid no mind to what anyone else said. She was a very me-first kind of person and had to remain firm in her convictions. So, she took a deep breath, stepped forward, and crouched down in front of one of the chests. Her expression was solemn. She first pressed her ear to the seam of the chest, listening carefully. Then she placed both hands on its surface, stroking it gently, her eyes filled with an expression of tender affection. I know. You've been waiting for me here for a very long time, haven't you? You're all good children. Don't worry. Even if everyone else calls you mimics, I will not abandon you. As she spoke, Fíliya slowly moved her hand to the lid seam and, with a heave, threw it open. And then, she was swallowed into the mimic's stomach. Fire! Check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my support page. White heavy checkmark unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 70, I treat treasure chests like my first love. Help. It's so dark. Ugh, and it stinks, it's disgusting. No one told me the inside of a mimic was this smelly, oh my god. Fíliya struggled frantically, her legs, sticking out of the mimic's mouth, were kicking about non-stop. Lady Aura is being eaten by a mimic life-threatening. Liney watched the comical scene before her, but without a mocking expression, she simply posed her question to Aura quietly. How would I know? Mimics are the lowest tier of monster, aren't they? Even an ordinary human who can't use magic wouldn't be easily done in by one. As Aura answered Liney, her eyes remained fixed on Fíliya's rear, which was sticking up because her upper body had been swallowed by the mimic. Don't misunderstand, Miss Aura had no strange ideas about that thing. Aura simply wanted to place her foot on that girl's butt. Just the thought of it filled Aura's heart with a satisfying sense of conquest. Unfortunately, she could only think about it. As long as Solidar was here, she would never be allowed to do such a thing. So, what do we do now? Liney, do you know how to deal with a mimic? Solidar looked at Liney with a serious expression. Destroying the mimic would be simple, but since Fíliya was already halfway down its gullet, it would be too easy to hurt her by accident. If we can't destroy it directly with magic, it seems we'll have to use the old method. Solidar sighed. The old method. Liney tilted her head slightly, and after a moment of thought, she understood what Solidar meant. I understand, Lady Solidar. Liney stepped forward knowingly. After all, to rescue someone eaten by a mimic using the old method, a magic warrior like her with magic imitation was the most suitable. Standing behind Fíliya, Liney closed her eyes. This time, she would replicate movements like carrying and pulling. Then, Liney opened her eyes again, reached out her hands, and wrapped them around Fíliya's waist. Stop, stop, stop. It's gonna break. My waist is going to break. Fíliya cried out in pain repeatedly, her legs kicking non-stop, making it impossible for Liney to continue pulling. So, what do we do now? Solidar chuckled lightly. Although Fíliya had ended up in a rather sorry state, she found this kind of scene, where Fíliya got a taste of her own medicine without any real danger, very amusing. Serves her right for always acting so high and mighty. It's good for her to suffer a bit once in a while. If Aura knew what Solidar was thinking right now, she would surely nod vigorously in agreement. No choice. I'll have to use my last resort. Miss Fíliya's muffled voice came from within the mimic's stomach. The three members of the demon race focused their curious gazes forward, wanting to see what Fíliya's so-called last resort was. And then they saw. Liney also shook her head at this. To be blunt, how could the demon race possibly have experience rescuing a comrade eaten by a mimic? Then she began to exert herself, trying to pull Fíliya out of the mimic's mouth. A dazzling flash of magical light was followed by a relatively soft explosion, clearly well controlled. Finally, the faint smell of something burning began to fill the hidden room. Her slightly singed, nest-like hair and the mimic slime covering her body were the result of using explosion magic at such close range. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Fíliya, you finally got what was coming to you. The moment she saw Miss Fíliya's new look, Aura couldn't hold it in any longer. She fell to the ground laughing and started rolling around like a child, all the while unabashedly expressing her mockery for Fíliya's self-inflicted misery. Liney was much better composed. For a stoic and expressionless child like her, she didn't find Fíliya's strange appearance funny at all. She was just wondering if she should imitate her Lady Aura's current rolling on the floor maneuver. Fíliya sighed, then touched the slime on her face. For the time being, she could do nothing about the rest of it stuck in her hair and on her clothes. What she had just done was simple, she blew up the mimic with magic from the inside. The reason she had hesitated for so long was that such a close-range explosion was incredibly difficult to control. It was far more challenging than her fine-tuning of defensive magic. Even Fíliya couldn't guarantee perfect control over a point-blank explosion. As for Solidar, although it was clear she was trying hard not to laugh, she ultimately failed to hold it in. However, her smile seemed much gentler compared to Aura's undisguised ridicule. Solidar slowly stepped forward, raising a hand to use magic to help Fíliya clean off the slime. Fíliya quickly waved her hand, signaling for Solidar not to bother. Solidar felt a bit puzzled, thinking to herself, shouldn't Fíliya have given up by now? But this is what Fíliya said. Getting eaten once is still getting eaten, and getting eaten 3 times is still getting eaten. I'll clean up after I've opened the rest. Fíliya's gaze was resolute. Solidar was a bit speechless. She hadn't expected Fíliya to still insist on opening the other 2 chests before giving up. But it wasn't a major issue. Since Fíliya was so inclined, she could wait a little longer. Upon hearing that Fíliya wanted to open the second chest, Aura immediately stopped rolling on the ground and stood up again with renewed interest, waiting for Fíliya to be eaten once more so she could continue her laughing fit. Fíliya comforted herself, thinking that she still had a 25% chance of finding a real treasure. After all, many great discoveries that shook the magical world were found within such small probabilities. She once again stroked the chest with her hand. It's okay. Though chests may hurt me 1,000 times, I will still treat them like my first love. Unlike that last guy, you must be a good one, right? You'll surely give me something valuable enough to heal my emotional wounds, right? Don't let me down again, chest. With an air of someone marching to their doom, Miss Fíliya opened the second chest. And so, she was eaten by the second mimic. Fire, check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my support page. White heavy checkmark unlock a 40 chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 71, Mobile Golem. Fortunately, having learned from her first experience, Miss Fíliya had a much easier time escaping from the second mimic's mouth. After sending the second mimic to the great beyond, Miss Fíliya defiantly sat cross-legged before the third chest. Aura's undisguised, exaggerated laughter, entirely unbecoming of a young girl, still echoed in her ears. Fíliya's lips twitched slightly. It's fine. Things happened twice, but not a third time. She would be the chosen one to grasp that 1% chance. With this thought in mind, Fíliya took several deep breaths. Then, she opened the chest for the third time. Would a miracle happen? Obviously not. Miss Fíliya was swallowed by a mimic for the third time. The third explosion was much louder than the previous two, and in the blast, Miss Fíliya's entire face was blackened with soot. As for her hair, it was an absolute mess, beyond what words like disheveled or a rat's nest could describe. If one had to put it into words, it could only be called indescribable. How could this happen? The young lady sat down on the stone floor, looking utterly dejected, her gaze vacant. She never imagined that all three chests in this hidden room would actually be mimics. Just as Fíliya was feeling smug. What's going on? An earthquake. What happened to the promise of using mimics as a disguise, with a real treasure chest filled with riches hidden among them? Miss Fíliya lost her footing, stumbled forward, and fell into Solidar's arms. Miss Fíliya didn't seem to realize that from the very beginning, no one had made any such promise. It was her own wishful thinking that led her to distrust the results of the magical appraisal. But that didn't stop Fíliya from sighing toward the heavens. Is there any justice? Is there any law? Is this something a person would do? My smooth, silky, gorgeous hair, beautiful as brocade. How could you betray my trust, you trashy chests? This damned dungeon, you better hope I don't find out who built you. Or I'll dig up your bones and boil them into soup. Naturally, Fíliya's harsh words couldn't reach the ears of the dungeon's creator. Among those present, only one person would step forward to comfort her in her moment of despair. Solidar approached with a light chuckle. First, she used the magic to make clothes clean as new, to clean the mimic slime off Fíliya's entire body. But then, as Solidar looked at Fíliya's very delicate hairstyle, she felt a sense of helplessness. Sorry, Fíliya. The magic to make clothes clean as new doesn't work on hair. Ugh, it's fine. Can I borrow a knife? Fíliya had finally managed to compose herself. Of course, she hadn't spent that entire time just venting her anger. She had already acquired a spell from the system shop. Magic to regrow hair. The reason she didn't choose a spell similar to magic to make clothes clean as new, like magic to tidy hair, was because most of Fíliya's hair was already scorched. Tidying it up would be useless, it was better to just get a new head of hair. After acquiring the spell, Fíliya closed her eyes for a moment, getting a feel for this new magic, and then immediately cast it on herself. Her hair began to regrow at a visible rate. In just a few breaths, the hair that originally reached only her back had grown down to her knees. Of course, this speed was nothing compared to Miss Sense, who could extend her hair to perform mass attacks. After all, she was a true specialist in her field. Solidar's eyes narrowed with curiosity. After all, in the past 2 months they had lived together, Fíliya had never shown such an ability. Ah, you think I'm going to tell you I just learned it? With a placid expression, Fíliya nodded at Solidar and then held out her hand. Solidar didn't say anything more about it. She silently generated a sharp knife with her mana and handed it to Fíliya. After taking the knife, Fíliya gathered the long hair at the back of her head with one hand and cut off all the scorched parts. Fíliya tossed the severed portions onto the ground nearby. At a glance, they looked like dried weeds from the roadside. Ah. I'm so cool. After performing this act, Miss Fíliya couldn't help but praise herself in her inner world. No, it's not an earthquake. The dungeon itself is changing, Solidar said after rescanning the entire dungeon with her mana. Something like that can happen. Where? The deepest part. Fíliya raised an eyebrow. This was the first time she had ever encountered something so strange. How could a dungeon that's been explored so many times undergo a structural change? Unless. Fíliya quickly thought of a possibility. Could it be related to those 3 mimics? Well, we were heading to the deepest part anyway. That strange mana signature is quite alluring. Let's head to the deepest part, then, Fíliya suggested. This time, none of the 3 demons objected. It seemed they were also very curious about what changes had occurred in the dungeon. The tremor from before, like an earthquake, was indeed intriguing. Soon, the group arrived at the deepest part of the dungeon. And what greeted their eyes was a rather spectacular battle. However, the combatants were neither humans nor members of the demon race. In the vast area at the dungeon's core, a massive earth dragon was locked in a life-or-death struggle with several golems. The earth dragon's head was shaped like an inverted triangle, with two frightening horns protruding from its jaw. Its entire body was covered in scales as dark as obsidian, and their sharp backs alone were enough to give off an oppressive feeling. The earth dragon had blood-red, vertical pupils, which had narrowed into thin slits during the fierce struggle. This indicated that the battle with the mobile golems had reached its climax. As for the golem's design, Miss Fíliya found it to be quite unique. Typically, creations like golems are made from materials such as dirt, stone, or wood, and have runes and magical inscriptions carved onto their surfaces. But the 5 golems before Fíliya had the texture of polished metal, or rather, of machinery. Furthermore, there were no runes or inscriptions visible on their bodies whatsoever. Fire. Check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my support page. White heavy checkmark. Unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark. Receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P. Walnut Chan. Chapter 72, The King's Treasure. The golem had 2 pairs of sharp legs, which it was using to pierce the earth dragon's scales. That said, the golem's design was rather strange. Each golem stood no more than 3 meters tall, with a body length of about 5 to 6 meters. They had a single-eyed design, and what appeared to be the eye was a round, spherical object that was clearly a giant gem capable of storing mana. The golem's entire body closely resembled a giant lizard, but it had no hind legs, only 2 pairs of forelegs for attacking. Its rear half dragged on the ground like a snake, but if it were a snake, the proportions were far too short. Just as Fíliya was about to observe further, the golems seemed to sense something and all turned their heads. Human, prioritize, protection, prioritize, human, protection. The broken, mechanical voice reached Fíliya's ears, astonishing her that these golems could actually speak human language. But before Fíliya could be surprised, the golems made a remarkably coordinated decision with incredible speed. 2 of the 5 golems immediately split off and rushed toward Fíliya, while the remaining 3 took up formation and re-engaged the earth dragon. What the hell are these things? Aura stared at the 2 golems that had stopped in front of Fíliya, completely baffled. Although she could tell they were some kind of autonomous magical construct, she had never seen golems that could speak and make decisions. Fíliya, however, watched with great interest at the 2 behemoths standing before her. From the mechanical voice earlier, Fíliya easily understood that the programming of these 2 golems prioritized the protection of humans. That's why, after discovering her, a human, these 2 golems had quickly split off to prevent her from being harmed in the battle. However, although they have a core logic of protecting humans, they seem pretty dense, don't they? Is it a problem of age and disrepair? Fíliya said slowly. She said this because she noticed that ever since these 2 golems had split off to protect her, the remaining 3 were having trouble suppressing the earth dragon. The earth dragon had a rather thick tail, spiked at both ends. Each swing of its tail left a visible dent on the bodies of the autonomous golems. Hey, golem brothers, don't just stand here guarding me. Your brothers are about to be killed by the dragon. Go join the fight. Fíliya raised her hands helplessly, then hopped up and down, reaching for the golem's eye-like orb, trying to make it understand her meaning. Combat, necessary, protect human, necessary. Hearing that same low, mechanical voice, Fíliya could see that these 2 golems had no intention of going to support their comrades. So, she could only turn to Solidar. Could you give me a hand, Solidar? These golems are quite interesting, it would be a great loss if even one of them were destroyed. Can we end this quickly? At Fíliya's request, Solidar finally made her move. She simply raised her hand, and dozens of great swords, each 2 to 3 meters long, materialized above the earth dragon's head. Then, like meteors, these materialized great swords shot down toward the earth dragon's vital points. Its seemingly impenetrable scales, like obsidian, were as brittle as paper before Solidar's mass attack. Soon, the earth dragon's body was riddled with great swords. Its tail, its back, its 4 legs, even its massive head was generously gifted 3 great swords by Solidar. Hiss. The gruesome sight made Fíliya wonder if the dragon's brain had been completely scrambled. Under such a terrifying assault, the earth dragon didn't even get a chance for a final, frenzied rampage. It was pinned to the ground like a pathetic fly. The gushing blood stained the surrounding tens of meters of land, including the golems that had just been trembling before it, a deep crimson. Seeing this, Aura's body trembled involuntarily. Only now did she realize just how brave she had been to provoke Solidar back then. No wonder Solidar had said, "Aura, if you value your life, leave now." Looking back, Solidar hadn't just been holding back, she'd been holding back an entire ocean. The gap between 500 years of mana and 1,000 years was truly this immense. In that instant, she no longer held any resentment for the times Solidar had bullied her with a few punches and kicks. She was probably the most pathetic of the great demons. If it weren't for the fact that her innate magic was so perfectly suited for war, she might not have even been chosen by the Demon King to be one of the 7 sages. Thinking this, Aura couldn't help but sigh. Wow, what a luxurious way to fight. Miss Fíliya also offered her assessment of the scene before her. This was the first time she had seen Solidar use her true strength. After all, Solidar's previous daily spars with Aura were just petty squabbles using ordinary attack magic. But Solidar, I feel like you could improve this magic a bit. Fíliya added. Solidar cast a curious glance her way. Great swords are certainly effective against large targets, but they'd be hard to hit a mage with, wouldn't they? Instead of creating dozens of great swords, why not make several hundred one-handed swords, or other weapons, like long spears? That would increase your attack coverage, and the visual effect would be even more spectacular. Fíliya said excitedly. Solidar merely nodded calmly, acknowledging she understood. Although Solidar loved to research magic, she had never been particularly keen on combat. For one, it had been a long time since she'd encountered an opponent who could force her to use her full power. For another, deep down, she had no desire to fight a powerhouse who could threaten her. Just as Fíliya had said that night. Solidar admitted she was a coward, terrified of death, and would never dare to engage in a life-or-death battle with an opponent of the same caliber. I sense you're not very interested, Solidar. By the way, what's this magic of yours called? Seeing Solidar's lack of enthusiasm, Fíliya decided to continue the conversation. Magic of sword wielding. Solidar touched her chin. She had never considered giving a name to this attack style of creating and launching weapons. Not cool at all. Listen to me, let's just call it King's Treasure. Fíliya suggested with a serious expression. Solidar tilted her head. Is there some special meaning to that name? I don't know, but it sounds impressive, doesn't it? And so, the name of Solidar's magic was forcibly changed by Miss Fíliya. After finishing her chat with Solidar, Fíliya finally turned her gaze to the golems that had gathered before her. Alright, now let me see what kind of structure you have. Fíliya licked her lips with a smile, her hands moving eagerly, rubbing together like a praying mantis. Fire, check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my support page. White heavy checkmark, unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark, receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 73, a profound structure. Just as Fíliya was about to reach out and touch the part of the golem that resembled an eye, the eyes of the several golems suddenly glowed brightly with red light, while the 4 pairs of legs on their chests abruptly extended by several inches. This was a clear sign of hostility, and the target of this hostility. Fíliya subconsciously glanced at the 3 members of the demon race behind her. Just as I thought. Alert level rising. Entering level 2 readiness mode. Commencing analysis. 3 members of the demon race. Win probability is 87%, 0.03%. The light from the golem's eyes grew even more piercing. It scanned Solidar for a good while before continuing. No possibility of victory. Changing strategy. Prioritizing the human's escape. After saying this, the golem's 4 legs changed again. The tips of its legs, which had been spike-shaped, suddenly split into what looked like fingers, and it was about to grab Fíliya. Alright, it seems I need to calm these things down first. Fíliya said, snapping her fingers. Several threads of mana, ethereal blue like fine silk velvet, burst forth from Fíliya's fingertips. At incredible speed, they wrapped around the bodies of the several golems, winding dozens of times before the mana coils began to tighten. Then, the 5 golems, like tightly bound dumplings, crashed to the ground. Current situation. Understood. Cannot understand. The red light in the golem's eyes began to flash rapidly, flickering on and off. It seemed this magical creation was truly confused as to why the human it was supposed to protect would attack it. There. Just go to sleep for a bit. I'll wake you up later. Fíliya said this as she reached out and directly plucked off the large gem that represented the golem's eye. She could tell that this thing was both the mechanism for storing mana and the golem's core. Sure enough, after the gem was removed, the golem immediately fell silent. Liney, did you see that clearly? Help me shut down the other 4. Fíliya said, turning to Liney. Liney nodded quickly and did as she was told. In the span of 2 breaths, Liney had removed the eyes of the remaining 4 golems, and she handed all 4 gems to Fíliya. Just then, Fíliya noticed Lady Aura walking over with a displeased look on her face, or more precisely, in front of the golem. With a loud thump, Lady Aura landed a fierce kick on the golem's head. Then, as if that wasn't enough to vent her anger, she planted her foot directly on the golem's head. What's the meaning of 0.03%? A useless hunk of scrap metal like you. I could crush you with my bare hands. How dare you analyze me? Well. Lady Fíliya shook her head helplessly. She also remembered the golem's earlier combat analysis of the 3 demons. It seemed Aura felt insulted by the golem, which was why she was so angry. She was also very curious as to why, in the golem's calculations, it had a 0.03% chance of winning against Aura. Oh my, you really were underestimated, weren't you, Aura? You're both greater demons, but in the golem's analysis, Solidar was rated as no possibility of victory, you know. Fíliya immediately sidled up to Aura with a mischievous grin, then rested her elbow on Aura's shoulder. TCH. Looked down upon by the golem and now taunted by Lady Fíliya, Aura was so furious that she lifted her foot again and stomped on the golem's head, leaving a clear dent. Fortunately, she had some restraint, knowing Fíliya wanted to study these golems properly, so she didn't use any magical attacks. Lady Aura, the golem said its probability of defeating me was 87%. Liney said this after looking at Aura's angry face, lowering her head in thought for a moment. Huh. In response, Aura just made a confused sound, completely failing to understand what Liney meant by that. She's trying to comfort you, Aura, you who don't understand the human heart. Fíliya crouched in front of the golem, holding the several golem cores in her hands and toying with them, while not forgetting to continue her teasing of Aura. Huh. How is that comforting? And what do you mean I don't understand the human heart? I understand it far better than Solidar, don't I? Fíliya, didn't you say before that I was the most special demon you'd ever met? Have you forgotten? Aura said with her arms crossed and a defiant look on her face, though it wasn't clear what she had to be defiant about. In any case, Fíliya just gave her a perfunctory yes, 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 and then dove back into her research. Solidar had already sat down beside her, and even Liney, looking a little unhappy, chose to sit on Fíliya's other side. Hey! Don't leave me out. Liney. Can someone please pay attention to me? Liney, make some room. You can come sit on my lap. Aura, feeling neglected by the group, began to suppress her embarrassment and tried to squeeze in beside Fíliya. And Liney, apparently too kind-hearted, actually did make room for Aura. A fervent light shone in Fíliya's eyes. She slowly poured her own mana into the gemstone core and began to quietly sense what was inside. Time passed, minute by minute. Fíliya remained in this meditation-like posture for several hours. Fortunately, she had 2 greater demons standing guard beside her, so she didn't have to worry about any safety issues at all. During this process, the entire labyrinth experienced another one of those earthquakes, just like the one she had felt in the hidden room before. But because Fíliya was completely engrossed in her research, even when Solidar saw another room appear in the depths of the labyrinth, she stopped Aura, who was about to go take a look. Finally, Fíliya opened her eyes. Incredible, absolutely incredible. This gemstone has more than 10 different, mutually supporting and interlocking magical inscriptions carved into it. The advancement of this golem is simply higher than any golem I've ever seen. Fíliya exclaimed in admiration. She then quickly stood up and stretched her arms and legs, which had grown a bit sore from holding the same position for so long. Liney. Fíliya called out to Liney. Understanding implicitly, Liney walked over to Fíliya's side and began to give her a massage. During this time, this human had been constantly instilling in her all sorts of knowledge called massage. Though Liney didn't know what use this massage really had. But every time she gave Fíliya one, Fíliya would show a very pleased expression and praise her, saying her magic imitation was perfect for learning how to massage. That should count as praise, right? Fire, check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my support page. White heavy checkmark, unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark, receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 74, The Sage of Humanity. But these golems aren't very strong in combat, are they? Solidar noticed the look in Fíliya's eyes and immediately went to her side. While Fíliya was thinking, she didn't remain idle either. Seeing the other gem cores nearby, Solidar tried to analyze the magic formulas contained within one. In her view, the magic formulas inside the core were indeed exquisite, but there were many aspects she couldn't comprehend. Such intricate nested inscriptions, clearly integrating over a dozen different functional inscription magics, could have been used to make the golems individually much stronger. Yet, their creator chose to sacrifice individual combat power in exchange for linguistic functions and a sense of camaraderie. What need does a golem have for such things? Rather than making a group of weak golems learn to coordinate in battle, it would be better to just build a single, mindless, powerful golem capable of storing more mana. At least, that's what Solidar believed. Yes, individually, that's certainly true. But, Solidar, the creator of these golems, designed them this way precisely because they held a grand ideal, which is why they are as they are now. Solidar didn't reply, merely looking at Fíliya with a puzzled expression. So, Fíliya continued. Solidar, you must have analyzed it too, right? The way these dozen or so magic formulas are nested within each other is so harmonious that even after hundreds, perhaps thousands of years, not a single conflict has arisen. The structure is absolutely exquisite, yet also incredibly simple. I have no doubt that the golem's creator could have gone even further. Not just a dozen, but if she wished, she could have nested even more magic formulas, more functions, into this golem. So, Solidar, why do you think she, despite being capable, ultimately chose not to do so? The smile on Fíliya's face grew brighter, and her eyes seemed to hold the twinkle of crushed starlight. I don't know. Solidar shook her head honestly, almost afraid to look at Fíliya's smile. It was the first time she had seen Fíliya with such a bright, genuinely kind smile, free of any malicious intent. This smile was completely different from her usual teasing smirk and possessed a destructive power all its own. If the collapsed golems before them were Fíliya's treasure, then that smile was clearly Solidar's treasure. My guess is that she did this intentionally. Although she could have continued nesting more functions, further perfecting these golems, she had to consider making it easy for future generations to understand and replicate. Because this is the legacy she left for posterity. It's not that she was incapable of increasing the golem's individual combat strength, but that doing so would have made them much harder for later generations to analyze. What she must have wanted was for her successors to first understand her legacy. As for power, later generations could always improve upon it. After all, the magic formulas she left behind are both exquisite and easy to work with. Besides, I discovered something else from these formulas. This golem seems to come in various models. The 5 we encountered are combat types, but there are other models for tidying rooms, tilling fields, cooking automatically, and so on. This is just fascinating. From this point, I can roughly guess what kind of person she was. It's truly incredible. To have such profound magical attainments and yet love humanity so much. The purpose behind her golem creation seems to be entirely for the ideal of making life better for future generations. It's precisely because they needed to serve humans that she added the seemingly unnecessary and performance-hindering linguistic function. Just how good a person could she be, honestly? Fíliya chuckled softly, her hand stroking back and forth over the gem core. Solidar, on the other hand, wore a thoughtful expression, still processing Fíliya's words. But just then, Aura interjected. Are you saying some human mage who lived hundreds, or even thousands of years ago, created golems to serve future generations just to make their lives easier? Is she insane? Aura scratched her head, completely unable to comprehend why any human would do such a thing. Aura, this is the difference between humans and the demon race. Your kind would never leave anything behind for your weaker descendants, would you? Perhaps that's the core reason for your defeat. Aura was at a loss for words. And she's no lunatic, she's a true saint. Solidar, see. Humans are super complex, aren't they? Monsters more cold-blooded and cruel than any demon can often appear among them, but when they are good, they can give rise to truly selfless saints. Solidar, if you really want to understand humanity, to study them thoroughly, you can't just rely on chance encounters. One day, you'll have to walk among the crowds. Yes, with me. Still lost in thought, Solidar felt her heart tremble slightly upon hearing Fíliya's words. Fíliya's casual remark seemed to contain another new promise. It also made Solidar realize something: her title of humanity expert was likely undeserved. After all, how could a humanity expert possibly be afraid of crowds, especially compared to Fíliya, who actively approached the demon race and even lived with a demon like herself? Her own purity in the subject was simply too low. Oh, right. I also discovered something interesting. As she said this, Fíliya's gaze towards Aura finally revealed a hint of mockery. Aura froze, not understanding why the flavor of Fíliya's smile had suddenly changed. While I was studying these golems just now, I also discovered that their creator seems to have designated your demon race as the greatest threat, the kind that needs to be prioritized for elimination. It seems even humans from 1,000 years ago thoroughly detested demons. Fíliya said with a smile. And no, that can't be right. Weren't we standing right here just now? Those 5 hunks of metal were clearly attacking that earth dragon. Aura retorted. Regarding that point, perhaps it's because I was present. Besides, when we encountered them, they were already at war with a monster. We were relatively far away. Even if the demon race has a higher priority, they couldn't just abandon an opponent they were already fighting. Once the earth dragon was dead, didn't they immediately surround you too and prepare to attack? Fíliya continued to stare at Aura with a provocative gaze. Fire, check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my support page. White heavy checkmark, unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark, receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 75, Can't Stop Courting Death. TCH, so what do you plan to do? If you have the ability, why don't you take us through time? If you can manage that, I wouldn't mind apologizing to this golem's master. Aura said with a defiant look on her face. Traveling through time. That's an interesting subject. But unfortunately, according to the principle of irreversibility, time cannot be reversed. Ever since I first learned this theory, I've been trying to refute it, but as of now, it remains close to absolute. Fíliya ignored Aura's defiant expression. What do you mean? Close to absolute. The defiance on Aura's face was instantly wiped away, as Fíliya's words had somewhat frightened her. The principle of irreversibility was a concept that Solidar and Fíliya had already explained to Aura back at the abandoned shipyard. While learning about the history of human magic, Aura had come to realize just how correct this principle was. And now, the very human who had taught her the principle of irreversibility was saying that this principle was merely close to absolute. How should I explain this to you, Aura? Fíliya hesitated, wanting to say more but holding back. She delved deep into the world of the system store in her mind. There. Magic to travel through time lay quietly at the very top. Although its cost was a horrifying 300 million, far more than the magic to transform humans into demons, its existence proved that traveling through time was not impossible. And if time travel was possible, then the principle of irreversibility was naturally not absolute. Thinking this, Fíliya shook her head. She was at a bit of a loss as to how to explain it to Aura. She certainly couldn't tell Aura, I know that magic to travel through time exists in this world, and it's right here in my mind. You're just being stubborn. Seeing Fíliya stunned into silence, Aura felt she had found an opportunity to strike back. But just then, Solidar stepped forward. The principle of irreversibility is indeed not absolute. Solidar said slowly. Solidar's calm voice immediately captured everyone's attention. Both Fíliya and Aura stared at Solidar in astonishment. Fíliya, of course, was also shocked, wondering how on earth Solidar was going to prove it. Far beyond the northern plateau, in a forest near the Empire, there stands a goddess's monument. Inscribed on it is a goddess's magic that we of the demon race cannot comprehend. Its effect seems to allow a person to return to the last point in time they touch the monument. Solidar's words struck Fíliya like a clap of thunder and also gave Aura a fright. The goddess's monument. Fíliya had heard of these things. There were a total of 10 such monuments in the world, each inscribed with terrifyingly powerful magic. Human kingdoms also had these monuments, but the magic on them could never be analyzed, and thus could not be learned by humans. Fíliya hadn't expected there to be magic capable of sending someone back to the past. But the effect of this goddess's monument was clearly much weaker than the one in her system store. It could only return someone to the last point of contact, not very flexible at all. Besides, if you'd never touched the monument, wouldn't it be completely meaningless? What? Such a thing exists. Back when I followed the Demon King and conquered the entire northern continent, I never heard of anything like this. Solidar, are you making up stories to trick me? Why don't I know about it? Aura said, her face a picture of shock, her tone full of suspicion towards Solidar. Because you are Aura. In response to Aura's rebuttal, Solidar simply offered this light reply, a hint of pity in her eyes. What do you mean? Don't think you can look down on me just because I can't beat you. Okay, I was wrong. Under Solidar's sharp gaze, Miss Aura, who had wanted to preserve her dignity in front of Liney, once again performed her signature lightspeed submission. After submitting, Aura nervously glanced at Liney's reaction, as if terrified her standing in Liney's eyes would fall. In response to Aura's gaze, Liney just tilted her head in confusion, completely unaware of why Lady Aura was staring at her. Lady Aura is no match for Lady Solidar at all, so showing weakness to Lady Solidar is perfectly normal. Why would Lady Aura feel ashamed? She wondered. Question mark. Suddenly, a spark flashed through Fíliya's mind. Why was Solidar so certain about the effect of that goddess's monument? Could it be that Solidar had already experienced time travel once before? With this question in mind, Fíliya spoke up. Solidar, how do you know the effect of that goddess's monument? Initially, Solidar didn't want to answer Fíliya's question. But after a moment's hesitation, she figured that if she didn't give Fíliya a reasonable explanation, Fíliya would surely pester her endlessly. After all, Fíliya's curiosity was in no way inferior to her own. True, if their positions were reversed and Fíliya said something that piqued her curiosity, she would definitely pester Fíliya as well. I might as well tell her. The Demon King is long dead anyway. And so, Solidar began to speak. 80 years ago, I encountered Frieren, whose mind had traveled to the past. The Demon King told me this. He sensed a distortion in time and space, so he sent me and 3 other great demons to ambush the hero's party. Of course, the most important objective was to kill and analyze Frieren's memories of the next 80 years. At the time, we thought it was a good opportunity to turn the tide of the unfavorable situation. And then you failed. Fíliya chuckled lightly. The current outcome made that conclusion obvious. Yes. Solidar nodded calmly. She held no lingering attachments to the past, now, she only wanted to quietly walk alongside a certain someone. I see. I never thought you'd actually fought Frieren. Say, what does Frieren look like? I've never seen another elf. Fíliya asked with great interest. If you wish to see, I can share my memories of that time with you. However, the process will be somewhat painful. After all, the human body is quite fragile. Huh. Upon hearing Solidar's words, Aura immediately cried out, drawing out the syllable. Solidar, you've really got it bad. You're even willing to do something like sharing memories. Aren't you spoiling Fíliya too much? I've long suspected something was off about you too, and now it seems. It was clear Miss Aura had a death wish. Fortunately for her, she had a subordinate who was willing to look out for her safety. Because Liney quickly ran over, first bowing to Solidar with an apologetic and nervous expression, and only then covering Aura's mouth and dragging her to the side. Of course, this was also thanks to Miss Aura's cooperation, as she had already seen the murderous look in Solidar's eyes. Fire, check out the new story releases. Fire. A 25% discount is active on my support page. White heavy checkmark, unlock a 40 chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark, receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 76, Memories from 1,000 years ago. Well, we don't need to go as far as sharing memories. I've seen a statue of Frieren. But statues are colorless, so it definitely can't compare to the real person. Solidar. Just tell me her hair color, and I can pretty much picture her. Fíliya said with a smile. She and Solidar, in a moment of perfect understanding, completely ignored Miss Aura. White. Solidar's reply was exceptionally concise. White, and with white twin tails. The old hag's style is surprisingly cute. Fíliya nodded, and was immediately met with Solidar lifting her chin. Solidar. Fíliya tested the waters nervously. She didn't know what Solidar was angry about. It couldn't be because she'd said old hag, could it? That's highly likely. Fortunately, Solidar didn't use much force, merely giving Fíliya a small warning. Seeing Solidar let go and her expression return to its usual calm, Fíliya finally continued speaking. By the way, Solidar, doesn't that mean Frieren already knows what you look like in your name? Fíliya asked the question that had been bothering her. In response, Solidar just shook her head calmly. No. When I fought the hero's party, I was just a support unit hiding and assisting from the sidelines. As you know, if I'm not 100% certain of victory, I won't show my face. That is my secret to a long life. Solidar said this with a smile. What secret to a long life? A coward is a coward. You're even more of a coward than I am. I'm not afraid to show my face in front of humans, and I still survive to the end. That's the skill of the great Lady Aura. Another ill-timed voice piped up. This time, it was no use even with Liney pulling at Aura, trying to cover her mouth. In a flash, Solidar delivered a flying kick that sent Aura flying dozens of meters into a wall, embedding her body deep within the stonework. When Aura fell down, her eyes rolling back, everyone could see the human-shaped imprint left on the stone wall. Sigh. Fíliya could only let out a helpless sigh at this. This Aura, why does she never learn? Always looking for trouble. When Solidar returned to Fíliya's side, even Fíliya gulped. An angry expression still lingered on Solidar's face, but the procedure Fíliya wanted to perform next required Solidar's cooperation, so Fíliya could only look at Solidar with an ingratiating smile. Solidar, I need you to help me with one more thing. Of course, if you're not willing, we can also rest for a while. Hearing this, Solidar just closed her eyes and took several deep breaths. Only then did she calm down and look at Fíliya. She nodded. Phew. Seeing that Solidar was willing to cooperate, Fíliya also breathed a sigh of relief. I want to try to deeply trace the residual thoughts left on these golems. But because they're so ancient, I estimate my own mana is far from sufficient. I understand. Solidar nodded. Ever since Fíliya completed the grimoire, Fíliya's pain control, she had entered the gateway to the mental domain. Within a few days, Fíliya learned to read memories. After all, memory reading is a very basic operation in the mental domain. And through continuous practice, Fíliya soon progressed to the point where she could trace the residual thoughts left on objects. Even Solidar had to admit that Fíliya was indeed the human with the most terrifying talent she had ever seen. But the act of reading residual thoughts on objects wasn't something you could do just because you wanted to. Different objects could carry completely different amounts of fragmented thoughts, and this had nothing to do with the object's size or any other factor. It was entirely unpredictable. If an object didn't have enough residual thoughts, it would be impossible to read them successfully, no matter how proficient you were with mental magic. Fortunately, there were 5 autonomous golems right in front of them. The thoughts from all 5 golems combined should be just about enough for Miss Fíliya. Fíliya once again immersed herself in meditation. Once she entered research mode, she would cast aside her usual frivolous demeanor and become completely absorbed, forgetting to eat or sleep. Her hand, meanwhile, remained linked with Solidar's, as she needed to draw on Solidar's mana this way. As her meditation deepened, Fíliya finally saw what she had been searching for. There were 2 figures, one tall, the other small and cute. But Fíliya immediately realized that the smaller one was perhaps the truly elder of the 2. After all, those pointed ears were so conspicuous. This elf had pure white hair. Unlike the statues of later generations, she wore her hair down completely, a style that added a dreamlike beauty to her appearance. A faint melancholy was hidden between the white-haired elf's brows, and her eyes held a strange sadness, which puzzled Fíliya. She recognized her completely. This white-haired elf was clearly Frieren, but she felt that this version of Frieren was somehow different from the image she knew from historical records and legends. Frieren had this kind of world-weary image. How strange. But this scene was from 1,000 years before her own time. Even a staid life form like an elf would surely undergo some changes. Fíliya quickly reasoned this out. The real person is indeed countless times more vivid than a statue. She commented from an observer's perspective. Then, the person next to Frieren, why did she also look so familiar? Fíliya was puzzled. This woman, who looked very mature, so much so that she could have been her own mother, gave her a strange feeling. This human woman had orange hair woven into a thick, long braid that hung down her back, reaching all the way to the backs of her knees. Her simple, elegant long dress naturally gave off a friendly feeling. She wore sandals and leggings on her legs. These decorative items didn't matter much. What puzzled Fíliya the most was, of course, her face. That face. Fíliya was certain that although it wasn't a perfect match to the shadow in her memory, she had definitely seen it somewhere before. Where was it? Fíliya thought, and then it suddenly came to her. Right. It was her. What she had seen back then was the childhood form of this legendary great human mage. She finally dredged the woman's name from the sea of her memories. Wasn't she the disciple that Ciri, the god of magic, cared about most, though Ciri herself would never admit it? Lady Flam. Fire fresh content has just dropped. Fire new history, it's over. I'm surrounded by the Danmaki goddesses. Fire. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark, unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 80 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut Chan on P. Chapter 77, had I known, I would have agreed. The images of the memory began to flow. Fíliya saw the legendary great mage, Flam, proudly showing her creation to Frieren. Before the 2 of them, a golem of the same model, though much smaller than a combat type at just over 2 meters tall, was setting a pot over a fire. It then swiftly chopped a pile of vegetables and meat, tossing everything into the pot to cook. Its extra pair of feet simultaneously handled the seasoning and stirred the ingredients. Flam always invents such strange things, doesn't she? Frieren said this with a blank expression, her eyes betraying a complete lack of interest in anything and everything. A cold gust of wind blew past, lifting the hem of Frieren's dress, but she neither brushed back the hair dancing in the wind nor held down her skirt. She just stood there on the grass, like a wooden doll. It's Teacher Flam. Really, Frieren, since you agreed to be my disciple, why can't you remember how to address me? Flam turned to look at Frieren, a hint of helplessness in her eyes, but it was overshadowed by fondness. She knew her elven disciple was going through a low point in her life, so she was willing to show Frieren more patience. I'll remember it someday. Frieren's tone was completely devoid of warmth. But Flam didn't mind. She just sighed with a touch of emotion. Someday, huh? I wonder if I'll ever get to hear you call me teacher before I'm on my deathbed. As Flam spoke, she pulled Frieren down to sit by the fire. Watching her own golem's cooking motions, which would look slightly comical to a human, a bit of a smile returned to Flam's face. After hearing Flam's words, Frieren fell silent again. It was unclear what she was thinking, but she soon lifted her head. Teacher Flam, she said. Flam was slightly taken aback, then, as if unable to hold back her laughter, she patted Frieren's head. That makes me happy, Frieren. But it feels like something is missing if you only say it after being reminded. I want you to remember this title as a habit, just like the mana concealment I had you practice. Only then will your teacher be truly happy. I will try. Frieren said with some hesitation. In response, Flam just quietly ruffled her disciple's hair again. Frieren really is an honest child, Flam thought. To say, I will try, at a time like this instead of, I understand, in terms of emotional intelligence, this child isn't very clever. But, that's also part of Frieren's charm. The scene fell into a brief silence as the two quietly waited for the golem to finish preparing dinner. Frieren rested her chin on her knees, her eyes fixed on the flame before her. The occasional crackle of the dancing flames always sparked infinite imagination in the quiet night. Finally, a flicker of curiosity ignited in the heart of the elf named Frieren. She looked up at her master and asked. Flam. Teacher, why did you create a golem with no combat ability? Flam looked at Frieren with some surprise. After all, ever since she had rescued her, this elf had been as quiet as a clam, rarely asking questions on her own initiative. So, her tone was noticeably more joyful than before as she replied. I did consider making combat-capable golems, but we can talk about those later. For now, this cooking model is my first batch of creations. As for why? As Flam spoke, her expression became profound. Do you want to take a guess, Frieren? Flam asked in a coaxing tone. In response, Frieren just quietly lowered her head again, rested her chin on her knees, and even closed her eyes. All right. Flam shook her head helplessly. Asking this girl Frieren to guess a human's thoughts was a bit too much for her. So, Flam cleared her throat and said slowly. Because, in the world of the future, it would be very inconvenient for humanity if things like this didn't exist, right? Flam said softly, her eyes filled with boundless dreams for humanity's future. The world of the future. The moment Flam uttered the first syllable, Frieren had already opened her eyes again and was looking at her master. But she couldn't quite comprehend the future her master spoke of. Was that future in a few years, a few decades, or a few centuries? For an elf, who has no concept of time, future was an overly ambiguous word. Yes, an era when the world is at peace. Although I don't know if it will be in decades or centuries, humanity will surely see such a day. Flam said with a confident tone. But unlike Flam's positive and resolute tone, Frieren's attitude was far more pessimistic. Peace. I cannot imagine a future that I don't even know when will arrive. Frieren's heart was truly lacking in something like hope, so her view on many things tended to be negative. Flam, of course, knew this. But she didn't rush to comfort Frieren, merely looking at her disciple quietly, her eyes filled with a gentle light. Even if you can't imagine it, you will definitely reach it, Frieren. You will surely meet such an era. Since it was only a residual thought from the golem, this image of the past soon finished playing. Fíliya felt a wave of emotion. Although this memory from 1,000 years ago didn't contain any powerful magic that she could greatly benefit from, it was a treasure in itself. At least, it was for Fíliya. I never expected the great human mage, Flam, to have this kind of personality. Such a wonderful big sister figure. It's a shame she's separated from my era by 1,000 years. I really want to talk to her while she was alive. Through this memory, Flam's image grew even grander in Fíliya's mind. That adorable little thing from her childhood had grown up to become such a dependable and reliable mentor. This is the beauty of humanity, she thought. At the same time, there was something else in the vision that caught her attention. The relationship between Frieren and Flam. There are no records stating that Flam and Frieren had a master-disciple relationship. This was a completely new historical discovery. And Fíliya suddenly realized something. Flam was Ciri's disciple, and Frieren was Flam's disciple. She had just nodded her head back then when Ciri offered to take her as a disciple. She would be of the same lineage as Flam. Wouldn't that make her Frieren Senior? Then when I meet Frieren in the future, I can totally pull rank on her. Maybe I could even playfully tug her twin tails. Ah, I should have agreed. What a pity. Miss Fíliya shook her head with a look of regret. Fire new stories are available now. Fire. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 78, Severing Magic. Hey, Solidar, what kind of person do you think Flem was? Fíliya collected her thoughts and then looked at the member of the demon race beside her. Since she had borrowed Solidar's mana, she had essentially just read that scene together with Solidar. Solidar's pupils dilated slightly. She clearly hadn't expected Fíliya to ask her such a question, so she had no choice but to think it over. A powerful and great human mage, I suppose. Solidar said slowly, but the unnatural tone of her voice immediately made Fíliya laugh. Pfft, never mind, I won't force you. It's no fun making you say things you don't mean. You definitely don't really think that, right? Fíliya laughed and nudged Solidar's shoulder with her own. Solidar fell silent, wondering if her expression was really that obvious. This girl could accurately see through her thoughts every single time. Fíliya didn't continue teasing Solidar and instead went on. Sigh, what a shame. Why couldn't I have been born 1,000 years earlier? I really wish I could have met such a great figure and had a long talk with her. Fíliya's tone held a hint of genuine emotion, which made Solidar feel a bit choked up inside. But if I had been born 1,000 years ago, I'd be a pile of bones by now, and I wouldn't have been able to meet you at such an opportune time, Solidar. After lamenting about that figure from a millennium ago, Fíliya immediately looked at Solidar with an expression of relief. Looking at Fíliya's smiling face, Solidar was momentarily stunned. And she suddenly realized that the choked-up feeling from just a moment ago had vanished in an instant, without a trace. Fíliya, do you really want to talk with that Flam? Solidar asked quickly, as if eager to find a new topic. Of course. She's such an interesting person, it's a shame that I couldn't live in the same era as her, no matter how you look at it. Fíliya said calmly. But, the peaceful future that Flam hoped for. Solidar seemed to hesitate, trailing off. Yes, it's quite obvious. The peaceful future Flam spoke of is probably a future where the demon race is completely eradicated. Fíliya's tone remained steady, betraying no fluctuation whatsoever. Doesn't that conflict with your ideals? Solidar asked nervously. Not at all. Flam wanted to completely eradicate the demon race for the sake of peace, and I dream of remodeling the demon race also for the sake of peace. I think Flam and I would actually get along quite well. Is that so? Solidar felt inexplicably nervous, though she didn't know what she was nervous about. Well, Flam was certainly great, and her vision was unique. She completely predicted the world 1,000 years from now. She must have already foreseen the future after the Demon King was defeated, which is why she left something behind for humanity in advance. But there were things she couldn't see, too. A saint like Flam, even with the most malicious speculation, probably couldn't imagine just how low humanity's bottom line is. If the demon race were completely eradicated, would humans really be able to live in peace and happiness? I, for one, remain skeptical. I, on the other hand, believe the demon race shouldn't be completely wiped out. Only when the demon race and humanity pose a mutual threat, maintaining a state of opposition and vigilance, can a relatively stable peace be formed. Of course, the prerequisite for this situation is still the same: the demon race must stop eating people. Human-eating demons are an aberration that needs to be destroyed, while non-human-eating demons are a different race to be wary of. The definition of the demon race must be changed to at least that extent. Speaking of which, that reminds me of a secret I learned while studying in the imperial capital. Fíliya abruptly changed the subject. She suddenly began recounting the secret she had heard during her student days in a storytelling tone. It wasn't just Solidar who was curious about Fíliya's words now, even Aura and Liney gathered around Fíliya obediently, like good students. This will be news to the demon race. Did you know that when I was a student, a new school of magic was born in the imperial capital? Fíliya built up the suspense, finding great satisfaction in the clear bewilderment in Aura's eyes, which indulged her penchant for lecturing others. The name of this new school is the Magic of Annihilation. They dream of eliminating all magic in the world, returning the entire world to an era without magic. After saying this, Fíliya immediately observed the three demons' reactions. Solidar and Liney were only slightly shocked and didn't say much. Only Aura jumped to her feet at once. Idiots like that exist. Mere humans dare to dream of annihilating magic. Seeing Aura's reaction, Fíliya nodded with satisfaction. Aura, I could just die for you. As expected, you're the one to give me some emotional value. Solidar and Liney are a little too calm. Fíliya looked at Aura with an expression of fond pity, but thankfully, Aura was in the throes of anger and didn't notice it. Not only do these guys dare to think it, they dare to do it. In fact, this magic of annihilation school has been growing steadily and has even been granted an audience with the high command of the Empire. As Fíliya spoke, her expression finally turned somewhat displeased. Question time. Solidar, you tell me, why would the high command of the Empire accept the philosophy of this magic of annihilation school? Faced with Fíliya's question, Solidar gave her answer after a moment's thought. Control. Upon hearing that one word, Fíliya snapped her fingers. Exactly. The current empire is merely a remnant of the largest unified empire in human history. They must dream of restoring their territory to its historical peak, which is why they're so actively preparing for war. Once they've swallowed up all the surrounding nations, this magic of annihilation school will come in handy. First, they use magic to conquer the lands, then they annihilate all magic, leaving the occupied nations powerless to resist. When the world no longer has powerful individuals who can change the tide of battle single-handedly or overthrow nations with personal might, the rule of the empire can last forever. I suspect that's what they're thinking. Hey, Solidar, tell me, if the great mage Flam knew that the future she envisioned contained a nation that would turn on its own kind the moment its foreign wars ended, how heartbroken would she be? Fíliya said this with a cold expression, muttering to herself, then added. However, I personally have no interest in humanity's infighting. What I care about is this magic of annihilation school itself. I cannot accept a world without magic. Therefore, no matter who he is, as long as he truly harbors the ambition to annihilate magic, he, or they, will be my mortal enemy. __. Fire new stories are available now. Fire. Genshin Impact, starting by stuffing Columbina. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 79, Fíliya never trusts politics. When Fíliya said this, the three demons were all stunned. It was the first time they had ever felt such palpable killing intent from Fíliya. Just then, Solidar suddenly realized something. True to her reputation as someone who has studied humans for centuries, Solidar made a connection even though Fíliya hadn't mentioned that individual at all. So she spoke up. If the Empire's goal is to eliminate powerful individuals with absolute personal might, then there is one target who must be a thorn in their side. After saying this, Solidar felt a slight tinge of regret. She was puzzled, finding it hard to understand herself. Why would she voluntarily bring up the matter of that powerful elf? Sigh. Fíliya's influence on me might be greater than I anticipated. She gave a wry smile. You have a point, Solidar. If it comes to that, the Empire might actually make a move on Ciri. But I find it hard to believe. I can't imagine any possibility of Ciri being attacked. Forget it. That's too far removed from our current situation. It's not our place to worry about it. Although Fíliya said this, she had her own doubts. She truly couldn't imagine any means that could threaten Ciri, but as the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. When I return to the Continental Magic Association, should I find a chance to warn Ciri? I have a feeling the god of magic would just treat it as a joke. Whatever, I'll deal with future problems in the future. Liney watched Fíliya and Solidar's exchange, feeling completely lost. The earlier part of the conversation, she had understood. But who was Ciri? She had no idea, not that she particularly cared. In any case, Fíliya ended her discussion with Solidar, and then the two of them stood up from the ground. Was there another earthquake while I was meditating for the first time? Fíliya's gaze swept across the deepest part of the labyrinth. She had already noticed the wall that was different from how she remembered it at the beginning. Solidar nodded, and was about to say something else, but Fíliya quickly covered her mouth. Don't. Whatever you do, don't tell me. Fíliya's tone was extremely anxious. She was genuinely afraid Solidar would spoil what was behind that wall for her. So, Solidar could only shake her head helplessly, indicating she wouldn't speak again. Only then did Fíliya let her go. Good, let's have a look. After letting go of Solidar, Fíliya grinned and approached the stone door, while the three demons followed tacitly behind her. Once Fíliya got close enough, the stone door rumbled and opened on its own. Whoa. Fíliya quickly shielded her eyes, as the light emanating from within was quite blinding. It was a mountain of gold coins. These small, round objects, due to the vibration from the door opening, were still trickling down from the top of the pile, making a pleasant, crisp sound. Many people would probably consider this shade of gold the most beautiful color in the world, even feeling the urge to dive into the pile of coins and swim around in it. But for Miss Fíliya, this kind of direct material reward was not a high priority. Her attention was, as expected, fixed on the treasure chest in the center of the room, one that looked rather plain and even a little dirty. As if enchanted, she lunged toward the chest with a fanatical expression. "Fíliya, I'm sorry, but this chest is also a mimic." Watching Fíliya hug the chest, stroking it over and over as if she couldn't bear to part with it, Solidar hesitated for several seconds before deciding whether to tell Fíliya the truth. I'm not listening. Fíliya clung tightly to the chest, refusing to let go, just like a stubborn child. "This is another opportunity granted to me by the great goddess. I believe this chest is definitely not a mimic. It's the 1 in 100 surprise." Fíliya said this with a completely serious face, though she didn't have a shred of faith in the great goddess. That didn't stop her from using her name to bolster her argument. "She's hopeless." Aura shook her head at the sight. Laini followed her master's example. In the end, Solidar didn't try to dissuade Fíliya any further. She knew full well that Fíliya was the type to never give up, even if it meant banging her head against a brick wall. Seeing that no one else was commenting, Fíliya affectionately lingered with the chest in her arms for a while longer before she finally brought herself to open it slowly. In that instant, the three demons subconsciously closed their eyes, because the image of being eaten by a mimic was just too painful to watch. But, several seconds passed, and Fíliya's imagined screams for help yet never came. This made Solidar involuntarily open her eyes. And so she saw Fíliya sitting cross-legged in front of the chest with an excited expression, holding a thick book whose cover alone radiated a sense of history. Did Fíliya actually win her bet? Solidar and Aura exchanged a glance, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. "Humph, didn't expect that, did you? This is what you call, those who believe in miracles are as incredible as miracles themselves. You have to open 3 fake chests, then defeat a powerful monster and 5 golem creations. If the final treasury still contained a fake chest, that would be completely unreasonable. It seems the creator of this labyrinth had at least a little bit of conscience. There really was something good in the chest after all. You may call me the gambling master." Fíliya said with a grin, then immediately immersed herself in the book before her. Seeing this, Solidar slowly approached. She had grown accustomed to this feeling of walking to Fíliya's side. "What kind of grimoire is this?" This isn't a grimoire. It's more like a journal of insights. It's written all about reflections on meditation, along with some personal experiences. It records several tips for concentrating quickly and methods for accelerating mana training. Sounds very useful for Fíliya. Solidar commented. "It's more than useful. As you know, I'm not very good at meditation. I'll take my time absorbing the experience of my predecessors." Fíliya chuckled lightly as she looked at Solidar. "It's just that the characters are a bit hard to understand. The writing style is a bit archaic, and some of the characters I have to study carefully." As Fíliya spoke, she handed the notebook to Solidar. When Solidar indicated she didn't need it, she offered it to Aura. "Ah. Why give it to me? We of the demon race don't need to read this kind of thing." Although Aura took the notebook, her expression was one of slight disdain. She flipped through a few pages casually before returning it to Fíliya, completely uninterested. Tisk, right. After all, as long as the demon race lives, their mana grows steadily, without needing to train like humans and elves. Damn it, that part is really enviable. Fíliya clicked her tongue in annoyance. Even she had to admit that although the demon race had fallen to their current state, they were truly the favored children of magic and mana. __. Fire new stories are available now. Fire. Genshin Impact, starting by stuffing Columbina. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 80, Magic prepared for a world of peace. After complaining softly, Fíliya put away the thick notebook and then looked at the other book in the treasure chest. It was a book with a pure white cover and ornate gold trim. Unlike the old notebook from before, it had a distinct, premium feel, which was why Miss Fíliya had saved it for last. But when Fíliya held the grimoire in her hands, she couldn't help but break into a wry smile. Because written on the cover were several large, shimmering gold words. Magic for easy sugar production. Well, how should I put this? While it wasn't the kind of magic with immense power she had imagined, it was certainly a treasured magic. After all, sugar was practically a hard currency in any country, in any city. Fíliya recalled some agricultural literature she had occasionally skimmed through in moments of boredom. 100 years ago, sugar was still a luxury for humanity, something only royals and nobles could enjoy regularly. After the Demon King was defeated, humans reclaimed vast territories, and on this recovered land, they rediscovered many sweet vegetables and fruits. From then on, humanity's sugar production efforts never ceased. However, when it came to actually processing many of these sweet-tasting fruits into sugar, they yielded only a tiny amount. It was often more satisfying to just eat the fruit directly. Consequently, humanity's sugar industry stagnated for a time, until a mage who left no name, or rather, chose not to leave one, succeeded in climbing onto the back of a rare monster, the celestial dragon, advancing the industry. The celestial dragon is a colossal monster. Legend says its body could be considered a small, new continent. Yet, this monster could fly, soaring tens of thousands of meters high in the sky, its flight never ceasing until the end of its life. Because the celestial dragon's back was completely isolated from the normal world, it formed a completely different ecosystem. Many new plants, never before seen in the human world, grew upon its back. When the celestial dragon falls, the world will surely face considerable trouble, landslides and tsunamis would be the least of it. But such a disaster, existing in the distant future and fundamentally uncertain, would surely not be taken seriously by the current human world. In any case, it was on the back of the celestial dragon that the nameless mage found the seed of a certain plant. After being cultivated by human scholars, this seed successfully grew into a uniquely shaped crop. Moreover, its stalk was edible and incredibly sweet. Upon realizing how sweet it was, people immediately tried to use it for sugar production, and the results were unexpectedly good, far exceeding human expectations. Thus, after this plant burst onto the scene, the common people of the human world finally had the privilege of tasting sweetness. As for this, magic for easy sugar production. Fíliya calmed her mind and carefully examined it. It wasn't a magic that created sugar out of thin air, but one meant to be used in conjunction with certain sugar production methods. Using this magic, combined with the sugar-making processes humanity had already developed, could easily multiply the yield of sugar several times over. Without a doubt, this was another spell meant to benefit future generations. Who would write such a magic into a grimoire and pass it down to posterity? Fíliya casually flipped the grimoire to the last page. There, in the final signature, the 3 large characters for Flam were clearly visible. How interesting. Of the 99 so-called grimoires of the great mage Flam circulating in the world, you could find 101 fakes. To think I'd actually encounter a genuine one. Fíliya contentedly stroked the grimoire's cover. As for why you could find 101 fakes among 99 books, it was, of course, because countless people wanted to use the name of the great mage Flam to swindle others. Some were filled with pure nonsense with Flam's name slapped on, while others took ordinary magic, branded it with the name Flam, and sold it off as high-level magic. Who could blame them? Flam's name was just that useful. Which profiteer wouldn't want to exploit such a renowned figure in human history? Perhaps this was just one example of how the dead are more useful than the living. Solitaire took the book from Fíliya's hands, a hint of doubt on her face. She quickly flipped through it, and after finishing, she looked at Fíliya with a puzzled expression. This is Flam's grimoire? I don't understand. Why would Flam leave behind such a meaningless magic? She was humanity's great mage. Why didn't she pass down her most powerful attack magic? In her time, she must have slain countless members of the demon race, and she hated them so much. Wouldn't it have been better to leave behind some powerful combat spells? Solitaire voiced her question. Fíliya chuckled, putting the grimoire away before continuing. An interesting question. Allow me to try and answer it. Well, because Flam wasn't arrogant. Although she was a powerful human mage, she didn't believe her magic would remain cutting-edge forever. In her view, her combat magic would inevitably be surpassed by later generations. Future mages would certainly research and iterate upon new magic, creating more effective ways to deal with the demon race. Therefore, she felt her own combat magic held little significance for posterity. And that's precisely what happened. If we were to discuss which magic poses the greatest threat to the demon race now, I'm sure I don't need to say much. You've already experienced it. That, ordinary attack magic, is the culmination of modern human wisdom. It's a magic derived from the demon race, and it's also the most efficient magic for killing them. After realizing this, Flam shifted her focus and began researching things like golems. What she wanted to leave for humanity were spells for convenient living, the kind of magic needed for that peaceful world she dreamed of. Fíliya slowly finished her analysis. But to Solitaire's ears, her words left a somewhat bitter taste. Because every time Fíliya mentioned Flam, the unconcealable admiration in her words made Solitaire incredibly envious. When discussing magic with her, Fíliya rarely showed such an expression. Fíliya, she had only seen a residual image of Flam once, through lingering thoughts, yet she acted as if she knew her so well. Solitaire had heard of friendships that transcend age among humans, but she'd never heard of humans who lived in completely different eras yet could share such a deep, intuitive connection. You really like that phlegm that much, don't you, Fíliya? __. Fire new stories are available now. Fire. Genshin Impact, starting by stuffing Columbina. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 81, for those who come after. I want to see her. I really want to see her. Fíliya's mind was completely focused on her thoughts. Anyone else would have given up immediately upon realizing the person they wanted to meet had lived 1,000 years ago. But Fíliya didn't. She just kept thinking, pondering what methods she would need to achieve her goal. If I used that, it might just work. In this mental storm, she had actually found a glimmer of possibility. Having made up her mind, she didn't try it right away. Instead, she collected her thoughts and turned to look at Solitaire beside her. Let's call it a day. I'm a bit tired. Fíliya said, taking a few more steps forward before grabbing a handful of gold coins and putting them in her pocket. But to Solitaire's surprise, Fíliya only took that one handful. The remaining pile of gold, like a small mountain, seemed to be completely ignored by her. It wasn't just her, Aura also came closer with a curious look, asking Fíliya why she didn't take it all. If I took it all, those who come later would surely be disappointed, right? To go through all the trouble of exploring a dungeon, only to find the treasure was already taken by someone before them. Besides, you only need enough gold. Taking too much just takes up space. Fíliya said with a calm expression. This way of thinking, considering those who come later, was clearly influenced by the human sage. This was Miss Fíliya's form of tribute. Not only that, but after giving up on the shimmering sea of gold before her, Fíliya took out a grimoire from her personal bag. It was the very one she had created herself, Pain Control. It seemed she felt that since she had taken the personal notes of the great mage Flam, as well as another grimoire, she might as well leave something of her own as compensation for future adventurers. Whether the two were of equal value was clearly not part of Fíliya's consideration, she just wanted to satisfy her own conscience. After placing her grimoire inside the treasure chest, Fíliya put the chest back in its original spot. Then she led Solitaire and Aura back to where the 5 autonomous golems lay. She reinstalled the 5 gem cores into the golems' eyes and then waited quietly for the golems to reboot. Of course, during this process, Miss Fíliya also did 2 things. First, based on the magical formulas she analyzed from the gem cores, she adjusted the mechanisms of the 5 golems. Now, these 5 golems would treat her commands as the highest priority, preventing them from re-entering attack mode after rebooting. The second thing was, she beckoned to Aura. When Aura obediently walked over, Fíliya decisively reached out, grabbed the soft flesh on both of Aura's cheeks, and pulled outwards hard for a good while. Hiss. What are you doing? What's gotten into you now? In pain, Miss Aura struggled violently and quickly freed herself from Fíliya's demonic grasp. Fíliya ignored Aura's complaints, simply letting out a breath with a look of satisfaction. That feels good. A great way to de-stress. After that moment of reflection, she finally spoke to Aura. Aura, have you not noticed anything off? Aura looked at Fíliya in confusion, rubbing her cheeks. Sigh. You really aren't perceptive at all. If it were Solitaire, she would have noticed long ago. Fíliya couldn't help but shake her head at Aura's clueless expression. But Aura still looked completely lost. I've already broken your curse. Huh. Aura wore a shocked expression and hurriedly tried to sense the mana within her body. It's true. That girl broke the curse while she was pinching my cheeks. I was so busy rubbing my face and complaining that I didn't notice at all. But, why? After the shock, Aura quickly fell into confusion. She thought she'd have to toil like an ox for who knows how many years to get her magic back, and yet, she got it back. Just like that. So casually. What are you thinking? I really don't get you. It makes no sense. Why did you suddenly give it back to me? Aura's tone was a little unnatural. Well, because Aura has been very well behaved recently, so there's no need to restrain you with such methods. Besides, magic is something that should be used freely. Fíliya said with a light chuckle. Seeing Fíliya like this, a strange feeling suddenly arose in Aura's heart. She just felt that this person wasn't so bad after all. Yes, when Lady Aura rules the world, she'll promote her status from slave to butler. Miss Aura thought to herself with glee. Just then, the 5 golems had more or less finished rebooting and were all standing up. Looking at the scratches and noticeable dents on the golems' bodies, Miss Fíliya suddenly felt a pang of pity. So, she injected a great deal of mana into their cores, almost completely draining herself in the process. The core engravings of the golems contained a method for self-repair, absorbing mana. As long as they could absorb mana, the golems could fix themselves. Watching the dents on the golems' bodies fill in at a visible rate, Fíliya finally nodded in satisfaction. As expected of Flam's creations, they're so convenient and easy to use, she thought. Aura, try and see if you can control these guys with your magic of obedience, Ausolace. After the golems were repaired, Fíliya immediately called out to Aura. Fíliya herself had already gained complete control of the golems. The reason she had Aura try was simply because she wanted to conduct an experiment. Oh, right away. After an initial moment of surprise, Aura immediately carried out Fíliya's command. It was clear that following Fíliya's words had become something she was very accustomed to. Aura used her long-dormant magic, but the flame of the soul never emerged from the golem creations. Alright, that's enough. Fíliya stopped Aura's actions. So Aura, quite cooperatively, withdrew her mana. As expected. Golems can't possibly have souls. Fíliya nodded, confirming her own thoughts. Then, she let her body float up, flying onto one of the golems. While controlling the 5 golems, she and the 3 demons left the dungeon without looking back. Standing at the dungeon's entrance, Miss Fíliya pondered for a while. Then she cleaned up all the obvious traces of human activity at the entrance. By doing so, the dungeon regained its exploration value. Party Popper goal crushed. Prepare for a story flood. Party Popper. We absolutely nailed the 80 backer milestone, reaching an incredible 90 supporters. Take advantage of the 5 bonus parts for every single story now. Book sparkles. The director has gone completely wild. I'm planning to release 4 new stories, or even more, before the end of the year. White heavy checkmark get access to up to 40 advanced installments of all sagas. White heavy checkmark secure exclusive communications and behind-the-scenes content. Let's hit the next level. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 shared extra chapter rocket 140 members equals +5 added installments for all stories. New target, 140 loyal supporters. Thank you a million times for your patronage. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 82, So You Weren't Angry. Several days had passed since they explored the labyrinth. It was a night of brilliant starlight. Since this morning, Fíliya had been busy with one thing. In the camp they had temporarily set up, a golem lay disassembled, its parts scattered and piled on the ground. This was because Miss Fíliya was attempting something. She thought to herself, since she already knew this type of golem had other models, why couldn't she modify this combat type into a housekeeping type? Besides, she wanted to taste for herself whether a housekeeping golem's cooking was any good. Fíliya had a fiery and impetuous personality. The moment an idea struck her, she would almost immediately act on it. Thus, a whole day passed for her in the blink of an eye, vanishing in an instant. Fíliya, you haven't eaten anything all day. Strangely enough, the one who came to urge Fíliya to eat wasn't Solidar, but Aura. As for why things unfolded this way, it was probably because Fíliya had already turned Solidar down many times today. Each time Solidar placed food beside her, Fíliya would give a perfunctory reply and then not touch it at all. After this happened several times in a row, even Solidar, who was exceptionally indulgent toward Fíliya, had grown a little irritated and couldn't be bothered to bring her food anymore. It couldn't be helped, when Fíliya got serious, she would forget all about eating and sleeping. Fíliya looked at Aura's face. She saw Aura nervously place the food in front of her, then quickly run away as if she were afraid of something. This Aura is quite a strange one. Fíliya thought to herself that she sometimes couldn't understand what was going on in the head of this particularly human-like member of the demon race. But Fíliya had also noticed that ever since she returned the magic of obedience, Ausolace, to Aura, the demon had become even more attentive and proactive than when she was a maid at the abandoned shipyard. Aura, you adorable thing. Speaking of which, I really am hungry. The moment her concentration wavered, Fíliya immediately felt the gnawing pangs of hunger. And so, she quickly devoured the food Aura had brought. Looking at the golem she had dismantled into a pile of pieces, Fíliya wore a gratified expression. She had already figured things out. With one more day at most, she could successfully transform this combat-type golem into a housekeeping type. Of course, Fíliya knew this sort of thing would do nothing to increase her own power. But she just wanted to do it, not for any practical reason. The fact that it was interesting was reason enough. In the world of magic, interesting is the most compelling reason of all. Having filled her stomach, she quickly threw herself back into the work of modifying the golem. The 2 demons, long familiar with her temperament, didn't bother her again. Fíliya simply immersed herself in her art, completely oblivious to the world around her. It wasn't until her eyelids began to fight each other and she could no longer continue working that Fíliya casually lay down on the grass, ready to sleep. Of course, before closing her eyes, she didn't forget to cast a spell on herself to prevent insects from approaching. After all, they were camping in the wild. If she were to pass out just like that, who knows what kind of bites she would wake up with. Fíliya found it strange. Although she was utterly exhausted, she didn't fall asleep the moment she closed her eyes. It was as if her subconscious was still fantasizing about something. In this state, halfway between waking and dreaming, Fíliya sensed a humanoid creature slowly approaching her. She felt no hostility from this being, so her defensive reflexes weren't triggered. She just felt something warm being placed over her. "So Lita, are?" she asked groggily. "It's Liney. Lady Solidar told me to put this blanket on you." Liney's voice reached Fíliya's ears. Although it wasn't the person she was expecting, it was still heartwarming enough. "Solidar, so you weren't angry after all." After confirming this, as if she had finally received some reassuring information, Fíliya slowly drifted off into dreamland. For most of the next day, Fíliya continued her work on modifying the golem. Just as she had predicted, as the sun set on the second day, Fíliya finally presented her results to the three demons in the afterglow of the sunset. Aura and Liney had clearly noticed Fíliya's secretive demeanor, but after exchanging a glance, the two demons tacitly chose to ignore it. Solidar and Liney looked completely disinterested, but they still gave a perfunctory round of applause. Aura, on the other hand, was clearly delighted. Because she thought, now that there's Liney and this housekeeping type, tin can, she should be completely free, right? Even when this journey ends and they return to that big house, the one cleaning rooms and doing chores will no longer be her. Hooray! 3 cheers for the big tin can. With a smile on her face, Miss Aura gave the tin can before her high praise. Fíliya, too, was very satisfied with her creation. The size of this housekeeping type golem was now several times smaller than the combat type. The combat golem's dimensions of 4 meters high and 5 meters long had been changed by Fíliya to 2 meters high and 2.5 meters long. After all, without reducing its size, it would be difficult to use at home. Not everyone can have a large house. When these golems can be mass-produced in the future, the priority, of course, would be to get them into ordinary people's homes. Though such a future is probably still a long way off, Fíliya thought. Fíliya and the three demons sat around the campfire and began to admire the housekeeping golem's performance. It had to be said, having 4 arms was incredibly useful. The 4 arms on the golem's body didn't look the least bit uncoordinated. 2 hands chopped vegetables while the other 2 cut meat. When it started cooking, 2 hands tended to the pot while the other 2 added seasonings. Just like that, the golem quickly prepared dinner, and all 4 living beings present expressed their approval of its culinary skills. When it was time to disperse, Fíliya ordered the golem to shut down and rest, then she quietly followed Solidar. Once inside Solidar's tent, Fíliya immediately put on an appeasing expression and sat down next to her. Sparkle's milestone reached. Chapters delivered. Sparkles. Indeed. We did it. Party Popper, our community grew past the 80-person mark and currently sits at 90. In appreciation, please find 5 complimentary installments for each narrative. Book Sparkles. White heavy checkmark, obtain permission to up to 40 precursor chapters across all works. White heavy checkmark, acquire member-only materials and immediate news. The next objectives for our community are: direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 supplementary chapters across all series. I am highly motivated to launch 4 fresh narratives, and perhaps more, before this year concludes. Our next mission, 140 supporters. Sincere gratitude for all your wonderful assistance. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 83, A More Tangible Love. Sorry. You know how I get when I'm focused. Fíliya was apologizing for ignoring Solidar yesterday. But Solidar just shook her head. That sort of thing doesn't matter anymore. Is that so? Fíliya observed Solidar's expression. Although that's what Solidar said, her face clearly wasn't happy. I wanted to modify a golem into a housekeeping model, for your sake, you know. Look, with it around, you won't have to be so busy. The cooking can just be left to the golem. Are you saying you've grown tired of my cooking? Solidar interrupted Fíliya, her face devoid of expression. Huh? Fíliya was momentarily stunned, wondering how Solidar could have misunderstood her like that. She had no such intention at all. Pfft. You're a demon who's over 1,000 years old. Why would you squabble with an inanimate object? Look, it doesn't even have a soul. Didn't Aura already test that? Fíliya shifted, slowly moving a little closer to Solidar. In response, Solidar just shot her a sidelong glance. Am I squabbling with the golem? It's obvious I'm squabbling with you. Solidar really wanted to say that, but ultimately chose to remain silent. I wasn't thinking that at all. I feel like I could eat Solidar's cooking for a lifetime, you know. Is that so? Solidar remained unmoved. Of course. I genuinely think that with the golem, Solidar, you could take it easier. I want to do something for you. As Fíliya spoke, she slowly rested her head on Solidar's shoulder. Realizing what Fíliya had done, Solidar's body visibly stiffened. Then, she heard Fíliya speak again. I'm sorry. In the beginning, it was supposed to be a promise of equality, but as time went on, I feel like I've been taking more and more advantage. I've made you do so many things with me that were outside our promise. It's really been quite cunning of me. Fíliya's tone was gentle, flowing into Solidar's heart like a mountain spring, and she couldn't help but recall all the little moments since meeting this human girl. Humans have always been cunning. Of course, I am too. Solidar sighed softly. Fíliya, you know, you've made me become unlike myself. It's pretty much the same for me. I feel like I've changed a lot too. Fíliya responded in sync with Solidar's words. Look, it's been a long time since we've called ourselves a demon race enthusiast or a human enthusiast, hasn't it? That's true. Why is that? Solidar's pupils quivered slightly. She didn't understand why she had changed so much just by being near this human, an impact that was even more significant than the hundreds of years she had spent in solitude. I think it's because we were both arrogant, originally. Although I often say the demon race is arrogant, I'm pretty much the same. This act of treating the other's race as research material and oneself as the researcher is, in itself, a manifestation of arrogance. You considered yourself superior to humans, which is why you were a human enthusiast. And I considered myself superior to the demon race, which is why I called myself a demon race enthusiast. We were both looking down on each other. But gradually, we stopped mentioning those identities. Perhaps it's because... Fíliya paused here, taking a slow breath. When she confirmed that Solidar's gaze was firmly locked on her, she added with a light chuckle. Perhaps it's because our love is gradually becoming more concrete, no longer arrogant or empty. No longer scrutinizing each other's race from a superior position, but are instead projecting that love onto a specific individual. After hearing Fíliya's words, Solidar once again fell deep into thought. She couldn't help but marvel at her fateful connection with Fíliya. This person beside her, a human whose age was a fraction of her own, was always able to enlighten her. Fíliya, you truly are an incredible human. Just then, Solidar suddenly saw Fíliya take her hand. Question mark. She immediately looked at Fíliya with a questioning gaze. I've realized I'm quite a terrible person. Not only did I use your curiosity about me to survive, but I've also been using your cooperation to make myself stronger, and now I want to use you again, Solidar. I have a bold experiment in mind, but it will probably cost a lot of mana. It might even drain you completely. So, what do you say, Solidar? Will you let yourself be used by me? In Fíliya's eyes, Solidar could see both sincerity and aggression, leaving her to wonder how such a contradictory person could exist. Do I have any other choice? Solidar copied Fíliya's expression and began to laugh. Who told me to lose so thoroughly in this contest? The winner can always use the loser as they please, right? Although the word use is a bit delicate, but if you're willing, Solidar, I will definitely make good use of you. A familiar, slightly mischievous smile appeared on Fíliya's face. Are you going to use me right now? Tomorrow. Working on that golem today took a lot out of me. Now it's time to rest. As she spoke, Fíliya flopped right onto Solidar's bed. Don't you prefer sleeping alone? You were just clamoring for your own room before. Seeing Fíliya occupy her bed, Solidar naturally wouldn't back down. She lay down in her own spot while speaking, pushing Fíliya out just a little. Sometimes you just want to huddle up with someone for warmth. Fíliya replied casually. But I'm not a person. I know. The night gradually deepened, but neither of them fell asleep. They listened to the rise and fall of each other's breathing, as if engaged in some strange competition. Were they competing to see who would be the first to succumb to sleep? Obviously not. If that were the contest, Miss Fíliya wouldn't stand a chance. But in the end, it was Fíliya who couldn't hold back and spoke first. I know I've said it once already, and saying it again might make me sound long-winded, but I still want to thank you, Solidar. Thank you for keeping our promise. To be honest, this is the second luckiest thing that's ever happened in my life. Solidar didn't respond immediately. Her attention was completely captivated by Fíliya's phrase, the second luckiest thing. But she also knew that if she were to press the issue at a time like this, it would, as humans say, ruin the mood. So Solidar simply turned her head slowly to look at Fíliya, their eyes meeting. If you're going to thank me, then you have to keep your promise to me, okay? If, in the future, someone tries to kill me. Yes. I will definitely come and save you. Books up to 40 chapters ahead. New content ready. Books. Yes. A major achievement. We successfully crossed the 80 supporter line and are now at 90. Party popper. The promised 5 extra parts for all stories are now available. Book sparkles. Remember, you can already view up to 40 advanced parts of every single series. Plus, you receive exclusive content and important notifications. I'm planning to unveil 4 novel projects, or more. Before the close of the year, get ready. Help us tackle the next phase. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals plus 1 free chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals plus 5 more parts for all works. Let's surge to 140 members. A heartfelt thank you for making this happen. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 84, The Reappearance of Cherished Thoughts. Fíliya said she would rest for a day, but in reality, it took several days for her to return to her peak condition. Once again, after dusk, when everyone had finished their dinner, Fíliya began preparing for her experiment. She always preferred exploring magic at night, feeling that the quiet environment made it easier to find inspiration. After all the preparations were complete, an annoying voice suddenly rang in Fíliya's ears. "Oh, hey. What's going on? Why did you drag me over here too?" Aura grumbled, her arms crossed over her chest with a look of displeasure. She knew Fíliya and Solidar had been sticking together for the past few days, but she had no idea what the two were plotting until tonight, when Fíliya dragged her into Solidar's tent. Wait a minute. Hold on. A sudden realization flashed through Lady Aura's mind. She believed she had uncovered some incredible truth. In Aura's mind, Fíliya and Solidar's relationship was already an established fact. So, the reason that Fíliya person had brought her over to Solidar's side tonight was. Aura felt a cold sweat run down her back. She thought, this wicked girl can't be thinking that Solidar isn't enough for her anymore and is now planning to make a move on me, can she? No, I, Aura, am still a 500-year-old child. Not that. Someone, save me. The more she thought about it, the more terrified Lady Aura became, and the urge to flee grew stronger. Well, I brought you over, Aura, because I might need your mana later. Fíliya had no idea what sort of rubbish was filling Aura's mind, she simply offered a calm explanation. Ah. Aura froze again, her half-formed escape pose stuck midair. Only after she fully processed the reality of the situation did she let out a sigh of relief. What the heck, so she just wanted my mana. Compared to a certain something precious that couldn't be parted with, mana, which could be replenished after use, was practically a bargain. Lady Aura was very magnanimous, if it was just mana, she could permit Fíliya to take it as she pleased. That being said, she was still curious. If Fíliya needed her mana, then what was Solidar here for? So she voiced her confusion. Of course, it's because I need Solidar's mana too. I'll draw from Solidar's mana, and you, Aura, are the backup. If even Solidar's mana isn't enough, then I'll draw from you. In short, you're the spare. Seriously, do you even hear yourself? That's not something a person would say. The corner of Aura's mouth twitched slightly. What do you mean, draw from you? That phrasing is so misleading. And, what do you mean, spare? You jerk, you really never think about me. Honestly, just when my opinion of you wicked girl was starting to change for the better, you go and wound my pride again. Aura bit her lip, glaring at Fíliya with a resentful expression. But Fíliya, as if completely oblivious to Aura's expression, beckoned her to sit by her side. Then, holding Solidar's hand with her left and Aura's with her right, she closed her eyes. Aura, who had plenty of complaints, could only grit her teeth for the time being and kept her resentments to herself. Soon, Fíliya activated that magic of hers. Come to think of it, she hadn't used this technique in a long time. She remembered the last time she'd used it was in front of Ciri. This casting, however, wasn't as smooth as that time. Not only did she have to reconstruct that world, but she also had to make some improvements upon its foundation. Fíliya couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. She knew that if this experiment succeeded, it would mean she had achieved another breakthrough in her mastery of magic. As the reconstruction progressed, a white light enveloped the three of them. In the blink of an eye, it was as if they had arrived in another world. At this moment, Fíliya couldn't help but miss Ciri's nearly infinite mana, which she could squander at will. Although Solidar and Aura were both greater demons, their combined mana was far from matching Ciri's, but it was fine. Reaching this stage was good enough. Finally, after draining all of Solidar's mana and 4/5 of Aura's, she at last unleashed her most prized magic once more. Spider Lily. In the sea of flowers of Higan, a slightly drained Solidar and Aura subconsciously surveyed their surroundings. This is a type of barrier magic, but it's a bit too strange. Solidar frowned slightly. The excessively realistic air and the scent of flowers were genuinely affecting her judgment. She rested her chin in her hand and focused her gaze on Fíliya, extremely curious about what she was planning to do. Yeah, Fíliya, why make this place so realistic? If you want to deceive people, you might as well just use mind control magic. Lady Aura casually commented on Fíliya's barrier while sitting cross-legged in the sea of flowers. Looking rather bored, she idly pulled up some nearby flowers by the roots, then plucked off their petals one by one with her fingers. Fíliya didn't immediately respond to the two greater demons who had helped her. Instead, like them, she looked around. So it's true, the demon race doesn't have anyone they care about most. She first came to this conclusion because the most important function of her magic was to manifest the most cherished person of whoever was inside the barrier. Yet, neither Solidar nor Aura had brought about any change to this world. Then, Fíliya took a step forward. This sea of flowers was, in fact, much larger than it appeared to the eye. She wanted to find a figure. If her new construction had worked, if her experiment was a success, she should be able to appear. At this thought, Fíliya's leisurely strolling pace quickly turned into a run. Seeing Fíliya's action, Solidar quickly gestured for Aura to support her and give chase. After all, she had been completely drained by Fíliya, while Aura still had a considerable amount of mana left. Aura simply nodded at this and, supporting Solidar, pursued Fíliya in the direction she had run off. Within Fíliya's field of vision, she finally found her target. The moment she saw it, an ecstatic expression uncontrollably spread across her face. Yes, the much smaller version, the little flam, was lying peacefully in a circle of flowers as if asleep. Fíliya had done it. She had successfully reproduced the longing from Ciri that had been recorded in this space. Even without Ciri present, she had managed to create a physical manifestation of the little flam. Fire new stories out now. We hit 90 supporters. Fire. Crushed it. The 80 backer target is history. Welcome to 90 supporters. Party popper. 5 bonus installments for all stories are released. Enjoy. Book sparkles. White heavy checkmark get into up to 40 early parts of everything. White heavy checkmark collect private updates and materials. We're going big, for new titles, at least, planned before year end. Next up on the community board. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 shared bonus chapter. Rocket 140 members equals +5 mega chapters for all stories. Next big aim, 140 members. Immense appreciation for your support. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 85, Great Mage Flam. Fíliya slowed her pace, as if afraid of startling the sleeping figure. The two demons behind her had already caught up, but at a glance from Fíliya, Solidar tacitly pulled Aura back to keep their distance. Now, what should I do? Fíliya's heart was filled with mixed emotions. She really couldn't bear to wake the cute little one, and besides, this wasn't the person she truly wanted to communicate with. If possible, she naturally wanted to speak with the Flam, who had already become a great mage. But was such a thing possible? Of course, it was. I am a mage who can surpass Ciri's imagination. This is my world. I should be able to make my wishes come true. Fíliya's will grew firmer, and a dazzling radiance began to envelop her. This radiance slowly flowed towards the sleeping figure, ultimately wrapping the little flam completely in its 7-colored light. 1 minute, 2 minutes. After several minutes had passed, the incredibly brilliant light began to slowly dim. What finally appeared before Fíliya was no longer the childlike flam from before, but the great mage flam, identical to the residual thoughts left in the golem. Solidar and Aura looked at each other, speechless. They could, of course, understand what kind of miracle was unfolding before their eyes. Although it wasn't resurrection, Fíliya had indeed recreated the existence from 1,000 years ago before their very eyes. Solidar. Are we in danger? That great mage flam, doesn't she especially hate the demon race? What if she attacks us? What do we do? You know our mana has been completely drained. Aura asked Solidar, a little nervously. I think you can relax. After all, this world was created using our mana. The true power of this recreated flam is surely not on par with her original self from 1,000 years ago. Besides, shouldn't we trust that person in times like these? She said she would protect us. As Solidar spoke, a smile unconsciously formed on her lips. You trust Fíliya that much? Aura looked at Solidar, her tone tinged with helplessness. So you don't trust her? Solidar immediately retorted. Of course. I trust her too. If I didn't, I wouldn't have given her my mana. Aura said, puffing out her cheeks. Then isn't that settled? All right, Aura, at a time like this, let's just be good spectators. Let's not disturb this miracle. Fíliya did not step forward to disturb the still sleeping figure, she simply stood by Flam's side in silence. It wasn't until a while later that a slight twitch appeared on Flam's brow, which was undoubtedly a good sign for Fíliya. Sure enough, Flam soon opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with confusion. She first held out her two hands, and as she looked at the incredibly delicate skin of her palms, Flam felt utterly shocked. Next, Flam carefully touched her own face, seemingly finding her own rejuvenation utterly incredible. After confirming again and again that a miracle had indeed befallen her, Flam finally looked at the young person before her with a smile. This is truly strange. I should be dead. Young mage, can you tell me your name? Flam asked softly. Fíliya. Fíliya stated her name and then added. In fact, you are dead. 1,000 years have passed since your era. Fíliya's words left Flam in a brief silence. It was unavoidable, after all, such a thing sounded far too exaggerated. Even a great mage like Flam couldn't help but marvel that mages of a later age could create such miraculous magic. 1,000 years, 1,000 years, you say? Flam's tone was filled with emotion, but she quickly returned to normal. So, mages after 1,000 years have evolved to this extent. And at this point, Flam couldn't help but narrow her eyes. How could she not have noticed those two particularly conspicuous figures a dozen or so meters behind Fíliya? And Fíliya chuckled, asking a question to which she already knew the answer. And since when have humans and the demon race been on such good terms? Even if 1,000 years have passed, I don't believe these monsters can coexist with humans. The warmth in Flam's tone had clearly dropped significantly compared to the beginning. You're right. We are still far from human-demon coexistence. However, the Demon King has been defeated, and it's difficult for the remaining demons to pose a significant threat. I believe that all sorts of attempts have their own meaning, don't you think? Flam didn't comment on Fíliya's response. Instead, she directly asked about the point in Fíliya's words that she cared about greatly. The Demon King is dead. Who defeated him? It was the Heroes' Party. Your beloved disciple, Lady Frieren, was also a member. Fíliya answered calmly. Upon hearing this, Flam indeed showed a gratified smile. Frieren. You really did it. Flam's smile was genuine. If she had any lingering regrets from her life, it would surely be being unable to see Frieren defeat the Demon King, and unable to see the arrival of an era of peace. And now, the news brought by this young mage before her had filled that void in her heart. Thus, Flam's tone became gentle once more. So, Fíliya, what do you seek from me, having gone to such great lengths to recreate me? Even after 1,000 years, this magic of yours must surely fall into the category of a miracle. You must be one of the human prodigies of this era, aren't you? Flam asked slowly, her curiosity about the young person before her growing. At the same time, she felt a sense of regret that such a talent would get mixed up with the demon race. Actually, I wasn't thinking of anything. I simply wanted to meet you, to understand what kind of person you are. Flam blinked dryly. She felt she was having some trouble keeping up with the young person's train of thought. In her lifetime, she had taught many disciples. She felt she had seen all sorts of geniuses and eccentrics. But it wasn't until she met Fíliya that she discovered there was a wild talent in this world that even she could not read. Party Popper LFG. We went beyond our goal. Party Popper. Heck yes. We did the thing. We not only hit 80 backers, we've reached 90. 5 extra chapters for every story are now unlocked as a big thank you. Go read. Book sparkles. White heavy checkmark. See up to 40 advanced episodes of all our content. White heavy checkmark. Be privy to unique updates and writer notes. I'm ready to explode with content. 4 or more new stories are coming before the new year rings in. Can we make it to direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 chapter for all, Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus releases across everything. Let's make 140 members happen. Thank you ATON for the love. Red Heart. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 86, Harmless Symbols. Speaking of which, the first time I saw an image of you was back in the Empire. Fíliya spoke again, and Flam's attention refocused on this young person. After all, this young person named Fíliya had just mentioned something she cared about. The Empire, this was the nation Flam had served her entire life. For that greatest unified human nation, she had made immense contributions. She had built the Empire into the nation with the strongest magical atmosphere and power on the continent, leaving behind numerous precious magical theorems and corollaries for future generations. She was the founder of modern human magic. Someone like her would naturally care about what her country had become 1,000 years later. It's rather strange, you know. Of course, it was only after seeing your true appearance that I belatedly realized how odd it was. Fíliya said slowly, one hand propping up her chin. There's a statue of you in the imperial capital today, but it clearly depicts a rugged, muscular, long-haired man. Before seeing your real face, I also thought you were a man. Don't you find it strange? Why would the Empire distort the appearance of a figure as renowned as you, preventing people from knowing what you truly look like? They even got your gender wrong. It's just too strange. Fíliya's tone held a note of complaint, clearly feeling indignant on Flam's behalf. But upon hearing this, Flam showed no anger at all. She simply looked calmly into Fíliya's eyes. That gaze, which seemed to pierce right through her thoughts, made Fíliya slightly uncomfortable. After all, most of the time, she was the one looking at others with such a gaze. Fíliya, you're quite an interesting child. To pretend you don't know when you already have the answer in your heart, is that it? Flam said with a light chuckle. Ah. I thought I hit it pretty well. As expected of you, Flam. Fíliya scratched her head in slight embarrassment. It was the first time someone had seen through her act. She considered her acting skills to be excellent, even that Ciri couldn't see through her little schemes. Since she'd been found out, there was no point in keeping up the pretense. Fíliya thought to herself before speaking. Yes, the Empire is certainly doing it on purpose, intentionally distorting your image to elevate the great mage Flam onto a pedestal, ultimately turning you into a harmless symbol. They can borrow your name when they need it, and it's convenient to cast you aside when they don't. Wait a minute. Fíliya suddenly realized something. So, you actually foresaw that you would be symbolized after your death? That's only natural. To become a person whose name goes down in history is to accept the fate of being manipulated by others after death. Flam's smile didn't change in the slightest, still conveying her open-mindedness. But you still did so much for the Empire, leaving behind so many magical theorems. From these theorems, future generations of mages have drawn nearly infinite inspiration and developed countless spells. Did you love that nation so much? Rather than saying I love the Empire, it's more that I love the people there, and my disciples, of whom I am so proud. Of course, I knew that after my death I would become a harmless symbol for others to use. But I also knew my theorems would certainly influence those who truly love magic, and that is enough. Fíliya, tell me more about the world today. Since the Demon King has been vanquished, has the world now welcomed peace? Flam's eyes sparkled. For someone like her, awakened from 1,000 years ago, there was nothing she was more curious about than the current state of humanity. Fíliya didn't need to think about this question at all. She quickly replied in a calm tone. The current situation is undoubtedly good. After the fall of the Demon King, humanity rapidly reclaimed most of its lost territory. Now, only a very small number of the Demon King's remnants are still resisting. In the last 80 years, all aspects of human culture have developed rapidly, and the quality of life has improved to an unprecedented degree. In that sense, it is undoubtedly peaceful. But I can't help but feel that this kind of peace will be difficult to maintain. Flam observed the young person before her with great interest. She was truly curious to hear what insights Fíliya had on such a grand topic. The empire you knew has actually fallen apart. The current empire, though it shares the same name, can only be considered a corner left over from that vast nation of the past. This sentence from Fíliya only made Flam raise an eyebrow slightly. Her heart was certainly not unmoved, but that was all. She never harbored the illusion that the nation she knew would last forever. Long ago, while she was still alive, she had already witnessed the fall of many nations. And this current empire, while it played a huge role in the fight against the demon race, is now showing some troubling signs that have begun to appear in the country. Fíliya continued, while Flam remained in a listening posture, not interrupting. The Empire has established an organization called the Magic Special Operations Unit. This group's work is almost exclusively focused on combat against people. And beyond that, there seems to be an even more mysterious and powerful organization. I encountered some of their members when I was in school. They are almost always mysterious figures disguised as market vendors or roadside drunks. As far as I know, quite a few promising mages have died at their hands. In short, whether it's the Magic Special Operations Unit or that more mysterious organization, what they have initiated is a hunt against their own kind. At the same time, a school of thought aiming to sever magic has emerged within the Empire. For you, who single-handedly laid the foundation of modern magic, is such a future what you would wish to see? As Fíliya spoke, she observed Flam's reaction. After hearing her words, a fleeting look of loneliness indeed flashed across Flam's face. So it's developing in that direction. After a brief period of peace, what comes next is human infighting. Fíliya, you're trying to tell me this, aren't you? Yes. Fíliya nodded obediently. Therefore, I would like to introduce you to my idea. Saying this, Fíliya began to explain her ideals to Flam. At first, Fíliya was a little worried that her ideal of remodeling the demon race would be met with strong resistance from Flam. But unexpectedly, Flam listened to her entire explanation with a calm expression. However, once Fíliya had finished, Flam revealed a smile that even Fíliya found to be somewhat inscrutable. __. Fire new stories are available now. Fire. Genshin Impact, starting by stuffing Columbina. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 80 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 87, this is my personal grudge. I must say, the youth of today are truly incredible, to harbor such a level of ambition at your age. Fíliya, you must be a very persuasive child. If I were to set aside my personal feelings, I'd have almost been swayed by you, Flam said. This gave Fíliya a bad feeling. If I were to set aside my personal feelings, doesn't that just mean that when it comes to the demon race's position, Flam has a very clear personal stance? Remodel the demon race, and have the remodeled demons maintain a state of mutual vigilance with humanity. Are you saying that if external threats were to completely vanish, it would be difficult for humanity to unite? That is indeed true, but I still cannot accept your ideal, Flam added. This left Fíliya quite puzzled, so she pressed on. Why? This goes back a long, long time. Young one, are you interested in hearing the story of Frieren and me? Flam looked at Fíliya with a gentle smile, and after Fíliya nodded, Flam immediately shifted into a storytelling mode. Flam's story had no dramatic twists or turns, she simply recounted how she had saved Frieren in the elven village and how she took Frieren on as her disciple. But that was enough. Because within that story, Flam had already made it clear why she and Frieren hated the demon race so vehemently. It was because she, like Frieren, was someone who had everything stolen from them by the demon race. That is why their hatred for demons burned in their hearts like an eternal flame. It doesn't matter if humanity continues to fall into internal conflict. That is a necessary part of the human experience. The future of humanity should be left for humanity to decide. But the demon race must be eradicated down to the last one. This is my personal grudge. I cannot accept that future of yours, one of coexistence with the demon race. Even if you could truly remodel them, I would not be willing. Flam's stance was far more resolute than expected. This outcome left Fíliya somewhat speechless. So she sighed and slowly stood up. I'm sorry, Flam. It seems I presumptuously thought I could share my ideal with you. I am deeply sorry for disturbing your peaceful rest. Please just pretend I never said any of that. As Fíliya spoke, she bowed to Flam. This, in turn, surprised Flam somewhat. Oh. I didn't take you for the type of child who gives up so easily. Don't you want to try persuading me further? There's no need. I can understand your feelings, and Frieren's. I didn't know you had such a past. A hatred on the level of having everything stolen from you is impossible to resolve. Putting myself in your shoes, if everything I held most dear were taken by the demon race, I doubt I could leisurely entertain the sweet dream of remodeling the demon race. I would most likely change my stance immediately and join the ranks of those supporting the extermination of the demon race. Fíliya said this with a completely sincere expression. But this made Flam even more perplexed. At first, she had thought this child favored the demon race due to a lack of empathy for humans. But now, it seemed the child understood everything perfectly. So why was she still standing on the side of the demon race? Because I can do it. I will not allow the people I cherish to be harmed by the demon race, and I firmly believe that I can complete the incredibly difficult task of remodeling the demon race. If there are people who loathe demons and want to kill every last one in the world, I can completely understand that. I won't presume to think that I can resolve that level of hatred. I simply want to accomplish my own life's work. Fíliya seemed to have anticipated Flam's thoughts. And to say that Fíliya's words had no effect on Flam would certainly be incorrect. Flam was truly shaken. She was shaken that at such a young age, Fíliya already possessed such an iron will, one that far surpassed her own at the same age. This child, she was practically Master Siri's ideal disciple. Sufficiently intelligent, sufficiently calm, and possessing sufficient ambition. You firmly believe you can do it. Flam shook her head, and her gaze once again fell warily upon the two demons behind Fíliya. In truth, from the very first moment she opened her eyes, she had considered launching an attack on those two demons. But she had discovered something, the spell that maintained her existence was actually using the mana of those two demons. That made sense. Although this young human mage before her was exceptional, in terms of mana capacity, she was still far from being able to stand on her own. To be able to make two such powerful demons willingly offer up their mana. At first, Flam thought Fíliya possessed some kind of powerful contract magic, relying on the binding force of a contract or curse to command these two demons. But as time passed and her observation deepened, Flam soon discovered that Fíliya had not placed any restrictions on the two demons. Those two demons were truly, actively giving their mana to Fíliya to use. This was a reality that rather subverted her understanding of the world. That's why, the moment she confirmed this fact, she developed such curiosity about Fíliya. She was genuinely curious to know just what this young human mage was capable of achieving. and so she asked. Fíliya, how long have you been living with those two demons? As of today, 3 months. Fíliya tilted her head slightly, roughly calculating the time. Flam was just glad she wasn't drinking water. If she had been drinking water at that moment, she would have surely choked. In her mind, Fíliya would have had to live with these two demons for at least 10 years. She had even speculated that Fíliya might be an anomaly who had lived with demons since childhood. 3 months. That was a number that, no matter how Flam predicted it, she could never have imagined. In such a short time, Fíliya had formed a close enough relationship with two greater demons that she could directly draw upon their mana. If before Flam had doubted the young girl's boasts, she now had a sliver of belief. After all, this was a feat that an ordinary human could never accomplish. And then there was this magic that allowed her to cross 1,000 years and appear in the present day. Fíliya, perhaps this young one was the existence my master spoke of, the one who surpasses all imagination. Taking a moment to compose herself, Flam asked Fíliya again. Fíliya, I am very curious. From where does your binding power over those two demons come? There's no binding power to speak of. All that exists between us is a simple verbal agreement. But at least in the time I've been with them, they haven't harmed any humans. Is that so? Then what will you do if they break that verbal agreement with you? Flam narrowed her eyes. She truly wanted to see this young one's true heart. In that case, I would be very disappointed, very sad. If something like that were to truly happen, I would have no choice but to take responsibility, hunt them to the ends of the earth, and grind their bones to dust. Fíliya said this with a faint touch of melancholy. Fire new stories are available now. Fire. We're handing out that 25% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Grinning face with smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan.